Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4TM Chapter 111 I am about to start climbing the long steps to the gods, Part 1. Watch Zephyr smash the phantom student with a hammer without hesitation. Rhett disappeared back into the mist, muttering softly, pure illusions, poison, physical illusions, it seems like they won't work. We need to add something else to the mix. Zephyr's eyes darkened, and armament hockey instantly wrapped around his arms, its dark metallic luster gleaming in the sunlight. Don't be so arrogant, kid. Ha ha ha, that's right, Rhett laughed, and the next moment he flashed in front of Zephyr, slashing down fiercely with the black-tied greatsword wrapped in scarlet blood mist. Mist god flow. Blood slash. Advertisement. Zephyr didn't dodge or evade, and fiercely attacked with his right fist. Smash. Heavy punch. Boom, the shockwaves from the hockey collision exploded, instantly crumbling the warship's deck and sending wood chips flying. The recruits were shaken back, watching in horror as this battle, far beyond their comprehension, unfolded. Rhett used the momentum to flip backwards, landing lightly, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. As expected of Black Arm, but Zephyr snorted coldly, exerting force on his feet. The deck exploded beneath him, and he rushed towards Rhett like a cannonball. Pirates, how long are you going to toy with me? Face justice. Crush storm. Zephyr, your punch is a little slower than that old guy Garp's. Rhett dodged and challenged him in a mean manner. Don't compare me to that old B****************. D. Zephyr yelled, attacking even more violently, punching Rhett in the face again. Rhett's eyes fixed. Damn, old man, are you obsessed with my handsome face? The blood mist suddenly condensed into a shield, bang. Rhett refused to believe that. He was a stubborn person. His blood shield shattered again, but Rhett had already used the momentum to retreat, while his black-tied greatsword swept across. Mist god style. Ghost attack. The pitch-black slash tore through the air. Zephyr crossed her arms to block, using her armament hockey to resist, but she was still forced back several steps, leaving 2 deep marks under her feet. Tisk, playing taijutsu is such a hassle. Rhett flicked his wrist, his smile undiminished, but this is what makes it fun. Rhett, it wasn't you who just vomited blood and fell to the ground. Just take a breath and do it, right? Zephyr took a moment to catch his breath, then charged forward again. The two engaged in a high-speed exchange across the deck, each collision causing a violent tremor. The ship rocked violently in the fierce battle, forcing the recruits to cling to the side to avoid being thrown. The battle continues. Rhett suddenly grinned. Zephyr, your students are almost exhausted. Advertisement. Zephyr glanced around and found that the recruits were staggering all over the place due to the aftermath of the battle, and some of them had even fainted. There is no other way. Marine Cram School, you can graduate if you know 2 or 3 6-style moves. Before leaving the novice village, they encountered the big boss at sea, which also made them profit. But the battle now will not stop just because they can't bear it. The dawn of the 4th day brought no light, only a dark red sky woven with blood mist. Zephyr's arms were still covered in a thick layer of armament hockey. But his breathing was as heavy as an old bellows, and every breath was accompanied by the smell of rust and blood. The recruits were holding weapons and watching the two fighting, but their expressions were not very firm. The support was about to collapse, and they looked at their admired teacher in despair. The Black Arm, who once dominated the sea, who was now struggling to stand with trembling legs. Cough. Cough cough. Zephyr spat out a mouthful of blood foam mixed with internal organs. His sunglasses had already shattered, revealing his bloodshot eyes. The sea fog suddenly surged. Rhett's figure slowly walked out of the crimson mist. He carried the black-tied greatsword on his back, and his expression was relaxed and happy. This monster who had been fighting for 4 days did not even have his breathing disordered at this moment. I'm hooked. Super loud. If I hadn't been developing his moves, how could he have survived until now? It's just not finished yet. Mr. Zephyr. Rhett tilted his head. How are you feeling? A hole. Zephyr took advantage of Rhett's inattention and punched him away, only to see Rhett fall to the ground. Zephyr was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His observation hockey was completely blocked. He could only catch the occasional one, but he didn't know whether it was real or fake. Rhett. It's true, but he runs fast. Snap. The moment the illusion was shattered, Rhett suddenly appeared before Zephyr. Zephyr's pupils contracted sharply, so this guy had been playing tricks on him all this time? Rhett exclaimed, the time has to be extended. A few minutes won't do. We have to change it. The Kuroshio greatsword swung, transforming into a dark crescent arc. There were no fancy move names, no extraneous hockey releases, just the simplest horizontal slash. Impossible. Impossible. Zephyr watched the scenery around him recede and the blood gushing from his chest. His proud armament hockey did not respond to him this time. Clang. Zephyr hit the wall of the warship and slid down, half kneeling on the broken deck, breathing heavily. His arms trembled slightly, the residual power of armament hockey still flickered on his skin, but his physical strength was close to the limit. Advertisement, Teacher Zephyr. The recruits exclaimed, their eyes full of disbelief. They had never seen their teacher, Black Arm, Zephyr, in such a mess. Rhett stood above the blood mist, his black-tied greatsword pointed at the sea, a playful smile still on his lips. Zephyr, you are quite respected. Zephyr gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up. Stop talking nonsense, pirates. However, just as he was about to fight again, a figure suddenly rushed out from beside him. Don't hurt Teacher Zephyr. A young marine, his hands covered in armament hockey, roared and rushed towards Rhett. Then, the second, third, all the recruits who were still able to move stood up and blocked Zephyr's way. The fear they had when they first met was gone from their eyes, and only determination remained. We will never let you get any closer. Rhett was slightly stunned, then laughed. Hey, you bunch of rookies, what can you do to stop me? Even if I die, I will protect the teacher. The leading marine gritted his teeth. Zephyr's pupils shrank, and his heart suddenly tightened. Idiot, back off. You are no match for him. But the recruits did not back down. Rhett looked at them quietly, a strange emotion flashing in his bloodshot eyes. Hey, interesting, he murmured softly, then raised his hand. Boom, the scarlet hockey swept across the entire warship like a tsunami. The recruits didn't even have time to react before they all fell down and fainted completely. Zephyr's eyes were bloodshot. You be ****************. D. How do you make me look like a villain? Don't talk nonsense, I'm suing you for defamation? Rhett simply smiled faintly. Don't worry, we're just letting them get some sleep. He sheathed the black-tied greatsword, and the blood mist slowly lifted him up into the air. Zephyr, your students are not bad. Zephyr froze, his fists slowly unclenching. He looked down at the fallen recruits, an indescribable emotion welling up in his chest. Anger, unwillingness, but also a hint of relief. Rhett. He looked up and said in a deep voice, what do you want to do? Rhett's back was to him, blood mist swirling around him, and his voice drifted on the wind. I just feel. If all the Marines are idiots like this, the future of the ocean will be too boring. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden stairs had already spread out at Rhett's feet, and Rhett slowly walked back to the Bruma Jackson. There was dead silence on the warship, with only the sound of waves hitting the hull. Zephyr crouched down and checked on the recruits. After confirming they were merely unconscious, he let out a long breath, a wry smile unconsciously curling up at the corners of his mouth. This bunch of idiots. Chapter 112 Rhett's Ambition, a special chapter for him. After the battle with Zephyr, Rhett and his group continued their journey with the goal of becoming Pokemon Masters. Just find a reason to be nicer to yourself. Really a person, wish everyone a happy Children's Day. Who doesn't have a childlike heart? Asterisk. Rhett brought the doctor and Oroja back to their base, Sky Island. Rhett took advantage of this free time to think about the Pirates King's situation. If he wants to stand on top of the world in all aspects, world government and celestial dragons are the problems he must face. Rhett was wondering if a race that had ruled the world for 800 years was really as weak as he made it out to be. If they were all as stupid as the celestial dragons in the original story, how could they possibly be so powerful? Rhett had also thought that the celestial dragons, supported by the world, had abundant resources, but this presented a problem. Having resources and knowing how to use them were two different things. Don Quixote Hinagu is definitely not an isolated case. For 800 years, were Joyboy and Long the only ones who rebelled. You know, the spirit of resistance is passed down. Even if there is a blank period of 100 years, Rhett doesn't believe that he can kill all the insiders. The most difficult thing to control is the flame of resistance. Here Rhett makes a bold guess. If it is just to maintain world peace, those old guys who have lived for so long cannot help but create a good image for themselves. The power of public opinion is very great. You have to know that in history, as long as you start a rebellion, no one can be said to be orthodox, all of them are considered traitors, and they will emphasize the orthodoxy of their own rule. These old guys who are immersed in politics should understand better than anyone else, but why do they allow these stupid celestial dragons to tarnish their image like this? That is, whether it is the celestial dragons or the five elders, what they want is not world peace, but the unification of the worlds of the ambitious in each world. Here I will mention the class structure of the pirates' world. Civilians, member states are protected by the world government and the Marines, and non-member states are poor countries that cannot afford to pay the Sky Gold. From this we can compare it to a large tribe. The world government is the strongest and most prestigious tribe in the tribe, which manages all the tribes. Advertisement in this era of rampant pirates, it undoubtedly provides great convenience to the world government. How can those non-member countries that can't even afford to pay the gold from heaven be strong? Either they go out to become pirates and support their own countries like Qingdao, but that is also plundering. Either the country will disappear, which will give the world government a reason to attack it. If the world government attacks a country without any reason, it will inevitably arouse the vigilance of other countries. If it weren't for the Valley of Gods, the five elders would have been almost dead before being replaced by new ones. What they lacked the least was time, and they could slowly erode these countries until they were no match for the world government even if they joined forces. Then the world would be unified. As for why the four emperors appeared in the later period, this was undoubtedly to ignite the enthusiasm of the pirates once again. The more chaotic the sea is, the faster the pace of unification will be. What kind of waves can a group of unproductive pirates make? Let's take a step back and say that if a true genius emerges among the pirates and becomes the king, then I will give you a position as a member state and assist the strength of the marine world government. The outcome will be the same. I will just outlast you. In the comics, I boldly suspect that Yi Mu has the ability to create demons. The five elders appeared without introducing the fruit. I will put this aside until later to see what Oda is up to. If it's too slow, I'll invade and write it myself. Didn't the world's strongest Whitebeard also lose to time? Putting it together, Rhett figured it out. Those idiots went out to test the loyalty of various countries. What do you call that? It's an obedience test. Obedience allows you to live a little longer. You can afford to pay 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years of heavenly gold. But one day the country will collapse, and they can decide how much heavenly gold to pay. If you have any thoughts of resistance, we will find an opportunity to revoke your membership of the Alliance and then make you disappear. What else can these member states, which have undergone high-pressure tests, think about except regret and worry about themselves? Those elite celestial dragons don't necessarily consider these celestial dragons who only know how to eat, drink and have fun as their own kind. After a few days of sailing, Rhett's Bruma Jackson almost reached Sky Island. Yes, it flew up to it. The ship's rechargeable, oversized exhaust shells and retractable wings were not just for show. As for energy, what Enel, that's my brother, Thor, highlight moment. This must be because Enel has recently achieved a breakthrough in strength, otherwise they would have walked to the bottom of Sky Island before taking off. How could they have been so extravagant as to fly over here? The Bruma Jackson sailed through the sea of clouds, its gilded hull gleaming brightly in the sunlight. The doctor stood on the deck, looking at the unfamiliar sky, his eyes full of shock and curiosity. Advertisement, is this? The island flying in the sky? The doctor pushed his glasses, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, welcome to our base. Rhett grinned. This will be your new laboratory and the starting point of our future. Oroja excitedly ran to the side of the boat and looked down at the endless sea of clouds and floating islands below. Dad, it's so beautiful here. The doctor looked at his daughter's smile, a hint of relief in his eyes. He turned to Rhett and said, Captain Rhett, thank you for giving us the opportunity to reunite as father and daughter, and thank you for curing Oria's illness. From now on, please take good care of me. Rhett nodded, his eyes deep. Doctor, your research is vital to us. The pure gold technology is just the beginning. I need you to help me develop more things that can change the world. Tezulo stepped forward, his golden ring gleaming in the sunlight. Doctor, Sky Island's labs are fully prepared to the highest standards. All the resources you need will be provided first. The doctor took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I understand. I will get to work as soon as possible. It is worth mentioning that Rhett's base has been well managed by Tezuro. The various shells produced by Sky Island are very popular in Shanghai. The boat slowly landed on the main island of Sky Island. Stella smiled and got off the boat. Doctor, welcome. I have prepared a place for you to rest. The doctor nodded gratefully. Thank you. Tezulo walked over to Rhett and whispered, Captain, we've also made significant adjustments to Sky Island's defenses. We're ready to respond to any threat at any time. Rhett smiled with satisfaction. Well done, Miss Stella. As night fell, Rhett stood alone on a high point, overlooking his territory. Tezulo walked over to him and asked softly, Captain, what are you thinking about? Rhett's gaze reached out into the distance, as if piercing through the clouds and looking directly into the core of the world. Tezulo, you say. Is the world government really just what it seems? Tezulo shook his head. These aren't things I should be thinking about. What should I do, Captain? Rhett laughed. This is Tezulo. If you pay attention to our industry recently, the world government should be getting anxious. Chapter 113. Marine hit me? World government, you're done. In the dim room, 5 figures sat around. The landscape of the underground world has changed, said the martial god of finance, Nesujiro-sei, slowly, tapping his scepter with his fingertips. The power of Golden Emperor, Tessero. No, it should be said that Rhett's power has expanded too rapidly. The underground world is now beginning to slip out of our control. That pirate's named Rhett is very dangerous. Saint Satan, the god of scientific defense, said coldly, his ambitions extend beyond the underground world. If left unchecked, he'll become the next Rox. Ha ha ha. The martial god of justice, Saint Vokuli, laughed. Interestingly, Doflamingo seems to have reached some kind of agreement with them. That renegade celestial dragon has never been a quiet one. Do you need to clean up? The environmental martial god Moss Saint narrowed his eyes. CP0 can take action. No, Nasujiro-sei raised his hand to stop him. Allocate 2 billion in military funds to the Marine Corps and let the Marine Corps handle it. Sengoku, it's time to put some pressure on him. Agreed. 10th 4 Marine Headquarters Marshal's Office. Sengoku, who had just returned from the Holy Land of Mariajoy, summoned the 3 admirals. The 5 elders have personally summoned. Sengoku's voice cracked. It seems their tolerance for the Bloody Dawn has reached its limit. Akainu Sakazuki crushed the teacup in his hand. We haven't even figured out Rhett's cards yet, but for the sake of justice, necessary sacrifices are inevitable. Kizaru chimed in, his crew, Tezuro, Enel, Moria. Each one of them is a monster capable of shaking the new world. To deal with them, we can't use all our high-end forces to hunt him down. Kong came back from Mariajoy to see his disciples. He still had some things to teach his disciples. Then we should eliminate his power. The 2 billion military expenditure is just to silence us. After saying this, he looked at his disciple meaningfully. Sengoku is the resourceful general, clearing his throat. The 5 elders don't want to arrest the Scarlet Dawn pirates. We must curb their development and strike a heavy blow against their industry. The 5 elders are troubled for a reason. Look at the soldiers you brought with you. Next, the Marine began to clean up the black industries of most nobles, except for a few in Tesoro. The nobles of the allied countries complained to the 5 elders about the Marine's behavior. Sora replied calmly, he's suspected of having a deal with Tesoro. I'd rather kill him by mistake than let him go. Taking advantage of this trend, Marine has removed many cancers in various places. Background. Tui, basically everyone who could be killed was killed. Marine, sarcastically, I was just following your orders, 5 elders, you can't blame me. Advertisement. Soon the newspapers on the sea brought the news. Shocked. Marine destroyed the Crimson Dawn pirates' base. Justice will finally be served. Marine is going to take action against the future pirates' king. Rhett looked at the newspapers and thought, is this the pirates' king? These clickbait headlines are so fast. Tezulo slammed the information about the Marine raid on the table. 2 of our 7 underground arms exchanges in New World have been shut down by the Marines. Don't worry, Boss Tai, Marine still gives us face. Rhett responded nonchalantly. He stood in front of the world map and finally stopped at the location of an island, Punk Hazard. The room suddenly became quiet. Tezulo frowned. That world government research base? Aren't we going to retaliate against the Marines? That's right. Rhett grinned, blood mist swirling behind him. Why touch the Marines? If we scare them, they'll have to report it to the higher authorities. Why not just attack the world government directly? If the Marines dare to touch our industries, then let the world government pay the price. With a bit of luck, we might even bring back a brilliant scientist. On the sea surface covered by thick fog, the Bruma Jackson was covered with thick fog, and after the refraction of light, it blended into the environment. The Crimson Dawn pirates approached quietly. On the deck, Rhett stared coldly at the island surrounded by steel walls in the distance. Let's get started. Moria's shadow spread instantly, swallowing up all the light in the sea, and all the images monitoring the Den Mushi were frozen. Rhett could certainly do it, but he blocked it when he was not the captain. Now that he is the captain, if he is asked to block it again, then he would be a captain in vain. Enel transformed into a flash of lightning and soared into the sky, striking the thunder drum behind him, causing it to roar. Divine judgment. A golden lightning column dropped from the sky and accurately struck Punk Hazard's defense barrier. The violent explosion shook the entire island. It is worthy of being the research holy land of Punk Hazard. The ships in this world are all sailboats, but you have even put on an energy shield. Moria's shadow continues to grow, blackout shadow. In an instant, continuous powerful attacks were launched. Even if you were a cow, it was useless. Amidst the deafening explosions, the barrier shook violently and cracks spread like a spider web. The barrier shattered in just a short time. Enemy attack. Tesoro sneered, the golden ring flashed, and the water in the entire sea area suddenly surged and turned into a huge golden wave. Advertisement, golden divine punishment, wave attack. As the guards' shouts rang out, golden waves hit the island. Without the protection of the barrier, the steel walls collapsed like paper. The ground suddenly transformed into flowing gold, instantly imprisoning countless Marines. Tesoro descended on the golden waves, a sneer on his lips. Gentlemen, the captain orders that tonight's Punk Hazard become history. Dozens of white figures rushed out from the depths of the island, their eyes behind the masks as cold as knives. Rhett felt that he rarely saw black suits, but only white suits. There was nothing he could do about it. CP9 was a special agent department within the CP organization, responsible for carrying out various secret missions, including intelligence gathering and undercover operations. How could you arrange undercover operations with only 8 people? But then again, a dozen CP0s don't seem to be enough. The tall man in the lead raised his hand and waved it, and the air instantly twisted. CP0's highest order, annihilate the invaders. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already appeared in front of Tezulo. Finger gun. Tesoro did not dodge or evade, and the golden armor instantly covered his entire body. Clang, amid the loud bang of metal colliding, Tesoro took a half step back, but a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is that all the strength you have? As expected of an elite, he used that move instantly. Iron body. Tesoro clenched his 5 fingers, and the gold on the ground suddenly rose up and turned into countless spikes that pierced through the body of the CP0. Blood splattered, but the opponent actually used his life to forcibly heal the wound and rushed forward again. Annoying bug. Tesoro snorted coldly, and the golden field was fully opened, and the gold of the entire ship began to resonate. On the other side, Enel was besieged by 3 CP0s. Tempest kick. Dozens of slashing blows intertwined into a web, blocking all of Enel's escape routes. Enel simply scratched his ears, then vanished in a flash of lightning. 200 million volts, Thunder God. The golden Thunder God descended, shattering the earth with a single blow. Without even a scream, the 3 CP0s were reduced to charcoal. Chapter 114. Laboon. The battlefield in Moria is even more bizarre. Shadow horn gun. The shadow condensed spear pierced through the chest of a CP0, but the opponent suddenly split into 2 people, attacking Moria from the left and right. Fruit ability. Moria grinned, and the shadows beneath his feet suddenly expanded. Shadow warrior. Strangulation. Before the split CP0 could get close, his own shadow grabbed his throat and the sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly. Laboon inherited Rhett's job in Roger Pirates in this team, responsible for cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers. The Marines were horrified to find that the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. What is that? A huge blue whale rushed out from the blood mist. Although it was not as big as in the sea, it was definitely not small. Laboon's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He growled and slapped the ground with his tail fin, sending gravel flying towards his opponent. Woo, translation. Crush them. A Commodore raised his long sword and roared, open fire. Focus on that whale. Bullets rained down like a torrential rain, but were deflected the moment they touched Laboon's skin. Tesoro had already coated it with a layer of golden armor. Laboon was unharmed and instead accelerated its charge, like a chariot out of control. The mist lifted Laboon into the air, the aerial fortress. Laboon, like swimming in the sea, became vague. How could there not be terrifying creatures in the scarlet blood mist? Laboon, the giant in the fog, hee. Can Laboon float at such a size? It can after awakening. Aokiji can freeze giants, so why can't Rhett lift Laboon? There's a dense blood mist under Laboon's belly, propping it up. To put it in a more vivid way, it's like a hot air balloon under your butt, carrying you up, and you have a large fan to fan the air and control the direction, which is Laboon's tail. It looks like it's swimming, breaking the barrier that prevents Laboon from getting ashore after becoming so large. That's right, Rhett is Laboon's venue. Laboon's attack increased by 2000, defense increased by 2000, sensitivity max. Laboon is represented by attack. Bang, the first row of Marines were sent flying like bowling pins, the sound of bones cracking audibly audible. Laboon spun, sweeping the dozen or so soldiers who had attempted to surround it into the wall, causing masonry to crumble and clouds of dust to rise. A monster. The Marines tried to strike back, but Laboon was faster. It leapt up, its massive body blocking out the moonlight and casting a shadow over the entire square. Advertisement, Ola, towards the peacock. Laboon's fins vanished into shadows, and each punch carried the terrifying power of the Sea Kings, sending flaming cannonballs flying. Soldiers were sent flying like rag dolls, some embedded in the wall, others knocked unconscious. A CP-0 gritted his teeth and drew his sword, his blade covered in armament hockey, slashing straight at Laboon's back. Go to hell, you beast! Laboon didn't even look back, and suddenly flicked his tail fin. Bang! CP-0's sword blade broke, and he was thrown dozens of meters away, crashing through 3 walls before stopping. Laboon flicked its tail fin and blew out a puff of water in disdain. Woo! Translation. Too weak. Rhett. Who taught that? Laboon is taunting too. It can't be me, right? Rhett walked forward slowly, blood mist swirling around him. 5 high-class-looking CP-0 agents stopped him, their voices hoarse and resolute behind their masks. Bloody Dawn, your ambition ends here. Rhett chuckled, and a blood mist suddenly rose. Mist god style. 1,000 needles. The mist condensed into countless blood-red needles, pouring down like a rainstorm. The 5 CP-0s hurriedly dodged with their razors, only to find that Rhett had vanished without a trace. In the back, as one of them turned, the blood mist transformed into a giant palm and slammed him into the ground. The other tried to resist with his iron body, but the blood mist corroded his armor, and he screamed and turned into bones. Warm reminder. Don't blindly Iron Body. Iron Body has high confidence, and relatives shed tears. The remaining 3 stood back to back, their observation hockey fully activated, but they still could not catch sight of Rhett. Mist God style. Mist Shinobi slash. A cold voice came from the fog, and 3 heads shot up into the sky. The battle is undoubtedly a crushing victory. Rhett and his group walked on Punk Hazard Island. It must be said that the quality and overall combat effectiveness of the Marine are completely not on the same level as the Marine branch. But the same thing goes, as long as it is not 3 admirals plus Garp at the same time. Advertisement this time, this place, Super Rhett is simply invincible. Rhett blasted open the heavy metal door, and the blood mist corroded the defense systems along the way. Inside the laboratory, scientists in white coats retreated in fear. One of them trembled and shouted, "Who are you? This is directly under the world government. You talk too much nonsense." Rhett raised his hand, and the blood mist instantly wrapped around his throat and lifted him up. "Where's Vegapunk? He left a long time ago. This place is just a storage place for abandoned projects now." Rhett narrowed his eyes, a blood mist rising. Then it's useless. He clenched his 5 fingers, and the walls of the laboratory collapsed instantly. Countless experimental equipment turned into scrap metal under the erosion of the blood mist. He couldn't understand the data, but he recognized the big red deletion success signs on the screen. Tezulo stood behind him, gold flowing on the ground, assimilating the structure of the entire base. Now, as Tezulo's strength increased, we can already find tiny traces of gold in the ground. The underground detection range is quite large, a bit like Gara looking for sand on the ground. But there is no way to turn it into gold. As expected, the gold content of Tesoro is high. We have finally gotten rid of our dependence on a large amount of gold environment. Totally destroy it? Of course. Rhett sneered, but before that. He didn't believe that Vegapunk had left. He must be on this island. Anyway, the fog covered the entire island, so he could look for it slowly. Sure enough. Rhett's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "We found you, our researcher. Let's go, this place is worthless. You mentioned talent, and the thing that Pirates King lacks the least is talent." Vegapunk was running towards the sea, a chain made of blood mist tied around his ankle. Mr. Vegapunk, we have no ill intentions. Why are you running? Rhett slowly emerged from the fog. This was also done intentionally by Rhett. With Vegapunk's physique, if Rhett was not careful, he would turn into water in minutes. We really don't have any ill intentions. We can also provide the funds that the world government is offering you. Why not consider it? Rhett suddenly looked up at the sky, and the blood mist instantly hid himself. This was Rhett's instinctive reaction as he entered combat mode. A streak of golden light streaked across the sky. Kizaru appeared overhead, his laser sword precisely severing the blood mist chains wrapped around Vegapunk's ankles. How terrifying! The bloody dawn actually attacked an old man. Rhett emerged from the blood mist, a dangerous smile on his face. The Marine Admiral personally escorted you. How did you get here so quickly? Can you please give me some face? Kizaru pushed up his sunglasses. This gentleman is very important to the world government. Chapter 115 5 Elders. You. Let's go back in time. Kizaru has always been Vegapunk's protector. Today, his warship came to Punk Hazard to dock with Vegapunk. It was such a coincidence that the Den Den Mushi suddenly lost contact, and the overwhelming blood mist made it really hard to guess who had arrived. Kizaru immediately used a special Den Den Mushi to contact Sengoku, who then contacted the 5 elders. Now the Den Den Mushi on Kizaru is powered on. What a hassle. Kizaru muttered lightly. How can I play with two bosses staring at me? Admiral Kizaru, you're a rare visitor. Rhett's voice was low and teasing. But do you think you can take someone away from me? Kizaru shrugged. He knew he couldn't win alone, but he couldn't lose with his words. Golden light condensed on his fingertips. Give it a try. Golden light and blood mist collided violently in the sky above Punk Hazard. Kizaru's laser sword cut through the thick fog, but at the moment of touching Rhett's body. Bite. Rhett's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Kizaru slashed behind him. The golden laser sword has already slashed towards Rhett's neck. Clang. The blood mist condensed into a blade, blocking Kizaru's slash. The moment the two forces collided, the air burst into a sharp buzzing sound. Kizaru's strength was not something his current crew could handle, but Rhett still found it easy and enjoyable to fight Kizaru. Dunk inside Kizaru Admiral. Rhett chuckled. Nice speed. It seems that Kizaru has learned his lesson after being beaten so many times. Next time I appear in front of you, won't you explode? The blood mist suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny blood needles that shot towards Kizaru like a rainstorm. Yada mirror. Kizaru's figure flashed, and he shuttled between the gaps of the blood needles, but a few blood mists still brushed against his body, leaving corrosive scars. What a troublesome ability. Kizaru looked down at the wound, his tone still lazy, but his eyes had become sharp. Kizaru's teleportation is based on the refraction of light, but Rhett's fog can also be refracted, so Kizaru should have an advantage. The difficulty lies in the fact that the refraction of Rhett's fog is controlled by Rhett, the observation hockey is suppressed, and the armament hockey must always cover the skin to prevent corrosion, which increases physical consumption. Rhett can also appear and disappear in the fog, which is why Rhett said that fighting Kizaru, an admiral, is easy and enjoyable. Advertisement. Rhett didn't give him a chance to breathe. The blood mist swept in like a wave, blocking Kizaru's retreat. Aim no Kurosakumo sword. Kizaru put his hands together, golden light surged, and a huge lightsaber swept out, splitting the blood mist. But Rhett was no longer there. Where are you looking? A cold voice sounded beside Kizaru's ears, and the black-tide great sword condensed into a blood mist. Mist god flow. Nirvana. Boom. Kizaru barely turned sideways, and the light speed kick collided with the greatsword, and the shockwave of the explosion knocked Kizaru back. Kizaru landed on the ground, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. That was when he was just knocked away, while Rhett stood firmly and completely crushed him. Seeing blood oozing from the corner of Kizaru's mouth, the mist had basically entered Kizaru's body. Shab Ali, winner decided. Rhett wins. Organs are the hardest parts of the body to train. Mr. Admiral, how much longer can you hold out? Rhett approached slowly. If you keep fighting, you might not be able to escape. Alas, we're all civil servants. There's no need to risk our lives. At the critical moment, Kizaru's body suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. Rhett gathered mist in his eyes and slashed at Kizaru's position with a sword. The bright light blinded everyone for a short time. When their vision returned, Rhett cleared the fog from his eyes. Kizaru had retreated 100 meters with Vegapunk in his arms, but there was a bleeding wound on his right abdomen, and the blood had begun to turn slightly purple. The golden Den Den Mushi in my arms suddenly rang. Kizaru answered the call breathlessly, and the voice of the 5 elders came out. Borsellino, give the phone to Rhett. Rhett raised an eyebrow and took the Den Den Mushi. Nasu Juro's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Red Dawn, Rhett, enough is enough. Oh, that's pretty fast news. Rhett played with his Den Den Mushi. Isn't this the respected god of finance? Why the hell are you yelling so loudly? You think you're my boss. You bark like a dog all the time. I've been putting up with you for so long. Be careful or I'll crush this Den Den Mushi by accident. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and then Saint Satan took over. We can stop our crackdown on your industry. In exchange, the Punk Hazard incident will be over. Hey, you attacked me first. Why are you acting like I attacked you first? Nasu Shulongsheng's voice returned to normal. The world government can provide some convenience for your industry and will no longer hinder its development. That should be fine, right? Rhett, don't go too far. Advertisement. Everyone carries the fancy sedan chair. Rhett originally planned to take 4 or 5 of them before the 5 elders would negotiate with him. Rhett glanced at Vegapunk. It seems that Vegapunk has a great importance in the hearts of 5 elders. As expected of someone who is 800 years ahead of the world, he is far, far ahead, second tone. It would be best if we could take Vegapunk away, but at present, it seems that 5 elders attaches great importance to Vegapunk. It's too troublesome to take them away, so let's just give the world government some face. It's good enough that the 5 elders surrender. A Vegapunk can only do this much. Rhett's blood mist slowly receded. He stared at the seriously injured Kizaru, who was still protecting Vegapunk, and suddenly grinned. Okay, but, the blood mist suddenly erupted into a giant palm and slapped towards the distant research institute. I'll take the interest. As the last laboratory collapsed, Rhett turned and walked towards the side of the ship. Tell Sengoku, if you touch my property again. He turned back and showed his white teeth. Next time, hum. Kizaru looked at the backs of the people from Bloody Dawn as they left, and finally he could no longer hold on and knelt on one knee. Vegapunk supported him. Your injury. Aiya. Kizaru smiled weakly, but there was a little joy in his eyes. Looks like I'll have to take a long vacation. That was genuine merchandise, no cheating, and the 2 bosses watched him fight to the death. It's been over a week since the punk hazard attack, and the news is all over the place. Sengoku slammed his fist down on the desk, and the heavy wooden surface instantly cracked with spiderweb-like patterns. Who leaked the information that Borsellino was seriously injured? You could tell Sengoku was about to explode with rage. The marshal's table is also a highly consumable item. Akainu sat nearby, cigar smoke curling around his stern face, a dangerous glint in his eyes. What's wrong with the 5 elders? If even the admiral is seriously injured, how can the marines threaten the sea? Aokiji, who was not dozing off, leaned against the window, staring at the distant horizon, saying nothing. He pushed his glasses up and calmly analyzed, this intelligence leak is clearly the world government's warning to us. Marines' recent crackdown on the underground black industry has affected the interests of too many people. Sengoku sneered, his fist slowly clenching. So, they're using Kizaru's injuries to beat up Marine. That's ridiculous. Are they crazy? Akainu stood up suddenly, stomping his boots on the floor. Marshal. Sengoku took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as a knife. Pass the order. The Marines' next move will remain the same. Investigate those who need to be investigated, arrest those who need to be arrested. But he sighed helplessly. If there is a background, just let it go. Sora, who was sitting nearby drinking tea, shook his head and said, Sengoku, you still haven't learned enough. They can die, but it's just a little more troublesome. Okay, we've rested enough, it's time to go back. The world government's control over Marines' military revenue makes Marines' justice seem so helpless. Chapter 116 It's you, Tezulo, Enel. Rhett Perona and Laboon were eating and drinking in the restaurant. Tezulo stood aside, his tone amused. It seems our gift is giving both the Marines and the world government a headache. Rhett chuckled and glanced at the newspaper on the table. Marine Admiral Kizaru is seriously injured and recuperating, and Punk Hazard Research Institute has been relocated due to an experimental accident. Sengoku really didn't disappoint me. How could the ruler of the world be so submissive and docile? He tilted his head back and drank the wine in his glass. The Marines and the world government are fighting internally. Our chance has just begun. Tessero, where did this Morgans go? Rhett leaned back in his chair and asked Tessero. I have to say that as the Pirates King's biggest intelligence provider, he dares to say anything. His ability to escape is really strong. Rhett believed that he was not the only one looking for Morgans, but it was outrageous that he couldn't find him. As a time traveler, Rhett certainly knows the power of public opinion, but it's very annoying when he can't find it. We're not the only ones trying to find Morgos. It's normal that we can't find him. If he could be found easily, he would have died long ago. That makes sense. Rhett was thinking about the 6 more famous ones in the Pirates King underworld. The King of Usury, Dufield, the original plot of a loan shark is really average, so you can deal with it according to your mood. Stussy in the entertainment industry is the Queen of Fun Street, but she is actually one of the world government's senior agents, CP0. In fact, he is a clone of Vegapunk, but what does this have to do with Rhett? He is not one of their scientists. This Rhett couldn't be moved for the time being. He had just made an agreement with the 5 elders, and then turned around and had his pawn plucked out. The benefits it brought were not appropriate, but he just needed a reason. Rhett set his sights on the shipping king, Umit. This old guy is also quite powerful. He was present during the early construction of Cake Island and even participated in the transportation of celestial dragons' food. Rhett stood up and looked at Tezulo. Tezulo, take Enel with you. He's been complaining about not fighting last time. Let's go. Visit the shipping king. Rhett grinned. Remember, I don't want cooperation, I want annexation. He's not qualified to cooperate with me. Dozens of merchant ships were docked at the massive cargo port, workers busily loading and unloading goods. In an office on the top floor of a tall tower, Umid was reviewing the account books, a cigar in his mouth. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light outside the window. Advertisement. Boom. The entire floor-to-ceiling window exploded, and a wave of gold surged into the room, instantly transforming the floor into a dazzling golden color. Umit stood up suddenly, dropping his cigar. Tesoro. The Golden Emperor walked slowly on the golden waves. It should be said that since Tezulo came to Sky Island, his style has become more and more high-end. He is worthy of being Rhett's deputy captain. Wherever the deputy captain goes, he is shining with gold. Following behind him was Enel, whose body was wrapped in lightning. Good evening, King of Shipping, Tezulo smiled. Our captain feels, your business is due for a new manager. Umit's face was gloomy. He secretly pressed the alarm button under the table, but found no response. Enel scoffed. Don't bother, old man. I've cut off the entire building's power supply. Besides, your men are practically gone. Pressing the emergency button won't help. You, Bloody Dawn, are too arrogant. Umit suddenly jumped up, his suit bursting to reveal his muscular body, his fists covered with armament hockey. Lousy has been able to get to where he is today, not because of. Boom. The entire high-rise building of the shipping headquarters trembled violently in the lightning, and the glass curtain wall exploded instantly. You talk too much nonsense. I don't want to hear it from you. Umit's figure suddenly retreated from the smoke and dust, with blood slightly flowing from the corner of his mouth. Tisk, the old thing is quite resilient. Enel sat cross-legged on the suspended thunder drum. But, in front of God. He suddenly disappeared, and appeared above Umit's head the next second, with his right foot wrapped in lightning chopping down like a battle axe. Thunder Metal God's whip. Umit crossed his arms to block, his armament hockey hardened and he fought with all his might, but the moment of contact, he was blasted into the lower deck. The entire floor collapsed, and he fell into the cargo hold. Hundreds of sealed cargo crates exploded in the shockwave, and scattered all over the sky was seastone powder. Ha 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 ha. Umit stood up from the ruins and wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. Didn't expect it, kid. Lousy has been transporting munitions for 20 years, how could he not have some trump cards? He grabbed a handful of powder and sprinkled it into the air. The specially treated particles actually formed a dust wall that blocked lightning. Enel's pupils shrank, and his lightning teleportation suddenly lost its effect. Umit seized the opportunity to leap forward, his muscles bulging and shattering his suit, revealing his scarred body, the title of the King of Shipping. But it's made of the bones of pirates. Advertisement. The iron fist covered in armed color tore through the fog. Enel hastily raised the golden staff to block, but the punch blasted him and the staff through the three-layer steel wall. Tezulo, who was watching the game from a distance, raised an eyebrow. Oh. There's some fun to be had. Deep in the ruins, Enel pushed away the steel beam that was pressing on him, and his gold earring broke in half. Suddenly he burst into laughter. Interesting. Very interesting. The thunder drum spun wildly behind him. Enel is very annoyed now. Although he looks very embarrassed now, he is not actually injured. But he will definitely be laughed at by Rhett and others if he looks in his most embarrassed state. He has already thought of the expressions of Moria, Rhett and others. 200 million volts of thunder. With a roar, Enel's body suddenly expanded and turned into a giant condensed from pure lightning, dozens of meters tall. The lightning was raging, and the entire port was illuminated like daylight. You really thought that Umit's seastone powder mist wall was Rhett's blood mist. In the face of such high-voltage lightning, you were also shattered by the impact. What? Umit's pupils shrank suddenly. He retreated hastily, trying to create distance. In front of God, your struggle is meaningless. Enel's voice in the form of Thunder God was filled with suppressed anger. He raised his hand and a lightning pillar with a diameter of several meters fell from the sky and struck Umit directly. Boom. Umit barely managed to cover his entire body with armament hockey, enduring the blow head-on. However, the immense force still sent him plummeting into the ground, cracking the ground and sending clouds of dust billowing. He coughed up blood, his arms trembling slightly from the burning of the lightning. Who wouldn't light it up? Ace, right, asterisk caret underscore caret asterisk. It's not over yet. Enel sneered, and in the form of Thor, he lightly tapped his fingers, and countless lightning snakes sprang out from the ground, surrounding Umit. Thunder metallurgy. God's judgment. The lightning snake instantly shrank, transforming into a massive cage of lightning. Umit was trapped within it, the intense heat of the lightning making it difficult for him to even breathe. He gritted his teeth and tried to break through with armament hockey, but the lightning's intensity far exceeded his imagination. Damn it! Umit roared and punched the cage with all his strength, but it only made the lightning come back even more violently. Enel looked down at him condescendingly, his eyes filled with disdain. With this little ability, you're worthy of being called a king. There only needs to be one king in the world, and that's our captain. Chapter 117. Woohoo, Tesoro is stable and at ease. He raised his hand, and the lightning cage began to compress. Umit's body was squeezed little by little, and his bones made a sound of being unable to bear the weight. Wait, Umit finally showed a look of fear. We can talk. What does Bloody Dawn want? Shipping business. I can give up half of it. Enel scoffed. The captain said that what he wants is annexation, not cooperation. If you die, the shipping business will be ours, that's the most important thing. Umit looked at Enel and waited for his next words. You actually made me so embarrassed. The lightning cage closed completely, and Umit's screams were drowned out by the lightning. After a moment, the cage dissipated and Umit fell to the ground, his body charred, and fell asleep. Enel released his Thor form, landed lightly on the ground, and clapped his hands, done. Tezulo came over from a distance, glanced at the sleeping Umit, and said with a smile, well done, but isn't the noise a bit too loud? Enel shrugged. The captain didn't say to keep a low profile anyway. Tezulo shook his head and laughed, then took out a Den Dan Mushi. Captain, mission accomplished. Umit has agreed to hand over all shipping business. Rhett's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Very good, the next step is to integrate the resources. I leave it to you, I leave it to you. Hey, Laboon, I'm scissors and your paper. Hurry up and get the dried fish. Tezulo shook his head. I understand. He put away the Den Dan Mushi and looked towards the distant port, which was in ruins due to the battle. He muttered, now, the underground world must be shaken to its core. It looks like another major project. Then it's time to get to work. He raised his hand, palm downward, and golden ripples spread from his fingertips, directly finding the vault where Umit was still sleeping like a baby. Gold dominates, all things are assimilated. Instantly, the wreckage of buildings, shattered ships, scattered cargo, even the dust in the air, destroyed by Enel's lightning was coated in a brilliant golden hue. Under Tessero's power, the entire port was transformed into a golden kingdom. Hey, this is too exaggerated, right? Why is the layout the same as the captain's? Enel raised his eyebrows. Although he knew Tessero's ability, he couldn't help but be amazed every time he saw the gold transformation of this scale. Advertisement. If Rhett were there. If the card player doesn't set up the scene, you are not pure. Tezulo ignored his teasing and snapped his fingers lightly. Golden domination, reorganization. The gold on the ground flowed like liquid. Collapsed buildings rose from the ground, shattered ships were restored to their original state, and even the decks scorched by lightning were brand new. In just a few minutes, the entire port was transformed from a ruin into a gold trading center even more luxurious than before. Now it won't be difficult to repair. Tesoro nodded with satisfaction. That's really hockey, Tezulo. Enel himself had no concept of money, he thought it was very cool. Again, Tesoro is stable and reassuring. He walked slowly towards Umit's office, his observation hockey spreading, and the entire building's internal structure was clearly visible under his perception. 3 hours, it only took Tesoro 3 hours. After reading all of Umit's account books, transaction records, customer lists, and the location of the secret warehouse. I see. Tezulo narrowed his eyes. This guy's business is even bigger than I imagined. He's even involved in the transportation of supplies for the world government and Charlotte Linlin. He turned to look at Enel. Captain is right. By annexing Umit's forces, our shipping network can directly cover the entire new world. Enel yawned and said, take your time, I'm going back to sleep. He was being carried around like a coolie, but it was because his heart network was so strong. Oh, being invincible is really lonely. Tezulo smiled and didn't stop him. He picked up the Den Dan Mushi and dialed another number. Bakara, have the financial team from Golden City come here immediately and take over all of Umit's businesses. Also, notify all middlemen in the underground world. From today on, Bloody Dawn has the final say in shipping business. Although the matter was handled secretly, Tesoro and the other two were already here in Umit. Oh, advertisement. No, I have been staying in the new base of the Scarlet Dawn Pirates for a month, handling all of Umit's businesses. But this month, the other people in the dark world couldn't sleep well. In the dead of night, a black merchant ship without any flag quietly docked on a secluded island in New World. Inside the towering castle, candlelight flickered, and around the round table sat several gloomy-looking dignitaries, the kings of the underworld. Bloody Dawn, it's moving faster than expected. Field, the king of loan sharks, bit his cigar and tapped his fingers on the table in annoyance. That old fellow, Umit, couldn't even hold out for 3 hours. Funeral parlor magnate Draco Pyrocro sneered, it seems the so-called shipping king is nothing more than that. Don't be so quick to mock. Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy sipped her red wine, a sharp glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. The Bloody Dawn's annexation of Umit means that their tentacles have extended into our territory. Do you want to be swallowed up one by one? There was a brief silence in the room. So, what should we do? Warehousing magnate Kibuzan said gravely, are we just going to sit there and wait for them to devour us one by one? Cooperate. Stussy put down his glass and said calmly, on our own, none of us can defeat the Bloody Dawn. Cooperation. Field scoffed. Do you want us to band together for warmth, or do you want to take advantage of this opportunity to find out our true strengths so you can claim credit for us to Rhett? Stussy smiled slightly and remained noncommittal. The world government had already given her a task to curb Rhett's development as much as possible. Enough. Pyrecrow slammed the table. Now is not the time for internal strife. The threat of the Bloody Dawn is imminent, and we must come up with a countermeasure. Countermeasures. Ha. Kibitson sneered, even Kizaru suffered at the hands of Rhett. How can we fight him? Depend on your funeral home business to deliver a coffin to him. You. Pyrecrow glared at him. Join the Crimson Dawn. Field slammed the table and stood up, shaking the cigar ashes all over the floor. Are you crazy? That guy won't consider us allies at all. He will just swallow us up like he swallowed Umit. At the round table, warehouse magnate Kibuzan's face was gloomy, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the tabletop as he whispered, but do we have any other choice? Even the Marine Admiral can't do anything to Rhett. What can we use to fight back? The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Oh, coward, sneered funeral parlor magnate Draco Pyrecrow. Thinking of surrendering before the fight even begins. Even if the Bloody Dawn is powerful, can it possibly destroy us all at once? Chapter 118 Rushing to deliver fragments. The problem is, they'll destroy them one by one. Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy sighed softly, haven't you seen what happened to Umit yet? What do you mean? Duffield narrowed his eyes. Stussy didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked around at everyone and said slowly, some of us are already starting to waver. Who? Pyrecrow's eyes sharpened. Gibson in the warehousing industry, and, some, partners, in loan sharking. Stussy looked at Duffield meaningfully. Dufield's face suddenly changed, and he stood up suddenly. Stussy. Stop stirring up trouble here. Whether it's an attempt to sow discord or not, you know it clearly. Stussy sneered, my people have discovered that several of your important clients have been frequently involved in Crimson Dawn's businesses recently, and you, acquiesced. You. Duffield was extremely angry, but he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. Because he knew that Stussy was right. The meeting ended in a bad mood. 3 days later, on an inconspicuous trading island in New World, a man in a black cloak walked quickly through the shadows and finally stopped in front of a merchant ship without any flag. Password. The guard on the ship asked in a low voice. Bloody Dawn, eternal night without light. A hoarse response came from under the cloak. Rhett. No, man, when did we ever have such a cool slogan? The guard nodded and stepped aside. The man stepped onto the deck, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting a cold light beneath his hood. It was none other than Kibuzen's trusted confidant, the financial manager, Abacus, Azang. This was a self-made name. I couldn't find out who worked under him. Inside the cabin, Tezulo sat cross-legged on a golden throne, fiddling with a gold coin bearing the world government emblem. Bakara leaned aside, her red lips raised slightly. It seems our guests have arrived. Azang took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, and presented an encrypted account book with both hands. Master Tesoro, this is the coordinates and passwords of all the secret warehouses under Master Kibozen's name. No, this is the coordinates and passwords of all the secret warehouses under Kibozen's name. The Golden Emperor flipped through the account book and looked at him with a half smile. Oh, I remember 3 days ago, your boss was still conspiring with other kings to fight against us. Don't forget, even without the Shipping King Intelligence Network, Rhett is still the undisputed king of the underworld. Deputy Azang stood there stiffly, cold sweat soaking his back. Tezulo's words were like an invisible blade, piercing through his carefully prepared disguise. He forced a smile, his voice trembling slightly. Master Tezulo, what do you mean? Our boss is really. Advertisement. Are you serious? Tezulo paused and turned his head. His golden pupils flashed dangerously in the shadows. Then why are the 3 most important arsenals missing from this list? Azang's pupils suddenly contracted. How could he know? The locations of the 3 warehouses were only known by Kibuzen and his 3 most trusted confidants, and even he only knew the specific coordinates of one place. You seem surprised. Tezulo slowly turned around, and the golden ground suddenly squirmed, transforming into chains that entangled Azang's legs. Do you think our intelligence network at the Bloody Dawn would miss such a trick? Money. It has power beyond your imagination. It can buy everything you want. Azang's expression changed completely. He ripped open his suit, revealing a tiny den mushi hidden within its lining, and roared, our plan is exposed. Execute Plan B. Boom. In the shadows of the port, dozens of lurking snipers opened fire at the same time, and seastone bullets poured down like a rainstorm. However, the bullets suddenly stopped 1 meter away from Tesoro. A layer of flowing golden barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking all attacks. It's really boring. Tezulo sighed and raised his fingers slightly. Golden domination. Gallows. The ground instantly turned into liquid gold, and dozens of sharp golden spikes rose from the ground, piercing all the snipers in the dark. Screams rang out one after another, and blood flowed along the gold. Azang's face turned pale as death, and he stepped back tremblingly. No. Impossible. Our plan clearly. It's obviously perfect. Bakara chuckled as she stepped forward, a golden coin between her fingers. What a pity, some of you have already rebelled. The coin flipped, revealing Azang's pale face. Do you think Kibuzen sent you here to truly surrender? She parted her red lips and spoke the cruel truth. No, he already reached an agreement with Stussy, to use your life to test our bottom line. You must be curious about how we know this, but we can't tell you. Azang was struck by lightning and staggered to his knees. Tezulo turned around, and the golden chain wrapped around Azang's neck. He snapped his fingers, and the golden chain suddenly contracted, and Azang's screams stopped abruptly. At the same time, on an island thousands of miles away, Kibuzen stood in front of the munitions warehouse and laughed triumphantly. Fool Tesoro. Do you really think I will surrender? They must be searching those fake warehouses now, and the real munitions have long been. Kibuzen, get out here for this god. Advertisement. Enel's voice came from the sky, illuminated by the lightning. Kibuzen's laughter stopped abruptly. He turned around stiffly, his pupils suddenly contracting. Boom. The roof of the warehouse was split open by violent lightning, and Enel was suspended in the air, surrounded by thunder drums, looking down at him from above. You. Kibuzen's voice trembled. How could you find this place? Enel scratched his ears, looking impatient. So much nonsense. He lightly tapped his fingertips, and a bolt of lightning struck down, instantly turning the bodyguard beside Kibuzan into charcoal. I will give you 3 seconds. Kibuzan's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. #+#=. Kibuzan was no match for Enel and he had no intention of resisting at all. Take our little bird Doflamingo as an example. With the strength of Shichibukai, he became the Joker of the underground world. You should know that these things are not good things. If they are not strong, they would have been eaten to pieces. Therefore, it is inferred that their strength may be slightly weaker or equal to Doflamingo. Enel's current strength can easily defeat Doflamingo. 1. Wait, I can explain. Kibuzan waved his hands in panic. It was Stussy. She forced me to do this. 2. I can help you. I know Stussy's plan. She's going to. 3. Boom. Lightning pierced through Kibuzan's chest, his expression froze in horror, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Enel curled his lips. Who wants to listen to your nonsense? Mission accomplished. Enel lazily pulled out his Den Mushi. Hey, Tessero, it's done here. On the other end of the phone, Tezulo chuckled. Thank you for your hard work. He just mentioned Stussy. Bring him back for interrogation. Enel looked at Kibuzan who was lying on the ground. He seemed to be a little dead, but it was not a big problem. Do some sit-ups for me. Chapter 119 Treat me as a good citizen. In the top floor office. The Den Mushi in front of Tessero imitated Rhett's lazy expression, waiting for his report. Captain, Kibuzan has confessed. Tezulo said with a hint of amusement. Interestingly, they mentioned that Stussy is trying hard to prevent the other kings from cooperating with us, and even offered advice to unite them against us. I've found out that Stussy may have ties to the world government. There was a moment of silence from the Den Mushi, followed by Rhett's low laugh. Ha, it's more than just a connection. The Queen of Pleasure Street is actually from the world government. Tezulo raised the corner of his mouth slightly, raised his finger slightly, and pushed an encrypted document in front of him. He flipped open the file and said slowly, I had Bakara confirm it, and the information is true. Stussy was not only involved in the conspiracy, but he also secretly guided Kibuzan to set a trap, trying to test our bottom line. Interesting. Rhett's voice still held a smile, but the warmth had dropped. 5 elders just finished talking to me about cooperation, and then they turn around and have CP0 do something. Do they really think I'm a good citizen? Tezulo chuckled. Do you want me to visit Happy Street? Don't worry about it. Rhett's voice was eerily calm. Since they like playing dirty, I'll play something more direct with them. Happy Street. Stussy stood in front of the French windows on the top floor of Paradise City, gracefully swaying her red wine glass with a calm smile on her lips. She had just received news of Kibuzan's failure, but she wasn't surprised. The Crimson Dawn's intelligence network was indeed difficult, but she had achieved her goal. The 5 elders are right. Rhett is indeed an uncontrollable variable. She murmured to herself, however, as long as I continue to incite chaos in the underground world and hinder its development. Bang! The entire floor-to-ceiling window exploded, and glass fragments flew like rain. Stussy's pupils suddenly shrank, and she retreated instantly, but a chain condensed from blood mist had already wrapped around her ankles and pulled her to the ground. Good evening, Stussy. Rhett slowly emerged from the blood mist, a cold smile on his lips. I heard. You're looking for trouble with me. Stussy suppressed her shock and quickly put on a charming smile. Master Rhett, what brings you here? Our Happy Street has always been. Forget it, Rhett interrupted, sealing off the entire room. I know you're CP0, and I know what the 5 elders want you to do. As for why they didn't point out that Stussy was an undercover agent of Vegapunk, they did it to avoid offending people. Stussy's smile froze on his face. Rhett tilted his head, his eyes cold. Since they like to say one thing to my face and another behind my back, I'll make them understand. He raised his hand, a blood mist suddenly rose up, and screams rang out one after another. Advertisement. Treat me as a good citizen, but there's a price to pay. The neon lights along the entire Happy Street flickered in the blood mist, and then went out one by one. Rhett stood at the highest point of Elysium, overlooking the glamorous streets below. His blood mist spread like a tide, engulfing every corner. The nobles, laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by screams one after another. What's going on? Why are the lights out? Guards. Where are the guards? Ah, what's that thing floating in the sky? Blood mist wrapped around their throats, and the corrosive mist seeped into their skin, suffocating them in pain. Rhett's eyes scanned the crowd coldly, a cruel curve at the corner of his mouth. On Pleasure Street tonight, you can only enter and leave. A king of a member state, dressed in a gorgeous gown, was flirting with a dancer in his arms when suddenly his smile froze. His skin began to fester, and blood mist seeped into his orifices. He opened his mouth, but could only make a gurgling sound. Finally, he collapsed to the ground and turned into a pool of blood. The Marine general next to him suddenly drew his sword and roared, "Who is it? Get out!" The next second, his blade was shrouded in blood mist, and the metal rusted and crumbled at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked up in horror, but he could see nothing but the blood mist. Marine. Rhett tilted his head and said to Stussy, "Oh, by the way, you know what? They've been very busy lately, shutting down my properties everywhere." Bloody dawn. Rhett. The Marine commander still had some knowledge. His face turned pale and he turned around to escape, but the blood mist had already wrapped around his legs. Before he could finish his words, the general's body was completely swallowed by the blood mist and he couldn't even let out a scream. Several CP0 agents rushed out from the shadows, trying to stop Rhett's massacre. However, their 6-style moves were useless in the face of the blood mist. Tempest Kick. Finger Gun. The attack penetrated the mist, but could not reach Rhett's body. He didn't even stop, just raised his hand slightly, and the blood mist turned into spikes, pinning the CP0 agents to the wall. Stussy collapsed to the ground, and everything in front of her made her feel dizzy. Advertisement. Nobles, marine generals, underground middlemen, even a few pawns planted by the world government, all turned into ghosts in the blood mist. Completion. Her fingertips dug deep into her palm, blood oozed out, but she felt no pain. Happy Street is the hub of the underground world and the largest entertainment venue. The people who died here tonight were linked to countless interest chains, nobles of the allied nations, high-ranking marines, pirates. If these people died, I would definitely not survive. War, chaos, power vacuum. The order that the world government has worked so hard to maintain may not collapse, but there will definitely be a lot of protests. After all, these dignitaries are not willing to gamble on whether Rhett's mist will fall on their heads. Stussy raised his head suddenly, staring at Rhett, his voice hoarse. Do you know what you are doing? Rhett tilted his head, blood mist lingering around his fingertips, and said frivolously, I'm cleaning up the trash. The death of these people will cause the entire ocean to plunge into riots. Stussy gritted his teeth. Join the Congress to riot, and the world government will not let you go. It seems the world government won't let you go either. Rhett smiled, but his eyes were icy cold. Don't the 5 elders like to play dirty? Then I'll help them and cause complete chaos. I want to see if they still have the energy to take care of my affairs. Stussy felt cold all over. She finally understood. Rhett didn't care about the struggles in the underground world or the so-called balance of the ocean. He is forcing the world government to make a choice. Either give up suppressing him, or watch the whole world fall into chaos. Madman. Completely madman. But Stussy is a smart woman after all. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and then slowly stood up, although her legs were still shaking. Lord Rhett. Her voice was no longer charming, but rather firm. I admit, I underestimated you. Rhett raised an eyebrow, seeming a little surprised by her reaction. But have you ever considered this? Stussy looked him straight in the eye. The world government won't compromise. They'll only use more extreme measures against you. Chapter 120. Not negotiation. It's a threat. Oh, Rhett looked at her with interest. Like, for example, Stussy slowly raised his hand, his eyes filled with hope, and pointed out the window. The admiral of the naval headquarters is on the way. As if to confirm her words, on the distant horizon, a warship was parked in the distance, smoking. Kizaru. Rhett wasn't panicked at all, his smile widening. Ah, you just realized it. Kizaru actually came not long after I killed him. Maybe the ship broke down. Look at that big smoke on the ship. It seems like he won't be here for a while. When will he come? It's hard to guess. Stussy's fingers froze in midair, the hope in his eyes extinguished bit by bit. The golden light in the distance did indeed stagnate on the sea surface, and even the outline of a warship could be vaguely seen, but as Rhett said, the ship showed no sign of approaching. Her heart sank to the bottom. World government. Then her next reaction was that Vegapunk also gave up on her. The 5 elders had no intention of saving her, and they might have even arranged with Kizaru to make him, just, late. And she was just a pawn used to appease Rhett's anger. Stussy suddenly chuckled, a hint of madness in her voice. She slowly withdrew her hand, her nails digging deep into her palm, blood dripping from between her fingers. I see, she muttered to herself, I actually naively thought that I was important. Rhett tilted his head and looked at her, blood mist swirling around him, covering his face. The Dragon King twisted his mouth and said, this is a lie. Rule number 1. In the Scarlet Blood Mist, don't believe everything you see. Tips for interpersonal communication +1. Stussy took a deep breath, and suddenly. Bang. She knelt heavily on her knees, resting her forehead on the cold floor, her voice trembling but clear. Lord Rhett, I submit. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Oh. Advertisement. Stussy raised her head, and there was no longer any charm or calculation in her eyes, only the anger of being abandoned and the purest desire to survive. I know all the secrets of the world government, CP0's deployments, the 5 elders' plans, even Geoise's defensive weaknesses. She spoke rapidly, fearing Rhett would dissolve her into blood in the next second. I can be your most loyal pawn, all I ask is, my life. Rhett stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Interesting. He slowly squatted down, the blood mist condensed into a sharp dagger at his fingertips, and gently lifted Stussy's chin. But didn't you just say that the world government wouldn't compromise? Internally, Rhett is the funny big brother, externally, Rhett is the well-deserved emperor. Stussy's breathing almost stopped, Rhett's strong pressure almost suffocated her. But she forced herself to look Rhett in the eye. They will, if the chips are high enough. For example, you. Stussy gritted his teeth. I'm a top CP0 agent. Happy Street's intelligence network spans the globe. I will strive for the best interests for you. The world government will definitely negotiate. Stussy is now desperately trying to prove his worth. Rhett narrowed his eyes, as if trying to gauge the truth of her words. She is a smart woman and has not leaked any information about Vegapunk until now. The current situation is that she will definitely not be able to stay in the world government, but staying with Rhett may be of some use. After a moment, he chuckled, retracted the dagger, and the blood mist slowly dissipated. Okay, I'll give you a chance. He stood up and looked down at her condescendingly. Now, call 5 elders. Stussy shuddered, but quickly regained her composure. Shakingly, she pulled out a golden den mushi, an emergency communication device that connected directly to Mariajoy, from her bosom. The moment the call was connected, Nasu Shulongsheng's cold voice came. Stussy, how's it going? Stussy's fingers trembled slightly, but her voice was unusually steady, even carrying a hint of cold sarcasm. Nasu Shulongsheng, things. I'm afraid they are not quite what you expected. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the den mushi. Then, Nasu Juro's voice suddenly became gloomy. You betrayed me. Betrayal. Stussy chuckled, his eyes sweeping over Rhett's half-smile, then he slowly stood up, even though his knees were still weak. She took a deep breath, her tone suddenly sharp. No, the world government has never considered me one of their own, right? Advertisement. Den mushi mimicked the expression of Nasu Juro's narrowed eyes. Do you know what you're talking about, Stussy? Of course I know. Stussy sneered. The 5 elders sent me to Pleasure Street. Ostensibly to control the intelligence network of the underworld, but in reality, I'm just a pawn that can be discarded at any time. Like tonight. Her voice was filled with suppressed anger. You could have sent Kizaru ahead of time, but you didn't. Because to you, my life or death is not important at all. What matters is whether you contest Lord Rhett's bottom line. A cold snort came from the den mushi. Foolish woman. Rhett can create illusions. Do you think you can survive by joining the pirates? Stussy was stunned and looked at Rhett. Rhett replied with a smile. Whether you survive or not is not up to you. Stussy turned his gaze to Rhett, a sneer curling his lips. It's up to Master Rhett. She no longer concealed her position, her voice clear and firm. Now, on behalf of my Lord Rhett, I come to negotiate with the world government. Stussy knew that from the moment she made this call, she had no way out. Den mushi's expression froze for a moment, and then Nasu Juro's suppressed anger came. You. First, Stussy interrupted him directly, his tone unequivocal. The world government immediately ceases its suppression of all Crimson Dawn industries, including but not limited to marine operations, underground interference, and economic blockades. Second, from this day forward, Pleasure Street belongs to Scarlet Dawn, and the world government shall not interfere with its operations in any form. Rhett looked at her with admiration again. She was so brave. She still wanted to maintain her current position, but what did it matter? Rhett liked people with ability, just like Doflamingo. There was a loud thumping sound from the other end of the den mushi, as if Nasu Juro's staff had smashed onto the table. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Stussy refused to back down. I'm the Queen of Pleasure Street, one of CP0's highest-ranking agents, and I control the entire underground layout of the world government. Her voice was low and menacing. If you refuse, I don't mind selling this information to the Revolutionary Army. Den mushi fell silent for a moment. Stussy knew that she had hit the 5 elders' most fatal weakness. What the world government feared most was never the pirates, but the Revolutionary Army, which they knew well. Because of Rhett, the Revolutionary Army had a clearer ideological program than the original plot. Especially, after the Revolutionary Army got hold of the world government's dirty dealings in the underground world, the nobles of the member states. After a few seconds, Den mushi's expression changed, and Satan's voice changed. Stussy, you dare to threaten us? No, I'm giving you a choice. Stussy sneered. Do you want to continue to fight the Crimson Dawn head-on, ultimately allowing the Revolutionary Army to reap the benefits, or do you want to take a step back and maintain the balance of power? Den mushi fell silent again. Chapter 121 Marine. We are all living hard. Stussy knew the 5 elders were weighing the pros and cons. She struck while the iron was hot. My terms are already quite generous. If Lord Rhett were to negotiate personally. She paused deliberately. I'm afraid it would be more than this. This sentence finally made the 5 elders waver. A moment later, Nasu Juro's gloomy voice came from the den mushi. We can temporarily stop suppressing the Bloody Dawn. Not enough. Rhett's lazy words reached Stussy's ears. Stussy broke out in a cold sweat, but her eyes also turned completely cold. It's not temporary, it's permanent. You also have to compensate Scarlet Dawn Industries. That's triple the damage caused to Happy Street by this attack because of your poor protection. Probably. Stussy glanced at Rhett, but Rhett ignored her. I don't know how much opaque income there is in Happy Street. I'll leave professional matters to professionals. Stussy will definitely push the limit now. 3 billion in compensation. Wow. Rhett glanced at Stussy. You know, the 5 elders had Marine target Rhett, and only allocated $2 billion in appeasement compensation. It was a common practice for everyone to secretly trip him up and smile on the surface. As long as Rhett showed any sign of weakness, these verbal agreements would be invalidated instantly. This time it was just a test, but as soon as the test was made, Rhett came to the door. Rhett, who made this agreement with you? I'm going to put up with you like a banana stick hammer. Are you crazy? Don't push your luck. This isn't a bargain. Stussy's voice suddenly sharpened. This is a notice. I'm fully aware of Happy Street's profits over the years. Heavy breathing could be heard from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. It was obvious that the five elders had been pushed to their limit. Finally, Saint Satan said coldly. Yes, but Bloody Dawn must promise not to launch indiscriminate attacks on world government bases. Stussy looked at Rhett, who shrugged lazily in tacit agreement. Deal, Stussy said briskly. But if the world government breaks the agreement, next time, the blood mist won't cover Pleasure Street. Rhett suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a playful smile, but Mariajoy. Oh, and considering your past record of breaking promises. Give me a piece of land in Sabayati, I want the entire auction house, and assign me a vice admiral to protect it. It's a marine, not your dog. And if Stussy dies, I'll take it from you. Do you understand? Den Den Mushi's expression froze for a moment, and then the communication was abruptly cut off. Stussy breathed a sigh of relief. Her legs finally gave way, and she nearly fell to her knees. But she quickly regained her composure, looked up at Rhett, and asked tentatively, Master Rhett, how am I doing? Rhett stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Not bad, smarter than I thought. Stussy's tense nerves finally relaxed a little, but she knew that her test had just begun. Advertisement. From tonight on, she is no longer a pawn of the world government, but a pawn of the Bloody Dawn. It seems more dangerous, but also safer. As for how long she can live, it all depends on how long her value can be maintained. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Admiral gathered together. The atmosphere in Marshal Sengoku's office was so heavy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Snap. Sengoku slammed a newly arrived secret report on the table. Crimson Dawn occupied Pleasure Street, Stussy rebelled, the five elders compromised. Sengoku's voice was low and suppressed, each word coming out through gritted teeth. They also asked the Marines to send a vice admiral to guard the auction house in Sabayati. World government, what on earth is it doing? Akainu was about to explode with rage. Lava-like anger threatened to burst forth from those sharp eyes. First, you allowed Rhett to destroy Punk Hazard and reveal Kizaru's serious injury, and now you're allowing him to lay hands on Sabayati. You have to know that Sabayati's land is right next to the Marine. Is this already a blatant surveillance? What's even more ridiculous is that he has to send a vice admiral to protect the place where he monitors the Marines' movements. Aokiji yawned. It seems the five elders have been pushed to their limits. No more tricks are needed. The limit, Akainu sneered. Ridiculous. They're just scared. Afraid of the stupid pirates. That's enough. Sengoku growled, interrupting the argument that was about to break out. He took a deep breath, barely suppressing the rage that was boiling over him. He turned to the silent Vice Admiral Suru and asked, Suru, what do you think? He pushed up his glasses and analyzed calmly. It's not that troublesome, it's just a simple political compromise. The five elders knew full well that the difference between Rhett and the dragon was Rhett's individual strength and team power, both of which were overwhelming for the dragon. If they continued to clash head-on with the Scarlet Dawn, the only ones who would ultimately benefit would be the Revolutionary Army and a few ambitious individuals. Sengoku threw a handful of senbei at the snotty Garp's face. Don't sleep, Garp. So they're using the Marines as a shield. Akainu's voice was thick with undisguised sarcasm. They're letting the Marines guard the pirates' homes. Sengoku was silent for a moment, then finally spoke slowly. The order has been given, and we must carry it out. Marshal. Akainu stood up suddenly, stomping his boots on the floor. What kind of justice is this? Justice. Sengoku chuckled bitterly. Akainu, where do you think our current military budget comes from? The Marines are able to maintain their current size thanks to funding from the world government. If you refuse orders, we'll be the next ones to have our military budget cut. Akainu's fists clenched, but he couldn't argue. Advertisement. So, who should we send? Aokiji suddenly spoke, breaking the brief silence. Sengoku pondered for a moment, his eyes sweeping over everyone present. I'm not going. Akainu interrupted coldly. I won't be a bodyguard for the pirates, and I'm an admiral. Sengoku sighed. Then let Lumbu Vice Admiral go. Lam. Crane frowned slightly. He's certainly suitable. He seems to hold Laboon of Scarlet Dawn in high regard. His attitude of not taking his enemies lightly, coupled with his mature and steady personality, makes him a good choice, but he's still a little lacking in strength. Sengoku smiled wryly. At least he won't just blow up the auction house like some people do. Akainu snorted, but didn't argue. 3 days later, outside Area 1 of the Sabayati Archipelago, the largest auction house that originally belonged to the world government, dozens of Marine soldiers stood in line with solemn expressions. Vice Admiral Lum stood at the front, gazing calmly at the luxurious building before him. Vice Admiral, are we really going to protect this place? A major couldn't help but ask in a low voice, but there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Vice Admiral, can we monitor, should we monitor the Scarlet Pirates' every move? Lum did not answer, but just glanced at him indifferently, and the major immediately shut up. At this moment, the door of the auction house slowly opened. Mr. Tanaka came out with a few of his men, his golden suit gleaming in the sun. Wow, Marine, you're quite efficient. You're reporting in so soon. Lumbu looked at him expressionlessly. I'm stationed here under orders, that's all. Don't be so serious. Mr. Tanaka spread his hands. We are legitimate businessmen, and this place is a legitimate business place now. The corner of Lumbu's mouth twitched slightly. Legitimate businessman. Bloody Dawn. It's ridiculous. But he didn't refute it, only said coldly, the Marine is only responsible for peripheral security. Internal affairs have nothing to do with us. Of course, Mr. Tanaka nodded with a smile, then changed the subject. However, if anyone causes trouble here, I'll need your kind attention. The Marine will handle it according to the law. Lum interrupted him in a firm tone. Mr. Tanaka raised an eyebrow, seeming a little surprised by his attitude, but quickly smiled again. Very good, then I'm relieved. After saying that, he turned and walked back to the auction house, leaving only a group of Marine soldiers standing there. The atmosphere was depressing and awkward. But no one cares, is Marine happy or not? Anyway, Rhett is happy, and the world government is kind of happy too, it's a win-win situation. Chapter 122 Laboon wants a 200 yuan increase. As soon as Tezulo and Enel stepped onto the clouds of Sky Island, they saw a few salted fish Moria. Rhett was sprawled on a sun lounger, his face covered with a newspaper, snoring softly. Laboon and Moria were lying next to each other, also with parasols and juice. The smell of salty fish was really irresistible. Perona was floating in the air, drinking iced juice while directing several zombie animals to make a wreath for Lena. Stella was sitting nearby, smiling and making tea. The fragrance of the tea mixed with the wind and drifted into the air. It's a scene of peaceful times indeed. Tezulo and Enel, who had just returned, seemed a little redundant standing nearby. Tezulo's temples twitched, and he couldn't help but hold his head. We're fighting for our lives in the underground world, and you're enjoying life here. Enel rolled his eyes. I'm exhausted, and now I come back to see a bunch of idiots. Stella heard the noise and looked up to see Tessero. Her eyes lit up, and she put down the teapot and walked over quickly. Welcome back. She gently patted the dust off Tessero's shoulders and smiled gently. Thank you for your hard work. Tezulo's expression softened instantly and he held her hand. Della, wait for me a moment. Tessero walked over to Rhett, who was still sound asleep, and the golden staff was imbued with armament hockey. Bang. Europe. Rhett jumped up holding his head and saw Tezulo. Hey, you're back. Is everything done? Tesoro straightened his suit and felt refreshed. It turned out that the resentment from overtime work could really be released by beating the boss. It's done. Umit Kibuzan is gone, and all his assets have been taken over. Stussy has already been connected and is under my control. Rhett nodded and rubbed the big bump on his head. Hiss. You hit me really hard. Laboon was also woken up at this time. Seeing Tesoro coming back, he took off with a spring and ran over, his eyes full of anticipation and little stars in his eyes. Tesoro took out dozens of bags of special dried fish from the box he brought with him and stuffed them into the small cloth bag on Laboon's back. Laboon walked forward and gave him a big whale hug, then ran back to the lounge chair. Lena couldn't help but laugh out loud, and handed the wreath in her hand to Enel. Lord Enel, this is for you. Enel looked at the fancy wreath with disdain. This weird flower is so ugly. Lena just stared at him without saying a word. Enel put it on his head awkwardly. Humph, I'll take it reluctantly. Enel stood aside, the wreath on her head swaying gently in the wind. Although she said she was disgusted, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Lena glanced at him secretly, covering her mouth and laughing. Advertisement. Rhett looked at this scene and said, Isn't it, buddy? Is there something wrong with you two? How old are you? Do you, a bunch of little brats, know what love is? I, an old man, don't even have a wife. Rhett only thought about these in his mind, and Ruikyu's method of spiritual victory was in force again. Looking at this group of overly relaxed companions, Tezulo finally couldn't help but laugh. Forget it, whatever you want. Stella gently took his arm and whispered, It's nice to relax occasionally, isn't it? A song suddenly popped up in Rhett's mind. If you are compared to a dog, you are the mountain and the flowing water. Rhett broke down and went to circle against the wall. Tezulo nodded, looking at the sea of clouds dyed red by the sunset in the distance, and suddenly felt. This kind of life is not bad. Tezulo also brought back the new newspaper from Morgos organized in a different way. The front page headline of World Economic News. The Bloody Dawn is unstoppable. The underground world is reshuffled, and the king of the new era has risen. Exclusive report from the News of the World. Yesterday, news came that shocked the world. Following the defeats of Shipping King, Umit and Warehouse Giant, Kibuzan, Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy declared her surrender. 3 of the 6 kings of the underground world have been killed, and the instigator of all this, the Bloody Dawn, pirates. According to the video footage exclusively obtained by this newspaper, the core members of Bloody Dawn are Captain, Blood Mist, Blood Dawn, Rhett, bounty of 3.8 billion berries. This is just temporary, there will be big moves later, and it needs to be changed. Please wait until Rhett becomes the emperor to save his life, please, seriously. I don't want to be called old-fashioned anymore. Bounty on Vice Captain, Golden Emperor, Tezulo, 1.5 billion berries. Thor, Enel 990 million Baileys. Moria, Shadow Mage, bounty, 1.02 billion berries. Lena's bounty, 500 million berries. Healer, Stella, bounty of 100 million berries. Princess Mononoke Perona, bounty, 30 million berries. Laboon bounty. 1,000 Baileys, 1 cloth equals 20 Joes, hey. Advertisement. President Morgan's sharp comments. According to our agency's data, the Crimson Sea Pirates' share of the underground industry is close to half. More importantly, the captain of the Crimson Dawn Pirates is the spearhead of the former pirate king Roger Pirates, and even within Roger Pirates, he is far ahead in strength. Rhett. No buddy, have you ever seen that time? Just write it, although it's not wrong to say spicy. The Crimson Dawn Pirates may become the new king of the future, and we may witness the arrival of a new era. While other pirates are still fighting for territory, Bloody Dawn has already declared in the most arrogant way, they not only want the power of the underground world, but also want to rewrite the rules of the new world. This is the king of the world. Rui. Special. Bonus. We hope Mr. Rhett will like our new title for him. We feel that the homophonic name, Feiwu, is no longer worthy of your current status. In Sky Island, Rhett snatched up the newspaper, his eyes widening. 3.8 billion. As old Sengoku crazy. That's almost as much as I killed 12 dragon people. Are celestial dragons really that worthless? A brief aside, Rhett's bounty increased by 1 billion with every celestial dragon he killed. Perona floated in the air, stamping her feet angrily. Why do I only have 30 million? Are those marines broken? Lena came over, pointed at her own wanted poster, and whispered, why is my photo still this one? My hair is all messed up by the wind. Enel snorted coldly, lightning flashing around him. A mere 990 million. Marine has no idea of my power. Enel is still quite resentful. If they can get over the 1 billion mark, they will be in Shichibukai. Alas, they are only 10 million short. They are so angry. No matter whether your strength is far superior to Shichibukai, you are not now. In fact, he killed them too quickly. The strong ones all started from the sky, and the news of Den Dan Mushi could not be spread, which made people feel that he was really weak. Tezulo took an elegant sip of his wine and glanced at his bounty. 1.5 billion, not bad. Laboon. Woo. Stella gently patted Laboon's head. It's increased by at least 200 Baileys. Rhett suddenly slammed his hand on the table and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Scarlet Mist is not worthy of me. Morgans, this old bird, is still a wise man. Then he gritted his teeth and said, where the hell is this guy? Don't let me catch him. I have been looking for news fragments for a long time but I can't find them. I am going to collect other fragments myself soon. The other fragments probably can't be gathered together. The world government is not blind. It can reach the current level thanks to Rhett's youth and strength, who can control the situation. Again, the more strength you demonstrate, the more territory you will seize. The world government can tolerate wealth being in the hands of everyone, but it cannot tolerate wealth being in the hands of one person. The more you hold, the stronger you will appear. Besides, the plate was too big and there were too few people available, so all of Tesoro's confidants had been sent out. Damn, that old bird Morgans really delayed his collection. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Chapter 123 I directly upgraded and strengthened plus 20. There were more requests for updates at noon today than yesterday. It made my body warm, and I'm in a good mood to update more. After a period of waiting, the doctor made a pure gold ring for each of them. Laboon's and Perona's rings were confiscated and kept by Stella. Rhett is referring to the Akatsuki organization in Hokage, where each person has a character, but no cloak is given. The Bruma Jackson set sail again. Old tie, Charlotte Linlin has been getting married like crazy lately. Do you think she could post a message for us as well? Logically speaking, it should be given to us. Even those other minions have gone there, so there's no reason not to give it to us. Do you need me to investigate the reason? Rhett waved his hand. Hey, I'm just kidding. I once went to her house with the Pirates King to fight twice and almost flattened his cake island. She wanted to strangle me to death, how could she possibly send me an invitation? Oh, and that little worm Kaido, he doesn't like me either, so if you see him, run away quickly. The strongest creature, Kaido. How did the captain turn into a small worm in your mouth? Also, I advise you not to have any inappropriate thoughts. Our power is growing. You are not allowed to cause trouble on Cake Island. I am very busy now. Rhett clenched his hands. He really had this idea. If the sea doesn't come to me, I will go to the sea. Anyway, I have offended everyone. Hey, Rhett suddenly remembered that in the future, after Luffy goes to sea, if he wants to board Raftel, he will have to find Charlotte Linlin again. Hey. Who made her have it in her hand? Looking at Rhett's smirk, Tezulo knew his captain was up to something dangerous again. He sighed and rubbed his temples. Captain, you don't really want to go to Cake Island, do you? Rhett chuckled and swung the black-tied greatsword in his hand. Hey, old tie, what's the point? I always thought we'd go to Raftel sooner or later. What do you mean by, Rob? I'm going to borrow. Besides, doesn't that old lady Charlotte Linlin hold tea parties all day? I'm going to help her out. Tezulo. Inner thought. Oh no, this lunatic is really going to go, should I beat him up? At this moment, Rhett suddenly frowned and weighed the black-tied greatsword in his hand. Strange, why does it feel a little lighter? I felt a little lighter when I cut Zephyr. Enel floated over and glanced at him. Captain, what nonsense are you talking about? Advertisement. Rhett. I'm in great shape. Lena came over and carefully touched the blade. Could it be that the sword feels lighter because the captain has become stronger? Tezulo thought for a moment and said, Captain, how about we go to Sword Forge Island and make some adjustments? Since the rings are already made, it wouldn't be a problem to upgrade the weapons at the same time. Rhett thought about it and agreed. After all, this old friend had been with him for so many years, so he should be given a break through promotion. Sword Forge Island. Enel raised an eyebrow. What kind of good swords can there be in a place like that? Tesoro flipped through the nautical chart and explained, Sword Forge Island is the Grand Line's most renowned weapon forging site. Swordsmiths on the island have passed down their craft from generation to generation. It's said that 4 of the 12 supreme swords were forged there. Rhett's eyes lit up. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. The Blood Dawn ship slowly sailed into the harbor of Swordforge Island, the air filled with the scent of scorching metal mixed with the sea breeze. A massive furnace stood in the center of the island, its crimson flames illuminating the sky. The harbor is moored with all kinds of ships, from simple fishing boats to warships flying the marine flag, all of which speak of the special status of this island, the holy land of swordsmen. This place is different from Sabayati. Sabayati is maintained by the default order of marine pirates. Everyone here is a swordsman. This order is created by slashing with one sword. If you ask me to fight with you with a sword and you are not polite, you are doomed. Wow, this place is quite lively. Rhett stood at the bow and grinned, carrying the black tide greatsword. Tezulo flipped through the logbook and explained, Swordforge Island is not only a holy place for forging, but also a testing ground for swordsmen. The swordsmiths here are all masters of swordsmanship. If you want them to forge a sword for you, you must defeat them. Does it take a beating? That's strange. Will the captain be in danger? Lena became even more timid after getting off the ship. To put it simply, Enel snorted coldly, it's just about chopping something for them to see. You don't need to do anything, just follow behind this god. Rhett. At the entrance to the port, a huge stone tablet stands, engraved with ancient words. No one except sword masters is allowed to enter. Beside the stone tablet stood a burly, one-armed old man, a simple long sword dangling from his waist. He raised his eyes slightly, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Say your names and demonstrate your swordsmanship. This is not a place for novice swordsmen. Advertisement. Rhett grinned and took a step forward, Captain Rhett of Bloody Dawn. The old man said expressionlessly, the rules are simple. Use your sword, without using armament hockey, and purely using sword energy, to leave a mark on this, sword testing stone. He pointed to a huge black stone next to the stone tablet. The surface was as smooth as a mirror, and several sword marks of varying depths could be vaguely seen. Tezulo whispered, that's black iron. Due to the natural geographical location of this island, its hardness is comparable to sea stone. An ordinary swordsman can't even leave a scratch on it. Rhett whistled. Interesting. He lifted the black tide greatsword with one hand, and a blood mist slowly wrapped around the blade. However, he did not swing the sword immediately. Instead, he tilted his head and looked at the old man. Old man, if you break this stone, do you want compensation? The old man sneered and said, if you can cut it, all the swordsmiths on Sword Forging Island can forge a sword for you. Make a deal. Rhett's eyes glared, and a blood mist suddenly erupted. The black tide greatsword transformed into a stream of dark red light and fiercely slashed towards the sword testing stone. Mist god style. God avoid. The captain leads the way, what can I lose? Boom. The sword energy was like a rainbow, and the sword testing stone cracked into a hideous gap, with broken stones flying everywhere and smoke and dust rising. The old man's pupils suddenly constricted, and his one arm subconsciously tightened its grip on the hilt of his sword. The previously noisy harbor suddenly fell silent, and all the swordsmiths and swordsmen cast their gazes upon him. When the smoke and dust cleared, Rhett, carrying his sword, asked with a grin, old man, have I passed this test? The old man was silent for a moment, then slowly made way. Please. Perona flew in the air and patted Laboon on the head. That old man is so scary. Rhett couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's worthy of being the sword forging island. Look at them. This is what you call professionalism. Chapter 124 Succubus Rhett. There are so many requests for updates today. The readers are so considerate. The young author is sensible. If you told me that I was secretly updating a chapter now, wouldn't you be furious? Bubble sound, brother. 10,000. Rhett had just stepped onto the cobblestone road of the town and hadn't taken 2 steps when he was stunned by the scene before him. Boom. The blacksmith shops on both sides of the street suddenly opened their doors, and dozens of swordsmiths rushed out like hungry wolves, their eyes glowing green, holding hammers, pliers, and unformed sword blanks in their hands, rushing towards Rhett frantically. Lord Bloodmist Rhett, let me forge your sword. Choose me, choose me. My blacksmithing skills are among the top 3 on the island. Bullshit. You can't even make an axe with your lousy skills. Lord Rhett, my ancestors made swords for Longma. Rhett backs away slowly. Hey, 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 get out of here, you bastards. If you pull my pants again, I'm going to attack you. The eyes of these swordsmiths were shining. Being stared at by a group of sweaty men with bright smiles and sharp eyes, even a strong man like Rhett felt a chill down his spine. Tezulo's mouth twitched. This isn't quite the same as the cold swordsmith you promised me. Enel stepped back. What the hell are they? Lena hid behind Enel and said weakly. They are so enthusiastic. An old swordsmith with a white beard, who gave Rhett his first impression, a dwarf craftsman, walked over with a serious face. Rhett thought, there are still some decent people out there. He leapt forward and hugged Rhett's legs, tears streaming down his face. Lord Rhett, the power of your divine evasion sword is simply perfection. Let me forge a sword for you. I swear on my beard that I will forge a peerless sword worthy of you. Rhett. Old man, please let go. No, not unless you agree to let me forge the sword. Quote. The scene was extremely chaotic at one point. The swordsmiths even started pushing and shoving each other in order to compete for the qualification to forge swords for Rhett, and they almost started fighting. You have to know that the strength displayed by Rhett is definitely far beyond that of the great swordsman. They like to forge swords and they are not secluded on the island. The Crimson Dawn pirates are so famous. A swordsman who will never lose his hard work, his swords will surely go down in history. In their eyes, Rhett is simply a perfect customer. My forge is the hottest. Advertisement. My quenching technique is perfect. I'm the most handsome. Rhett held his forehead and said, what the hell is going on here? Something strange seems to have gotten in there just now. At this moment, the one-armed old man guarding the gate snorted coldly, his voice like thunder, shut up. In an instant, all the swordsmiths were as quiet as chickens. The old man stepped forward and said to Rhett, these idiots are bothering you. But. He paused, then suddenly pulled out a beautiful forging atlas from his pocket. Take a look at this design. What do you think? I've been researching it for 20 years, waiting for a great swordsman like you to realize it. Rhett. Tezulo. Rhett shouted, enough, I'm not here to make a new sword, I just want to strengthen my sword. Then he took out the black-tide greatsword from the blood mist. Rhett couldn't stand it any longer, and suddenly pulled out the black-tide greatsword from the blood mist, and stabbed it into the ground fiercely. Boom. Spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground, and a violent blood mist swept out, instantly pushing the surrounding swordsmiths back several meters. Listen up, Rhett said with a dark face, Lousy is not here to make a new sword. He patted the blade of the black-tide greatsword, this old friend has been with me for more than 40 years. Today I am here to upgrade it. Whoever dares to rush at me again. The blood mist suddenly condensed into a ferocious ghost face, Lousy will throw you all into the sea to feed the fish. Rhett never considered getting a new sword. This was an agreement between men. But strengthening requires recasting the sword. Rhett is very confident in his old friend, and he further adds new materials to the original materials to achieve a stronger state. This is also a very common forging method. The swords made will also be named after black-tide or something, because it becomes the work of two people. If the embryo is not good enough, or the swordsmith who strengthens it later is not skilled enough, it will be impossible to strengthen it. No swordsmith will refuse to let his children go further. The whole street fell silent in an instant. 3 seconds later. The swordsmiths were not scared away, but became even more fanatical. They stared at the black-tide greatsword with green eyes, like hungry wolves seeing a fat sheep. Tezulo held his forehead and said, this group of people is hopeless. Enel had retreated 10 meters away. I refuse to stay with these lunatics. Advertisement. The one-armed old man suddenly stepped forward, examining the black-tide greatsword seriously. The blood patterns on the blade are perfectly natural, and the armor's color temperature is perfectly maintained. He looked up suddenly. Is this the work of old giant hammer? Didn't he close his forge? Rhett knew that his black-tide greatsword was very powerful, and he also thought that the uncle who gave him the greatsword was very powerful. I didn't expect it to come from Sword Forging Island. The one-armed old man looked very serious, and Rhett immediately felt something was wrong. Could it be that the uncle who gave me the gift met with an accident? My mind has already started to recall the encounter with the uncle, the little ghost's heavy sword has no edge, and the great skill is not skillful. Rhett stared at the one-armed old man, who did this? Conquerors was unconsciously released. The one-armed old man gritted his teeth and said, that B************* D just came to talk about his great sword a few days ago. The one-armed old man turned to the side and said, oh, old one-armed man, how did you know that my black-tide greatsword is quite famous? He must be a great swordsman. Turning to the other side. Are you just here to show off, old man? Turning to the other side, he said sarcastically, yo, are you here to show off, old dongzi? When the emotion reached a peak, the one-armed old man even tucked his lips to the side twice, as if he was disgusted by something. The one-armed uncle suddenly stopped his sarcastic performance, his eyes becoming sharp. He reached out and stroked the blade of the black-tide greatsword, his rough fingers tracing the blood veins, as if reading the sword's memory. The rest of it is still very durable, but the current weight is no longer suitable for you. The one-armed old man grinned. But since you are here, we can make it heavier, so heavy that even you will feel heavy. Rhett's eyes lit up. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Guigi is professional. He hasn't even asked for anything yet. Professional. The one-armed uncle suddenly raised his hammer and pointed it at Rhett. I heard that old man bragging about your great physical strength, like a monster. Then, molten steel, is definitely suitable for a monster like you. Nugget steel. This material is very special. It can increase its weight by absorbing the user's physical strength. However, because it only increases weight without increasing hardness, it requires a large amount of sea stone. A very large amount. The one-armed uncle turned and pointed to the crater in the center of Swordforge Island. Originally, this material is quite useless, but that old man said your body is different from ordinary people, so I think it may be just right. Then I'll go prepare the sea stone. Rhett felt like the quest NPC had given him a quest. The old man with the broken arm picked his nose and said, "Oh, no need. I have enough sea stone here. You just need to prepare the money." Rhett bared his shark teeth. "Then what do you mean by emphasizing the need for lots of sea stone?" The old man let Rhett shake him. "I'm just proving I'm better than that old man. He didn't put sea stone in there because he's considering it might be used by someone with special abilities. I can put up a barrier outside. That's the difference in strength." Rhett was completely upset. These two old men were really convinced. "Then let's get started, Master. I'll leave the black-tide greatsword in your hands." Chapter 125 Rhett. I am almost suffocating, thank you for the gift of black bean cake. Punch the test sponge with all your might. Show me how strong you are. Rhett used all his strength and punched the sponge hard. The sponge was directly punched through by Rhett. As if he had expected this, the one-armed old man took out a bigger piece. Bang! It's worn again. Rhett wanted to apologize. After all, it was not good to be shot through. As a result, the old man turned his back on me. Get out, get out, get out. The one-armed old man swung his hammer, shooing Rhett and his group out like flies. You're just wasting my time in there. He grabbed all of them and threw them out the door, his eyes filled with love for weapon forging. Rhett stumbled as he was pushed. Hey, that's my sword. It belongs to Lousy now. The old man slammed the heavy iron door shut. From inside, the sound of the door being locked could be heard. Come back in 3 days. Outside the door, all members of Bloody Dawn looked at each other in confusion. Enel's forehead veins bulged. As this old man looking for death. This god will use a thunderbolt. No, no, no. Rhett quickly stopped him. Rhett was used to it. It wasn't the first time he was thrown. Oh, I didn't click on you, Uncle Tom. Don't worry. Perona floated in the air, licking her lollipop leisurely. That uncle looked at the sword the same way Uncle Tom looked at a boat. The Rhett people were really amazed. The apprentice of the old man with the broken arm pushed a small cart and transported seastone in one cart at a time. Rhett turned stiffly and looked at Tezulo. The money we brought should be enough. Tezulo did not answer immediately this time. He was unsure. To be able to store so much seastone, the sword forging island must be very impressive. Seastone is not cheap. I'll ask them to bring some more. I feel like I should post something during this period, but I don't know what. I really envy those who can post dozens of photos at once. Very good, you have already wasted 3 days here. Library. Special. Heartbreaking. Done. When the one-armed old man pushed open the door, everyone was stunned. Advertisement. That posture, that arm swing, that eye glitter, every cell in my body was telling Rhett, come and ask me. Rhett bravely asked, Master, how is my sword? The one-armed uncle did not answer but showed the sword in his arms to everyone, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The black-tide greatsword in his arms had completely changed its appearance. The sword body is dark red like solidified blood, and the patterns inlaid with seastone form a ferocious dragon scale pattern. It is unknown how much seastone is used in the sword body. Turtle, this is too cool. If the previous black-tide greatsword was plain black, now it is a sharp blood red. Here, the old man tossed the sword to Rhett. Try it. Rhett took the sword, and he felt that he could channel his energy into the sword. Boom. The ground beneath his feet collapsed, and the muscles in his entire right arm bulged. What the hell? Rhett looked at the sword in his hand in shock. How heavy is this? The basic weight is 8 tons. The old man stroked his beard proudly, but as long as you infuse the sword with hockey. Rhett thought, and armament hockey surged into the sword. Click, click, click. The blade began to glow slightly red, and the seastone patterns on the blade lit up one by one, and the weight soared wildly. Oh my god, he dow. 15 tons. 20 tons. Stop, stop, stop. The old man shouted hurriedly, Lousy's sword forge is about to collapse. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ Rhett fondled the new sword. Master, this isn't just black-tide anymore, is it? Of course. The old man gave a mysterious smile. Its current name is Black-tide. Blood Dragon Tribulation. The last time Rhett was so excited was when Uncle Tom built the Bruma Jackson. Rhett's eyes were really shining. He was so handsome, so childish, and he loved it so much. Tesoro, hurry up and bring the money up. Tezulo shook his head and motioned everyone to follow him out. Advertisement. A merchant ship flying the flag of the Crimson Dawn pirates had already docked at the port of Swordforge Island. Before Rhett could figure out what was going on, Tezulo spoke up. From what I can tell, this is a top-quality sword. Please see if there's enough Baileys in this boat. If not, I'll call 2 more. This made the master stunned. He originally thought that collecting some money for food would be enough. After all, it really emptied his family's funds. But when he thought that his sword might surpass the 12 works in the future, he didn't care anymore. Unexpectedly, this pirate group was even richer than he imagined. The master did not hesitate or push, but simply waved his hand and accepted all the money and the ship, and then drove away Rhett and his men. Rhett stood at the bow of the Nirvana, looked towards the Swordforge Island, and scratched his head with a smile. Oh, I owe you another big favor. This is not just about buying goods. Seastone is in high demand outside, otherwise Kaido would not have been able to grow so quickly by selling seastone. All the materials are prepared by masters, which saves Rhett a lot of time and energy. Rhett stood on the deck, his fingers rubbing the hilt of Black Tide, Blood Dragon's Tribulation. The 8-ton base weight would seem like a terrifying burden to others, but to him, it was as natural as breathing. Friction, friction, friction. Here you can refer to Uncle Tom's state when he saw the treasure tree atom. Hehehehe. My, oh my, this weight. Captain, you've been staring at that sword and grinning like an idiot for half an hour. Tezulo couldn't help but complain. You know what? Rhett whirled around, his eyes gleaming with a frenzy. The feel, the weight, the killing intent, it's a waste not to chop something off. I'm feeling terrible right now. It feels like, you do a big dunk and break the backboard, there is no one around, and when you ask the whole school to inform and criticize you, the school says they don't blame you. Enel floated over and glanced at him. I'm always available to practice with you. You. Rhett curled his lips in disgust. You can't withstand a few of my blows. It's not satisfying at all. Lena suggested quietly, why don't we go find Kaido? The captain might not be satisfied. Tezulo objected immediately. Even though Kaido is very strong, he's still far behind our captain. Rhett paced back and forth irritably. Truly, there were only a handful of opponents he could muster. That jerk Newgate was nowhere to be found. That old fox Sengoku definitely wouldn't go along with him, and he probably couldn't even beat Garp. Damn, was there really no one keeping Garp under control? That was way over the top. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's right. Who? Brother Rayleigh. Rhett excitedly slapped the side of the boat. That old guy must be living off his plate in Sabayati right now. Tezulo held his forehead. You don't want to. Men. Change course. Rhett raised his greatsword, a blood mist swirling around him. Let's go to Sabayati to reminisce with the first officer. Vice Captain, it's really not my fault. It's because you are Sabayati's fixed NPC. Chapter 126 Yo, Brother Rayleigh, thank you for your personal gift. Bang. Rhett pushed open the door of Shaki's bar, carrying the Black Tide, Blood Dragon Tribulation, on his shoulder, and blood mist swirled around him. He was really worried that Rayleigh and Shaki wouldn't see it at first glance. Rhett had a smirk on his face. Uncle Rayleigh, Sister Shaki, yo, you guys are asking me what's wrong with this Black Tide greatsword. In the bar, Rayleigh was drinking. When he heard the familiar voice, his hands trembled and the glass almost broke. Shaki, cigarette in hand, looked up with a smile. Hey, isn't this our little Rhett who loves to pass 8 trigrams? Rhett swaggered over to the bar and sat down. From now on, if you're used to seeing it by the nickname, Black Tide Greatsword, or Blood Dragon Tribulation, you can leave a message. I'm using the Black Tide Greatsword now. The Black Tide Greatsword rested on the table with mist. Sister Shaki, after all these years, how come you are still so beautiful? Don't try to be ridiculous. Shaki flicked the ash off his cigarette. As an information dealer, I've seen countless famous swords. This one is truly exceptional. All it lacks now is pure fame and the nurturing power of hockey. Can that be called a rumor? Rhett said innocently. That's reasonable speculation. Rayleigh smirked and pushed a glass of orange juice in front of him. Drink your drink, kid. Rhett curled his lips and looked around. Speaking of which, old man, let's have a fight. I came all the way here. Just as he finished speaking, the curtain of the bar's kitchen was lifted, and Fisher Tiger came out with a tray of food. Who was saying? His eyes met Rhett's, and they both froze. Rhett. Tiger's eyes widened. Tiger. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Why are you here? Tiger put down his plate and said with a wry smile, I'd like to ask Uncle Lay for help. Rhett suddenly realized that Tiger climbed up Mariajoy, rescued the slaves and became a hero. It turned out that it was during this time period. Rhett said that even if Tiger was powerful, with the slave rebellion in chaos, it was impossible for so many to escape. You have to know that that was the Celestial Dragon's home, their base camp. The Valley of the Gods was where Rhett had seen the most celestial dragons. The level of security there was very strong, even though there was marine under rocks influence. With Tiger's current strength, it wouldn't take much effort for Rhett to beat him. Take Rhett for example. If there were users with abilities similar to Rhett's fruit, Rhett was confident that no one would escape from where he was, let alone some slaves who were treated inhumanely. How much of their combat effectiveness would be left? Advertisement. There must be help from a strong person, but why would Brother Rayleigh agree to it? Rhett turned his gaze to Shaki. Shaki blew out a smoke ring and said, it was that little girl Hancock who asked Tiger to come to me. Tiger nodded. I met the 3 Hancock sisters in Mariajoy. They said their eldest sister Shaki would be able to save them because in their world, the eldest sister is invincible. Seeing Mr. Rayleigh here, I feel the chances of success are greater. Rhett suddenly realized that everything made sense. Given his attitude towards his elder brother Rayleigh, it was impossible for him to cause trouble for no reason. Hey. Rayleigh's forehead veins popped out. You're here just in time. Do me a favor, Tiger is planning to climb up the cliffs of Mariajoy and create chaos. Shaki and I will be in charge of the support. You go and help me rescue the 3 Hancock sisters. I'll consider it a favor to you. You can hide yourself in the Valley of Gods. You should be stronger now, right? Of course I can help Brother Rayleigh, but these 3 Hancock sisters are not even related to me, so why are they owing me a favor? Hey. Of course Rhett doesn't care. One reason is that Rayleigh believes in Rhett's ability. The other one who has the deepest relationship is definitely the 4 founding members of the Roger Pirates, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Rhett. They have been like brothers for a long time, so there is no need to be polite to each other. If they were polite, Rhett would feel that there is a gap between them. Rayleigh's forehead vein popped out. A-hole brat. Just kidding. Rhett grinned and approached Tiger. Hey, Tiger, can you really climb up? It will be easier if you step on my fog. Before Tiger could answer, Shacky smacked Rhett on the head, who was taunting Rayleigh. Okay, little Rhett, consider it a favor. Use your energy to help me find my sister. It hurts. Rhett covered his head. Shacky, your grip is stronger than Garp's. Of course, this is just Rhett pretending. Rhett really likes the feeling of being with his family. The only people who can really treat Rhett as a child are these few people who have watched Rhett grow up. Rayleigh sighed and poured Rhett a glass of wine. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do this time? Rhett took the glass and his expression suddenly turned serious. One thing. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 13, the open space in front of the coding workshop. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and looked at Rhett, who was eager to try. He sighed helplessly. You little brat, my old bones can't stand your torture. Don't give me that. Rhett excitedly brandished. Black tide, blood dragon tribulation, a blood mist swirling around the blade. Brother Rayleigh, you don't know, I haven't fought a single hard battle since I got it. I'm almost suffocating. Come on. Advertisement. Rayleigh's lips curled up slightly. Looks like there's no way to avoid it. Of course. Rhett slammed his sword into the ground, sending a bloody mist surging like a wave. Let's see if you've lost any ground over the years, Captain. Rhett took the lead, and a blood mist instantly enveloped the entire area. Unlike before, the mist now held a hidden danger. Each wisp of mist carried a paralyzing toxin. A more corrosive one could have been used, but they were only fighting among themselves. Give me your armament hockey. Mist god style. Blood dragon dance. The blood mist condensed into dozens of ferocious dragon shadows, rushing towards Rayleigh from all directions. This is the move that Rhett thought of when he came here. My ship is so cool, my sword is so cool, and I am concentrating the blood blade, which feels not stylish enough. Anyway, it is just a shape, and Rhett has almost no consumption. Tisk, you've made quite a bit of progress, kid. Rayleigh chuckled, his ordinary longsword covered in jet black armament hockey. But. A flash of golden light. Rayleigh's figure moved between the dragons as if teleporting, his sword precisely splitting them apart. The blood dragon disintegrated and turned back into mist. Rayleigh seemed to have suddenly realized something and suddenly jumped away. Good boy, you are still using dirty tricks in the blood dragon now. The mist that just drifted away, eroded the ground with Madara dots. It's not over yet. Rhett's voice came from the fog. Suddenly, the ground beneath Rayleigh's feet turned into a bloody swamp, and countless bloody hands stretched out, trying to pull him into the abyss. At the same time, a dense stream of blood-red spears rained down from the sky. Mist god style. Blood rain killing formation. Rayleigh's eyes flashed. Pluten waltz. The golden sword energy burst out in a circular shape, and the bloody hand and spear were instantly cleared away. But at this moment. Got you. How dare you believe what you saw in my fog? Rhett's true form emerged from the fog behind Rayleigh, and the black tide greatsword chopped down with the weight of a mountain. Clang. Chapter 127. Pirate's King's right hand. You should abdicate. Thank you for the gift of Zanghua. The shockwaves from the collision of the two swords shook the surrounding red trees violently. The ground beneath Rayleigh's feet cracked, but his hand holding the sword was as steady as a rock. Your strength has definitely improved. Rayleigh's glasses reflected the white light, but he suddenly lost his strength and leaned sideways, causing Rhett's épée to lose balance. Rayleigh seized the opportunity and smashed the hilt of his sword into Rhett's abdomen. Ah! Rhett flew backwards. Rhett stared at Rayleigh standing in the distance. Oh my god, is Rayleigh, who is still in his prime, so hard to beat? This is his prime, not his 70s or 80s in the original plot. Are these old things from the past all monsters? I seem to be a remnant of the world. Never mind, Rayleigh, today, I'm determined to chop it off. Tesoro and others who were watching the game were stunned. As this, the strength of the pirates, Vice Captain. Lena covered her mouth. You old B****************, you still love to act so pretentiously. You must have felt bad for that move just now. Rhett swung the black tide greatsword fiercely, instantly unleashing 9 slashes of sword energy, mist god style secret technique, blood prison dragon's nest. The blood mist in the entire area surged wildly, transforming into 9 giant blood dragons circling into the sky. The black and red lightning of Conqueror's hockey dances all over the body of each blood dragon. I directly Conqueror's entanglement, heartbreaking, trying to find an abstract howling emoticon package. Rayleigh finally showed a serious expression. Hey, this quality is too unfair, it's a monster. 9 blood dragons pounced down at the same time, and the sky and the earth changed color. At this moment, Rayleigh vaguely saw Shacky rushing into the battlefield. This was not a simple illusion, but directly affected his judgment, making him subconsciously think that it was Shaki, causing him to attack a little slower. Pluton Amaterasu. The golden sword energy turned into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky. When the light dissipated, all the red trees within a radius of 100 meters were broken in half. Ground collapse, Pirates King's daily life, artificial basin. What happened? A pirate stumbled out of the tavern. It's Pluton Rayleigh, someone screamed, pointing at the golden sword energy rising into the sky in the distance. He's fighting someone. The marine patrolling Sabayati, the colonel, pale-faced, clutched the Den Mushi and said, "Quick. Notify headquarters. A powerful warrior capable of confronting Pluton Rayleigh has appeared in Sabayati." The two men stood at the bottom of the pit, their swords facing each other. Not bad, kid. Rayleigh laughed breathlessly. I knew it was an illusion, but I subconsciously believed it was real. I don't even know when you poisoned me. Rhett was also extremely tired, and collapsed to the ground, but he laughed heartily. You old pretentious idiot, you don't care if I poisoned you or not, you can't bring yourself to lie down in front of Shaki. Ha 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 ha, but I won. Advertisement. Oh, old man Rayleigh is already old, we can't let him lose face like that. Oh, not strictly speaking, we can't let him lose face in front of Sister Shaki. Rayleigh sheathed his sword, but he felt something strange and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was Rhett forcing the mist out of Rayleigh's body. If Rhett wanted to be serious, Rayleigh would be either dead or seriously injured. Don't forget, Rhett also has a big skill, he can absorb the opponent's physical strength to restore himself. Rayleigh was relieved. He knew Rhett hadn't used his full strength, but he still said, wait until you can withstand 10 of my moves first. Huh, old man Rayleigh, we just fought for 300 rounds. That's me letting the water go. Bullshit, your arms are shaking. Under the setting sun, an old man and a young man, they walked noisily towards Shaki's bar. The spectators looked at each other in bewilderment, who had won? They saw Rayleigh spit out a mouthful of blood, and Rhett fell to the ground, and they couldn't hear what he said. Shaki looked at the two men, covered in wounds but still grinning happily, and sighed, you two, scare away all the customers in my bar. Pay, we'll pay. Rhett waved his hand proudly and turned to Tezulo, old tie. It's up to you, it's up to you. Tessero nodded. In front of outsiders, Tessero never refuted any decision of his captain. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and suddenly asked, speaking of which, you promised to help Tiger. Don't worry. Rhett patted his chest, it's just a trip to Mariajoy. He leaned closer to Rayleigh and lowered his voice, but brother, when are you and Shaki going to have a baby? I can't wait to be an uncle. Bang. Rayleigh and Shaki shot at the same time, and Rhett was hammered directly into the floor. Enel scratched his ear and looked at the captain who was being beaten by mixed doubles. Should we go in and rescue the captain? Tezulo calmly lit a cigar and said, wait a little longer, until he's beaten up. Under the night sky of Sabayati, the crew of Bloody Dawn, Rayleigh, and Shaki sat around a makeshift bonfire. Tiger grilled the fish, which really refreshed his stereotype of Rhett. You know, Rhett was really domineering when he was on the Fishman Island. This man who could fight Pluton to the point of heaven and earth collapsing was now fighting with Rayleigh for the last piece of barbecue in a very unpresentable manner. Hey, stinky old man, I baked that. Do you understand respecting the elderly and loving the young? I didn't see you getting any older when you were fighting just now. Advertisement. Shaki watched the scene with a smile and whispered to Tiger, don't worry, with them here. Mariajoy's plan will definitely succeed. Rhett took a sip of his drink and turned to look at Tiger. Hey, Tiger, I have a question. Tiger, his cloak covering his face, flipped the fish on the grill. He looked up at the words and asked, what? Why would you risk saving those human slaves? Rhett asked bluntly. From what I've heard, the Fishman Island doesn't have a favorable impression of humans. The crackling bonfire illuminated Tiger's determined face. He put down the grilled fish and said in a low but firm voice. Brother Rhett, after the old king led us to victory in the revolution, I also had a bad impression of humans for a while, but when I was captured and enslaved, I understood that suffering knows no race. During my time as a slave in Mariajoy, I saw human children raised as pets, mermen scaled alive, and all races weeping in the same cage. Tiger clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Before the brutality of the celestial dragons, all races are equal, equally miserable. Rayleigh silently poured Tiger a drink. Those kids. Tiger took the wine glass, the images of the three Hancock sisters flashing in his eyes. They called me, Brother Tiger, and shared their last piece of bread with a fishman like me. He drank it all. A world like this shouldn't exist. I know my abilities are limited, so I want to do the best I can. Rhett stared at the campfire for a moment, then suddenly grinned. Interesting. But you have to understand, the world isn't black and white. It's a complex gray. Not every human is trustworthy, and not every merman deserves sympathy. What I mean is, whether you trust someone or not shouldn't be based on race, but on their behavior. Rhett knew that Tiger was betrayed by the humans he saved, and his faith collapsed. He refused the blood transfusion and died. Tiger was stunned for a moment, then laughed and clinked glasses. Mr. Rhett must have his reasons. I will remember this. Rhett jumped up and hugged Tiger's neck. Don't be so sensitive, kid. Nothing is more important than being alive. Tiger nodded heavily. Mr. Rhett, I am ready to bear everything. Tezulo frowned, sensing something was amiss. Captain, you're not planning on going into Mariajoy alone, are you? Smart. Rhett grinned. You guys continue sailing as planned and distract the marine. Lightning flashed around Enel. You must be joking. This god. This is an order. Rhett's eyes suddenly sharpened, and there was no room for refusal in them. Shaki blew out a smoke ring. Little Rhett is right. The Crimson Dawn flag is too conspicuous. The Marines and the world government have countless eyes on you. Even this banquet was only held after Rhett and Rayleigh had cleared out the spies. Rayleigh silently pushed a nautical chart over. The Marines are conducting exercises at G14 in 3 days. Your ships would be best placed to conduct a tour there. Rhett feels that Sister Shaki and Brother Rayleigh are both elites, and the combination of these two powerful people is really scary. Tezulo quickly grasped the idea. To create an alibi. I see. Lena's eyes turned red with anxiety, but Lord Rhett is alone. Who said I'm alone? Rhett suddenly put his arm around Rayleigh's neck with a wicked grin. We still have retired old man Pluden as our backup. Rayleigh. Chapter 128. There's a big fire outside. Are you getting married? Thanks for the gift from Chekai. We keep our promise, and today is another 10,000. Night. Fisher Tiger stood shirtless at the bottom of the cliff. He looked up at Mariajoy disappearing into the clouds, his eyes blazing with fire. Brother Rhett, proceed according to the plan. Rhett lazily sat on the throne made of blood mist. Old Ty, are you sure you don't need me to help you up here? The security here is the least guarded because it's really dangerous. Only when you arrive at the scene can you feel the shock of this cliff. Although Rhett knew that he would definitely climb up, Tiger would be almost finished if he climbed up. Tiger is a big shot. The pride of the fishmen is more than just talk. Tiger grinned, clasped his hands into the crevice, and climbed up quickly like a gecko, disappearing into the night in a blink of an eye. Rhett narrowed his eyes at the shrinking figure and muttered softly, "Tisk," just as stubborn as in the comics. He raised his hand and waved it, blood mist surged around him, and his figure was completely hidden in the darkness. In the second half of the night, Rhett docked at the Mariajoy port, the fog filled his body, making him blend into the night. Explosions and shouts echoed through the night sky as Tiger's beacon fire exploded in the east of the city. The guards rushed east in panic. It's a Murloc invasion. Quickly notify the Knights of God. In the shadows, Rhett swaggered into the port through the fog. The transparent fog spread. Rhett controlled the fog to a low enough concentration. Those who often see fog know that when the fog is thin enough, it cannot be seen, and the images of the Den Mushi monitored along the way will be frozen. Brother Rayleigh's intelligence is really accurate. He glanced at the route map drawn by Shaki in his hand. These two people are really scary. They are beyond the scope. Is there anyone who can take care of them? He tapped the cell at the farthest end of the west wing. The 3 Hancock sisters should be in. Help, help, a childish cry interrupted his thoughts. Rhett frowned and turned around to see 3 human children chained to a corner. Behind them, a celestial dragon was brandishing a branding iron and grinning. The fog suddenly rioted. Hey, trash. Rhett's voice came from behind the celestial dragons. Before the other party could turn around, he was pressed into the wall by a giant hand made of blood mist. Didn't your parents teach you that bullying children will bring retribution? You're so stupid. Didn't you see the huge fire? It's still here. Rhett spat. When it comes to pluck Rhett's heartstrings, celestial dragons are really far ahead. Every time Rhett sees celestial dragons, his heart beats faster. The children's eyes widened. They only saw a pair of scarlet pupils emerging from the shadows, and the next second, all the chains turned into iron sand and fell to the ground. Follow the red mist. Rhett flicked a wisp of mist around the children's wrists. It will take you to the dock. There's a wedding scene. The following is the author's personal setting. This is the reasonable time point to make up for the regret that I can think of, because you can't just go and force a rescue without any relatives or friends. Advertisement. Rhett scanned with his observation hockey. Is that Ginny? 14 years ago, her army was annihilated by the world government, and Ginny was forced to marry the celestial dragons. 12 years ago, she gave birth to Jewelry Bonnie, and died of jade scales that same year at the age of 39. The original plot should be that in Sea Circle calendar 1504, Ginny was captured. But now it is the year 1506 of the Sea Circle calendar. Rhett didn't care about this. It wasn't the first time he had encountered such a thing. Rhett's observation hockey spread like ripples. Within the range of perception, a ridiculous wedding was being held in the luxurious hall. Ginny was bound by chains and forced to kneel at the feet of celestial dragons, surrounded by celestial dragons who were holding glasses and grinning. Tisk, this crappy place is filled with all kinds of shitty plots. Rhett's eyes turned cold, and the blood mist condensed into blades as thin as hair at his fingertips. He could have ignored all of this. After all, they were not related, and went straight to find the 3 Hancock sisters, but the next second, Ginny suddenly looked up, as if sensing something, and looked in the direction where Rhett was hiding. She didn't notice Rhett, she just looked outwards, with a look that was a death wish. Fate had the good fortune to make her look into Rhett's eyes. Their eyes met briefly in the void. Rhett's alone. Ginny's lips moved silently. Who can kill me? Damn, what's up with this damn sense of fate? Rhett stood in the shadow of the swirling blood mist, and Ginny's eyes pierced his nerves like a knife. Kill me. She was just repeating unconsciously, with a look of despair and determination in her pupils. Celestial Dragons was still grinning, his fingers roughly pinching her chin, as if he was playing with a new toy. Pariah, being my wife is the greatest blessing in your life. It's so noisy. Rhett's figure suddenly disappeared, and the blood mist exploded like a tidal wave. The blade of the black tide greatsword flashed by, and with a shrill sound of the air being torn apart, the celestial dragons' heads flew high into the air, and blood splattered on Guinea's pale face. The screams in the hall broke out a second later. CCP-0. Where the hell are you? Intruder. Advertisement. Everyone, have you misunderstood? If I attack you, none of you will survive. Rhett ignored the chaos and tore off Guinea's chains. The blood mist wrapped around her body and lifted her up. Can you walk? Rhett still hid himself. Guinea's breathing was rapid, and she stared at Rhett intently. She had seen those red pupils before. She had seen those eyes in the Valley of Gods. But reality left him no room for thought. Outside the hall, CP0's presence was approaching. Rhett clicked his tongue, and the blood mist suddenly expanded, transforming into countless fine blood threads, weaving into a huge net in the air. Listen. He grabbed Ginny and said, Tiger is creating chaos in the southeast corner. The fog I condensed will take you to the port. You should know Rayleigh and the others. Rayleigh and Shaki will meet you there. Ginny watched as the mist on her body gradually condensed and became transparent. Of course, it didn't really disappear, it just refracted the light. Guinea's lips trembled. What about you? Rhett grinned, the blood mist on the black tide greatsword boiled, and 9 ferocious blood dragons roared out from the sword's edge. Rhett's figure twisted and deformed in the blood mist, and the blade pattern of the black tide greatsword glowed dark red. CP0. He tilted his head, the mist forming a hideous demonic mask on his face. You've arrived just in time. 9 blood dragons are lurking in the hall. Rhett should try not to make too much noise. Rhett just needs to help Tiger block those things that Tiger is not strong enough to withstand. Conquerors entwined black and red lightning danced on the dragon's body. Rhett grabbed the neck of the first CP0 member who rushed over with one hand, and blood mist poured into the opponent's 7 orifices frantically. Mist god style. Bone erosion. In just 3 seconds, the CP0's body became limp, leaving only an empty white suit. Monster. The other agents retreated in horror. Rhett flicked his wrist, and the blood mist gathered under his feet to form a throne. He sat lazily on it, crossing his legs. Even if I kill you all, I can still be a perfect infiltrator. The blood mist enveloped the world and it became quiet. A great assassin once demonstrated the perfect infiltration by personally leading the charge. Rhett's perfect dive into Mariajoy is available for review. Chapter 129 Rhett I must be a perfect infiltration. The chaos in Mariajoy continued. Tiger's explosion in the southeast corner attracted a large number of guards. This support was really powerful. But there are still some CP agents searching inside. Rhett's colorless fog covers the entire area, and even if the fog is thin enough, it is enough to find someone. His figure moved through the shadows like a ghost, searching for the 3 Hancock sisters. Deep inside the West Slave Prison, young Boa Hancock was madly trying to escape, clutching his 2 younger sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold. Sister, I'm so scared. Marigold trembled, tears streaming down her face. Don't be afraid. Hancock gritted her teeth. Even though her legs were shaking, she still held her 2 sisters' hands. This is a good chance to escape. If we don't run this time, we may never have another chance. However, fate does not seem to favor them. Found it. A cold voice came from the end of the corridor, and 3 CP agents slowly approached. The man in the lead was wearing a mask, with a pitch-black armament hockey wrapped around his fingertips. There are 3 more escaped slaves here. He sneered, it's a pity you can't escape. Hancock's pupils constricted, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. She instinctively stood in front of her sisters, even though her tiny frame posed no threat at all. Sonda, Mary, I'll hold them back for a while, and you find a chance to run. She whispered with determination in her voice. Elder sister, obedient. Hancock suddenly grabbed the chain on the ground and rushed towards the CP agent. You're overestimating yourself. CP agent sneered and waved his hand. Bang. Hancock was blown away by an invisible force and hit the wall hard, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Sister. Sandersonia and Marigold rushed over crying. The CP agent approached step by step, his tone cold. Master Celestial Dragon said that if you can't capture it, you can just kill it. He raised his hand, his fist covered in jet black armor, and aimed it at Hancock's head. Die. Hey, trash. A deep voice sounded in the ears of CP agent, as cold as if it came from the depths of hell. The CP agent froze, and before he could react, a hand wrapped in black and red lightning had already grabbed the back of his neck. Who allowed you? Advertisement. Bang. Rhett grabbed his head with one hand and slammed it into the ground. The entire floor instantly collapsed, and spiderweb-like cracks spread to the wall. The other 2 CP agents were horrified and immediately took up a fighting stance, but the next second. Mist god style. Blood binding. A blood mist swirled around them, instantly locking their limbs in place. Rhett didn't even glance at them, simply snapping his fingers. Crack. The 2 men's necks were twisted by the blood mist, and their bodies fell limply to the ground. Hancock stared at the scene in front of him blankly, his mind blank. Rhett shook his hands, and the blood mist slowly dissipated. He looked down at the 3 sisters and grinned. Hey, Little ones, are you okay? Maybe Rhett has too many children. The Pirate King's puppies are all pretty cute, except for these two, a certain Peach. A certain Escape. Hancock opened his mouth, but no sound came out. In the small world of Hancock, CP0 is already very strong. She had never seen anyone like him, powerful and wanton. Sandersonia was the first to react, stammering, who are you? Rhett squatted down and reached out to rub Hancock's head. The blood mist in his palm gently brushed over the wound at the corner of her mouth, stopping the bleeding instantly. Me. He tilted his head, smiling broadly. I'm your sister Shacky's friend, I guess. Rhett looked at Hancock's state and thought, this isn't right. Forget it. What the hell is going on in this kid's head? Rhett's mist dragged the three little ones to his surroundings, and the mist enveloped his body. He strolled leisurely through the chaotic battlefield as if the fighting around him had nothing to do with him. He couldn't ignore the lives of these people. There were several treasure chests floating in the mist, filled with devil fruit. He had no shortage of money. These devil fruits were at the celestial dragon's house, and they had to politely give them to me. When I said no, they went straight to bed and ignored me. With so many devil fruits, I can just give them to Tessera when I get back so my hands don't get stuck. Otherwise, I'll have to work on them. Big brother. Hancock clutched his collar tightly, his voice trembling. Won't those people find us? Rhett glanced down at her, maintaining his gentle smile. Found. Oh, they couldn't even see. As soon as he finished speaking, a CP0 agent suddenly rushed in this direction. He was the searcher who had eaten the cha-cha fruit. Observation Hockey was frantically warning, but in his eyes, everything was so normal. Advertisement. Strange. I just sensed it. Puff. His thoughts came to a sudden halt. Rhett didn't even pause, simply casually raising a finger. The CP0's body instantly disintegrated, turning into a pool of blood that seeped into the ground. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Hancock widened his eyes. Shish. Rhett tapped her forehead gently with his index finger. Don't be afraid. This is the treatment only bad people get. Sandersonia and Marigold huddled beside him, feeling both terrified and strangely at ease. This man had a dangerous aura, yet they couldn't help but approach him. Rhett was actually cursing CP0 in his heart. You found out right after Lousy finished the bluff, you were so obvious. In the center of the battlefield, Tiger was fighting fiercely with 3 CP0s, and the shock waves from the fishman's karate caused the ground to crack. Brother Tiger. Rhett's voice suddenly came from beside him. Don't fight any longer, I'm retreating. Tiger knocked the enemy back with a punch and laughed. You take the kids and go first. I'll put some more. Tisk. Showing off. Rhett shook his head, still walking slowly. Rhett would not stay. He had already killed many strong men who were able to reach the battlefield at the first time. If he dragged on, he might be left behind when the Knights of God arrived. Tiger knew that everything was going according to plan, but it was Tiger's own choice, and Tiger was ready to bear the price of possibly staying there forever. Rhett won't risk his life for an outsider. Tiger really should be the hero. A marine is confronting a pirates. Don't bother Lousy. He's the big pirate who massacred 3 towns. Despair. Rhett snapped his fingers. Their bodies suddenly froze, their pupils constricting violently. A second later, spiderwebs of blood emerged from beneath their skin before they finally returned to the embrace of Mother Earth. Hancock held his breath, his heart pounding. Wow, so awesome. She had never seen such an elegant killing. There was no roaring, no grappling, not even any unnecessary movement. This man was like strolling through a courtyard, turning his enemies into pools of blood wherever he passed. The hero saving the beauty is old-fashioned, but it really works. But our protagonist Rhett doesn't seem to realize that he does this simply because he is pretending to be addicted. Ginny stumbled out of Joyce's shadow, the blood mist slowly dissipating behind her. Her breathing was rapid, her chest heaving violently, and her eyes scanned the harbor anxiously. Finally, she saw the coated ship and the man standing at the bow, his golden hair shining slightly in the moonlight. Chapter 130 Tiger plays tricks on the Knights of God. Mr. Rayleigh. She almost stumbled to the side of the boat, her voice hoarse. Go and save that gentleman. I saw you in the Valley of the Gods, I remember those eyes. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink slowly, not even turning his head. Oh, did that guy ask you to come find me? Ginny was stunned. Yes. He said you would pick me up. Shacky walked out of the cabin, a cigarette between his fingers, a meaningful smile on his lips. Little Red is still the same. Ginny looked at them blankly. Aren't you worried? Mariajoy is full of CP0s now. Ha. Rayleigh suddenly laughed. You've seen us in the Valley of Gods, so you should believe in his strength. Ginny was stunned. Rayleigh patted her shoulder and said, don't worry, that kid values his life more than anyone else. If he wants to escape, there are plenty of ways to do it. Rhett carried the 3 Hancock sisters across the final battlefield. The harbor was just around the corner, and Rayleigh's coated boat was quietly anchored in the shadows, its bow barely visible in the mist. We're here. Rhett jumped lightly and landed steadily on the deck. As soon as Hancock's feet touched the boat, he couldn't help but look back in the direction of Mariajoy, his little hands tightly grasping the corner of Rhett's clothes. Brother Tiger. Rhett rubbed her head and said in a relaxed tone, don't worry, that guy is very tough. Shacky came over with a cigarette in his mouth, squatted down with a smile, and gently wiped the dust off Hancock's face. Little Hancock, long time no see. Sister Shaki. Hancock's tears suddenly burst out and he threw himself into Shaki's arms. Sandersonia and Marigold also hugged her tightly, as if they had found their last support. Rayleigh leaned against the side of the boat and glanced at Rhett. Have you had enough fun? Rhett shrugged. Oh, I'm so sad you're doing this. Whose family am I fighting for? It's okay, but the quality of CP0 is getting worse and worse. There's not even one who can fight. As for why Rhett said this so seriously later, it was not because Rayleigh drew his sword, not at all. Ginny stood aside, looking at Rhett with complicated eyes. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. You really are Mr. Rhett. Mr. Long has always wanted to see you again, and, thank you. Rhett waved his hand and lazily lay down on the deck. Don't thank me, thank Tiger. He's the star of the night. Advertisement. The boat gradually sailed towards the deep sea. This was as agreed with Tiger. Tiger would jump into the sea to meet them. As the night deepened, the waves gently lapped against the hull. Everyone sat around the bonfire on the deck. The three sisters, Ginny and Hancock, wrapped in blankets, fell asleep next to Shaki. Ginny sat by the boat as if she was missing something. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and suddenly said, that Tiger guy should be here soon. Rhett closed his eyes, a blood mist slowly flowing around him. Well, wait another 10 minutes. If there's still no movement. Rhett was actually unsure. Although Rhett's identity seemed to be relaxed when he came in and out, the fighting on the battlefield was quite fierce. The slaves want to be free, and Marine and CP0 must stop them. If the slaves run away, they will be the ones to die. Both sides are fighting desperately. Although Rhett was a prophet, some things were also changing quietly, just like Ginny. He paused and didn't continue. Ginny looked up sharply. What if it doesn't arrive? Rhett opened one eye, his crimson pupils appearing particularly deep in the firelight. That means he chose hero's exit. There was a brief silence on deck. Sudden crash. A wave rose up on the sea in the distance, and a tall figure broke out of the water and staggered up the reef. That's. Hancock stood up suddenly. Tiger was covered in blood and breathing heavily, but a happy smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He raised his arm and waved in the direction of the ship. Hey, everyone. His voice was hoarse but loud. Am I late? After Tiger was pulled onto the boat, he collapsed directly on the deck, not wanting to move even a finger. Old Ty, you have a very unique look. Rhett squatted beside him, healing his wounds with blood mist. Climbing the red line, fighting CP0 alone, and swimming this far. Tisk tisk, the Murloc's physical strength is really perverted. Tiger laughed breathlessly. Stop talking nonsense. If you hadn't helped me to hold off those powerful people, I would have died 1,000 times over. Advertisement. Rayleigh threw him a bottle of wine. Okay, stop flattering each other. Good job. Tiger took the wine, tilted his head back and took a big gulp, then looked at Ginny and the three Hancock sisters, his eyes softening. I'm glad you're all okay. Hancock's eyes were red, and he suddenly rushed over and hugged Tiger's arm. Brother Tiger. Thank you. Tiger was stunned for a moment, then ruffled her hair. Silly child, why thank me? This is what a big brother should do. Shaki watched the scene with a smile and whispered to Rayleigh, it seems that we have more guests tonight than expected. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and glanced at Ginny and Tiger. It doesn't matter. There are still plenty of empty rooms in the bar anyway. Rhett stretched out, the blood mist condensing into a hammock behind him. He lay lazily in it, looking at the gradually brightening sky, a smile on his face. Tiger, if you do this again next time, I won't care whether you live or die. Tiger laughed. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. The next day the world exploded. As expected of a journalism major, it's fast. The morning sun shone on the sea as the coated ship slowly sailed towards safe waters. On the deck, Tiger spread out the newly delivered news of the world, and spit out a mouthful of wine. Puff. On the front page of the newspaper, his face was photographed with exceptional clarity, his body covered in blood but his eyes were determined, and behind him were countless slaves running towards freedom. The headline was even more exaggerated. The fishman hero Fisher Tiger went to the Holy Land alone to liberate thousands of slaves. The Knights of God were cruelly fooled. As you know, Rhett infiltrated perfectly, and the world thought that Tiger rescued the slaves alone. Tiger's fingers trembled slightly. Rhett, you. Tiger doesn't want to take all the credit for himself. Rhett lay in the blood mist hammock, waving lazily. Don't worry, being a hero is so great. Mermaids all over the world will scream for you, right? Great hero Tiger Sensei. The three Hancock sisters huddled around the newspaper. Sandersonia whispered, according to eyewitnesses, Tiger single-handedly defeated 100 guards. Rhett listened and said, very good, which fits Rhett's stereotype of public accounts. Marigold blinked. But Rhett also. Shish. Shaki suddenly pressed her shoulders, the cigarette butt flickering in the morning light. Rhett doesn't like this trouble. Chapter 131. Grab the bell. Three little ones, thank you for the gift from Kui Kai, and add a chapter for Kui Kai. This is to give face to Brother Luo, I added a separate chapter. I am coding the chapter that urged me to update, and I will post it after I finish coding. Damn it, when will the coding fruit awaken? The sea breeze, wrapped in a salty smell, swept over the side of the boat. Tiger leaned against the railing, and blood scabs mixed with seawater formed on his skin. The bubbles in Sabayati are faintly visible in the distance. Hey, hero. He was still wearing his mask. The three little ones seemed particularly curious about his appearance. Hey, amuse them, life is really a bit boring. Rhett's voice drifted through the mist, a change. It would be very difficult for me if the hero entered Sabayati's land. Tiger grinned. Why, a whole makeover. Ha, leave it to me. Rhett snapped his fingers, and scarlet blood mist surged out from his fingertips, wrapping around Tiger's body. Let's do something more exciting. The mist condensed and filled the red skin, and the unique lines of the murloc dissipated like the tide. When the last wisp of red mist penetrated the hair, the person standing there was a strange murloc with red hair and blue skin. There was also a scar on his left eye that looked like Rayleigh's hee. The three Hancock sisters peeked through the cabin door, and Marigold exclaimed in a low voice, Brother Tiger has turned into a sunfish. It's a snapper. Sandersonia corrected. Rhett condensed a mirror and threw it to Tiger. Snapper tribe, bounty hunter, red scale. I killed him a few days ago. Shaki will take care of the identification, so there will be no problem for the time being. Tiger laughed as he touched the unfamiliar face. Even Jinbei can't recognize me now. Rayleigh suddenly dangled from the mast, his wine bottle dangling. I suggest changing your signature laugh. That way, returning to the Fishman Island won't be too conspicuous. Have you considered your future? Tiger nodded. I had already made preparations before I came here. Jinbei Arlong and the others were already waiting for me. We need to leave the Fishman Island and form the Sun Pirates to attract the attention of the world government to the greatest extent possible. We also want to sail this ocean for a while. Mr. Rayleigh, Mr. Rhett, I'm leaving first. After a night's rest, Tiger had almost recovered his strength and dived into the sea. Rhett jumped into the sea right away when he saw Tiger. What a ruthless person. It wouldn't take you long to go down by boat. It is understandable that Tiger was always worried about the Fishman Island when he was resting, although Neptune fully supported Tiger in doing so. The sooner his pirates appeared on the sea, the safer his the Fishman Island would be. What does Brother Rhett look like? I think he'll be very handsome. Marigold asked Hancock in a low voice. Now little Hancock is holding his blushing face and imagining that. I don't know either. This was all heard clearly by the sixth Rhett. Three little ones, come and accept the challenge. I only have one mask, you guys come and grab it, and the remaining two people are not allowed to graduate, he. Advertisement. Rhett was wondering if he should read a book called Intimate Paradise, and he didn't know if there were any similar books like Pirates King. The three kids were discussing together along the way, and Rhett eavesdropped all the way, the man below. Rhett spoke. Discuss why I can't listen, hey. In Sister Shaki's bar, Guinea's nerves were completely relaxed and she went to sleep upstairs. There was a lot of rum in front of Rayleigh, which was all bought by Rhett. Alas, money is just a number to me. Rhett was sipping his wine alone. Here's your chance, come on. Sandersonia and Marigold were sneaking around behind the bar, their heads close together and whispering. Big sister has been running a fever. Let's go together. Sandersonia lowered her voice. On the count of 3, you rush over from the left, and I'll flank from the right. Okay. Marigold nodded vigorously, his snake-like hair twisting into small propellers in excitement. 1, 2, 3. The two men simultaneously shot out from either side of the bar, charging towards Rhett like two little cannonballs. But just as they were about to touch the edge of Rhett's clothes. With a soft puff sound, the Rhett in front of him suddenly turned into a ball of blood mist and dissipated. The two sisters couldn't stop the car and rushed straight forward. Bang! The two of them crashed into a soft embrace. The familiar aroma of tobacco wafted through, and Shaki embraced them with a smile, throwing yourself into my arms. You're so passionate today. Before they could react, Rhett's voice suddenly came from above their heads. Surprise inspection. 2 slices of lemon, so sour that it made your soul leave your body, were stuffed precisely into their open mouths. Sandersonia's face wrinkled into a bun in an instant, and Marigold's snake hair all stood upright. Supplement vitamin C, grow taller. Rhett appeared behind Shaki with a smirk, playing with a few limes in his hands. Want another one? Woo. Marigold shook his head frantically, tears coming out from his eyes. Sandersonia forced herself to swallow it, stubbornly giving a thumbs up. Good, delicious, but her trembling voice completely betrayed her. Advertisement. Shaki suppressed a laugh and ruffled their hair. Your courage is commendable. As a reward. She conjured up 3 cups of honey milk, each decorated with a small umbrella on the rim. Before your next raid, Rhett said, dripping lemon juice into his tea, remember to check if anyone's there first. In 2 little ones, Rhett Big Brother Foul, in the praise of Rhett Big Brother Bully. He took a sip and narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. I feel so good. Hancock saw it clearly. The scene just now lingers in my mind. Rhett's brother looks so relaxed. So cunning, she muttered quietly, her cheeks starting to feel hot again. Shaki appeared behind her at some point, the scent of cigarettes mixed with a hint of perfume. Little Hancock, what are you looking at? Quote! Hancock shuddered in fear, then pretended to be calm again. I was just looking at the scenery, ahahaha. Oh, Shaki blew out a smoke ring and glanced at Rhett who was drinking with Rayleigh downstairs. Looking at Hancock playfully, he said. He is indeed a handsome guy, isn't he? Yes. It's not that I have nothing to say. Hancock tried to hide her panic, but the red tips of her ears betrayed her. Rhett wanted to play with the three little ones, and so did Shaki. What the three little ones had experienced in Mariajoy was too painful, and he hoped that playing with the children would divert their attention and improve their mentality. Shaki looked at Rhett and sighed, what a thoughtful little brother. Shaki chuckled and suddenly leaned over to whisper in her ear, do you want to know what he looks like? Hancock looked up suddenly, his eyes brightening surprisingly. First, Shaki tapped her forehead with his fingertips. People tend to react more slowly when approached by someone with no ill intentions. Second, she glanced meaningfully at the pot of steaming black tea on the bar. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Hancock's mind. Hancock took a deep breath, suddenly tossed her hair, and turned toward the stairs. Her back gave off the air of a future empress. I'm not curious about his appearance. I simply want revenge for my sisters. Shaki watched her adorably walk down the stairs hand in hand, stifling a smile as he lit up another cigarette. Good luck, princess. Chapter 132 Help me, Mr. Rayleigh Lee. Hancock walked down the stairs in unison, her heart pounding as if it were about to burst out of her chest. She stopped on the last step and took a deep breath. Strategy confirmed. One approached the red teapot naturally to pretend to slip three while Rhett is rescuing the tea leaves. I just came to get a glass of water. She announced loudly, her voice much higher than usual. Rhett shook his wine glass with his back to her. Hey. Hancock walked stiffly towards the teapot. Shaki mouthed a reminder from the second floor, be natural. Hancock scrambled to the edge of the teapot, and just as his fingers touched the handle. Oops. The original plan was to slip the teapot to attract attention, but I don't know if it was because I was too nervous. She accidentally stepped on her right foot with her left, and fell forward. The teapot flew out of her hand, and the steaming black tea drew a shining arc in the air. But the next second, snap, the blood mist caught the teapot at the same time. Rhett followed little Hancock. The teapot floated back to its original position, and she was gently straightened, her forehead resting on Rhett's chest. Rhett looked down at the little girl in his arms, who was as stiff as a wooden figure, and thought it was really interesting. Rhett had no other ideas, a 12 or 13-year-old kid. What would this old man Rhett think? As we all know, the Great Dragon Country has a set of reasonable, compliant and efficient purple egg laws. If Rhett is really a person who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman, it is no exaggeration to say that with Rhett's current status, you are right. Hancock's brain completely shut down. Adult Rhett. His heartbeat could be heard through his shirt, irritatingly steady. I can't go into detail here, we have a very reasonable set of laws in this country, so don't let your imagination run wild. She opened her mouth and suddenly found that her hands were tightly grasping the other person's collar. What's worse is. Plop. Under the gaze of everyone, the future pirate's queen rolled her eyes and fainted directly in Rhett's arms, with materialized steam coming out of her head. The queen evolved into Steam Queen. Put the three little ones back in their room. Advertisement. After a while, there was a roar from Rhett's room. A-hole, what do you mean I'm just playing outside for a while? Tezulo scratched his ear and said, I'm going to pick you up and take care of these things. Before we left, you told me that we should take advantage of the chaos in the world to expand our business. Last time, you worked with me and ran away the next day. You won't forget, will you, Captain? Rhett couldn't answer this question. Rhett was an excellent captain, and he could be calm and crazy enough at certain times. But who wouldn't have a headache looking at those words 24 hours a day? Rhett doesn't need to do everything himself. He just needs to know who is capable of doing these jobs and keep a firm grasp of the overall situation. Let him sit at the desk for 3 days. It would be better to let him follow Garp. Fight with Aokiji for 3 days. Enel screamed from the other end of the line. Captain, save me. Tessero is using me like an animal. Tessero, don't try to grab me. Bang. Enel, ah. After a burst of noise, Stella's gentle voice came from the phone. Captain, you have worked hard. When do you plan to come back? Well, I just remembered I have something else to do. You guys go ahead and do your thing. Rhett quickly hung up the Den Mushi. Rhett suddenly found that he was not in such a hurry to go back. So I rested for a night. Ginny has contacted Long and the others, and he came to find Rhett. Dear Rhett, Mr. Long said he wanted to meet you. He said he found the answer. Ginny asked Rhett respectfully, but still with her strange habit of speaking. Rhett looked at Ginny with 8 trigrams on his face. Did the bear say anything? You know, this is a notoriously tragic love story in Pirates King, on par with Tesoro's. Ginny's eyes were secretly lost, but she regained her spirits. He asked me how I was doing now. I could see that he was really worried. This is Bear Cub. Rhett leaned slightly towards Ginny. Do you need any help? You know Tessero and Stella, they would never be together without me. Author. Tui, what does it have to do with you when someone falls in love with you? Rhett grabbed the author's mouth and said, Snow Leopard, shut up. Without me, they wouldn't be together. I'm not lying. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, how could he not know that the Golden Emperor and his wife were very happy? He didn't know that Rhett was involved. Ginny bowed deeply to Rhett. Then I'll leave it to you, Rhett. Advertisement. When she learned that it was Mr. Rhett who saved him, she felt very relieved, because Long often told them that he met a very good teacher, and the word, admiration, was almost carved on his face. Ginny thought to herself. Maybe Rhett kissing me really is okay, oh my, so embarrassing. Rayleigh came in and asked Rhett, I plan to send the 3 little ones back to Daughter Island soon. They're at a growing age, and their bodies are very weak. They need to recover properly. If I can take you back, I can. Well, I'll go to Daughter Island with you. It's safer if we go together. Rayleigh looked at Rhett with disdain, his expression revealing, we have known each other since you were 3 years old. Ah ha ha, never mind, I'll go play with you. Rhett simply stopped being reasonable. While the 3 little ones were recuperating, Rhett was waiting for the dragon. Waiting is always boring. I can't help but turn into a boring fish. Rhett lay there like a salted fish. Mr. Rhett. Hancock ran towards Rhett, his hands clenched into fists. Please teach us how to become stronger. Rhett had already removed his mask and was using a blood mist to play with the newsbird, pinching miniature sea kings to build a good relationship with him. After all, Rhett had killed many of his predecessors' seagulls. What if he really got angry and refused to sell him newspapers? Hearing this, he turned around and asked, isn't the 9 snakes hockey inheritance enough? Not enough. Hancock stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with determination. We need to be as strong as Brother Rhett. Sandersonia and Marigold immediately stood beside her, 3 pairs of eyes staring at Rhett. Rhett put away his joking expression. All right. He snapped his fingers, and blood mist condensed into 3 small stools in the air. Lesson 1. The nature of hockey. The 3 sisters sat down obediently. Hockey is not a tool, but an extension of one's will and physical strength. Rhett said to the 3 of them, observation hockey is the perception of the mind, armament hockey is the armor of strength, conquerors. He paused deliberately, looking into Hancock's eyes, which suddenly lit up. Conquerors is proof of being a king. As the 3 children listened to Rhett's words, Rhett lay down again and turned his back to them. Okay. That's enough. Let's go practice with Uncle Rayleigh. He taught me everything. I'm going to take a nap now. Good night everyone. After saying that, he ignored the 3 little ones. Of course, there was no problem in teaching them, but when Rhett used blood and energy to replenish their losses, he found that their physical growth had been greatly damaged, so he didn't dare to replenish their vitality on a large scale. When it comes to detail control, you still have to look to my brother Rayleigh. The 3 little ones turned to look at Rayleigh, their eyes sparkling. Hey, Mr. Rayleigh, please teach us. Help me, Mr. Rayleigh. Chapter 133 Mr. Rayleigh goes out to sell. The 3 little ones lived in Sabayati during the time they read the newspapers. The more they read about Rhett, the more they admired him. This is similar to the feeling of having a younger sister who admires her older brother. After Shanks. Corona, Rhett has 3 more little fans. No one really thinks Rhett would be interested in minors, right? I'll kill you. As the morning sun climbed up the branches of the mangroves in Sabayati, the clear voices of children were heard from the backyard of Shaki Bar. Mr. Rayleigh. Rayleigh's painful life began. He started and rolled off the hammock, and the rum bottle in his hand almost hit his feet. He squinted his sleepy eyes and saw 3 small figures standing neatly in front of him. Hancock stood in the front with his hands on his hips, and Sandersonia and Marigold stood on his left and right. It's only now. Rayleigh took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. 6 in the morning. Don't kids these days sleep in? Rhett. Do you remember when you were training me? Little Rayleigh actually had 2 faces. Uncle Rayleigh, we are ready. Please start hockey's special training. Hancock announced loudly. At this solemn moment, gurgle, Sandersonia's stomach made a loud noise of protest. The little girl's face suddenly turned red and she covered her stomach helplessly. Rayleigh rubbed his temple and slowly pulled a stack of cards from his pocket. Okay. Whoever can find where I'm going to be inserted next, you must point it out when I make a move, and breakfast will be double fried eggs. Rayleigh completely withdrew his direct momentum, maintained his ordinary state, and tried his best to reduce the difficulty for the 3 little ones. Marigold immediately raised her hand excitedly. I'll go first. Marigold stared at the stack of cards, his eyes gradually moving closer. The 3rd one from the left. No. Hancock squeezed forward. The one in the lower right corner. Or maybe Old Man Rayleigh is shameless. Old Man Rayleigh didn't move at all. How could it be? Hancock's face was full of doubt towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh couldn't stand the gazes of the 3 little girls, so he turned around and he threw it to Rhett and said that he had no money for alcohol and wanted to go out and sell some to earn some money for alcohol. Advertisement. The task of training the 3 little ones' observation and hearing naturally fell on Rhett. 3 little rabbits made of mist hopped around above Hancock's head. Focus, Rhett said, slouching down on the table. Whoever can sense the location of all 3 rabbits simultaneously gets pudding and fried eggs tonight. Rhett released a mist, which was mixed with Rhett's conqueror's hockey. The 3 little ones stood in it, quietly feeling it. The light in the room suddenly dimmed as if it was swallowed by something. The 3 Hancock sisters unconsciously leaned against each other. They had only a rudimentary grasp of observation hockey, but their biological instincts made their hair stand on end. Something terrible was approaching. Observation hockey isn't for finding rabbits, little Hancock. Rhett's voice suddenly became unusually clear. It's for sensing this oppressive feeling of impending storm. The three Hancocks nodded, not quite understanding. As they were trying to understand. Hancock looked at Rhett seriously. Brother Rhett, we really feel it. Rhett touched the heads of the three little ones one by one, with a smile on his face. What he said was a huge blow. What the hell are you feeling? I've already retracted my aura. Look carefully, is that me? This really made Rhett laugh and cry. He said that they had learned so well that they couldn't even feel their own breath. It's not like they learned well, they actually sensed that person's aura, even though they deliberately released it to warn him. Brother Rhett, Sandersonia whispered, is it the Sea Kings that have invaded Sabayati? This is the bedtime story Rhett told the three little ones last night. A certain Shangba. Why don't I have? Little Rhett actually has two faces, Tui. Rhett swirled his glass slowly. It's much more interesting than that. As if to confirm his words, footsteps suddenly appeared on the cobblestone road outside the bar, followed by a second one, getting closer and closer. Who's here? Marigold hid behind Hancock, and Hancock took his sisters and ran behind Rhett. Rhett finally put down his glass, looked at Ginny, and teased, my sweetheart is here. The last sound of footprints stopped at the door of the bar and the wind stopped. DGM sounds. The new 13th king is born. He is the king of Dance City, MC Dragon. Advertisement. Come in, Rhett said to the empty doorway, or does the leader of the Revolutionary Army like to play hide and seek? A tall figure in a dark green cloak walked into the tavern. Monkey D. Dragon took off his hood, his eyes gleaming with a more profound light than they had in years past. Behind him, the burly Bartholomew Kuma, holding the heavy Bible in his hand, was visibly brightened when he saw Ginny, but he didn't say anything. Hancock gasped. She recognized the man the newspapers had called the world's worst criminal. And now, he was taking off his hat and bowing slightly to Rhett. Teacher. Long's voice was more steady than it had been a few years ago. I'm here to hand in my homework. Rhett. Teacher. Since you asked, how did you know Long called me teacher? Other seniors who traveled through time. Wow, they are no longer seniors. He. Come here, Xiao Xuanzi. Massage my feet. Behind the bar, Shaki's cigarette butt. It fell to the ground with a thump sound, and then he recovered from his shock. He didn't expect Rhett and Long knew each other. It seems that Long still respects Rhett very much, and he is very secretive. Rhett. Rhett glanced back and forth between Shang and Ginny, then suddenly grinned. Shang, I heard you're doing well in the Revolutionary Army lately. Shang snapped his Bible shut and looked at Rhett, his eyes filled with gratitude. Quote. Thanks for your consideration. How about this? Rhett stretched, blood mist condensing into a pointer in his palm. Long, wait a moment. I'll finish Ginny's commission first. But Bear, I feel your kindness, but your attitude really makes me angry. You have to know that in the original story, the bear in the comics is a pair of liberating hands. For Bonnie, he participated in the plan to transform humans. The gentle bear was transformed into a machine that destroyed the world, but he still remembered the agreement with Bonnie. If you were to travel, where would you go? This sentence is really a killer. You know, when Lao Rui saw this, he was crying. Some people may think that Rhett is a bit nosy. Why do you interfere in the affairs of other couples? But without Rhett, the bear would be crying now. If I don't beat the bear, I will be sorry for the tears I shed while watching this video. What's more, in this situation, the two of them are just about to break the window paper. Oh, no, it is the bear that cannot be broken unilaterally. There is nothing better than beating up this timid bear to solve the problem. Chapter 134. Carry the rice. Bear. Before he finished speaking, the blood mist whip had turned into a spear and pierced the bear's chest. Bang. The bear instantly activated the ability of the meatball fruit, and the air was compressed into a shield in front of him. Even Admiral is no match for Rhett, let alone a bear. If Rhett wants to beat you up, you can't stop him, and you can't escape from him, so just carry the rice. Rhett is quite good at bullying kids, hey. First point. Rhett's figure flickered in the blood mist. If you like a girl, just say so. You're making me anxious. Snap. Another whip lashed the bear's back, causing him to stagger. Ginny exclaimed, Rhett, bear cubs, stop fighting. Rhett. This is immune to death, whisper it down. He wanted to step forward to stop him, but Long stopped him. Teacher, you know your limits. Second point. Rhett flashed in front of the bear and kicked it away with a whip kick. Don't always think you can handle everything by yourself. Because of you, you're still too weak. If you don't agree, prove it to me. Come on, fight. A human-shaped hole was knocked out in the bar wall. Rhett looked at the big hole and twitched his mouth. Subconsciously looking at Shaki, Sister Shaki gave him a bright smile and a thumbs up. She took out her abacus and slid her fingers quickly. Rhett's mouth twitched even faster. The three Hancock sisters peeked out from the windowsill. They saw the bear rise from the rubble, dusting himself off. Quote. I understand, Mr. Rhett. Rhett looked at the bear in its fighting stance and thought to himself, great, that's it. God knows Rhett watched the original plot, when the gentle bear was insulted by the celestial dragons. Huh, take a deep breath. This thought makes me angry. I have to kill a few celestial dragons someday. Happy fighting. The battle begins. It is not easy for Chaoying to beat Jonan. The bear's figure slowly stood up in the ruins, and his eyes, which had always been calm, now ignited with a rare fighting spirit. Bear. Ginny clutched the corner of her clothes, but Long held her shoulders and reiterated, trust the teacher, and trust him too. Long has absolute trust in Rhett. How could a man who can point out the world's ills be a sinister villain? Rhett tilted his head, a blood mist swirling around him. Finally, you're acting like a man. Pressure cannon. 100 rounds. Shanks suddenly raised his hand, and the air in his palm compressed into a visible bent light ball, pouring out like a rainstorm. The entire bar's backyard was instantly engulfed in the smoke and dust of the explosion, and the ground shattered like layers of shortbread. Too slow. Rhett's voice came from the smoke. The blood mist wrapped around the bear's arms like a living thing, yanking him into the air. Advertisement. Boom. The bear was smashed into the ground, but the moment it touched the ground, it slapped its backhand. His figure disappeared in an instant, and the next second he appeared behind Rhett, carrying an air palm compressed to the ultimate level and hitting Rhett's back. Interesting. Rhett didn't even turn around, because there was no need. The blood mist condensed into a ghost-faced shield behind him. The two forces collided, but without making any sound. Everyone could only see the surprise on the bear's face and Rhett's expressionless face. This is of course due to Rhett. Mist World, Fantasy World, enhanced version of Silent World. Sabayati is setting off firecrackers every day. Do you think the Marines and the world government can sleep? The colorless mist had already spread around when the dragon appeared. From the outside, there is only peace. The bear appears behind Rhett again and slaps him in the back. If this palm strike is strong, it will be enough to eject all the internal injuries of the human body at once. However, too slow. Rhett's figure disappeared, and his true form appeared above the bear's head. The blood mist condensed into a giant hammer and smashed down. Shanks raised his hand hastily, and the moment the meatball collided with the blood hammer. Bang! The circular air wave exploded, and the ground beneath their feet collapsed into a deep pit with a diameter of 10 meters. The bear's calves were completely buried in the ground, and Rhett used the recoil to flip lightly backwards. Rhett's goal had been achieved. When he landed on the ground, the blood mist had transformed into 9 dragons that tightly bound the bear. A strange purple light emanated from the mist. The bear suddenly realized that his meatball abilities couldn't repel the mist, it was seeping into his body through his pores. Rhett used the mist fruit and achieved some success after Zephyr and Rayleigh's experiments. Combined with some hallucinogenic ingredients and the spiritual suggestion of the mist. Now, as long as the poison can be vaporized, Rhett can directly mix it out. I really think all these years of learning from Crocus were in vain. Using fog as a medium to forcefully invade the bear's consciousness. Let me show you. Rhett's voice echoed in Bear's mind, what true helplessness means. In the original story, Ginny was released by celestial dragons because she suffered from a fatal disease called Jade Scale. She returned to the kingdom of Thorby and entrusted her daughter Bonnie to the elders of the island. Ginny died shortly after calling on the revolutionary army in the church. Big Bear later arrived but was unable to see Ginny for the last time. In this illusion, Rhett specifically wanted to let the bear come, hee. The bear's vision suddenly distorted. Shanks stood in front of the dilapidated church of the Kingdom of Soul, holding the letter he had just received in his hand. Ginny was released, but was stained with jade scales, return quickly. The bear's memory was temporarily blocked, and Rhett couldn't tamper with other people's memories. Advertisement. Tiandao Rhett form. A bag of rice can support a building. His fleshy palms trembled uncontrollably, and instantly slapped themselves, and his figure turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the church. Rhett. Come on, feel the pain I've been through. Make me cry my eyes out, and you'll pay the price. The real bear began to struggle violently. If I could let you break free, I would lose all my face. Pushing open the wooden door, he saw Ginny lying on the simple bed, her skin already an ominous shade of blue. In the corner, young Bonnie was sobbing in the nun's arms. Hey. That's right. That's absolutely right. Hey. Just say that Bear is sad here, I'm interrupting the reader to bring in Bear. Bear, cub. Ginny raised her hand weakly. How nice. To finally be able to. I really hope this is all fake. Shanks knelt in front of the bed, carefully wrapping his arms around her. I'll find a doctor right away. Hang in there, the Revolutionary Army has some very good doctors, they. As he spoke, he kept taking pictures of Ginny, hoping to get her to see what was happening, as it was a terminal illness. It's no use. Ginny placed Bonnie's hand in her palm, her pupils dilating as the last of her body heat faded away. Hey. The real bear suddenly stopped struggling, tears falling from the corners of its tightly closed eyes. Just as Ginny's hand dropped, Shanks' memory began to gradually return. No. This isn't. He looked up suddenly and saw blood mist patterns vaguely appearing on the church's stained windows. Mr. Rhett. All the images suddenly froze. Rhett's voice came from the void. Do you understand now? The end of bearing everything alone. Rhett felt that it was enough and decided to add more fuel to the fire. The scene switches back to Geoise's lab, where the men in white robes are removing his organs. The final commissioning of the pacifist begins. You can't even protect the important people, Bear. Ahem. As the bear was immersed in the illusion created by Rhett. Bear, wake up, Ginny shouted in the fog. You know, the Rhett fog field is always open, so the sound will not be transmitted. But the bear suddenly struggled, showing signs of breaking free from the blood mist. Rhett let go of the bear, he was not a villain. The bear knelt on the ground and vomited blood. Ginny rushed over and hugged him. This time the bear did not dodge, but hugged Ginny tightly. Rhett just looked at the young couple quietly, and was completely obsessed with them. Golden Bear CP. Hey, one more merit. Rhett cleared the mist and crouched down to look the bear in the eye. See, hero, this is the future I see. The bear stared at Rhett. I will never let that future. Swearing is useless. Rhett suddenly grabbed his collar and pointed at Ginny, who was crying. Marry lousy now. Have 10 or 8 children. After the children are born, the whole family will tear down Mariajoy. The notebook in Long's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Teacher. Chapter 135. Still need to practice, little brother. Long slowly bent down and picked up the fallen notebook. His eyes moved from the bear and Ginny, finally settling on Rhett's face. Teacher. His voice was low and firm. You are right. Swearing alone will not change the world. Rhett is watching the sweet couple. He laughs with his big teeth showing, and likes to eat something when he has nothing to do. Eating anything will only make Rhett's nutrition balanced. I once thought that if we overthrew the celestial dragons and established a new system, the world would be better. The dragon crumpled the paper and let it fly away in the wind. But you've opened my eyes to a crueler truth. Over the years, while continuing to pursue my dream, I've also witnessed that even without celestial dragons, oppression would still exist in another form. Rhett raised an eyebrow. So, Long, you are so serious, I look stupid. So revolution is not the end. Long raised his head, a new fire in his eyes, but a continuous struggle. What I want to build is not a perfect country, but one that allows everyone. He pointed at Ginny, who was wiping the blood off the bear, and then at the 3 Hancock sisters who were curiously looking out the window. A nation where everyone can fight for their own destiny, can choose their own life. Rhett. Turtle, dragon, your words are so beautiful and spicy, how can I take it? Long Jiangdang is very concerned about this matter and is full of talent. He is a true revolutionary. Ha, but little brother, you still need to practice. Rhett is standing on the shoulders of giants. The bar suddenly became quiet, peeved. Rhett suddenly laughed, not bad. Remember what you said today. Revolution isn't a dinner party, it's a bloodbath. I believe you found the assignment I assigned you, but at least. The blood mist condensed into a small sickle and hammer in his palm, and he handed it to Long. Don't forget why you bleed. Long took it and suddenly knelt on one knee. We intend to extend an invitation to you. We want to officially make you a. Rhett took 3 steps back. I refuse. Do you know how many idiots I've taught? Xiao Shang, Xiao Ba, Xiao I, right? I'm exhausted. Rhett looked at the young couple. Ginny's face flushed red. This generous girl had already confessed her love to Shang. Shang's direct and passionate expression of love made Ginny feel uncomfortable for a while. Advertisement. So she glanced at the bear secretly, then quickly lowered her head, twisted her hands together, and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Hey. Ahem. Rhett cleared his throat, breaking the awkward situation. Okay, all kidding aside. Ginny, you and the bear have your own decision to make. I just hope you won't have any regrets. He stood up and patted the bear on the shoulder. Rhett nodded with satisfaction and turned to Long. All right, Long, I've reviewed your work. While you've made great progress, there are still many shortcomings. Revolution is no joke. It requires more careful planning and strong strength. Mariajoy won't be easily shaken. You need more time to accumulate strength. Long said respectfully, Teacher, I will keep it in mind. Rhett waved his hand. All right, stop calling me teacher. It sounds awkward. Take Ginny and leave quickly. Let's go. Rhett is going to start firing people because Rhett has bigger challenges. Although Rhett is very rich. But when I think about Shaki not coming out to check the situation, when I think about that abacus crackling, and then look at Shaki's extortion. This is very important. Even Rhett, as strong as he is, trembles. Rhett paused, then added, but remember, don't act rashly. Sabayati may appear calm, but undercurrents are surging, and the power of the Marines should not be underestimated. Don't engage in direct conflict with the Marines until you're confident. This is something Rhett has considered. Even though this place is close to the Marine headquarters, celestial dragons like to come here, and the black industry is quite rich, making this place a mixed bag. Well done to celestial dragons. A light reappeared in Long's disappointed eyes and he nodded. He thought Rhett had rejected him and would not give him any guidance. Wow, it's quite deep, no wonder. Hancock bit his lip and turned around, feeling the cool mist against his back. Long watched Rhett leave with his eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Hancock clutched the quilt tightly. The celestial dragon's hooves on her back were a shame to them. Rhett looked at the 3 little ones and frowned. This won't work. Ginny looked at the bear worriedly. Bear cub, are you really okay? Do you want to rest for a while? The 3 little ones fainted directly, and Rhett's anesthetic in the mist began to take effect. Rhett's treatment method was very simple, which was to directly braise the meat and quickly replenish it with vitality. There was a knock on the door. Rhett came in and looked at the 3 little ones on the bed. I removed your scar. That's why Rhett comes over at night. Although everyone knows it, they try to avoid it. The 3 little ones will feel less stressed at night. Advertisement. Rhett knew immediately that little Hancock was having some random thoughts. Marigold seemed to be having a nightmare. I don't dare to do it anymore, don't hit me. That's why they didn't go up at the beginning. As mentioned before, They were in huge deficit at that time. He turned around and said to Ginny and Bear, we have to leave too. Sabayati is not a place to stay for long. I need to make arrangements as soon as possible. Ginny, you will move with Bear from now on. Sandersonia and Marigold responded in unison, yes, sister. Turn around. The blood mist condensed into Rhett's palm and gently patted her head. I'll show you a magic trick. The three Hancock sisters watched them leave until their figures completely disappeared, and then they reluctantly looked away. It'll hurt a little. Rhett's tone was unusually serious. This mark isn't just a scar. It's been injected with a special substance that makes it difficult to remove. Dragon, Bear, and Ginny left side by side and disappeared into the streets of Sabayati. Are you asleep? Can I come in? Rhett's voice sounded softly. Moonlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, and the three Hancock sisters huddled together in the same bed. Bang! A head exploded. Angle. _ Add one more chapter. So cool, brother. Hancock looked at Sandersonia and Marigold and said firmly, we must also work hard to become stronger and cannot always rely on brother Rhett's protection. Rhett was afraid that they had over-replenished their bodies. Now their bodies were almost fully replenished. We must become strong pirates who can stand on their own and make brother Rhett proud of us. Yes, dragon dear. Ginny answered to the dragon. Hancock transformed into a steam princess. Turn around. He looked at Long. Mr. Long, let's go. The blood mist, as thin as a hair, pierced the edge of the brand with precision. Hancock groaned, and Sandersonia immediately grabbed her hand. Sandersonia suddenly whispered, sister, that mark. In his heart, he began to think about how to use this special place of Sabayati to prepare for the next move of the Revolutionary Army. Shang shook his head. I'm fine, Ginny. All I want now is to improve my strength as quickly as possible so I can protect you. The three sisters froze. Hancock was surprised. Rui, Red brother, we haven't rested yet, please come in. Chapter 136 General Rhett and the Three Corporals. Before the morning mist had cleared, Rhett took the three sisters to an abandoned dock on the edge of the Sabayati archipelago. This place is far away from the downtown area, and the tall mangroves around it form a natural barrier. We're not having the basics class today. I've noticed something's wrong with you. Rhett snapped his fingers, and a blood mist enveloped the entire venue. Since you call me big brother, you mustn't embarrass me. Hancock was keenly aware of the seriousness in Rhett's tone and unconsciously straightened his back. Rhett straightened his clothes. So Corporal Hancock, Corporal Sandersonia, Corporal Marigold. Hancock couldn't help swallowing. Brother Rhett, we are ready. Call me General. It's General Rhett. Great. Special training begins. The mist enveloped the three little ones. Mist world, fantasy world. The blood mist suddenly condensed into three human-shaped pig heads wearing bubble hoods, carrying Rhett's strong personal emotions. It's okay. Rhett was just being malicious on purpose. Celestial dragons, branding irons in hand, let out a piercing laugh. The untouchables should kneel. Ah! Marigold screamed, and her snake hair exploded instantly. Hancock stood directly in front of his sister, but his legs couldn't stop shaking. Hancock bit his lower lip hard. They thought of their days as slaves in Mariajoy. She saw Rhett standing in the distance, a rare seriousness in his eyes. Sister. Sandersonia suddenly rushed out, punching the phantom with armament hockey, but she missed and was kicked over by the phantom. She staggered and fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Celestial dragons are not scary. I'm very familiar with celestial dragons. Go ahead, I'll hold you accountable. Rhett's voice came from all around. It was gentle, but confident, just like when he rescued them. This was a deliberate move by Rhett. The first point is that Rhett had killed celestial dragons in front of the three little ones, so he already had the ideological foundation. This is from 0 to 1. Then the second point is that their bodies have been well taken care of, and severe illnesses require strong medicines. Seeing the two sisters crying, General Rhett's encouragement, and Celestial Dragon's triumphant smile. Hancock felt a nameless fire burning in her heart. The day when she was branded as a slave flashed through her mind. Advertisement. Ah, perfume femur. The kick carried by Hockey hit the phantom in the face, and the bubble hood shattered with a crack. Hancock was stunned. She couldn't believe she had actually hit the target. Watching the celestial dragons gradually fall. We practice martial arts. Well, the most important thing for us as human beings is to have clear thoughts. Rhett said to the three children, we must kill the swordsman we dislike. Only then will our hearts be at peace and pure, and our strength will naturally increase. Celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods. So. Good. Rhett nodded. Remember this feeling. Anger is more powerful than fear. Come on, make it harder. The phantoms suddenly multiplied into dozens of them, surrounding the three sisters. Marigold collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Too many. I can't even finish fighting. The three little ones seemed to be about to collapse. Rhett moved, suddenly appearing between them, the blood mist turning into thin lines connecting each shadow. Look carefully. All the phantoms suddenly transformed, revealing their true appearances. They were skinny celestial dragons with golden chains around their necks, lying on the ground like dogs. They're just useless bastards riding on the coattails of their ancestors. Rhett crushed the nearest shadow with a stomp. Without their privileges, they can't even defeat you. A shadow in the form of a vicious dog pounced on Hancock, but a kick seemed to have drained all her courage. She instinctively closed her eyes, only to hear a scream. When she opened them, Rhett was strangling the dog's neck with one hand. Even my blood-mist creation can materialize, what are you afraid of? Conqueror's haki exploded like a tsunami, shattering all the phantoms in an instant. Rhett didn't know how Hancock awakened conquerors under the shadow of Celestial Dragon's fear, but Rhett was sure that it was incomplete. Sandersonia rushed over and hugged her sister. That's amazing. That was definitely conquerors. Marigold's snake hair danced happily and wrapped around Hancock's wrist. Hancock watched the approaching shadow, and suddenly her vision turned blood red. She saw her sister's terrified faces, the red-hot iron in the shadow's hand, and finally, her own trembling hands. Remember the feeling today. Congratulations on your graduation. Rhett took out 3 different styles of masks. These were not the ones Rhett bought when he went on a trip to Mariajoy. Rhett brought out 3 glasses of iced juice. It seems that there is still a long way to go. Because you're going back to Daughter Island. Rhett looked out to sea. It's safe there, but the world outside. He didn't finish, but Hancock understood what he meant. Rhett smiled. Well done, little Hancock. Advertisement. But she was laughing, a laugh she had never laughed before. So, they are so weak. Rely on reason, but don't let anger cloud your minds. I don't want you to be trapped in fear, and don't be stupid enough to kill celestial dragons on your own. What about fear? Rhett asked. Sandersonia struggled frantically, and her wrists were rubbed with blood by the chains. This is also why Hancock had so much good feelings towards Luffy after knowing that he defeated celestial dragons, because Luffy at that time was Hancock's hero and the sunshine in her closed heart. I don't want to. Her voice was very soft, but it shook the whole place. Don't be scared again. Fear is your greatest enemy. No. Marigold broke down and cried. Rhett knows that the Pirate's King is a purely idealistic world. Bang, 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 the 3 sisters said in unison. It's anger. Sandersonia and Marigold looked at their sister in shock. With Hancock as their role model, the 2 children had the courage to resist and fight to the end, even though the conquerors had not been released a few days later. The afternoon training was even more brutal. Rhett touched Sandersonia's head and said, whether you're afraid of them or not doesn't depend on your strength, but on your heart. Sandersonia suddenly grabbed Rhett's shirt. Can we really become stronger? Strong enough to no longer be afraid of them. The 3 little ones covered their heads and looked at Rhett with tears in their eyes. A bloody mist formed the entire Mariajoy Palace, and the 3 sisters were chained to their spot. The celestial dragon's shadowy figures raised red-hot irons. This time, I'll brand you in the face. The ground of the entire training ground was cracked like a spider web, and the red trees in the distance in the fog were shaking violently. Rhett came over and stuffed a candy into her mouth. This is what happens when you first release conquerors. It's a headache, isn't it? In the days that followed, Rhett did not allow Hancock to enter the fog, and trained the remaining 2 cubs alone. When everything calmed down, Hancock slumped to the ground, her body soaked in sweat. She realized that her nails had dug deep into her palms, and blood was flowing. Boom. During a break in training, the 3 sisters slumped in the shade of a tree. Outside, everything was calm. Hancock's conqueror's haki was not yet pure enough to break through Rhett's fog. Brother Rhett, Hancock asked quietly, why all of a sudden? Chapter 137 I saw a horror movie. The sea breeze blew gently, and the coated ship slowly sailed away from Sabayati Archipelago. The 3 Hancock sisters lay on the side of the boat, watching the mangroves gradually disappear into the distance, with both reluctance and anticipation in their eyes. Of course Rhett was there too, and Enel's happy voice appeared in Rhett's mind. Now he doesn't want to go back. Rhett's short story. Tezulo smiled and handed over the pile of documents. Captain, this is our future force arrangement. Rhett looked at the pile of papers. Oh. WC. Tesoro teleported to the other side of Rhett. The captain is dissatisfied with us. Please go and help us deal with it. Thank you for your help, Captain. Stella. Excuse me, Captain. Enel. Captain, please help me. I believe in you. Lena. Excuse me, Captain. Rhett was furious. Enel, why don't you come up? Aren't all these things your fault? Enel clicked his ears and said, oh, I have dozens of other places to go. Can we switch? Rhett. My family, I just watched a horror movie. I'm not lying. Phew, you scared yourself. After escaping from the terrifying fantasy of working people. Rhett leaned against the mast, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. Life without 996 is so comfortable. Slurp. Comfortable. He looked at the backs of the 3 little ones, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. General Tate. Hancock suddenly turned around, his face flushed by the sea breeze. There are some really big sea kings in the sea. Rhett put down his teacup, walked over to them, and petted each of the 3 little heads in turn. Corporal Kukik, would you like to see them up close? I went to be a volunteer, taking care of the children in the orphanage. They are so sensible. My fatherly love is bursting out now. Before they could answer, the blood mist turned into transparent bubbles, gently lifting the 3 sisters up and suspending them above the sea. Don't be afraid. Rhett's voice was very soft. I'm here, it can't hurt you. Okay, go play. The Sea King's huge eyes emerged from underwater and looked at the 3 sisters. Advertisement. Hancock plucked up his courage, reached out and touched the cold scales, his eyes flashing with excitement. What bad intentions could a child have? Don't argue, some things can't be called children. Sea Kings. No buddy, I'm the ferocious Poseidon. You guys just came over and touched me without even saying hello. You're crossing the line. Just as Sea Kings was about to get mad, Rhett's aura caused a demonic shadow to appear behind him, staring at Sea Kings. It just means, oi, Sea Kings, give me some face. The Sea Kings looked at him clearly, and he leaned closer to the three little ones. It seems to say again. Little princesses, touch here, it's softer. After playing with Sea Kings, Rhett returned with the three little ones. Sandersonia and Marigold turned pale with seasickness. Rhett pushed the door open and came in with a bowl of steaming soup in his hand. Chicken soup is here. Here, drink it. He squatted down and handed the bowl to Sandersonia. It's a secret recipe I developed myself, specially for treating seasickness. I'm just like you. I got seasick the first time I got on a ship, and the captain laughed at me. Rhett stopped mid-sentence. Yeah, there's no chance. The taste of the medicinal soup, even the chicken soup, was not very pleasant. Sandersonia frowned and was reluctant to take a sip. Rhett sighed and took out a small jar of honey. Add a little, and it won't be bitter. Marigold looked eagerly. Brother Rhett, where is mine? Here's yours. Rhett pulled a candy out of his pocket. Take your medicine first, then the candy, okay. Remember. The two little ones drank the medicine obediently and soon fell into a deep sleep. Rhett feels that his future reputation will not be earned by his own strength, but cultivated by himself. The legendary king of raising children. Rhett gently tucked them in and turned around to find Hancock standing in the doorway, a crooked painting in his hand. For you. She blushed and stuffed the painting into Rhett's hand, then ran away quickly. The painting shows Rhett standing on the bow of a boat, with three little girls behind him. Really? A kid gave it to me. You must be envious, hee hee hee. Night falls. Hancock sat alone at the bow, staring blankly at the distant horizon. What are you thinking about? Rhett's voice came from behind. Rhett fully understands why people like to watch the sea. When he was a child, he also liked to watch the sea at night when he was unhappy. Then there was Buggy Shanks who worked hard at night, and now it was Hancock's turn. Hancock lowered his head. I'm a little scared. Advertisement. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid that after returning to Daughter Island, I'll never see Brother Rhett again. Her voice gradually became smaller. Rhett chuckled. I'll give you a den mushi. If you miss me, just call me. I'll always be your big brother. Hancock's eyes lit up. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Rhett ruffled her hair. As the outline of Daughter Island appeared on the horizon, the three sisters hugged Rhett tightly. Brother Rhett, you must come see us. Sandersonia sobbed. Hancock remained silent, her face buried in Rhett's cloak. It was a long moment before she looked up, the determination of a future empress in her eyes. I will become strong enough to protect those who are important to me. Rhett crouched down to their eye level. I believe you. The waves gently lapped the hull of the coated ship. The 9 snake warriors stood in line on the shore. The leader, Grandma Za, was leaning on a snake staff and looking at the slowly approaching ship with a complicated expression. Lady Gloriosa. The 3 Hancock sisters were gently carried to the shore by the blood mist. Sandersonia waved excitedly. We're back. Grandma Za's gaze swept over the 3 girls' rosy cheeks and bright eyes. This was completely different from the traumatized appearance she had expected. Her gaze crossed the sea and briefly met Rhett standing at the bow, and she nodded slightly in greeting. Welcome home, children. Granny Z's voice was a little hoarse. This is Mr. Rayleigh and Shaki isn't coming back. Rayleigh lazily leaned against the side of the boat. She's doing great business at her bar right now. Grandma sighed, as if she had expected it. She turned to Hancock. From today on, you will be trained as 9 snake warriors. Hancock, you will especially. I understand. Hancock suddenly straightened his back, his tone already carrying the authority of a future emperor. I will become a warrior worthy of the name of the 9 snakes. Grandma Za raised her eyebrows in surprise, then smiled with relief. Why don't you go say hello? Rayleigh glanced at Rhett, who was pinching little rabbits with blood mist. At least you saved 3 of their precious children. Rhett said without looking up. The old woman's eyes are almost telling me off. She probably thinks I'm a child kidnapper. It's all Uncle Rayleigh's fault for not making a good impression. Shaki chuckled, cigarette between her lips. She's trying to warn men against coming to the island. But, she glanced pointedly at Rhett, it seems like someone has been treated as an exception by little Hancock. Hancock suddenly broke free from his mother-in-law's hand and rushed to the shore. Brother Rhett. Her voice carried across the sea breeze. When I become emperor, I will abolish the rule that forbids Brother Rhett from landing on the island. Grandma's snake staff fell to the ground with a clack. What did you teach them? Shaki raised an eyebrow. They seem a lot more confident. There's something more important than that. Rhett thought of the 3 sisters' smiling faces. How not to live in the shadows. Chapter 138. Stop talking nonsense. Sign. Rhett also set out on the way home. Actually, Rhett was still a little weak. He had been out playing for quite a long time. To some extent, Rhett's observation hockey has indeed improved. Isn't improvement in intuition also a kind of improvement? Because in the Crimson Dawn Pirates headquarters, the air pressure in the conference room is so low that you can squeeze water out of it. Tezulo rested his chin on one hand, tapping the tabletop rhythmically with his fingertips. Stella stood behind him, her smile gentle but with a hint of darkness. If the captain doesn't come back soon, these documents will be, accidentally, swallowed by the Sea Kings. No one could force the gentle Stella into this state. Indeed, the Crimson Dawn pirates took over 2 large-scale underground forces. Even though Tesoro has been there for a month, there are still a lot of documents and personnel arrangements that need to be arranged. This should be the busiest period of time to quell the riots. Tezulo did let Rhett rest outside for a while, because most of these deployments were made by Rhett, and the crew wanted Rhett to rest for a few days. But they still underestimated the shamelessness of their captain. Ever since he took the Den Den Mushi call last time, if you gave him a vacation, he would really take a long vacation. Rhett, this is my trust in you all. The company will not treat you unfairly in the future. You are all veterans, and you are all my wings. Enel collapsed on the sofa, sparks flying above his head. I've already visited 37 strongholds. 37. That guy is actually teasing children on Dagger Island. Lena held a stack of account books taller than herself and said quietly, the captain once said, those who are capable should do more work. Those who are capable should do more work. Tezulo sneered and suddenly slammed the table. Then he should come back and do his work. Last week's trade agreement, the construction of the new base in East Blue, the friendly exchanges with the Marines, all of it is on my shoulders. Tezulo was not worried about Rhett not working, but he was afraid that Rhett did not know the distribution of his power, which would affect his future plans. If Rhett were here, he would definitely put his arm around Tezulo's shoulders. Our Thai mother really underestimated her own abilities. As long as Rhett comes back, with the abilities of Tezulo and Rhett, they can basically understand everything clearly in one day. This may be. Thai's mother always thinks you are not full. The door was flung open, and Rhett poked half his head in, smiling brightly. Hey, everyone's here. The weather is really. Close the door. Release Enel. Tesoro gave the order. 200 million volts, discharge of resentment. Wait, I brought some local specialties. Ouch. 10 minutes later, Rhett was found sitting in a chair with an afro on his head. Advertisement. Tezulo slammed a stack of documents in front of him and said, sign. Rhett tried to struggle. Actually, we can divide the work and cooperate. Tezulo ignored Rhett and just smiled. Sign. Stella handed over the coffee with a smile. Division of labor. During the time you were away, Master Tesoro only slept 3 hours a day. The one with the most resentment should be Enel. Enel approached sinisterly and said, you know this god. You asked why Moria is not here. He still has to make zombies in the workshop, but he hasn't come out yet. Rhett. Late at night, Rhett sneaked towards the port, and suddenly a golden light appeared behind him. Tezulo's voice came from the shadows. You don't think you have something urgent to do you? Rhett froze, looking at the dozens of golden spears gathered behind Tesoro. Tezulo looked at Rhett with a smile and said, if you dare to run away, I'll stab you to death. Rhett had no choice but to laugh dryly. Haha, how could that be? I was just taking a walk. Walk. Enel peeked out from the clouds. Do you need my escort? Stella added gently. Captain, there is a bed in the document room. You can sleep there from now on. Rhett looked at everyone. You all didn't leave, right? Ahahahahahahahahaha. I'm kind of touched. In this way, Rhett also experienced a few months of happy life. After processing the documents, Rhett felt that his resentment would burst through the sky. Now he can eat 10 celestial dragons in one meal. Tezulo walked up to Rhett and handed him a file. Rhett rolled over on the ground. Oh, I can't take this anymore. I can't take this anymore. My hands are almost broken. I'm going to get into trouble if I keep signing. Tezulo looked at his captain, who was rolling on the ground. But this is a report that seems to be about the location of Morgan's. Our intelligence personnel haven't found his headquarters. We should set sail. I think we can go and take a look. Rhett jumped to his feet. Good. Damn bird. I caught it. Rhett once made a move while navigating a sea of documents. I went to talk to Morgan's about my ideas, but he approved them all, and I still couldn't find Morgan's base. Advertisement. Rhett has already placed all his doubled resentment on Morgause, so it might be a bit painful to be caught by Rhett. The Bruma Jackson was sailing on the sea once, with all the boats running at full speed. It was obvious that the captain of the boat was very resentful. As the Bruma Jackson approached Newsbird Island, Rhett stood at the bow, blood mist swirling around him, his sharp eyes scanning the seemingly ordinary island. Intelligence says Morgan's has a secret base here, Tezulo said, flipping through the documents, but the exact location is unknown. Enel yawned. Wouldn't it be better to just scan it with the hard net? Rhett shook his head. That old bird is very cunning. He must have some way to prevent observation hockey. He grinned. So, let's visit in person. I'm feeling sick if I don't move around today. Rhett kicked open the shabby wooden door of a shop with a sign reading, The World's First Express, and dust fell. Is anyone there? He asked with a smile. This doesn't look like the face of the world's #1 newspaper, but it's a good thing. In the empty office, only a few newspaper gulls fluttered their wings in fear. In the corner, a thin man wearing glasses was frantically hiding something in a pile of documents. Rhett rolled up the blood mist and picked up the man directly. Yo, are you busy? Boss, spare me, the man stammered. I'm just a newspaper seller. Tezulo picked up the document he had hidden and raised an eyebrow. Shocking. Marine Admiral Aokiji was killed during his nap. Is this your news? The man laughed dryly. Life forces me, life forces me. Rhett narrowed his eyes. You're not Morgause. Of course I'm not. You can call me Admiral of the unofficial history army. The man seemed to be very proud of his profession. That Tui is not as good as our editor-in-chief. Enel interrupted. Then why do you have a sign that says, World's First Express? The man shrank his neck. Quote. The editor-in-chief said it would make us look more professional, so he took us there. Rhett and his team kicked open this suspicious newspaper office, and finally got something this time. A bird with disheveled feathers was squatting in front of a typewriter, typing furiously, muttering, breaking news. Captain Rhett of the Bloody Dawn is suspected of having something to hide with Rayleigh, haha. He suddenly felt a chill on his back. Zhang Yi, that guy is really something. He left the door open when he went out. I froze to death. After complaining, Birdman continued to work. Ha 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 ha. Oh, some more details. Chapter 139. If you recruit me, you will recruit the entire news industry. This bird-like man with round frame glasses was probably too absorbed in writing and didn't notice Rhett and the others coming. It should be said that although there are only a few people in this newspaper office, each of them is immersed in their own writing. Rhett and the others kicked the door open but no one looked at them. When did Rhett become so shameless? Rhett was about to pick up the fake editor bird when the other party suddenly seemed to have discovered something. Suddenly, he slid, flapped his wings, turned around, and roared at his two men. Da lazy. How many times has this editor-in-chief told me this? The news headline should be, still holding the pipa, half covered. He snatched the draft his men were writing, pointed at it with the tip of his wing, and read. Shock. Captain Crimson Dawn had a secret meeting with Rayleigh for 3 hours late at night. Is this acceptable? Is this acceptable? It's immoral. Ryan raised his hand weakly. But you said last time that the title should be explosive. Don't learn bad habits from Big Shinji, he used to write erotic stories. Ha, the street bird slapped its wings on its head. Explosive doesn't mean straightforward. Watch me. He picked up his pen and quickly rewrote. I looked up halfway through writing. Do we have a photo of the Scarlet Dawn pirates from behind? Xiao Guzi, Xiao Yingzi, go check it out quickly. The two little boys frantically searched through the pile of photos. Yes, President, these are the ones you brought back last time. Very good. Exclusive. A legendary pirate's captain's secret conversation with a retired man under the moonlight with a photo of their backs. Rhett, Tezulo, Enel. What difference does it make? Fujianao pushed his glasses up and said mysteriously, the difference is, it allows the readers to fill in the blanks themselves. He flapped his wings and gave a passionate speech. When you see, under the moon, think of romance. When you see, old man, think of. When you see, back view, think of. I thought you were going to be struck by lightning soon. Electric arcs danced on Enel's fingertips. The street bird reacted instantly and seemed to have found a suitable excuse for Rhett and the others. Why did you come to my newspaper? Are you admiring my outstanding talent? Ha 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 ha. Do you need an autograph? I didn't expect that after practicing my signature skills day and night, I can finally draw a stroke today. The street bird was in the beautiful state, but Rhett's blood mist had almost entangled him. Wait, I have another work. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Fujianao's mind, and he shouted to Delazy, hurry up and show me the photo I took last week. It's that advertisement. Ryan nervously handed over a blurry telephoto photo. In the night, Rhett and Rayleigh could be vaguely seen standing at the door of the bar. Because of the angle, their shadows on the wall looked like. He felt that his president was a little dead. Because that shadow looks like it's hugging someone affectionately. The birdie smiled flatteringly. You see, this kind of ambiguous composition is what we call professional. Enel, 200 million volts, help. After the bird was comfortable for a while, Rhett was covered in blood mist, his eyes dangerous. Finally I found you, dead bird. Moore froze, and slowly turned his head, tears welling up in his eyes, but he firmly wiped them away with his wings to prevent them from falling. Quote. Did you come to see me specifically? Do you admire me? I never thought that I would be appreciated by the great pirates one day. Rhett's sweat dropped. Actually, your people brought us here. Moore turned his head suddenly and stared at Zhang Yi. It's like saying, Onoko, you brought Rhett in. Zhang Yi looked at the sky and whistled. This sky is really a sky. The air solidified. Tezulo frowned. You are the user of the bird fruit, but you are not Morgans. Moore fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Master, spare me. My name is Moore, a birdman from the fur tribe, a street bird. I'm actually a code bird that ate the code fruit, and I'm pretending to be one for sales. As he spoke, he sang. We are all living hard. Rhett. Enel. Moore. Ah. Rhett stared at his shabby newspaper office, where scribbled manuscripts were piled on the table and two people were shivering and hugging each other in the corner. Enel gritted his teeth. Fine. It takes 4 people to write this thing. I'm so honored. Rhett tried to throw his legs out. Let go. Boss Rhett, this is my life-defining weapon that materialized after I ate the fruit. It's a code machine. The fluttering bird screamed. Wait. I am still valuable. I know the clue to the real Morgans. Moore lowered his voice, but I need an exclusive interview with Bloody Dawn in exchange. I'll tell you. Quote. There are only 3 of you. Advertisement. Rhett looked at him with a dark face, turned around and left. He's currently planning a world situation newspaper, and is reportedly looking for someone who can become the Emperor of the Sea. Rhett and Tezulo. You still won't change. Tezulo held his forehead and said, Captain, why don't we just sink the island? It's not a bad idea to see how he develops. There is always no power to be recovered. The loyalty he created himself. Rhett does not recommend helping a group, it's just a small amount of money, it depends on whether this dead bird can catch this broken wealth. Like Morgans, they have a paranoid worship of news. Do these bird people have some strange fetish for news? Moore nodded frantically. Yes, we're publishing it. As long as Captain Rhett agrees, tomorrow's headline will be, Bloody Dawn conquers the press, world government tremble. Stop it, sir. Moore clung to his trouser legs tightly. If you leave, we'll really starve to death. Look at my feathers, they're all bald. Finally, the farce ended. From the perspective of Rhett, the time traveler, this dead bird, according to what he said before he traveled through time, did a really good job in marketing. Enel. Like, Thor Enel is actually the reincarnation of the newspaper gull. Before Moore typed, it felt like there was a fire behind him. Ola ola ola. Rhett was intrigued. Show me what you can do. It is not impossible to create a power of your own with your own wealth. Boss, those are the other 3 writers, Da Shinji, Da Rongzi, and Da Sanzi. He's also involved. Enel was furious. This bird is playing tricks on us. I will chop you down. Look, sir, the content I output can be directly printed into a newspaper. Don't you think it's very convenient? It's really not the intelligence personnel's fault. They couldn't have imagined that there were only 3 people pretending to be from the news of the world. They might have found out but simply ignored it. Rhett thought that after all, he was a fruit user, and it was the code fruit. It's 8. But we have dreams. Moore watched the mist dissipate and hugged Rhett's legs. Boss, recruit us. We're really good at making up stories. We just feel our talents aren't being recognized. Boss. What happened? Rhett narrowed his eyes. Speak. Enel yelled in frustration. You wrote it. It was so hard for me to find it. Ah. Moore raised his wings tremblingly, as if he had discovered something, and pointed at the 3 men in suits who had just come downstairs and didn't know what had happened. Ah. X4. No, not unless you agree. Rhett's mouth twitched. What abilities do you have? Moore immediately stood up and led Rhett to the coding machine. Ah. X8. Chapter 140. It's so hard to come up with a title. Odin died 20 years ago, and our timeline is later, because I want Rhett to be stronger, and it is not abrupt to set Odin to listen to Rhett's advice and hold on for a few more years. I wanted to make the plot more coherent rather than have Gaba Rhett become stronger and create a split, because this timeline is blank. I personally think that dying a few years earlier or later would have no impact on the plot. If you're serious about it, then you're right. Rhett decided to go to Wano Kuni. Here Rhett analyzes the original plot, why Odin rejected Rayleigh and did not look for Whitebeard. First of all, Wano Kuni is a closed country, which means that information is not circulated. Even if Odin approached Whitebeard and Whitebeard agreed, Rhett still felt powerless as far as Whitebeard was concerned. Could Whitebeard have killed Kaido? How different were the 4 emperors in the original plot? Except Shanks, who was judged by Kid. Even if Whitebeard's entire group came to Wano Kuni like in Summit War, the same thing still applies, the pirate's king can't beat him with his strength. Kaido turns into a dragon and runs away when he sees the situation is not right. Being able to fly gives him an advantage. Even if Whitebeard is the strongest man, what's the point of not fighting you? Let's take a step back and assume Whitebeard can defeat Kaido this time. What then? Will Whitebeard and the entire group defend Wano Kuni to prevent another 4 emperors attack? Is Odin so shameless? I think not. This is Odin's own family affair. You can't use your own private affairs to bind others for life. After the normal analysis, let's do something abnormal. This is purely Oda's fault. He is backed by the 2 strongest pirates at the time, Roger and Whitebeard. Not only did he suffer humiliation, but the people who followed him also suffered. He played a good hand so badly. It doesn't make sense logically. This is also the reason why Odin lost his popularity. The Bruma Jackson sailed on the sea, but its target was not Wano Kuni, but Whitebeard's territory. It went to find Whitebeard. Rhett wanted to see what Whitebeard's reaction would be when he saw Odin like this. There was actually not much difference between Rhett and Whitebeard. The deck of the Moby DK. Whitebeard sat in his special chair, holding the wine jug and gazing into the distance. Marco stood aside, suddenly frowned and looked at the horizon. Dad, a boat is coming. Whitebeard chuckled. Gulala, this scent is from that brat. In the distance, the outline of the Bruma Jackson gradually became clear, and a familiar figure stood on the bow shrouded in blood mist. Rhett crossed his arms and grinned. Hey, Newgate, long time no see, any wine left? The crew of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly became agitated. Brother Rhett. Marco rubbed his temples. Brother Rhett really wants wine as soon as he comes. Advertisement. But he also began to instruct his brothers to prepare a banquet. Rhett jumped onto the Moby DK and sat cross-legged opposite Whitebeard. He took a big gulp of wine without hesitation and wiped his mouth. Tisk, it's still so bad. Can't you save some good stuff? Whitebeard laughed. Gulala, you little brat, it's a blessing to be able to drink Lousy's wine. Lousy can't even drink enough for himself. Rhett rolled his eyes. Come on, you're starting to see cracks in this body. Whitebeard's eyes darkened slightly, but soon returned to normal. He stared at Rhett, his voice lowered. So, you've been running around all over the world. You suddenly came to my place, you wouldn't just come here for a few drinks, right? Whitebeard's other sons were confused, but Marco was not one of them. On the deck, the sound of wine bowls colliding echoed crisply. Rhett tilted his head back and took a big gulp of wine. The spicy liquid slid down his throat. He squinted his eyes and scanned Whitebeard's energetic face, but he couldn't see any problems at all. Who is Rhett? He is the eldest disciple of Ku Rox and the carrier of vitality. After the mist swept over him, Rhett knew everything. Your drinking capacity hasn't declined, old man. Rhett put down his bowl, blood mist swirling around his fingertips, but your body is very honest. Whitebeard snorted and laughed. Kid, Lousy is not your business. Marco stood aside, hesitant to speak. Finally, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. Brother Rhett, since you're here, I have something to ask of you. Rhett raised an eyebrow and asked knowingly, oh, little Marco, what's wrong? You actually need me for something. Marco ignored his teasing and said seriously, Dad's health. Brother Rhett should be able to tell. I can see it, so you can too. The air suddenly became quiet. Whitebeard frowned. Marco. Rhett suddenly grinned. Yeah, although Whitebeard is at his peak strength, these hidden injuries have no effect on him now, but they will become more and more in the future. When they accumulate to a certain extent, it will be just like the original plot. This confusing answer left everyone stunned. But there's one condition. Rhett held up a finger. I want your collection of wine, you stingy fellow. You only brought this much to entertain us, it's not enough for anyone. Advertisement. Whitebeard's eyes widened. You little brat. That's what Lousy left for. Deal. Marco immediately interrupted his father and turned to run towards the cabin. Whitebeard was so angry that his beard stood up. Marco. Stop right there. Rhett laughed heartily, the blood mist already condensing into a crimson ball of light in his palm. Don't struggle, old man. Today you are destined to make me repay this favor on behalf of the captain. The treatment process was not easy. The blood mist filled the air, and the hidden injuries accumulated in Whitebeard's body were far beyond imagination. His vitality was constantly replenished. Rhett's blood mist condensed, like a precise scalpel, repairing the broken meridians and organs bit by bit. Whitebeard's internal injuries were more serious than what he showed on the surface. Sweat dripped down his forehead, but the corners of his mouth still had that cynical smile. He couldn't lose face in front of Whitebeard. A large patient like Whitebeard has a considerable demand for vitality, coupled with physical injuries, some of which are internal organ fragments that were repelled by the power of the fruit. Tisk, tisk, your health is worse than the weather in the new world. Tisk, tisk, Rhett teased. In the future, high-intensity combat will kill you, old man. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, not uttering a single word. Stop talking nonsense, and focus on treating you. 3 hours later, when the last wisp of blood mist receded, Whitebeard took a deep breath, feeling more relaxed than ever. He stretched his shoulders, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. How's it going? Rhett wiped his sweat. Do you feel like you can live another 50 years? Whitebeard stood up, slammed his naginata down, and laughed heartily. Gulala. Brat, you've got some skills. During Rhett's treatment, Marco told his friends that his father had a hidden injury. The sons excitedly surrounded Whitebeard, touching and looking around. Then Marco led everyone to bow deeply to Rhett. Rhett lay. He has already called on the zombies to start carrying the wine onto his boat. It would be a huge loss if he didn't take some away after spending so much energy. Stop. Whitebeard suddenly shouted. Take the wine and let's fight. Lousy hasn't felt this relaxed in ages. Rhett was also very excited. How could the weapon upgrade only be done once? Let's find an island to fight and destroy your boat. I'm afraid your old man will be sad. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good. Very good. Marco, get ready to sail. Chapter 141 Welcome to my world. Saido Kai Shin, the battle begins. Thick fog instantly engulfed the entire island. Newgate stood in the mist, his lips curled up in excitement. Gulala. Brat, this trick seems to be getting interesting. Newgate could clearly feel that his observation hockey was almost ineffective. Although Rhett's mist had not reached the level of pervert that could prevent him from seeing the future, it could hide himself to the greatest extent. Seeing and hearing kill is like forcefully kicking the door out of your way and preventing you from seeing. Rhett's fog hides the door, so you can't find it and naturally can't see it. Rhett's voice drifted from the depths of the fog. Uncle Newgate, a friendly reminder, after fighting Uncle Rayleigh, I researched something new. You'd better knock it down quickly. Swish. A bloody blade suddenly slashed out from the fog on the left. Newgate swung his sword back to block it, but the moment it made contact, he found that the bloody blade dissipated like a phantom. At the same time, the real attack came from behind. Bang. The black-tied greatsword wrapped around Conqueror's sword struck Newgate's back hard, causing him to stagger forward 2 steps. First cut. Uncle Newgate. Rhett's voice echoed in all directions. The crew of the Newgate pirates watched the battle from a distance, and Rhett gave them permission to. No one is watching me, what's the point of breaking the backboard? Marco's pupils constricted. Dad's observation hockey. Rhett-san has gotten stronger again. Newgate suddenly grinned and stabbed his naginata into the ground. Air shock. If you can't find it, just sweep it away. Don't forget that Newgate is also good at group attacks. Boom. The atmosphere cracked, the entire island shook violently, and the thick fog was torn open by the shock wave. Newgate took the opportunity to advance, but was surrounded by 3 Rhetts at the same time the next second. Uncle Newgate, get chopped. X3. Illusion. No, it's all real. Newgate's whole body was covered with armament color, and Kusukumakiri swept through the enemy. The 3 Rhett were cut off at the same time, but turned into blood mist and merged back into the environment. The real Rhett has long been lurking in the mist. Mist god style. Nirvana. Laugh. The tip of the sword cut Newgate's calf, and the blood was swallowed up by the blood mist as soon as it seeped out. Advertisement. The mist rushed towards Newgate's body quickly. Although Newgate reacted quickly, some of it still entered his body. It's okay. Let's take it slow. Rhett's voice was full of joking. / Uncle Newgate's observation hockey isn't very good. Newgate suddenly laughed wildly, his muscles flexing. Who do you think lousy is? He gave up defense, wrapped his naginata with conquerors and shock power, and slashed it towards the void. The sky cracks. Crack. The sky shattered like glass, and the terrifying shock wave cleared away the entire thick fog. Rhett reacted instantly and recovered the fog. But Newgate discovered it. Bite. The black tide greatsword crossed to block, and Rhett then retreated back into the mist with the reaction force. Newgate did find a way to defeat Rhett, but it is no exaggeration to say that there is no one in the world who can kill Rhett with one blow, not to mention that Rhett has the ability to defend himself. Even someone as strong as Newgate would have a hard time defeating Rhett after using this move hundreds of times. Newgate gasped, the wound on his calf glowing an eerie red, the blood mist sapping his strength. But he fought on with ever-increasing courage. You little brat, this poisonous mist is truly formidable. Rhett was sent flying into the rubble, blocked but not completely blocked. Rhett's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. Uncle Newgate, this is only the 3rd round. And what's more, this is just nonsense. I'm holding a straw and ruthlessly sucking on you until I kill you. He suddenly plunged the black tide greatsword into the ground. Mist god style final scene blood prison scroll. The sky and the earth suddenly darkened. The blood moon was in the sky, corpses were everywhere, and the smell of blood rushed into my nose. This is Newgate. Newgate's slash has the ability of shock fruit. Although the probability is very small, it is possible to scatter it. Even if it is scattered, it can't escape. Boom. The entire blood prison world shook violently, the ground cracked into countless abysses, and the bloody warriors fell into the cracks one after another. Gulala. Those invisible ones are really troublesome. Gulala. Kid, those who are weaker than you dragged in here must have been driven crazy by this scene. It's interesting. Gulala. Suddenly, the ground shook, and countless blood-red warriors crawled out from the blood mud, each of them wrapped in black and red lightning, with scarlet light dancing in their eyes. Newgate had a feeling that he was in a new world, even though he knew it was an illusion. Advertisement. It was clearly an island during the day, but suddenly the scene changed. Crack. Hey, Uncle Newgate, how dare you overturn the table? You're not allowed to do that, you're not allowed to do that. Well done. Newgate laughed, sweeping his naginata across. Sky shock, mountain collapse. Silently they raised their swords and surged towards Newgate like a tide. Rhett's mouth was bleeding, but he was still laughing wildly. But, I was wrong, Uncle Newgate, I caught you. Newgate found that his physical strength was slowly draining away, and the chopped warriors turned into blood, silently corroding his armament color. The terrifying shock wave crushed hundreds of blood warriors into blood mist, but the next second, the blood mist condensed again and rushed over again. Newgate no longer attacked blindly, but instead concentrated the power of the shock into the tip of his blade and stabbed it into the ground. Seaquake, earthquake. Rhett waved his hand, and the warriors gradually became transparent, but Newgate could feel that they did not disappear. He grinned. Gulala, you little brat, you made such a big fuss just to scare Lousy. It's really hard to deal with a few invisible ones in the human wave tactics. Although Newgate was very careful, he was still injured in the chaotic battlefield. I got you. Newgate grinned at the embarrassed Rhett. After saying this, Rhett gradually turned into mist and dissipated. Rhett also asked Newgate to help him test the strength so that he could fix the loopholes. I see. Newgate's eyes flashed. The more of these phantoms you kill, the stronger your blood mist erosion becomes. The Kuroshio greatsword collided with Kurogane Kiri, and the shockwave created a brief vacuum in the surrounding blood mist. But it was useless. Countless blood-red warriors stepped out of the fog, each holding the same black tide greatsword as Rhett. Newgate could sense that all the phantom attacks had substance. But it takes too much energy to repair it, so he decided to go out and stop them himself. A thrifty man would save as much as possible. Rhett knew that the battle with Newgate could not be ended without fighting for a few days. Rhett slowly walked out of the mist, his figure gradually becoming apparent. He bowed slightly towards Newgate. Uncle Newgate, welcome to the world I rule. Newgate stood in a sea of blood and corpses, his naginata, Kurokumo Kiri, glowing coldly under the blood moon. This was the confidence his strength gave him. Rhett's voice came from all directions. No, Uncle Newgate, the longer you stay in my world, the stronger my corrupting power will be. Puff. A golden slash that pierced through the sky and earth slashed towards the blood moon, but was stopped in midair by Rhett, who suddenly appeared. Newgate took the opportunity to leap up, his naginata pointed directly at the blood moon. Chop this world into pieces for lousy. I want to see if it's really that strong. Rhett's deep laugh came from the mist. This is just the beginning, Uncle Newgate. Chapter 142. The banquet is starting. 3 bloody swords pierced Newgate's shoulders from behind at the same time. It turned out that the warriors who fell into the rift had regrouped at some point and launched a sneak attack. Newgate groaned and smashed the attacker with his backhand, but Rhett had already disappeared into the fog again. Newgate has lost track of time. The blood moon was still hanging high in the sky, and he himself could not count how many warriors he had killed. Newgate's breathing had become heavy. Countless warrior remains were piled up at his feet, but the erosion of the blood mist made his movements slow down. You little brat. Newgate wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Your trick is a bottomless pit. Rhett's voice was tired and he was breathing heavily. The correct approach now should be to expand the range of the fog to absorb some other physical strength, but there are all partners around, no nutrients. Oh, I miss the first day of celestial dragons. To build this illusion on a large scale, it is not enough to have Blue Tyrant and Newgate. Newgate is stingy and only gives so little. Newgate is the one that exceeds the standard. Who is Rhett? The pirates, first Blue King. His tone was still playful. What? Uncle Newgate, the strongest man in the world, is afraid of being exhausted. Afraid. Newgate suddenly leapt up, his naginata wrapped with Conqueror's and Shockwave's power, slashing at the void continuously, sky-splitting dance. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was like a broken mirror, and the blood moon was shattered into pieces. The entire blood prison world began to collapse, but just when Newgate thought he had broken through. Crash. The scene suddenly changed, and he was standing on a vast ocean of blood. Rhett came walking on the waves, with a huge tide of blood behind him. I'm not going to survive after you've been so broken. Rhett pointed his sword at Newgate, his chest heaving. Come on, let's continue. Newgate's expression finally changed, and he twitched his lips. This damn place has no end. The sea of blood was boiling, Newgate was numb from killing, and his white cloak had been dyed dark red. He half knelt on the crest of the wave, with Kong Yunchi in front of him. No kidding, there are now 2 bellows in this world. Gulala. He suddenly chuckled. Stinky kid, lousy found something interesting. Advertisement. Rhett's figure emerged from the blood wave. Oh. Rhett was also tired. He felt tired after saying one more word. Rhett now wanted to hold Newgate and chew it. Now he really wanted to stick straws all over Newgate. The straws should be thicker. It's not enough. Your blood prison scroll. Newgate slowly stood up, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. It's not the illusion I understand at all. Not only have you dragged Lousy into your illusion, you're also constantly influencing his thoughts. As expected, I'm chopping air now, right? Rhett's pupils constricted. That sword strike during our initial encounter. Newgate touched the wound on his calf. That's the real key that allowed me to enter this world. The more wounds you have, the more real your illusion becomes. Am I right, little brat? Before he finished speaking, Newgate's body erupted with unprecedented haki. The power of the shock fruit no longer spread out, but was all compressed on the naginata. Let me show you what the world's strongest means. God shock. The naginata slashed out no longer a shock wave, but a pure space crack. After fighting for so long, he could still burst out with such power. Newgate began to fight desperately. If the fog is removed, Newgate is confident that he can defeat Rhett in one day, but if he continues to drag it out in this world, he will definitely lose. The world of blood prison is like a torn scroll. Rhett stopped his sword when it was about to hit Whitebeard. Now Whitebeard was broken and became a damaged version again. The 2 men were lying on the deserted island at the same time, surrounded by ruins, which were caused by the aftermath of the battle between the 2. Rhett smiled at him. On the other side, Stella was wiping the bloodline on Rhett's face with a wet towel, and the yuyu fruit was healing Rhett's wounds. Young men, it's time for the party. Rhett collapsed to the ground, unable to move a finger. Old man, you saw through it a long time ago. As expected of a mother bird, she couldn't help but mutter while treating the patient. You too, you are already so old, why are you still competing with young people? In the light of the bonfire, the crews of the 2 ships gradually became friends. Perona puffed up her cheeks like a bun and floated to Rhett's side. Lord Rhett, she said, you lost. Time is all messed up inside. I noticed that your first strike was significantly more powerful than the next 2. This means you must succeed with your first strike. Rhett stretched out his hand and threw a cloud of blood mist at Thatch and then disappeared. See, that kid is a monster that Roger raised himself. One day he'll surpass Roger. Lousy is lucky. He got to fight him when I was at my peak. It's a pity this kid hasn't reached his peak yet. Whiteby took an elegant sip of his wine and smiled, but that last move, God shock, was truly brilliant. Dad is truly the better one. Advertisement. At the banquet, the bonfire crackled, and the aroma of wine and barbecue filled the deserted island. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates and the zombies were busy shuttling between them, carrying barrels of fine wine and freshly roasted sea king's meat. Tezulo chuckled. Same here. Gulala. Whitebeard laughed and patted his son's pineapple head. Perona's eyes lit up. Mr. Rhett is so awesome. Whitey chuckled and shook her head. Little sister, Daddy is sitting there drinking too. Saki winked proudly. This is carved from a white radish, specially prepared for the lovely lady. Newgate sat up, breathing heavily. But the move needed to break the deadlock requires accumulation of power. To be honest, I'm not sure I can break it for you, your move is quite insidious. Rhett and Whitebeard saw that the big and small could still argue over such a thing. Perona was floating in the air. Hey, Lord Rhett can still sit and eat an apple. Sage thought Rhett was joking. This is for the two ladies. Mr. Rhett, please don't rush me. Your portion is being prepared. I'll bring your barbecue right over. It's guaranteed to be delicious. Perona floated over to the barbecue, her eyes sparkling. Wow, there's even a little skull decoration on it, so cute. It seems that there is still room for improvement. The two of them looked at each other sideways, as if they had reached a tacit understanding. In the distance, Izo and Tezulo clinked their glasses. Tesoro, please stop using your powers. Rhett put his hands on his head and shook it wildly, not looking at him. I can't even hold a spoon right now, and you're still talking to me about documents. Are you a monster? It's just that I lost, there's nothing wrong with admitting it. When I make my final move, please go easy on me. Rhett raised his hand and ruffled her hair. Silly girl, there are plenty of opportunities to fight Whitebeard. Saki came over at the right moment, carrying the barbecue. Two beautiful ladies, would you like to try my special barbecue? It's freshly grilled. Whitebeard politely took the plate and said, thank you. It smells delicious. Newgate lay on the ground. Gulala. It's so good. Marco and Stella treated the wounds on Whitebeard and Rhett. Tezulo stood aside, holding a bowl of hot soup, shaking his head helplessly. Captain, if you put this energy into the documents. Brother Rhett is such a lunatic. Izo sighed. You should know that this is not the battle-damaged Whitebeard, this is the peak Whitebeard card. Chapter 143 If we go together, you will explode. Gulala, little devil, how are you going to sail next? Newgate asked casually. Rhett ate the meat and said, I've been missing Odin lately. I'm planning to go to Wano Kuni to see him. Newgate glanced at him and suddenly asked, you still haven't told me why you're suddenly interested in Odin, little brat. He should be a famous figure in Wano Kuni now, right? Rhett paused chewing, his eyes becoming subtle. Oh, you really think so? Newgate frowned. What do you mean? Rhett put down the piece of meat, and the blood mist gathered in his palm to form an image. It was the scene of Kaido's blue dragon form hovering over Wano Kuni. I saw the future. Your brother is being walked around like a dog by this loach. Crack. The barrel in Newgate's hand was crushed, and the wine dripped through his fingers. The whole banquet fell silent in an instant, and everyone felt the terrifying anger. Kid, explain clearly. Newgate's voice was terribly low. Rhett sighed. I only saw Odin being tricked by Kaido into dancing naked, and then being boiled to death. I'm not very clear about the other things. It's not that Rhett didn't know, but Rhett felt that this was enough. As the fog changed, Newgate's face became uglier and uglier. When he heard that Odin was boiled alive, he stood up suddenly and fell heavily to the ground. That idiot. Newgate roared. Why didn't he come to Lousy? Doesn't he even consider us family? Rhett threw up his hands. It can't be helped. It's his country, his responsibility. Bullshit. Newgate's eyes blazed with anger. We can't stand watching our families be humiliated in Wano Kuni. Marco quickly held his father down. Calm down. Brother Odin. Gulala. Newgate suddenly let out a creepy laugh. Good. Very good. Rhett, you came to Lousy not just to tell this story, right? Rhett grinned, tired but with a glint in his eyes. Of course not. I'm going to Wano Kuni to make sure Odin is dead or not. After all, that guy's thinking is different from that of ordinary people. Although I have warned him, I want to go and see if he has embarrassed our Roger Pirates group. He rose unsteadily, and held out his hand to Newgate. Will you come with me? I'm afraid I'll kill him. Advertisement. Newgate stared at Rhett's hand and suddenly burst into laughter. Gulala. Funny. Newgate grabbed Rhett's hand and lifted him up. I want to see how Kaido got the guts to bully my family like this. Shua, hello, are you dead? Takeout. Thick fog covered the sea, and two huge pirate ships approached the coastline of Wano Kuni quietly like ghosts. Rhett stood at the bow of the ship, and a blood mist surged, completely obscuring the existence of the Nirvana and the Moby DK. We're here. Rhett squinted his eyes and looked at the village with smoke rising from the distance. Ebisu Village. Judging by the current environment, Kaido's factory probably hasn't expanded here yet. Whitebeard carried Kusugawa Kiri to the bow, his white cloak rustling in the sea breeze. Gulala. It seems quite peaceful. Aren't you being too cautious, kid? Marco spread his phoenix wings, circled in the air, and landed on the deck. There's no beast's pirate's flag, and the villagers seem normal. Then what are you waiting for? Enel scratched his ear impatiently. Just head straight for Onigashima. I can just use a single thunderbolt too. Shut up. Rhett and Newgate shouted at the same time. Perona floated over and poked Enel with the tip of her umbrella. Stupid Thor, we're here to scout, not to fight. If Odin listens to my advice and becomes wise. Rhett grinned, blood mist condensing into a transparent channel along the shore. Let's go to the village and ask for information. If peace is truly achieved, we'll come and celebrate for him. The boss stared blankly at the money bag in his hand. When he looked up again, the group of scary pirates turned and headed towards Wado. The tavern owner drew his weapon and said, as a warrior, you must protect your home. Pirates, leave our country. Whitebeard suddenly put down his glass heavily, which frightened the boss. His conqueror's haki erupted uncontrollably. Whitebeard's tall body almost touched the beam even when he bent down deliberately, while Rhett lazily lay on the counter, drawing on the table with his fingers dipped in sake. Bang. There is no way. Wano Kuni is a closed country, which makes the people here very xenophobic. So, he began slowly, his voice as cold as Kuzan's, did Odin really dance naked in the Flower City? What daughter? Aren't you a bachelor? Rhett snapped his fingers, and the mist of the little girl in his hand dissipated. After listening to the villagers' story, Whitebeard smashed the tree that took 3 people to hug with one punch. That idiot. Advertisement. He walked up to the owner and threw down a bag of Baileys. Sorry to scare you. This money is enough to build 10 pubs like this. Boss, another jug of wine. Rhett said in his cold, tyrant form. Do you know Kaido? The boss's face changed, and he was a little agitated. Don't touch my daughter. I said, Wado, that place has been occupied by Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido. The boss nodded nervously. Yes, yes. According to rumors, Kaido said that as long as Odin-sama keeps dancing, he'll agree to leave. Odin, you are being scolded by Hami, and it is not unfair to you at all. Rhett took a deep breath, and the blood mist gradually subsided. Rhett quickly held his arm and continued to ask, oh, I heard Kazuki Odin returned to his country. Didn't he take care of it? Rhett grabbed the boss's daughter and grabbed the little girl by the neck. Crack. Marco quickly held his father's shoulder. Calm down. There are civilians here. The boss's expression was even more horrified. Sir, please don't mention that name. Lord Odin, he's dancing naked in the Flower City every day. This really made Rhett laugh. I advised him not to trust the pirates. Can you believe that? Whitebeard laughed in anger. Gulala. Get out of here. The villagers looked at the pirates curiously. The boss woke up and said, yeah, I don't even have a wife, how could I have a daughter? Ask in a nice tone, and see if these warriors will pay attention to you. Horse. Odin, the old man, actually didn't use his brain and believed Kurozumi. The memory is temporarily distorted, it's just a trick. The boss timidly asked, Sir, can you let my daughter go? Rhett leaned against the rock face, his face terribly gloomy. General Kurozumi also vouched that Kaido could keep his promise. If you don't tell me, you'll die. The wine glass in Whitebeard's hand shattered into dust. Rhett quickly blocked the flying debris with a blood mist, still smiling, and asked, so interesting. Can you tell me more? Chapter 144 You can crawl out because of my kindness. The closer Rhett got to the Flower City, the more complicated his emotions became. The river water looked clear, but Rhett knew at a glance that it was definitely poisonous and could not even meet the minimum standard for human consumption. The factory chimneys are everywhere, emitting black smoke. It already has the prototype of Wano Kuni in the original plot. Rhett and his group arrived at the Flower City and saw from afar Odin standing on a high platform in the center of the city, his upper body naked with only a rag tied around his waist, twisting his body to strange music. A crowd of onlookers gathered around, some laughing, some pointing, but Odin seemed to be immersed in it, with an exaggerated smile on his face. Rhett's pupils suddenly contracted, blood mist overflowed from his body uncontrollably, and the temperature around him instantly dropped to freezing point. Whitebeard's face was equally gloomy, and the veins on his hand holding Kurogane Kirei were bulging. As this Kazuki Odin? Tezulo frowned, his tone filled with disbelief. The legendary samurai. Huh, a warrior. Rhett sneered, his voice terrifyingly low. He looks more like a clown now. Rhett had seen Odin in the original story and was prepared to see him humiliated. But the psychological preparation is different from seeing it on the spot. Perona floated in the air, covering her eyes. Ah, how embarrassing. Moria, take little Perona and Laboon and find a place to stay for a while. Rhett ordered Moria expressionlessly. Moria looked at Rhett's current state and looked at Odin, who was getting dressed after dancing, with a bit of sympathy. He left silently with the 2 little ones. Rhett didn't say another word. He stepped forward and blood mist surged out like a tide, instantly covering the entire platform. The crowd of onlookers was pushed back by the fog and fled in terror. What's going on? There are monsters. There are monsters. Run away. Send a message to General Kurozumi Orochi. Odin noticed something strange, stopped, and turned to look into the depths of the fog. Odin narrowed his eyes, thinking as if he was guessing who was coming. Odin. Rhett's voice came from the fog, cold and suppressed, you really opened my eyes. Odin was stunned, a look of shame on his face. Ahahaha, Rhett, why are you here? Do you want to come to my house for a few drinks? Why am I here? Rhett slowly emerged from the mist, his eyes burning with anger. I came to see the legendary warrior of the Roger pirates fawning before the enemy. Being admired like a stink bug. Advertisement. Again, there are some things that you cannot reason with me. Oh, you already knew this, don't react so strongly. I already knew it, and it has nothing to do with whether I am angry or not. Before he could finish his words, Rhett punched Odin in the face with such force that Odin was sent flying, collapsing the platform. Odin scrambled to his feet, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but he still forced a smile. Rhett, listen to my explanation. Explain. Rhett appeared in front of Odin in an instant and kicked him to the ground again. Explain why you believed Kaido's nonsense like an idiot. Explain why you brought shame on the name of Roger Pirates. Odin struggled to stand up and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. I am doing this for the people of Wano Kuni. As long as I hold on a little longer, Kaido will leave. Bullshit. Are you taking my words for granted? Rhett roared, and the blood mist transformed into countless sharp blades, surrounding Odin. Who is Kaido? Will he keep his promise? You are kidding yourself. Rhett snapped his fingers together. Odin, I'm doing you a favor by letting you crawl out of here today. Rhett's blood mist suddenly exploded, turning into scarlet chains that dragged Odin back to the ground. Before he could stand firm, Rhett's knee had already hit his abdomen hard. Odin spat out a mouthful of sour water. But the blood mist instantly condensed into two giant hands, pinching his neck and lifting him into the air. For the people, Rhett's mouth was like poison. He curled his finger, and warriors, transformed into a bloody mist, suddenly rushed from all directions. Their swords and knives plunged into Odin's body, and then vaporized upon contact. You call this protection? Every time he spoke a word, a blade of mist pierced through Odin. You are so great for dancing naked and saving people. Rhett tilted his head and looked at him. Does it hurt now? Letting Kaido build a factory. Holding the black-tied greatsword in his hand, he pierced Odin's shoulder with accumulated anger and nailed him to the execution platform. Trust Kurozumi Orochi. This book will not write about Momonosuke, but add a new character, Odin Hizumi. The name Odin Peach always reminds me of Momonosuke. I originally wanted to write about the torture and killing of Momonosuke. Hiyori had tears in her eyes, while Momoko bit her lip and stared at Rhett stubbornly. Stop. Odin's eyes were bloodshot. I'll clean up the mess for Captain Roger. Odin was nailed to a rack made of blood mist, and a dozen Rhetts each held a mist blade. Whitebeard leapt up, his Kusakumokiri wrapped around Conqueror's sword and smashed it against Tono Yasuko's sword. Get away. This is a family matter. Advertisement. But it doesn't fit the tone of the book. Momonosuke is too despicable, like a toad that has jumped onto its feet. Writing it out will only disgust my readers and have no effect on the plot. I'll create a new character. The Whitebeard pirates gasped when they saw this. Or stand up and chop Kaido right now. When Rhett gets angry, he never just attacks you physically, beating you up and that's it. Puff X6. In the story of Tono Yasuhara, besides being the chivalrous thief Usagi, he also has another identity, the former Wano Kuni daimyo, and also the guardian deity called Shimotsuki Yasui by the Wano Kuni people. Can't you handle this? Rhett stepped on his sword. Look at you now. The blood mist suddenly reflected the nation's polluted rivers and emaciated children. Are you worthy of the name Wano Kuni? Blood gushed out from the sword groove, and Odin finally screamed. You'll have 3 seconds. Whitebeard knew Rhett's methods. He was a father, and he was also angry, but not as radical as Rhett. The most important thing is that you've brought shame upon the Roger pirates, a-hole. Rhett didn't even turn his head. Puff, puff. Yasushi Tono suddenly appeared and slashed at Rhett. Let go of Odin. Let's continue our game. Rhett drew his greatsword and suddenly cut off a section of Odin's hair. I heard you like dancing. Stop. Don't hurt father. 2 petite figures suddenly rushed out. Hiyori and Hizumi opened their arms and stood in front of Odin. Just as Rhett's sword was about to strike, the blood mist suddenly condensed into 9 Odin illusions, dancing a funny naked dance around the main body. The final blow landed on Odin's abdomen, shattering 10 buildings behind him. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone saw Rhett holding the dying Odin, with the black-tied sword pressed against his throat. Tono Yasushi was no match for Whitebeard, but fortunately Whitebeard saw that he was protecting Odin, so he withdrew some of his strength and just knocked him away. Every time Rhett said something, the Rhett around him would stab him, and each missed blade accurately avoided the vital points. Puff. The most ridiculous thing is, Rhett suddenly flashed in front of Odin, jabbing his finger at his heart. You have so many warriors following you, 2 pirate groups that dominate the sea, and don't even tell me they have more people than you. Advertisement Chapter 145. Creating a world where there is no escape. Get out of the way. His voice was terribly low. Please. Kazuki Hiyori knelt down and put his forehead to the ground. Father has admitted his mistake. Please forgive him. Although Kazuki Hizumi was afraid, she still stood up straight. I am the eldest daughter of the Kazuki family. If you want to hit me, hit me. Rhett stared at Hizumi. Without Momonosuke, that was good. Out of sight, out of mind. It seemed that these 2 girls were pretty good. At least Kazuki Hizumi seemed more resilient than Tunosuke. But, none of my business. Rhett waved his hand, and the blood mist turned into 2 giant hands. He directly picked up Kazuki Hiyori and took her aside. He threw her to Marco like a kitten. Keep an eye on them, don't get in the way. Marco quickly caught the 2 girls and sighed helplessly. Brother Rhett, they are still young. Little, Rhett sneered. In a few years, they'll be paying for Odin's stupidity. He turned around, stepped on Odin's chest, and pressed the tip of the black-tied great sword to his throat. Odin, even your daughter has more backbone than you. Odin coughed up a mouthful of blood and raised his head with difficulty. Rhett. Shut up. Rhett kicked him over. You regret it now. It's too late. He raised his sword, blood mist swirling around the blade, as if he was about to chop off Odin's head in the next second. Wait, Whitebeard suddenly said, holding his naginata in front of Rhett. That's enough, Rhett. Rhett took a deep breath. Actually, Rhett didn't want to kill Odin. This strike of the sword would only cause Odin to feel pain for a while, and then he would be happily unconscious for a few months, and then he would be able to walk after lying in bed for more than a year. Rhett is a professional. Rhett stared at Odin for a few seconds, then suddenly scoffed and retracted his sword. All right, I'll give you some face. He squatted down, grabbed Odin's hair, and forced him to look at him. Fortunately, in the original plot, Odin finally rebelled, and the two of them had a good relationship on Roger's ship. This was also the main reason why Rhett came to see him as a partner. If you have any dignity left in you as a warrior, Rhett's voice was icy, get up and do what you need to do. After saying that, he let go of his hand and Odin fell heavily to the ground. Rhett turned around, blood mist billowing, and walked towards Kaido without looking back, leaving only one sentence. Don't let me white hits you. Just as Rhett finished speaking, 9 blade lights suddenly burst out from the ruins. Don't even think about hurting Lord Odin. The 9 red scabbards, led by Denjiro, pointed their blades at Rhett's throat. Rhett didn't even raise his eyelids. Boom. The golden giant suddenly rose from the ground and blocked Denjiro's attack. Then Tessero's golden divine punishment punched Cat Viper and Anuarashi away. Swish. Advertisement. Rhett brought everyone to his front. Tetsulo and Mariah, who had returned, stood in front of Rhett. Hey, our captain is not someone who can be challenged by just any nobody. The 9 heroes gathered their strength and watched the 3 men attack again. 9 sword lights simultaneously tore through the thick fog, and the 9 red scabbards suddenly attacked in a fan-shaped encirclement net. Denjiro's slash arrived first, and the blade suddenly split into 7 phantoms 3 inches in front of Tesoro's throat. Rhett. How can a person split into 2? Denjiro's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw his astonished face reflected in the golden pillar, and the other 6 paths phantom was crushed by the golden arm that suddenly appeared. Too slow. Tetsulo emerged from the gold dust, and the golden threads extending from his 10 fingers had already wrapped around Denjiro's limbs. Golden binding gallows. Master Denjiro. Kawamatsu yelled, then rushed towards Tessero. But he was struck back by lightning halfway. Enel sat cross-legged on a thunder drum, picking his ears, 20 million volt Thunderbird. Rhett was filled with blood-red mist, and the mist was filled with gold. The blood-red mist contained gold powder, which looked magnificent. Lightning flashed in the sky, and Mariah's zombies appeared and disappeared in the fog, their shadows swaying. If this were to happen in another world, it would be a strange story with different rules, a mysterious secret place. Protect Odin-sama. The 9 red scabbards rose from the ruins, their swords flashing like rainbows, and rushed straight towards Rhett. What? You want to catch the thief first? This is the Pirates' King, this won't work, you need power to get involved. Rhett just waved his hand lazily. Don't kill him, Boss Tai. Golden Colossus. God's judgment. Tesoro stretched out his arms, and a large amount of gold began to appear on his body. This was the golden coat that Tesoro had researched. Although Tesoro had no way to generate gold out of thin air. However, it can compress gold to cover its entire body, adding weight to itself. If it is too much, it can be regarded as exercise. Rhett estimates that after the Tesoro fruit awakens, it should be like Doflamingo's string fruit. Hehehehe. In fact, Rhett was also curious about how he compressed the gold so that it was not visible from the inside out, which was a bit similar to Gaara's sand armor. The gold twisted and deformed, transforming into a golden giant, imbued with armament hockey. Anuarashi's crescent-shaped sword slashed the giant's ankle, only sending up a string of sparks. Come on, little one. Rhett yawned. Your father's men couldn't even defeat my crew, and you expect revenge. Odin raised his head and tried to look Rhett in the eye. Before he passed out, he heard Rhett's answer. Poor and weak. Tessero sneered. The Colossus stepped down, and Cat Viper and Anuarashi both spurted blood and flew backwards, crashing through 3 walls before stopping. Advertisement. After so many years of life and death together, as a flesh and blood person, when your brother does something stupid, and you know the future, you choose to just watch coldly. I don't comment much on such people, but I believe that most people will be open-minded enough to help their brothers when they are at their lowest point, within their ability. Oh, you can turn a blind eye, but the situation here is. Thunder welcomes heavenly punishment. Hehehehe. Mariah licked his lips. You are not worthy of being rude to our captain. If this is the case, Rhett's image of favoritism towards his family will collapse instantly, and the character will be OOC. Mortals are just mortals. Enel dug his ear, they're not even worthy of this god's attention. Because the author said no one would read it, in order to prevent people from being led away from normal cognition by some extreme people, I am explaining it here without taking up the original word count. Some people here may think that I just don't like Odin and you killed me, but this is a long fan fiction and it should be connected to the previous article. When you come to Wano Kuni, it is inappropriate for you to ignore my previous plot and bring in the original characters. With the variable Rhett, people will change. This is the charm of fan fiction. Mr. Denjiro. Hiyori cried and tried to help Denjiro, but was gently blocked by the blood mist and returned to Marco. Rhett stood up, and the blood mist thrown dissipated. First of all, I want to make it clear that there are no villains in Roger's group. In fact, Rhett and Odin are brothers who have been through life and death together on the same ship. This is why I have explained it in great detail in the original text and here. In this book, because of Rhett's existence, Odin was able to board the ship 1496 years ago, which is much earlier than the one-year experience card in the original book. Their friendship is deep. Even though her legs were shaking, Yugong Rikwan looked at the uncles who usually took good care of her. Rhett then released Conqueror's Haki to block it. At this point in time, Kaido's time in Wano Kuni is shorter than in the original plot, and Odin has only been stupid for a few years. When no major casualties are caused, Rhett, as a pirate, must take action, beating or scolding. After venting his anger, he must persuade his brothers to turn back from their wrong paths. The Odin in this article is not a stubborn person, and I believe everyone can see that. Don't talk to me about the fickleness of the world. Those people haven't reached the level of life and death friendship, that is, the level of life and death. If you insist on using this individual example to generalize, then you are right. He drew a small sword and rushed towards Rhett. Don't bully us. Conqueror's Haki hits the Rhett people. Kawamatsu suddenly fell to his knees and cried bitterly, I'm not even as good as a salted fish. Raizo crouched down with his head in his hands, defensively, my ninjutsu is nothing but child's play. Mariah's shadow suddenly rose from the ground and turned into a sharp spear. To soothe the fighting spirit and negative ghost, Nangong Rhett is also by his side. Rhett leaned on the throne made of blood mist, holding his chin with one hand. Enel sat cross-legged in midair, swinging his trident casually. Shadow horn gun. That's right, Odin, I thought you even lost conquerors. He stepped over the 9 heroes lying in disorder, looking down at Odin lying on the ground. Before Denjiro could raise his sword, he was struck by a lightning pillar as thick as a giant tree, and fell into the ditch with black smoke coming out of it. The Whitebeard pirate's eyes twitched. Thatch muttered, this isn't even a battle. Odin looked at his companions who were fighting desperately and said, enough. I said enough. Gulala. Whitebeard burst into laughter. See, Odin, your retainers are fighting. Before Kunamon's flame slash could be formed, the shadow spear pierced his shoulder and nailed him to the wall. The tiger drawn by Conjuro had just roared halfway when Mariah's shadow bat tore it into ink. The negative ghosts of Stella and Perona watched from a distance, while Lena and Laboon protected them. As a result, Rhett hit him on the head and he fell to the ground. In the original story, Odin simply had a mindset gone awry. Everyone makes the wrong choices sometimes, and it's fortunate to have someone to help. This is why I designed the character this way. I based it on the fact that Odin himself isn't a bad person, and I believe this way of designing the character won't be OOC. If you still think I've explained all this, my Odin should be the same as in the original story. Here, I recommend Pirates King, a passionate and authoritative Pirates King fanfiction. It's very authoritative. Chapter 146 Odin accidentally fell down. Added for Yuan Zongzu. My original name is the Yuan Zongzu who likes spear paste more than 10,000, baby. Everyone followed the 2 little ones to Kazuki Odin's residence. A dilapidated wooden house. At first the 2 kids just didn't want to lead the way. There was no other way, Rhett could only wake Odin up with a loving touch. The 2 little ones reluctantly led everyone back home. Kazuki looked at Odin, who was, slightly, injured, with his hands covering his mouth, tears welling up in his eyes. Uncle Whitebeard, what happened to Odin? Rhett quickly stepped forward. Mrs. Kazuki, don't be shocked. I'm Captain Rhett of the Scarlet Dawn Pirates. The guy next to me is someone you're probably familiar with. Odin and the other 9 guys were drunk and just fell over. It's nothing serious. Kazuki looked at the 10 people behind Rhett, some with electrical injuries, some with blunt force trauma. The most terrifying one is Odin, whose body is covered with various wounds. It seems to be stabbed out. Rhett. That may not be like. Indoor. Rhett's blood mist lingered on Odin's wound, neither completely healing it nor killing him. The blood turned into fine threads, stitching up the ruptured blood vessels and muscles, but the pain was deliberately retained to keep Odin conscious. Rhett, that fall just now really hurts. Odin asked with a grin but in a very careful tone. Actually, Odin was just checking if Rhett was still angry. After all, he had indeed brought shame to the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. Yeah, if Uncle Whitebeard hadn't helped you, you would have fainted now. Rhett watched Odin's wound being treated. Why not let Marco or Stella play? Their hands are too rough. Don't hurt Odin. Rhett. I just feel bad for my brother. Odin gritted his teeth, cold sweat running down his cheeks, but his eyes were much clearer than before. He looked at Rhett and whispered. Thanks, bro. Rhett scoffed, stood up, and retracted the blood mist into his palm. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want you to die too easily. Whitebeard sat to the side, his sword stuck in the floor, gazing intently at Odin. Marco, Izo, and the others stood behind him, their expressions complicated. Marco wanted to ask, but stopped himself. Dad didn't say anything. This was his attitude. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Brother Odin with worry. At this time, Mrs. Kazuki walked slowly into the room. Her posture was decent, but there was a deep sense of fatigue between her brows. Everyone, Please allow me to explain why Odin made this choice. Mrs. She knelt gently beside Odin, stroking his blood-stained temples with her fingers, her eyes full of heartache and helplessness. Odin isn't stupid, he's just bound. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Bondage. Mrs. Toki nodded and said slowly, Kurozumi Orochi has taken many people hostage. If Odin and Kaido start a war here, those people will surely be affected and lose their lives. They promised Odin to dance once and they will release 100 people. Lady Toki sighed. Orochi also said that he didn't want to stay in Wano Kuni for too long. He would leave with Kaido by ship in 5 years, and he needed time to build a ship. Moreover, Orochi also sent people to Kuri to threaten my husband with me. Odin couldn't let his subjects perish because of his own fighting, so. Whitebeard frowned. So, he chose to endure it. Yes. Mrs. She nodded. Rhett sneered, so he's just dancing naked. Leaving the nation to live in poisonous water. Letting Kaido do whatever he wants. Madam She closed her eyes and stopped talking. Rhett turned to look at Odin, and said with a look of disappointment, you care about the people. Wow, how great. You don't want to see the Wano Kuni people suffer. You think that dancing naked can gradually save the kidnapped Wano Kuni people. You are just relying on the false promise of the Great Snake to paralyze yourself, idiot. You're the Wano Kuni daimyo, don't you know? Every time you jump, your dominance is shaken. No one will let a clown rule. Don't you understand this truth? The room was silent. Odin struggled to stand up, his voice hoarse. I was indeed wrong. All eyes turned to him. I thought I could bear it all on my own, that if I just endured the humiliation, I would have the best possible outcome. Rhett interrupted, if you're going to say something like that, then don't say it. He stood up and knelt down in a very standard way. He didn't care that the wound was bleeding again. The head hit the ground hard, making a bang sound. Brother Newgate, Brother Rhett, please help Wano Kuni. Rhett stopped Newgate from going forward. Rhett is waiting for Odin's next words. Please help me, everyone. I want to continue to be the Wano Kuni daimyo. Rhett stared at Odin and suddenly grinned. Advertisement. Wouldn't it have been better if you had just said that earlier? If Odin hadn't said the following, Rhett would have turned around and left. The sanctimonious BCH thing is the most disgusting. If you still want to be a daimyo and still have ambition, there is still hope. Odin raised his head, and the long-lost fire finally ignited in his eyes. That was the pride of Kazuki Odin. Whitebeard carried Kusugawa Kiri, Conqueror's hockey surging around him. Gulala. Lousy's gonna unscrew his faucet right now. Let's go, Rhett. He strode towards the ghost island. However, just as he took a few steps. Wait, Uncle Whitebeard. Rhett's voice sounded. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. He sat down and slowly ate the pastries prepared by Mrs. She. Whitebeard turned around and said, what's wrong, little brat? Rhett distributed the cakes to Perona and Laboon before answering. Kaido ran away, just as Odin was falling. Everyone was stunned. What? Odin's head snapped up. Isn't he on Onigashima? When Rhett saw Odin dancing naked, fog began to cover the entire Wano Kuni. Isn't this just alerting the enemy? To be honest, he didn't take Kaido seriously at all. As long as he didn't let that snake escape. It is more important to wake up Odin than to knock Kaido unconscious. As long as Rhett and his men take action, Kaido will definitely get the news. I'll play Kaido first. I don't know what Odin is now. Rhett feels at a disadvantage. Some things are not the most efficient or the best. Rhett scoffed. Just now, my fog blockade was forcibly broken. That little worm had no intention of engaging us head-on. Tezulo frowned. From what I've gathered, Kaido is seeking death. He frequently falls from high altitudes, crashing into marine warships several times. Rhett replied lazily, if I really let him die, he won't be happy again. Forget about the 2 times I taught him love, and look who's here this time, me and Newgate. He loves fighting and is also concerned about my health. Now that Jabulangdon has come to me, to put it bluntly, he's not belligerent, he's just plain stupid. Chapter 147. 2 Ghosts open the door. Inside Kurozumi Orochi's mansion, the flickering candlelight illuminated his face, which was distorted with fear. Kurozumi Orochi smiled peacefully. What did you say? Lord Kaido ran away. Kurozumi the snake took the cup and trembled. Very good, but did not drink it in one sip. Sir, what should we do now? How should I know? Are you sure Lord Kaido is really gone? He suddenly jumped up from his seat, and the wide sleeves of his kimono swept over the tea set on the table. The sound of broken porcelain was particularly harsh in the silent room. The spy knelt on the ground, trembling all over, forehead pressed against the floor. Yes, yes, the beast's pirates have all evacuated Onigashima. Lord Kaido transformed into a dragon and flew away. A-hole. The big snake kicked the spy over and roared hysterically. His Yamada no Orochi fruit ability was almost uncontrollably manifesting, with snake scale patterns faintly appearing on his neck. How could he leave me? He staggered back a few steps and fell onto the tatami, cold sweat soaking his back. It's over. It's all over. He knew that these were all famous pirates on the sea. Rhett, Whitebeard, any one of them could easily crush him. Not to mention now that they're teaming up. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. He suddenly got up and searched the room frantically, pulling open drawers and overturning cabinets, and finally took out a den mushi from the secret compartment. With trembling fingers, he dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Get the boat ready. I need to leave Wano Kuni immediately. Orochi's subordinates were busy packing up the gold, silver and treasures, while he himself changed into ordinary businessman's clothes, trying to conceal his identity. Rhett, do you really think I'm a protagonist in an anime? I'm blind if you wear a hat. Faster, faster, he urged sharply, looking back out the window from time to time. The fog was thick, as if Rhett's blood mist would engulf the entire mansion in the next second. A confidant hesitated. General, should we take those captives with us? Perhaps we can. Bring your A. The big snake slapped him. Now it's important to run for your life. There is only one thought in his mind now: run. The farther you run, the better. You have to know that he can reach his current position, in large part due to Kaido's support and Oden's naivety. Rhett is not as easy to fool as Oden. Advertisement. Kurozumi Orochi likes this high and mighty position. If his life was not in danger, he would not have suddenly come to his senses. As long as he can leave Wano Kuni, he can still live a happy life with the wealth he has accumulated over the years. However, just as they were about to sneak out of the mansion through the secret passage. Hey, isn't this Kurozumi, General? A teasing voice came from the shadows. The big snake stiffened and slowly raised its head. At the end of the corridor filled with blood mist. Outside Kurozumi Orochi's mansion, the night wind suddenly stopped. The air froze for a moment. Boom. The main gate of the mansion suddenly exploded, and wood chips and gravel burst out like a rainstorm. Two figures stepped in side by side. On the left, Whitebeard Newgate. The white cloak rustled as the cloud-cutting sword dragged along the ground, its blade scraping against the stone slabs, sending sparks flying. With every step he took, the ground shook a little more, and Conqueror's haki rolled through the corridor like a tsunami, extinguishing all the candles. Gulala. A deep laugh sounded. You are the big snake. Where do you want to go? Right, Rhett. A blood-red cloak was shrouded in blood mist, and the black-tied greatsword was slung across his shoulder. A smile played on the corner of his mouth, and his scarlet pupils shone brightly in the darkness. Hey, General, he tilted his head, and a blood mist suddenly erupted, pinning all the guards who tried to slip out of the back door to the wall. It's so unsafe to go out so late. Two ghosts opened the door. The cards are full. Kurozumi Snake, you have no regrets in this life. I don't want to be a human anymore. The big snake turned into a beast, its 8 heads twisting wildly, but it couldn't make a single sound. Rhett feels this is a hint from Oda. The style of Yamada no Orochi is indeed very high, but in the end it was defeated by being beheaded. Is this implying that Luffy is the hero who defeats the evil villain? Kurozumi Orochi saw Marco's blue flame flickering outside the window, and Enel's lightning illuminated the entire courtyard like daylight. The floor was turning into liquid gold, and all the shadows were twisting and deforming strangely, blocking every escape route. I'm the general. Orochi finally managed to squeeze out a sound, but found that his throat was wrapped in blood mist, and his voice was hoarse. Wano Kuni needs me. Advertisement. The snake's 8 heads spun frantically, and cold sweat trickled down its scales. He stared at Whitebeard's majestic face, and suddenly an idea struck him. After all, Whitebeard was Rhett's senior. He didn't need to convince Rhett. It would be the same to convince Whitebeard. After all, Whitebeard was famous for his love of adopting sons. I am Yamada no Orochi. If Rhett knew. Haha, you're dead. Father Whitebeard. He suddenly fell to his knees, G, his forehead against the golden floor. His voice was trembling but with deliberate sincerity. Please listen to me. All this is Kaido's conspiracy. Rhett raised his eyebrows and watched his performance with interest. Rhett's first reaction was, screw it. Seeing that Whitebeard didn't attack immediately, Orochi was delighted and continued, I was actually coerced by Kaido. He controlled my family and forced me to be a puppet general. Father, you know me well. Since I was a child. He squeezed out a few crocodile tears and crawled to Whitebeard's feet. Whitebeard frowned and kicked him away. Phil's boom. Bang. The big snake smashed the wall behind it, and tears began to fill its eyes. Rhett seriously doubted that Kurozumi Orochi was in pain. I've secretly saved many Wano Kuni citizens over the years, seriously. If you let me go, I'm willing to fully assist the Kazuki family in regaining control of Wano Kuni. Whitebeard looked at him silently, his eyes dark and unfathomable. Orochi thought there was a chance and quickly added, I also know Kaido's secret. His devil fruit weakness. As long as you. Gulala. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter, and the laughter shook the whole mansion. Orochi was stunned, and before he could react, he saw Whitebeard slowly lower his head and look down at him. The oppressive feeling of haki almost suffocated him. Kid. Whitebeard's voice was as low as thunder, who do you think Lousy is? The big snake's pupils suddenly shrank. Lousy is. Whitebeard suddenly grabbed the snake's throat and lifted him up, the brother who sailed with Oden. Crack. The snake's neck made a crisp sound, and its 8 heads screamed miserably at the same time. Rhett scratched his ear and said lazily, hey, Uncle Newgate, don't crush him. This guy's life still needs to be saved for Oden. Whitebeard snorted coldly and threw the snake to the ground like trash. The big snake collapsed into a ball, with its 8 heads drooping limply, and it no longer had the arrogance it had just had. Tesoro's golden chain wrapped around the snake with a clatter, binding it like a dumpling. Come on,
General, Tezulo grinned. To meet your lord.
5TM Chapter 148. Brush up your character inside Odin's mansion. Candlelight flickered and the air was filled with the bitter smell of herbs. The 9 red scabbards were shuttling back and forth, some carrying hot water, some holding bandages, and others carefully changing the blood-stained gauze for Odin Tono Yasushi. After all, the Rhetts knew how to deal with the enemy, and the wounds of the 9 red scabbards had almost healed, with the help of Marco and Stella. Atien as Zunbi, Tono Yasushi was also found. There was no way he could do that as he was struck too far by Whitebeard and he managed to crawl over. Hiss, be gentle, Hesam. Odin grinned, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Kowamatsu quickly softened his movements and said guiltily, sorry, Master Odin, I was too rough. Denjiro stood aside, frowning, Rhett. Every wound he inflicted avoided vital areas. It was a very clever move. Cat Viper chewed some herbs while mumbling incoherently, this isn't the time to admire me, but thanks to the boss and the others, we wouldn't be here right now. Cat Viper uses the title, boss, to express his respect for Whitebeard, instead of calling him, Dad. Inuarashi snorted coldly. Humph, if they hadn't suddenly intervened, we would have been able to do it sooner or later. Inuarashi. Odin suddenly spoke, his voice low but firm. This time, it was indeed my fault. The room suddenly became quiet. The 9 heroes all looked at him with complicated expressions.
Odin slowly sat up. Although the movement disturbed his wound, his eyes were clearer than ever. I was too naive. I thought tolerance would bring peace. In the end, it plunged Wano Kuni into the abyss.
Rhett. You have already realized it, so why do you still fall? He clenched his fists. But now, we still have a chance to make amends. Just then, the door opened and Rhett, Whitebeard and the others walked in. Wow, it's quite lively. Rhett glanced at the busy crowd and smiled slightly. Looks like Odin isn't dead yet. Perona was floating in the air. If Lord Rhett didn't like it, then she wouldn't like it either. He looked at Odin's injuries and stuck out his tongue. Wow, that's terrible. Marco held her head helplessly. Little Perona, stop it.
Whitebeard strode up to Odin and looked him down. Gulala, brat.
Odin smiled bitterly. Brother Newgate, please stop mocking me. Advertisement Rhett pulled up a chair, sat on it backwards, and draped his arms over the backrest. He said lazily, okay, enough catching up. Now, let's get down to business. He glanced at everyone in the room, his tone suddenly cold and serious. Even though Kaido has escaped, his power still exists. We have Orochi under our control, but we haven't cleaned up Wanakuna's mess yet. Tessero leaned against the wall, fiddling with a gold coin. According to our intelligence, the beast's pirates industry, especially the weapons factory, that's Kaido's lifeblood. Enel scratched his ears, looking disdainful. They're just a bunch of small fry. I can destroy them all with a single thunderbolt.
Rhett rolled his eyes at him. Kaido must have gone to get help. You don't have to worry about that.
He looked at Odin. So, what are you going to do? Odin took a deep breath, his eyes burning. First, publicly try Orochi and let the people witness the return of the Kazuki family. Second, eliminate the remnants of Kaido's followers and liberate the oppressed artisans and laborers. Finally, he paused, reopen the gates of Wano Kuni in the future. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're not going to continue the isolationist policy? Why not now? Odin shook his head. Isolating ourselves will only lead to the decay of Wano Kuni. It will also weaken Wano Kuni's defenses. Captain Roger once said, the world is far more vast than we imagine. I want to fulfill that prophecy so that the people of Wano Kuni can also see that ocean. To explain, the 5 elders themselves admitted that the high walls made Wano Kuni's defenses impregnable, and also pointed out that Pluton was in Wano Kuni. Our original Wano Kuni buildings are buried deep in the sea. Rhett spoke out directly. Tell me, you don't have the brain to be a riddler. Odin was stunned for a moment, but then he spoke slowly. I'll tell you what I can say. When this person reappears in Raftelu 800 years later, this country must find a way to help him. Raquan can communicate with the Elephant Lord. He paused as if making up his mind. Pluton is right below Wano Kuni. That's the ancient weapon. We have to. Alright. Rhett interrupted, thinking the same thing. Alright. Odin, if I need Pluton's help that day, you need to support me unconditionally. After saying that, he looked at Odin like that, which surprised Rhett a little, because he did have the feeling of repaying a favor. Odin answered very straightforwardly. Odin looked at Rhett and said, well, brother, you see further than I do and you are smarter than I am. If you need me, I will open a country. Think about it, Rhett, what should I do now? Odin asked sincerely. Rhett added, remember, the details have to be authentic, like how every time Odin dances, the snake releases a group of people. Like how Kaido once threatened to massacre the entire Flower City if Odin resisted. The people need to feel that behind Odin's stupidity lies their lives. Rhett now wants to understand the mood. Even if he has not been to the island, Rhett can guess most of it based on his memories of his past life. Don't forget, he has lived with Roger for decades. Roger is a very charming person. How could he not be affected? Ah, no problem. I can deliver. Kinemon took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I understand. Let's do it now. Orochimaru has a line that also fits Rhett quite well. It only needs a slight modification. I haven't finished yet. Give me a 30% discount on Wano Kuni specialties. Soon after, more and more people knelt down, chanting Odin's name. The laughter that had once been there turned into a wave of admiration and regret. Advertisement. The people's expressions gradually changed from ridicule to shock, and then from shock to guilt. Kawamatsu clenched his fists. But this is the truth. Lord Odin did it for. Rhett lowered his voice, his tone unwavering. Now, I want you to do one thing. Spread the word. Let the entire Wano Kuni know that Odin is not a coward, but rather a man who endures humiliation. Wouldn't it be easier to occupy? Isn't Pluton good? It's a hot potato now, isn't it? Odin frowned. What do you mean? Rhett interrupted, resting his head on the backrest. You need to regain the public support you lost because of some idiots dancing. The 9 heroes responded in unison, quickly dispersed into the crowd, and began to whisper the truth about Odin. At first, the people were skeptical, but soon, details began to ferment. You have to know that Wano Kuni is a major exporter of seastone. If you think about it carefully, it seems that they have quite a lot of requirements, and there is also a very important request, which I will discuss after the war. My neighbor's nephew was rescued by Lord Odin in this very way. Don't be so hypocritical, Rhett interrupted, patting him on the shoulder. Now, you have to do what you have to do. Take this country back as a hero. Kaido once threatened to massacre Curry if Odin dared to resist. Under the condition that one's own interests are not damaged, it can be a good thing to rob a country that has been through life and death with brothers. An old man suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Master Odin, we were wrong about you. Rhett stood on the platform, watching the scene, his eyes narrowed in satisfaction. That's right. Time passes, now I am experiencing the joy of waiting for the wind to rise. If the wind is too weak, I will turn myself into the wind and drive the windmill. I heard that every time Lord Odin dances, he can rescue 100 people from prison. Rhett's gaze swept over the 9 red scabbards. Denjiro, Kinemon, the rest of you, come here. But the people don't know, Rhett interrupted. They only see Odin dancing like a madman, but they don't know the sacrifices behind it. Now, you must make everyone understand, their foolish reputation has actually been protecting them in the most humiliating way. Although the 9 heroes were still wary of Rhett, they now understood his intentions and stepped forward. That's right. Rhett sneered. Let the people know that Odin dances every day to rescue the hostages kidnapped by Orochi and Kaido. Even when ridiculed and humiliated, he never gives up on them. Stand up. I don't like this kind of etiquette. Rhett. I really want to be Odin in Infinite Tsukuyomi. Even though his strength is average, he can still make it that far with these loyal subordinates. Denjiro's eyes glared, and he said in a typical Dagazuka manner, Lord Rhett, you mean? Odin looked at the people kneeling below the stage, his eyes slightly red. He whispered, Rhett, I. With the covert promotion of the Red Scabbards, the rumor spread like wildfire. Chapter 149 is also a tribute to the underworld under Rhett's deliberate promotion. Coming to a small house, Rhett looked at the big snake tied up like a dumpling with golden chains. The Pirate's King is so good, he can be fine even without eating or drinking for a few days. Rhett's lips curled into a cold smile. He turned to Odin and said, Odin, it's time for you to stand up again. Odin's eyes have regained their former sharpness. He took a deep breath and asked, Rhett, what do you want him to do? He believed that Rhett could not harm him. Rhett didn't answer directly, but looked at Tezulo. Boss Tai, bring our general up here. Tezulo waved his hand, and the golden chain suddenly tightened, dragging the big snake in front of everyone. The 8 heads of the big snake drooped in a panic, with fear in its eyes. This form made him feel a little safe. Rhett squatted down and patted the snake's face. General, now we give you a chance to survive. Cooperate with us in a play. The big snake trembled in his voice. What play? Rhett grinned. It's simple. All you have to do is admit your crime before all the people of Wano Kuni and declare that you will return the power you stole to Kazuki Odin. The snake's pupils suddenly shrank. This is impossible, I. Bang. Rhett punched the snake in the stomach, causing it to curl up in pain. Rhett said coldly, there's no room for negotiation. Either cooperate, or I'll teach you a lesson. The big snake nodded tremblingly. I promise. Rhett just released the mist and prepared to entertain the stubborn big snake. No, buddy, you have such a flexible bottom line. Why are you being so stubborn? You are so bad and you like to play around? The stage where Odin once danced nude has now been rearranged. Rhett's blood mist enveloped the surroundings, forming a barrier to ensure that no one could interfere with the performance. The people were gathered in the square, talking about it. They saw Odin standing on the platform, followed by Whitebeard, Rhett and others, while the big snake was held aside, looking embarrassed. Rhett stepped forward, his voice carried throughout the blood mist. People of Wano Kuni, today, you will witness the truth. He grabbed the snake and said coldly, tell me everything. Orochi trembled and spoke. I, Kurozumi Orochi, colluded with Kaido and deceived Lord Odin. Those promises were all lies. I never intended to leave Wano Kuni, and those kidnapped hostages, I never even thought of letting them go. The people were in an uproar, with angry curses everywhere. Advertisement read continued, what's the truth about Odin's dance? The snake lowered its head. It's to humiliate him, to weaken his prestige, so that the people will no longer trust him. Odin stepped forward, his gaze stern. People of Wano Kuni, I, Kazuki Odin, come here today to apologize. I have caused you suffering because of my foolishness. He drew his sword and pointed it toward the sky. But I swear, from now on, I will fight for Wano Kuni as a samurai. Kaido's tyranny will end. The people's emotions were ignited, and cheers gradually rose. Master Odin, Master Odin. Rhett stood on the high platform, watching the angry shouts of the people below, and the smile on his lips gradually turned cold. He turned his head and whispered to Odin, Odin, you better watch this next scene carefully. Odin frowned. Rhett, are you going to? Rhett didn't answer, but simply waved his hand. A bloody mist suddenly surged, condensing into a pitch-black cross in the center of the square. Tezulo understood, and with a swift swing of the golden chain, he bound the snake securely to the cross. Silent prison in the mist. The snake's 8 heads twisted wildly, its eyes filled with terror. What are you going to do? Didn't you agree to let me live? Rhett tilted his head, a sinister smile on his face. Let you go? I'm a pirate. You should be familiar with this. The snake then realized that this was the kind of person he was. His face turned pale instantly, and he was about to curse, but found that no sound came out of his throat. Rhett tapped his lips lightly with his finger, making a shushing gesture. Don't be impatient, the fun is just beginning. Before he finished speaking, the blood mist split apart, and 10 illusions of Rhett walked out of the mist, each holding a pitch-black mist gun. They raised their guns expressionlessly and pointed them at the big snake. Does it look familiar? Yes, it's the same way Tono Yasushi died in the original plot. Though I felt it was a bit of a forced sacrifice, the rendering was indeed good. Lord Odin. The 9 red scabbards exclaimed, and the people also became agitated. His steps were steady, his back straight, despite the bandages still wrapped around his body. He walked to the front of the stage, looking down at all the people of the Flower City. He was silent for a moment, and suddenly, the bullets continued to penetrate the flesh for a full hour, until the snake's body was almost riddled with holes, and the 10 Rhetts finally stopped at the same time. Rhett doesn't matter, the pirate's king is full of blood. Deathly silence. Rhett is not only covered with armament hockey, but also mixed with Rhett's mist. Rhett shrugged. Someone has to be the bad guy. Rhett. Maybe it's because of different regions and customs.
Advertisement. 10 Rhetts pulled the trigger at the same time, and black bullets poured out like a rainstorm, instantly making the snake's body full of holes.
Bang. The people held their breath, their gazes slowly shifting from the snake's corpse to the platform, where Kazuki Odin slowly stepped forward. He raised his head, tears in his eyes. I naively believed that patience would bring peace, but I allowed Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido to trample upon our homeland. I foolishly believed lies, and left the people to struggle in poisonous water and oppression. All of this is my fault. In the dead silent square, only the broken body of the big snake was nailed to the cross. Rhett has already portrayed Kurozumi Orochi as an unforgivable villain. Besides, Odin doesn't need this one shot. Odin adult, Odin adult. Blood splattered, and the 8 snake heads screamed silently at the same time, but not even a trace of wailing could be heard. Make them afraid, so that Odin will appear reliable. This blow is a lesson for me. Odin gritted his teeth. If I bring shame to Wano Kuni again, I will die as a token of my guilt. Wano Kuni is a nation of warriors, and they place great importance on the relationship between rulers and subjects. He slammed his fist on the table, blood seeping from between his fingers. But today, I swear to you. With a flash of the knife, Odin stabbed directly into the abdomen. Everyone, Odin's voice was hoarse but resonant. I, Kazuki Odin, am ashamed of Wano Kuni. He drew his sword, Enma, the blade ablaze with flames, and pointed it toward the heavens. I swear in the name of Kazuki. Rebuild Wano Kuni. If I break this oath. Rhett stood in the shadows, watching the scene, his lips curled up slightly. That's more like it. Odin knelt on his knees and slammed his forehead hard on the table. Whitebeard walked up to him and laughed. Gulala. You're quite calculating, boy. Lord Odin. The people exclaimed. The people stared with their eyes wide open, some covered their mouths, some clenched their fists, but no one looked away. They watched with their own eyes as this villain, who had oppressed Wano Kuni for many years, endured the cruelest punishment in despair. Pung 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 pung. The people in the audience were completely shocked. Some began to sob, some shouted Odin's name, and gradually, the voices gathered into a wave. You owe this to Tono Yasu. Rhett looked at Kurozumi Orochi coldly. You also owe this to Wano Kuni. Odin stood up suddenly and tore off the bloody bandage, revealing the wounds that had not yet healed. These scars are proof of my stupidity, but from now on, they will also become my oath. Silence. Chapter 150. The war is about to begin. Time moved forward, and Kaido sat on the deck, his figure looming in the shadows. His gaze swept over the kneeling beast's pirates' officers, and his voice was as low as thunder. What to do now? Jin knelt on one knee, his eyes cold beneath his mask. The alliance between Rhett and Whitebeard is indeed unexpected. But their forces are limited. As long as... Shut up. Kaido shattered the wine flask, sending shards flying. Rhett's damn fog has covered all of Wano Kuni. Whitebeard's fleet is just offshore. Do you think this is just a minor incident? Quinn wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. He. Boss, why don't we retreat temporarily and wait until they relax and then... Retreat. Kaido's dragon pupils suddenly contracted, and Conqueror's haki exploded, shaking the entire Onigashima island violently. Lousy are the strongest creatures, not stray dogs. We put all our efforts into Wano Kuni, damn it. He stood up suddenly, grabbed the mace, ate fasts, and said word by word. Since they want to fight, then let this war completely destroy Wano Kuni. On Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin is enjoying the latest dessert. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi rang. Mama, Kaido? She licked the cream on the corner of her mouth and said jokingly, we haven't been in touch for such a long time, why do you suddenly think of me? Den Den Mushi mimicked Kaido's gloomy face. Old woman, stop talking nonsense. Whitebeard and Crimson Dawn are in Wano Kuni, and they're teaming up to dominate the new world. Linlin's smile disappeared instantly, and the sweet air suddenly froze. Longbread, Parasparrow and the others held their breath, not daring to speak a word. They remembered the fear of being dominated by Rhett. What did you say? Her voice suddenly rose, and the homies trembled with fear. Kaido sneered. What? Scared? Mama, Linlin burst into laughter, her conqueror's haki shattering the entire palace. Are there any desserts? If not, I'm not interested. Linlin, if you don't join forces with me, you will never have the chance to dominate the world again. Kaido is indeed a man who has had an affair with Charlotte Linlin. He directly hits Charlotte Linlin's weak spot. She stood up suddenly, the giant sword Napoleon already in her hand. Katakuri. Smoothie. Gather all forces immediately, target, Wano Kuni. After hanging up the phone with Kaido, Charlotte Linlin issued a new order, leaving behind a portion of the combat force. She only took a small portion of her children and a large number of her ex-husband's brothers. The people of Wado had not yet recovered from the execution of the giant snake when the sky suddenly darkened. What is that? Someone pointed towards the distant sea with trembling voice. Advertisement Blood Mist Edge, Beasts Pirates 3 major boards. Gradually emerging from the mist, and further away, the light of Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus pierced through the clouds. The Big Mom pirates are coming. Rhett stood on the beach, blood mist stirring at his fingertips. Yo! Pirate ships of all sizes came to the Wano Kuni Sea, and the battle was no less intense than the Battle of Edwell, and even more so.
Whitebeard walked over to him, carrying Kong Yunchi on his back, and laughed heartily. Gulala. This is going to be fun.
Marco spread his wings of blue flame, his expression solemn. Kaido and Linlin attacked at the same time. This is to completely destroy Wano Kuni. Tezuro's golden colossus slowly rose, Enel's thunderdrums hummed, and Moria's shadow wizards grinned in the fog. Odin gripped Yan Mo tightly, and the flaming sword energy shot up into the sky. Everyone, this battle will decide Wano Kuni's life or death. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and soared into the sky, roaring loudly. Whitebeard. Rhett. Today is the day you die. Out in the open sea, Linlin's fleet approached the harbor. Her shrill laughter echoed through the sky. Mama, Wano Kuni's soul, I accept it. Blood mist and thunderclouds collided, and gold and flames intertwined. The ultimate war between the 4 great imperial powers at sea
officially broke out. Rhett, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Linlin stared at each other across the sea.
But the 4 pirates had already engaged in battle, and the 4 had reached a tacit understanding. Marco endured the attack. The kick that wrapped around Conqueror's hit Katakuri's back hard. Marco steadied himself in the air, the blue flames burning even more fiercely on his wings. Marco spread his blue flame wings, hovered 1,000 meters in the air, and looked down at the turbulent sea below. Nothing more than that. Katakuri snorted coldly, exerted force on his wrist, and the trident spun, forcing Marco back several meters. Relying on the enhanced self-healing ability of the mythical beast species, Marco has basically no disadvantage in this kind of battle where injuries are exchanged for injuries. When the 4 of them entered the arena, there was absolutely bloodshed, just like in the Summit War. Sengoku. Whitebeard was not the first to join the battle, but was standing outside to support the team. This was a form of military deterrence. Clang, advertisement. His pupils contracted slightly as he caught sight of the figure leaping up from the Big Mom Pirates' flagship, Katakuri. Bang, the shockwave exploded with the 2 of them as the center, the clouds were torn apart in an instant, and huge waves rose on the sea. Marco chuckled, flapped his wings violently, and accelerated suddenly. However, the pierced Marco smiled with a look of success. If you have the guts, you can kill me with one punch. Don't pretend, I know you won't fall so easily. Marco looked at Katakuri lying in the smoke and dust. Those 2 people will not just watch Rhett and Whitebeard enter the field and kill everyone, especially Rhett. If he enters the field, the 2 of them will definitely go crazy and start slaughtering the opposing warriors crazily. Katakuri's pupils shrank slightly, his observation haki running wildly, and he instantly discerned Marco's true form. The left side. He swung his trident without hesitation, and the trident accurately pierced Marco's chest. These 2 were intent on killing ordinary people, and Rhett couldn't stop them. This didn't mean they couldn't be stopped in terms of strength, but rather that the aftermath of the battle was so powerful that many people would die. Before he finished speaking, Marco's figure suddenly split, and 3 blue flame phantoms attacked Katakuri from different angles at the same time. Katakuri's observation haki had already predicted this attack. He moved his body slightly to the side, and the Earth Dragon trident blocked his chest. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Katakuri. Predicting the future. It's indeed troublesome. But how many attacks can you see through with your observation haki? It's over. Katakuri said coldly. Countless glutinous rice tentacles broke out of the ground, interweaving into a giant net, covering Marco. Finally, a decent opponent has arrived. Marco raised a smile. Blue flame triple illusion attack, blue flame dive. Marco hovered high in the sky, his Qingyan wings flapping slowly, his eyes fixed on the sea below, while Qingyan healed the wound he had just received. This is no longer a simple strength confrontation between the four people, but a competition of overall strength. Either you kill Kaido directly, there is no way to kill him instantly. Only when Kaido's forces are severely damaged will they stop.
Phoenix Seal. Phoenix Marco. Katakori's voice was low and oppressive. Captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Let me see if you are worthy of this title.
Yeah? Katakori ascended into the air, each step akin to treading on invisible, sticky rice steps. His trident, Earth Dragon, gleamed coldly in the sunlight. His scarlet scarf fluttered in the wind, and the eyes beneath his mask were cold and sharp. Katakori's body was kicked away like a cannonball, crashing through several layers of clouds, and finally slamming heavily into the ground, causing the earth to sink and raising a large amount of smoke and dust. The blue flames collided with the halberd blade wrapped in armed color. Sparks flew. Chapter 151 The Emperor's Vice President's Collision. The current Big Mom Pirates group is mostly composed of ex-husbands, and there are dozens of children born earlier. Ex-husband, you have to work hard. If you don't, I will ban you directly. Can you bear it? Tesoro stood on top of the 100-meter-high golden statue, his golden coat fluttering in the wind. He looked down at the burning battlefield below. Beasts, pirates, fire, disaster. He slowly raised his hand, and the golden particles across the land began to stir. Tesoro couldn't create gold out of thin air, but he could directly extract it by exploring the land on a large scale. Just show me if your fire can melt my gold. In the distance, Jin's black wings cut through the sky. In pterosaur form, he was like a black lightning, heading straight for Tesoro. Golden Emperor. Jin's voice was icy cold. Your arrogance ends here. Jin's pterosaur wings flapped violently, and high-temperature flames gushed out. Flame Emperor. Rain of fire. Fireballs filled the sky and hit Tesoro like meteorites, and the sea surface instantly boiled. Tesoro sneered, and the golden giant raised his hand and waved it. Countless golden tentacles rose from the sea, interweaving into a giant net, intercepting all the fireballs. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion shattered several nearby warships, but the golden colossus remained motionless. That's the temperature. Tesoro scoffed. Jin's pupils shrank slightly, and his body suddenly accelerated. The pterosaur claws were wrapped in armed color and went straight for Tesoro's throat. Pterosaur Razor. Tesoro didn't dodge or evade, and the golden giant's fist hit him in the face. Golden Divine Punishment. Heavy punch, bang. Fists and claws collided, hockey clashed, and the space seemed to be torn apart. Jin was knocked back dozens of meters by this punch. Interesting. Jin steadied himself, his eyes growing colder beneath his mask. I'm the big shot. Tesoro grinned. This is just the beginning. Jin's black wings suddenly ignited with dark red flames, and the surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature. My flame, he whispered, is no ordinary fire. Fire disaster. Burning. Advertisement. The dark red flames transformed into a pillar of fire, instantly piercing the chest of the golden giant. The gold began to melt under the high temperature, dripping into liquid form. Tesoro frowned, but soon revealed a proud smile. Liquid gold is still gold. The melted gold did not dissipate, but instead wrapped around the pillar of fire, corroding the flames of the embers in reverse. What? Jin was startled and quickly flapped his wings to retreat. Tesoro took advantage of the victory and pursued the enemy. The golden giant disintegrated and turned into countless golden spikes, stabbing at Jin from all directions. Golden Divine Punishment. Prison of Thorns. Jin's observation hockey gave a crazy warning and he dodged quickly in the air, but a few golden spikes still grazed his wings, leaving a string of blood. Tisk. Jin looked down at the wound, his eyes becoming more ferocious. I have to admit, you're more difficult to deal with than I thought. Jin's voice was low, but next, I'll let you see true disaster. The mask shattered, revealing a still somewhat handsome face. Hundreds of fire dragons gathered behind him, one of which was the largest. Amulet of the Fire Dragon King. Tesoro narrowed his eyes. Are you finally serious? He put his hands together, and the gold gathered madly, eventually turning into a golden dragon 100 meters high. The fire dragon and the golden dragon stared at each other in the air. Both of them were under the pressure of their own powerful masters. The two rushed towards each other at the same time. The two dragons collided in the air. In a sense, these two assistants are very similar. Careful children should have noticed that Jin's fire dragon is very similar to Kaido's blue dragon form, while Tesoro's gold dragon is similar to Rhett's blood dragon. The moves of these two deputies were all about showing respect to their captain, a respect that was engraved in their bones. Boom! At the moment of collision, the sky and the earth lost their color. The explosion of fire and gold swept across the entire sea, the waves were evaporated, and the clouds were torn apart. Third team. Block the gap. Don't let them land. A Wano Kuni warrior roared. His armor had been torn to pieces by artillery fire, and his left arm was missing, but he still held the knife tightly in his right hand. He looked down at the spear tip that pierced his chest, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and slowly knelt down. Rhett's pirates team only has 8 members in total, even though they have reached the elite route. However, the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates are not like that. This means that even if Whitebeard and Rhett all participate in the battle, it will be king versus king, general versus general. The battlefield is not a game of house. The originally calm sea was now filled with broken planks, burning flags, and countless corpses. Tezulo laughed. Ridiculous, Rhett's voice came from the fog. That's enough, Tezulo. Advertisement. As the blood mist dissipated, the figures of the two gradually disappeared from the battlefield, leaving only the scorched earth ravaged by gold and flames. The last thing he saw was an explosion of gold and fire in the distance, and the mutilated bodies of his companions. Jin snorted coldly, and his wings of flame slowly retracted. What he needed to do now was to protect the foundation of the beast's pirates. Kill all these samurai. Lord Kaido has ordered that none be spared. The beast's pirate's animal fruit user charged forward with a snarling grin. His arms transformed into ferocious claws, easily ripping open the throat of a young samurai. The blood splattered on his face, only exhilarating him even more. The artillery roared and the smoke covered the sky. Because of Moria is now much stronger than the original. As long as the corpse is swallowed by his shadow, it will come out as a zombie. The current beast's pirates have not yet artificially created demon fruit power, which we call the Giver. Now these are all real zone devil fruit, but there are not so many of them. The warriors did not retreat. They stepped on the corpses of their comrades and charged forward one after another. Because Kaido has already entered the scene, Tezulo was stunned for a moment, then grinned. Lucky for you, Yonzai. Next time I will kill you myself. War is a meat grinder. This is also thanks to Wano Kuni being an emission country, as other countries have already been conquered. The blood dyed the seawater dark red, and it rose and fell with the waves. It seems that Tesoro is better, when the smoke clears.
Red pirates may have to fight against several generals, and the battles at the Pirate King level are all fought on a daily basis.
Jin's flames reignited, his eyes determined. That's just what I want. This also led to the main targets of the battlefield being Wano Kuni warriors and ordinary pirates. Half of the Ash's wings were bound by gold. Die, the more you die, the more excited I am. But if they keep fighting like this, and if 4 of them don't leave the field, the red pirates will definitely win.
With a flash of sword, a warrior cut off the head of a pirate, but before he could catch his breath, he felt a sudden chill on his back. A bloody spear pierced his chest.
Most of the combatants in Rhett's pirates can be called combat nukes. For Oden-sama, for Wano Kuni, it's not over yet. Tezulo wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and the gold surged again. The two faced each other in the air, breathing heavily. Just as the two were about to fight again, a blood-red mist suddenly separated them. Chapter 152. Oden is enlightened by Rhett. Oden stepped over the corpses on the ground, and Yanmo's blade dripped with sticky blood. He did not fight Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. He knew that his strength was not as good as Newgate and Rhett. He believed in his brothers. Oden is now fighting to the death with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's cadres, killing them one after another. At this time, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's power is not as strong as in the original plot. At least several of the flying 6 Rhetts are unrecognizable and should be extras. He knew that this was how the Pirates King fought. In the distance came the dying cries of the warriors, each one like a sharp knife cutting into his heart. He had to be faster, faster. Every second of delay meant more Wano Kuni warriors fell, and if he killed one more, hundreds of warriors would be saved. Found you, Kazuki Oden. The sound came from the smoke. Jack's tall figure gradually became clear, with his mammoth trunk swinging behind him. But it's not over. On either side of him, Cracker was wiping his blood-stained sword. Dafu's demon slowly rose from the magic lamp, and Owen's palms glowed a dangerous red. Cracker, Bean Minister, Daifuku, Scorched Minister, Owen. Oden didn't pause. Yanmo rubbed the air to create flames, and his momentum suddenly surged. He had expected to encounter strong enemies, but he didn't expect to face 4 at the same time. Oden's position is the center of the battlefield, where the fighting is most intense. There is no soft-heartedness, no ridiculous kindness, only the determination to protect the country and stop killing by killing. Oden seems to be a famous person now. Rhett. As the saying goes, under the stick, there are those who will come out. Hey, hey, Oden called Whitebeard. Big brother, hey. Jack let out a deafening roar, and his mammoth form was instantly completed. The murderous intent of the 4 people was as real as substance surrounding Oden. Can you fight Master Kaido? You're a naked dancing clown, aren't you worthy? Jack grinned, his palms heating up. Let's see for ourselves. Oden didn't answer. Let's go together. Oden took a dual-wielding stance. I'm in a hurry. Before he could finish his words, 4 figures rushed over at the same time. Oden's pupils shrank slightly. This would be a fight to the death, but he had no choice. Again, for the sake of those dying warriors, he had to be here and deal with these 4 powerful enemies as quickly as possible. Advertisement 4 figures rushed at the same time. Oden's pupils shrank slightly, and Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzan were unsheathed in an instant. Jack took the initiative, lashing out with the mammoth's trunk like a steel whip, tearing the ground into a gully several meters wide. Oden dodged sideways and slashed at the trunk with his backhand, but was blocked by Cracker's biscuit sword. Clang, sparks flew. Oden's blade was shaken away, and Daifuku's demon attacked from the side, and his huge fist wrapped in steam hit his head. Taoyuan flowing fire. Oden crossed his 2 swords, and a burst of flaming blade energy burst out, forcing the demon back. But before he could catch his breath, Owen had already rushed up from behind him, slapping his back with a red palm. Heatwave shock. Laugh. Odin twisted his body with difficulty, but found that he could not dodge. Odin knew that there was a gap in strength. In exchange for injury, Odin would definitely gain. The heat still burned his shoulders, and the smell of scorched flesh filled the air. He gritted his teeth and swung his knife to force Owen back, but Jack's ivory scimitar had already chopped down on his head. Die. At the critical moment, Odin's Tianyujan blocked the scimitar, and Yan Mo stabbed Jack's throat. Jack was forced to retreat, but Cracker's biscuit soldiers were coming from all directions, stabbing Odin with swords like raindrops. Odin's sword light turned into afterimages, and the biscuit soldiers were chopped into pieces one after another, but more clones surged from the edge of the battlefield. Daifuku's demons continuously released high-temperature steam to block his movement. Owen wandered around the periphery, waiting for an opportunity to use the power of the heat-hot fruit to burn the gaps in his blocking. Even if Odin wants to end it quickly, it cannot be resolved in 1 or 2 days. Highest difficulty boss speedrun, just follow me baby, it's okay. Although the victory in the round-robin battle was unfair, it was really difficult to win. What's wrong, Kazuki Odin? Jack grinned, his mammoth form as tall as a mountain. Your sword has slowed down. Odin didn't answer. His breathing was heavy and sweat mixed with blood dripped from his chin. He knew that this couldn't go on. Odin laughed at himself and murmured, Wano Kuni daimyo? Are you worthy of it if you keep going like this? Odin's eyes suddenly became sharp. He suddenly gave up defense and let Owen's hot palm hit his left shoulder. Laugh. The flesh and blood were burnt, but his Yama also pierced Owen's abdomen at the same time. What? Owen widened his eyes and looked at the blade on his abdomen in disbelief. Odin twisted the hilt of the knife violently, and black flames erupted. Taoyuan 10 fists. Advertisement, boom. Owen was blown away by the attack, crashing into the distant rock wall, and his life or death is unknown. But the price is. Puff. The biscuit soldier where Cracker was finally found the flaw and stabbed Odin's lower back with his long sword. Got you. Cracker grinned. Odin, however, grabbed Cracker's wrist and forcibly pulled the blade from his body, blood splattering. No, I got you. What? Taoyuan cross slash. Odin's 2 swords crossed, cutting through the biscuit soldier's shell and tearing a hideous cross wound on Cracker's chest. Cracker screamed, the biscuit armor shattered, and his true body quickly retreated, blood gushing from his chest. Jack was furious, charging forward with all his might in mammoth form, sending the ground trembling violently. Odin barely dodged, but was struck in the back by a punch from Daifuku's demon. He flew backward, crashing into the rubble. It's over. Jack charged towards the ruins, wanting to crush Odin. In the smoke and dust, a black and red knife light suddenly lit up. Taoyuan Shirataki. Odin's figure flashed like a ghost, and the sword light turned into a waterfall, cutting off Jack's scimitar, and splitting his chest with the remaining force. Ah! Jack fell to his knees, blood gushing out from the huge wound. The demon from Daifuku roared in charge, but Odin was powerless to dodge. He took a deep breath, crossed his swords, and... The final blow. Taoyuan, the waning moon. The sword light rose like a crescent moon, splitting the demon into 2. Dafu's body was also blown away by the aftermath, and the magic lamp rolled to the ground. The battlefield suddenly became quiet. Odin leaned on one knee, knife in hand. His left shoulder was charred, blood was gushing from the hole in his lower back, and his right leg was burned to the bone by Irving's heat. This is also the case in Pirates King, but every Hokage has died 80,000 times, right? But around him, Jack was unconscious, Owen was embedded in the rock wall, Cracker was breathing out more than breathing in, and Dafu's magic lamp was shattered, but the pirates from the 2 pirates groups had surrounded them again. This is the seriously injured Kazuki Odin. Anyone who kills him will rise to the top. It's not enough. Odin stood up with difficulty. I need to kill more. In the distance, the shouts of the warriors could be faintly heard. He knew that he couldn't fall down yet. A blood mist rushed into Odin's body, repairing his body, keeping him alive, and barely recovering some of his fighting strength. Rhett's approval lingered in the mist. That's the way it should be. Odin, you can be bad, but you can't be a coward. After a simple treatment, he rushed into the battlefield and continued fighting with the warriors. Chapter 153. This is war on the beach, corpses piled up like mountains. The samurai team had been broken up, and the beast's pirates animal fruit users were laughing wildly as they trampled on their defenses. Form a formation. Hold on, Denjiro's voice was hoarse, his blade was stained with blood, and the bodies of 3 pirates lay at his feet. But there are too many enemies. A half-human, half-rhinoceros animal fruit user rushed into the crowd with a wild laugh. His skin was as hard as iron, and the swords of ordinary warriors could only fly sparks when they hit it. He swung his great axe, severing the 2 warriors in half in an instant. Their blood spilled onto the beach, trampled into mud by the following footsteps. Die. Wano Kuni trash. Kowamatsu attacked from the side, throwing both fists at the same time. Emission. Bang. The rhino animal fruit user's head exploded like a watermelon. But before Hisong could catch his breath, he was hit by a mace in the back. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to his knees. Rare species. I heard you're very valuable. Pirates approached, licking the blade. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, 20 million volt Thunderbird. Enel was fighting with Quinn. The voice came from the air, and he took the time to turn the pirates into charcoal. Enel's heart and Ned are fully open. Rhett is not on the field, he is the strongest controller. Song raised his head with difficulty, but saw an even more desperate scene. On the distant horizon, another group of Big Mom pirates' warships are approaching. The half-dead Cracker controlled the biscuit soldiers and lined up, rushing towards Enel. In the makeshift medical tent, Stella's hands continued to heal the warrior's wounds. Hold on. Hold on. The sensitive and tender-hearted woman wept silently as she treated the patient. Outside the tent, the sound of artillery fire never ceased. Having seen the deepest darkness, she still treats everyone around her gently. This is Stella. A young warrior apprentice huddled in a corner, holding his fallen master's sword in his arms. His eyes were empty, and his master's final instructions echoed in his ears. To live. To witness the dawn of Wano Kuni. Suddenly, the tent was opened. Outside, Laboon was smashing the enemies that came to attack the tent with his fins one by one. No matter if they were Zone or ordinary people, they would all be crushed in front of Laboon. Perona released negative ghosts in the air to reduce the pressure on Laboon. Advertisement, retreat. The beach has been lost. Kinnaman rushed in, covered in blood. Everyone, move immediately. Stella looked at the seriously injured man who couldn't move on the bed and bit her lip. Then they. Kinnaman's sword was dripping with blood, and his eyes were filled with pain and determination. This is war. The warriors who were halfway through their treatment and could barely move picked up their weapons. Miss Stella, please retreat quickly. We feel that the battle is almost over. This is our war. Thank you very much for your care during this period. Kill. Brothers. In the glow of the explosion, one could vaguely see the samurai who would rather die than retreat, holding high the flag of the Kazuki family, and then they turned to ashes in the flames. Fire. Keep firing. On the Beast's pirate's battleship, the gunners were frantically loading ammunition. Boom, a cannonball struck the warrior's assault boat directly, sending wood chips and blood flying everywhere. The sea surface was dyed a dark red, and severed limbs rose and fell with the waves. Help. Help me. A drowned warrior grabbed a floating plank, his legs already blown off, but the next second, the homies from the Big Mom pirates surged past and completely swallowed him. Mom. Drown them. Homies laughed sharply. The warriors jumped into the sea one after another, using their bodies to build a human bridge for their companions. Quick. Land on the enemy ship. An elderly warrior was covered in blood, his left arm missing, but he still bit the knife with his teeth, and held the enemy ship's cable tightly with his right hand. You old man are looking for death. Pirates raised their rifles and shot him through the forehead at close range. The old man's body fell into the sea, but more warriors had already climbed onto the deck along the bloody path. Amidst the debris floating on the sea, a broken samurai sword quietly sank to the bottom of the sea. Rhett's figure slowly emerged from the bloody mist, the black-tied greatsword slung across his shoulder, a cold smile on his lips. Where are you in such a hurry, Kaido? But I don't want to fight you today. Kaido, Charlotte and Linlin couldn't sit still anymore as they watched the zombies gradually increase in number. Boom, a blood-red sky suddenly rose up, crossing the sky like a waterfall, abruptly blocking Kaido's way. Whitebeard laughed. Try it. Rhett didn't dodge or evade, and attacked with the black-tied greatsword. His eyes swept across the tragic battlefield below. The Beast's pirates were still fighting, but the warriors' frenzied counterattacks were gradually causing the front to collapse. Boom, Charlotte Linlin stood on the thundercloud Zeus, Napoleon's greatsword wrapped around the violent conqueror's hockey. She looked down at the battlefield below, which was shrouded in a bloody mist that was constantly expanding. Advertisement Kaido spewed out dragon fire to resist, and the shockwave from Conqueror's collision instantly shattered buildings within a radius of 100 meters. Kaido stood at the bow. Mama, her laughter shattered the clouds. Bloody little devil, if it weren't for that B************ D. Roger, I really want you to be my husband. It was the blood of those unknown warriors and pirates that dyed the entire sea red. A bunch of trash. Kaido's dragon eyes blazed with rage, his mace, 8 fasts, clenched tightly in his hand. You can't even deal with a mere samurai. The pirates or warriors who didn't have time to escape disappeared in the sea. This was the reason why the 4 of them were unwilling to leave. Fighting with Big Mom, Rhett couldn't spare too much attention to give life. The mist could only barely draw out the vitality of the recently dead pirates to keep these dying warriors alive. Rhett slowly walked out of the blood mist. He looked up at Linlin, a dangerous smile on his face. In the distance, Whitebeard and Rhett were still fighting Kaido and Linlin, but they were no longer the protagonists of the battlefield.
Kaido snorted coldly. Old woman, stop talking nonsense.
The two looked at each other and read the same thought from each other's eyes at the same time. What? Kaido's dragon pupils suddenly shrank. It's time to take action yourself. Gulala. Kaido kid, your opponent is lousy. Newgate. Kaido's eyes flashed with ferocity. Do you think you can stop me?
The moment the two swords collided, the entire battlefield fell silent. Just as Kaido took off into the air, preparing to transform into a blue dragon and dive down onto the battlefield.
Waigwo. Linlin's smile froze, and she pointed her Napoleon sword at Rhett. Arrogant brat. I'll take your soul. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying shockwave exploded, buildings within a radius of 1 kilometer collapsed, and huge waves rose on the sea. In the distance, Charlotte Linlin stood atop Thundercloud Zeus, Napoleon's greatsword clutched in her hand. Her laughter was maniacal and sinister. Mama, Kaido. Your men are no match. Mist God style. Blood Dragon Dance, this is war. The giant sword, wrapped in destructive haki, chopped down on the head.
Big Mom, I don't like older women. At the same time, Whitebeard's Kusugawa Kiri wrapped around Conquerors and slashed towards Kaido. Advertisement Chapter 150 for a hard fight first. On the battlefield where blood mist was swirling, Charlotte Linlin's roar shook the sky.
Rhett scratched his ears. This woman was really loud. Don't yell. If you're unhappy, go find your ex-husband to comfort you. Strictly speaking, Charlotte Linlin does not seem to be a giant, because Charlotte Linlin is 8.8 meters tall, which should be considered the tallest among humans. The adult individuals of the giant tribe are at least 12 meters tall, so Charlotte Linlin does not belong to the giant tribe. She brandished the Napoleon greatsword, and Conqueror's haki swept like a storm, trying to disperse the blood mist around her. However, the mist seemed to have life. Even when it was dispersed, it condensed again and always wrapped around her. Mama. You little brat who's hiding his head and showing his tail. Linlin grinned, swept the huge sword across, and cut the blood dragon that was rushing towards him into 2 pieces. But the broken dragon shadow did not dissipate, but turned into more tiny blood threads. Charlotte Linlin had just entered the battlefield, and the quality of the armament color coverage was very high. Little ghost, there's no way. I have an indestructible body. It's useless. Stop putting iron body on yourself. Rhett's voice came from all directions. Let's play slowly. Hunters, you need to be patient. Linlin's pupils shrank, and he spun abruptly, slashing his greatsword towards the source of the sound. However, where the blade passed, only the mist was briefly cut, and Rhett's figure had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it. She stomped her feet in anger, and the ground cracked instantly. The shock wave dispersed the surrounding blood mist for a moment. Rhett. Even Whitebeard's shock fruit couldn't be broken open. How can you break it open? In that split second, she caught a glimpse of something strange. Rhett's figure flashed by in the fog. I found you. Linlin grinned, and grabbed the wave with his left hand. However, her palm passed through the mist and caught nothing. Rhett's voice sounded again, this time close at hand. Your observation haki. How could you possibly think you could capture me? Swish. The black tide sword pierced from behind, wiping out metal sparks and leaving a wound that was not too deep. Linlin roared and turned around to swing his sword, but Rhett had already retreated, leaving behind only a low laugh. You're too slow, Charlotte Linlin. Rhett's figure loomed in the mist. That's not enough. You need a few more strikes. Advertisement. Don't be so proud, kid. Linlin's eyes were bloodshot. She raised the Napoleon sword high, lightning and flames wrapped around the sword. Fire in the sky, thunderstorm. I made that up too. Those few moves alone weren't enough. I couldn't stop her from yelling, Napoleon, bite him. The huge sword energy of thunder and fire slashed towards the blood mist. It doesn't matter, Charlotte Linlin, Solar Prometheus, burn them all. Really? Rhett's voice was like a demonic whisper. Then why, can't you look them in the eye? The Dragon King twisted his mouth. This guy has gone completely crazy, that's great. Wherever the sword energy passed, a bottomless ravine was cut into the ground, and the mountain in the distance was split in 2. Rhett didn't dodge or evade, simply raised his left hand slightly, Mist God style, bloodbinding. Aokiji. Just use one hand to hold down the attack. Yeah, Rhett was so strong that he forcibly lost the restrained relationship, what a pity. She swung the giant sword frantically, chopping the phantom into pieces. If the Pirates King's rationality is adjusted to a certain degree, then it is obvious that Charlotte Linlin is the worst one, because Charlotte is mentally ill. Linlin shook her head violently, trying to dispel the illusion. Go away, this isn't real. Linlin's breathing became heavier. She realized that she was caught in a war of attrition. Boom. Horrifying soul energy erupted from her body, shattering every trace of blood. Rhett was forced to retreat, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. To think she could unleash this kind of power. He had originally planned to gradually break Linlin's will through a war of attrition, but the opponent's frenzy far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Linlin had completely abandoned defense, and every blow was a fatal blow. Linlin's aura became completely violent. The moment the giant sword fell, space seemed to be torn apart. Rhett's figure suddenly turned into mist and disappeared on the spot. As long as you can't lock onto Rhett's figure, what can you use to fight me? Her eyes were red, and the Napoleon sword was infused with a huge soul force, transforming into a giant blade burning with dark blue flames. Die, little devil. It's no use. Rhett's voice drifted closer and farther. This fog is my domain. I am the sole ruler here. I controlled Prometheus to fly high, spraying a large number of flame bombs downwards, which indeed evaporated some of the thick blood mist. If you turn the small water droplets into water vapor, my mist is no longer mist. Advertisement. Her body tensed, her skin glowing a strange red. I'm Big Mom. Stop talking nonsense. Linlin roared and rushed towards him, slashing down with the might of destroying the world with his huge sword. His figure finally appeared. He stood not far away, his black tide greatsword pointed at the ground, his eyes filled with pity. Charlotte Linlin, what's wrong? You look so down after not seeing you for a few days. Hey, that's just what I want. Rhett took a deep breath, and the blood mist on the black-tied greatsword suddenly shrank and condensed into a layer of ink-black armament hockey. More blood mist surged in from all directions, filling the gap. Damn it. Linlin's eyes finally flashed with panic. In the last battle, her iron balloon seemed to naturally restrain everything he did. Can you dodge it? Linlin grinned, swinging the giant sword continuously, and countless sword energies intertwined into a net, covering the entire battlefield. Prometheus. Me? Burn the endless blood mist. Damn, done. This is my first time playing homies. I'm avoiding your edge. Rhett treats every opponent equally as long as he will not cause large-scale damage, regardless of whether the opponent has the armament hockey or not. Rhett crawled a little and was able to restrain his own fruit ability. Dragon called him teacher, and Dragon could not beat him. Rhett's figure quickly shuttled through the fog. Heavenly fire. Soul-destroying slash. Swish. Countless blood threads shot out from the ground, instantly entangling Linlin's hands and feet. Her movements faltered, the greatsword hanging in midair. Despite her struggles, the threads tightened, even piercing her skin, greedily sucking away her strength. Rhett's mist continued to absorb her strength. Even though his armament hockey was strong enough, as long as she was still breathing, she could feel her strength draining away. She needed to devote some of her energy to using armament hockey to expel the mist from her body. Mom. Why did you abandon us? The sobbing of children suddenly rang in my ears. Fireball of heavenly fire. Linlin's mouth suddenly broke into a ferocious grin. Mama. Little brat, do you think this is the end? Her attacks were unable to truly injure the opponent. The blood that had penetrated into her body was eroding her will, causing the scene before her eyes to begin to distort. Ordinary Logia fruit can only restrain opponents who do not know armament hockey. Rhett looked at Charlotte Linlin in the mist. How many more times can you break through? Rhett. The last time we played was nearly 10 years ago. If you compare our growth rate, I have cheats. Your talent is not as good as River God's. River God is much better. I admit that I scolded you louder 40 years ago. Chapter 155 Auntie, do you want to watch a movie? Linlin's giant sword was deflected, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Mama, interesting, your hockey is pretty good. Rhett flicked his wrist and sneered, if you're sick, stop pretending to be normal. His pupils suddenly contracted. Defeating Charlotte Linlin had almost become Rhett's obsession. He didn't fight hard against Uncle Rayleigh and Newgate, but Auntie was different. She was special to Rhett. The blood mist on the battlefield is constantly replenishing Rhett's physical strength. In this state, Rhett is undoubtedly the strongest in the sea. Mist God style. Dragon's devotion. The black-tied greatsword caused the blood mist to condense into dozens of ferocious dragon shadows, rushing towards Charlotte Linlin from all directions. What the hell? Linlin was furious. Conqueror's Burst tried to disperse the blood, but the mist dragons bit her skin tightly. It's no use. Rhett's voice was cold. Linlin suddenly felt a sharp pain. The blood dragons had actually bitten through her skin and were absorbing her vitality. You're looking for death, she roared, and her other hand suddenly grabbed Rhett's face. A terrifying pressure erupted, attempting to directly drain Rhett's lifespan. However, Rhett just tilted his head. Sorry. His body suddenly turned into mist, and he was unable to cast spells, and the blood dragon suddenly tightened. What? Linlin was shocked to find that her ability had failed. Rhett's figure gathered behind her, in the same position, at the same angle, the black-tied greatsword thrust straight into her heart. Aren't you going to explode, brother? Laugh. The tip of the sword pierced Linlin's back, and as soon as the blood oozed out, it was swallowed by the blood mist and poured in. Linlin turned furiously, sweeping his greatsword across, but Rhett had already retreated, leaving only a whisper behind. I won. What an easy win. Welcome to your nightmare. Rhett suddenly plunged the black-tied greatsword into the ground. Mist God style. Final scene. Blood prison scroll. In an instant, the blood mist engulfed Linlin like a tsunami. Her vision suddenly distorted, and the last thing she heard was Rhett's demonic whisper. Now, it's my turn. It can be said that when this blood prison scroll was completed, the restraint relationship had already changed. You said you have a steel balloon, right? This trick is specially designed for you. Rhett's strict production, Whitebeard's control, and the approval of the two emperors, choose the authentic one, the official Authentic Pirates flagship ship. Advertisement Rhett is not very good at dealing with Charlotte Linlin's mental patient. It can be said that the moment Lot Linlin was injured, she had lost the last hope of this battle. Because Rhett knows everything about Charlotte Linlin. Linlin found herself standing in a huge banquet hall. A pair of huge scarlet eyes stared at her in the blood-red sky. The long table was filled with exquisite desserts, cream cakes, chocolate fountains, caramel pudding. The aroma was so rich that it was almost suffocating. Mama. She laughed wildly and grabbed a piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth, but the next second, the sweet cream turned into rancid plasma on the tip of her tongue. She vomited violently, only to find that all the desserts on the table had turned into rotten flesh and blood. Is it delicious? Linlin. A childish voice sounded. Linlin turned her head suddenly and saw the young sister Carmel standing not far away, holding a beating heart in her hands. This is your favorite dessert. The nun smiled and handed the heart to her. Eat it and you will gain strength. Linlin's pupils contracted violently. She roared and swung her sword at the nun. Get out. You are not a nun. The nun's figure disappeared like smoke, but the next second, blood began to seep out of the walls of the entire banquet hall, and countless pale little hands stretched out from the pool of blood and grabbed her ankles. Mom! Why did you abandon us? Rhett sat on the throne in the fog. Now Rhett was in the state of holding dozens or hundreds of straws and sucking. Now he could change however he wanted. Fight, destroy, just move your fingers. Now Rhett doesn't care about the physical exertion at all. That's right, Rhett has forgotten his roots. The scene suddenly changed. At this time, Linlin was still barely awake, standing on the ruins of Cake Island. He saw the bloody warriors wreaking havoc in her kingdom, and the kingdom disappeared, dissipating bit by bit before his eyes. The bloody warriors destroyed not the world but Charlotte Linlin's dream bit by bit. The sky was still dark red. In the charred remains of the candy house, her children lay scattered on the ground. Katakuri had been pierced through the chest by his own sticky rice, Smoothie's greatsword had pierced Cracker, and Perisparrow's syrup had solidified into blood clots. No. This is impossible. Linlin staggered back, and Napoleon's giant sword fell to the ground with a clang. Mom, you're finally here. Bree crawled out from the shadows, her mirror shattered and half her body burned. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Come and stay with us. Shut up. Linlin smashed Brulee's head with a punch, but more children crawled out of the rubble. They were covered in blood and tears in their eyes. The blood moon suddenly twisted, and Linlin found herself back in Elbaf's orphanage. A shrill, high-pitched laugh began to echo in her ears, the sound of her own youthful laughter, mocking her present incompetence. No. Impossible. She screamed as her consciousness became hazy and cleared. I am Big Mom. How could it be possible? Hee. I have everything you want to see. Rhett, let me attack your weakest spot. She thought of the children who disappeared from the orphanage. Advertisement this time, she stood on a barren piece of scorched earth, and the air was filled with a suffocating sweetness. Really? Charlotte Linlin. Rhett's voice echoed in the mist. Sister, look, I found the cake. The nun took the cake with a smile, but in the next second, the cake was thrown to the ground and the cream splashed on Linlin's little face. Linlin's conqueror's mad burst out, but it couldn't disperse these blood mist ghosts. No, it's not like that. She stepped back tremblingly. The nun was obviously very kind to me. Linlin suddenly looked up and saw her younger self, the little girl still called Charlotte Linlin, holding a piece of bright red strawberry cake and running happily towards Sister Carmelo. She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach, as if countless hands were tearing her internal organs. Adult Linlin's pupils contracted violently, the moment she devoured the nun. Children's laughter could be heard in the distance. Hungry. So hungry. All the aunt cares about is the ideals of the world, the nun she grew up with, and a little bit of insignificant mother-child love. Is it because she has too many children that her maternal instinct has faded? Upper right quadrant circular arc DO. Linlin fell to her knees, clutching her head, her nails digging deep into her scalp. The twin tortures of hunger and memory completely shattered her sanity. The moment she obtained the soul fruit. But the floodgates of memory had been forcibly pried open by the blood mist. Why? Don't you protect us? It was enough for the mist to enter the ant's body. The ant was not like Newgate, who always kept a clear mind during the battle. Thinking back to that snowy night, she went berserk because of her bulimia, and when she woke up, the taste of blood lingered on her lips. Ah. But the hunger is real. But if there are enough of them, once you start bleeding. What's more, it was Rhett, a fantasy specially woven for him. He recalled the look of fear on the nun's face every time he went crazy. All the lies that deceived oneself collapsed at this moment. Snap. Even though Big Mom had a strong defense with the iron balloon, these blood mist ghosts could only leave a shallow wound. You're useless. The nun's voice was icy cold. If you can't even protect a piece of cake, what good are you? Chapter 156 Red Absolute Battlefield Emperor. Rhett sat high on the throne made of blood mist, tapping the armrests with his fingers. Although I described it quickly, everyone knows that the Pirate King's battles are calculated on a daily basis. Before I knew it, we had been fighting on the sea for 4 days. Charlotte Linlin, enjoy it. He whispered softly, and the sound was transmitted directly into Charlotte Linlin's mind through the vibration of the blood mist. Rhett felt that it was almost time. With a flick of his finger, the blood prison scroll that enveloped Charlotte Linlin began to undergo subtle changes. The horrific visions that had tormented her mind receded like a tide, but as they retreated they quietly distorted her sensory perception. Rhett's mist penetrated every crevice of her brain, weaving intricate lies between the neurons. In human terms, dude, you're under a spell. Sight. Hearing. Touch. Rhett counted softly, his fingers tracing graceful arcs in the air. And most importantly, emotional resonance. I'm a truly caring opponent. Rhett wanted to laugh when he thought about what he was going to do next. Look, this is the person you hate the most. He's a former member of the Roger Pirates crew who attacked your country twice and destroyed your ideals. Don't you want to kill him? Rhett's voice was like a devil's whisper, echoing in Charlotte Linlin's ears. He precisely controlled each wisp of mist, making them simulate every detail of his battle, the iconic tilted head and sneer, the blood-red sword, and even the slightly rising tone of his voice. Rhett was also very considerate and grafted all the anger, humiliation and fear that Charlotte Linlin had accumulated in the illusion onto this false self. I scolded myself, although the anger should have been attributed to myself. When Kaido roared, Rhett immediately spoke up. Rhett, the capital is ready to enter the market, and you are about to be controlled by the capital. Charlotte Linlin heard Rhett's mocking words. Old woman, is this all you can do? Rhett, you're not dead yet. Charlotte Linlin's pupils contracted violently. She had been tortured by illusions for the past few days. Just when she was about to kill Rhett with her own hands in the illusion, she saw Rhett standing in front of her in good health. The string of her rationality finally broke. The emotions deliberately magnified by the blood mist erupted like a volcano. The humiliation of being teased, the anger over the tragic death of their children, and, deepest within, the madness over the desecration of the nun's memory. Rhett admired the scene like an artist admiring his own work. Rhett admitted that sometimes he was really crazy. Looking across the long river, it seemed that there were few battles that were not crazy when they involved blood. When there is no threat, he may be the biggest threat to the crew, but when there is danger, his blood mist will be the strongest umbrella of protection, and the area around him will be the safest restricted area. He added the finishing touch to the performance with a snap of his fingers, having the fake Rhett make a throat-slitting gesture towards Charlotte Linlin. He suddenly raised his hand, and the blood prison scroll that enveloped Charlotte Linlin suddenly lifted, but the illusion did not completely dissipate. Rhett, are you looking for death? I'll grant your wish. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin was filled with rage and madness. Advertisement, Mama, go to hell. She suddenly leapt up, Napoleon's giant sword wrapped around the violent conquerors, and slashed down at Kaido. Kaido was fighting Whitebeard. Kaido was no match for Whitebeard, who was at his peak and without any hidden injuries. He was relying on the physical fitness of the blue dragon fruit pervert to support him. He also wanted to wait until Charlotte Linlin finished dealing with Rhett and came to help him. Because in his impression, Rhett could not possibly break through Charlotte Linlin's steel balloon. That's why he dared to come back and start a war while shouting Charlotte Linlin. He has the advantage of 2 against 1. How can the Scarlet Dawn pirates, who have less than double digits, fight against them? But Kaido never dreamed that Rhett was a cheater. Do you know the value of a golden legend? Rhett said. In Waterwall Sea, Golden Lion thinks the same way. Every collision between Kong Yunki and Bajiji made the sky tremble. Newgate, Kaido roared, spewing dragon flames, but was shattered by Whitebeard's punch. Gulala, Kaido, I'm going to settle the score with you for Odin. Whitebeard laughed, and the power of the shock fruit gathered in his fist, smashing towards Kaido. Boom! Kaido was knocked back hundreds of meters, his dragon scales shattered and blood splattered. He just managed to steady himself when suddenly, Waiguo. A terrifying slash came from the side. Kaido's pupils suddenly shrank and he hastily raised his mace to block it. Charlotte Linlin? Are you crazy? However, the only response he got was Charlotte Linlin's crazy laughter. Mama, Rhett, I'm going to tear you apart this time. Kaido then realized that Charlotte Linlin mistook him for Rhett. But it was too late for him to explain. Charlotte Linlin's giant sword chopped down again, and Kaido was forced to take it. Whitebeard naturally would not miss this opportunity. He wrapped Conqueror's sword around his head and slashed from the other side. Bang! Advertisement. The collision of 3 top-level hockey caused the ground of the entire battlefield to collapse, and the shockwave swept across thousands of meters. Countless pirates and samurai were blown away, and some even fainted. Kaido groaned, his dragon scales shattered, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Charlotte Linlin. Look carefully. I'm Kaido. However, in Charlotte Linlin's eyes, his dragon body was still shrouded in blood mist, and his face still had Rhett's mocking smile.
Shut up. Your tricks can't fool me. She laughed grimly, the flames of Prometheus wrapped around her body.
The runaway fire thief, Prometheus, continued to expand into a huge ball, and fell near Kaido and exploded. Kaido was forced to leap into the air to dodge, but Whitebeard's shockwaves had already blocked his escape route.
Gulala, Kaido, it seems your allies aren't very reliable.
Kaido gritted his teeth, furious. He had been completely tricked by Rhett. At the edge of the battlefield, Rhett stood in the blood mist, which kept corroding Kaido's body. Kaido had to ensure that the armament color covered his entire body, otherwise he would be the next Charlotte Linlin.
Kurozumi Orochi is a double ghost opening the door.
Can you handle Kaido opening the door with 3 ghosts? Kaido, don't you like dying? Then enjoy it. His mist continued to spread, extracting the vitality of the pirates, dead or alive, and converting it into his own power. It was just a matter of 1 bite anyway. Of course, our top brother on the list is still our Charlotte Linlin. At the same time, Moria's Shadow Legion was also harvesting crazily. The number of zombie soldiers was increasing, gradually suppressing the beast's pirates' miscellaneous soldiers. The pirates' high-level combat force finally suffered another complete defeat. Sizzle. The golden lightning drew a dazzling trajectory across the battlefield. Although he was entangled by Quinn, Cracker had no way to deal with Enel flying in the sky, so he went to other places. There is no way, no one can kill the other person quickly. But Quinn couldn't pose much of a threat to him. His lightning could cover the entire Sky Island when he was weak, let alone now. It is no exaggeration to say that his lightning can now strike every position on the battlefield. The Crimson Dawn Pirates have no blind spots. They dominated Kanto and won the national championship 3 times in a row. Sorry for the mistake. Chapter 157. Look at this ridiculous battle, directed by Rhett. Boring. He lazily looked down at Quinn, who was panting below. Quinn was really furious. You damn thunderbolt, he roared, stretching his neck suddenly. Bang! It really was a bang! His head separated from his body, really separated, and his head bit towards Enel at an astonishing speed. To be honest, my cerebellum shrank a bit when I saw this. Plesiosaur. Strangulation, however, Enel didn't even raise his eyelids. Boom, with a flash of lightning, his figure disappeared in an instant and Quinn bit into nothing. Too slow. Enel's voice came from behind Quinn. He sat with his legs crossed in the air, tapping the thunder drum lightly with his fingertips. 20 million volt Thunderbird. Shoo, the lightning turned into a giant bird with spread wings, instantly piercing through Quinn's body. Electricity flowed wildly on his metal armor, sparks flying everywhere. Ah! Quinn's whole body twitched, but soon, with his super recovery ability, his neck was reconnected with a click. Lousy is a cyborg. This level of lightning, Enel raised his eyebrows and suddenly showed a playful smile. What about this? He snapped his fingers lightly. Thunder punishment. Quinn took a full defensive stance. He was determined to make this guy who was always talking nonsense pay the price. He had been waiting for a long time but no lightning struck him. What the hell? He quietly moved his arms, leaving a gap, and I peeked at his hand. It was seen that Enel even had the leisure to use the heart network to perceive the situation of the entire battlefield, and a bolt of lightning struck the beast's pirates who were trying to sneak attack the warriors in the distance. What are you doing? B****************. D. You are so rude. Quinn was scolding Enel's behavior. Only one was not watched. Hey, what are you looking at? Enel's voice suddenly sounded in Quinn's ears. Varied advertisement, 100 million volt Thunder Dragon. Boom, Quinn's mechanical body was completely engulfed by the lightning, and the electric current raged wildly in the gaps in his armor. The internal circuit system began to overload, emitting billowing black smoke. Sizzle, sizzle, Quinn's mechanical voice sounded in alarm frantically. He roared angrily, his neck separated again, and the snake head bit Enel frantically. Don't think you can beat Lousy with this little trick. However, Enel just sneered, and his figure turned into lightning again, disappearing into Rhett's blood mist, where lightning raged. Idiot. His voice came from all directions, as if it was everywhere. Do you think I'm fighting you seriously? Quinn's mechanical eyes spun wildly, but he could not catch any trace of Enel. At this time, Enel was already floating at a higher altitude, holding his chin with one hand, and releasing lightning at will with the other hand, accurately striking enemies all over the battlefield. Under Rhett's blood mist field, the Heartnet covers the entire field. Not only can he play with Quinn, but he is also the second most powerful controller after Rhett. Damn it, Quinn was so angry that he was smoking all over and his neck was almost twisted into a knot. You be ****************** D. If you can, don't run. Upon hearing this, Enel finally showed a hint of impatience. So annoying. He stood up slowly, the thunder drums buzzed, and dazzling lightning surrounded his body. Since you want to die so badly, God's judgment, heaven's punishment. Boom. A pillar of lightning that reached the sky and penetrated the earth fell from the sky, completely engulfing Quinn. The damage accumulated over the past few days finally broke out completely under this move. The author believes that Quinn is a cyborg who is no less powerful than Frankie in the later period, or even better. He can shoot out his own head, which makes him far ahead of Frankie. Enel is lightning, and he is the natural enemy of the mechanical race. On the other side, the battle between Marco and Katakuri also entered a fierce stage. Zeus. Prometheus. Rhett's black-tied greatsword suddenly stabbed into the ground, and the blood mist turned into dozens of ferocious blood dragons, biting Kaido's dragon body from all directions. It's really crazy. Rhett chuckled, his bloodshot eyes reflecting the absurd scene of the two four emperors killing each other. It's not over yet, he growled, and stabbed out with the trident. Marco dodged sideways, but a deep bloody scratch was still left on his shoulder. After Rhett performed his moves, he leaned back gracefully on the throne and watched Charlotte Linlin pounce on Kaido as he had expected. Advertisement in this psychological game, he had already completely manipulated Charlotte Linlin's soul. However, Xingyan healed the wound, and Marco grinned, come again. After saying this, he turned into lightning and disappeared, continuing to control the situation in other parts of the battlefield. Quinn could only lie in the ruins, fuming with anger. When Quinn was defeated, it also meant that the balance of victory had completely tilted. It seemed that this was not accurate. The balance had already begun to tilt when Rhett injured Charlotte Linlin. He suddenly unleashed Conquerors, forcibly deflecting Charlotte Linlin's slash, but Whitebeard had already accumulated enough energy, and Kusagawa Kiri wrapped it with a shockwave and slashed down fiercely. Whitebeard's shockwave power, Charlotte Linlin's Napoleon, and Rhett's blood mist interference made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Whenever Kaido tried to explain, he let the mist distort his voice. Blue Flame Dance of the Phoenix. Marco's phantom shadow clone was captured by Katakuri's future sight, but his body's reaction was still a little slow, and he was eventually knocked to the ground by a kick that entangled Conquerors. Kaido gritted his teeth and forcibly activated the power of the blue dragon fruit, spewing out dragon flames in an attempt to resist. Whenever Charlotte Linlin hesitated, he would make the illusionary, Rhett, make more provocative moves. Mist God style. Blood Dragon Bite. His fingers danced lightly, guiding this absurd fight like a puppet. In the center of the battlefield, Kaido has fallen into an unprecedented crisis. Finally it's over. It was so hard. Poor Kaido. Rhett's voice was full of joking. Boom, Enel also breathed a sigh of relief, but he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. The shock wave of the explosion swept across the battlefield. When the lightning dissipated, Quinn's body was charred, his mechanical armor was emitting black smoke, and his neck was tilted to one side. Kaido's dragon body was smashed into the ground, and the entire island was cracked into a huge abyss by this blow. Blood gushed out of the dragon's mouth, and Kaido's consciousness even became blurred for a moment. Damn it. If this goes on, it's not over yet. Charlotte Linlin grinned and raised the giant sword again. Ah. It turned into a harsher taunt, however. Cough. Katakuri coughed up a mouthful of blood, but soon, his sticky rice ability reorganized his body again. Kaido roared in pain, his dragon scales corroded and his vitality madly drained. The thunderclouds merged with the sun, and terrifying thunder and fire fell from the sky, hitting Kaido directly. Seaquake, Sky Collapse. Chapter 158. Whether the sea should be in chaos or not, I have the final say now. How about 10,000? Kaido's dragon body was covered with wounds. Ruatu. Some intelligence dealers recommended Rhett to kill Kaido and seize the fish fruit's blue dragon form, but Ruatu said it was just a fake dragon. What does little Ritsu know about dragons? He was breathing heavily, his dragon eyes fixed on Charlotte Linlin, who was still attacking him madly. Tears, drown me, Linlin, wake up. Conqueror's haki exploded. Kaido used up all his strength and launched a thundering 8 trigrams towards Linlin. It can be seen that Kaido's attack was really mixed with a lot of personal feelings. There was no skill involved, it was all emotion. Mama. Linlin's giant sword slashed down, but suddenly stopped at the last moment. Her pupils contracted violently, and the Rhett in front of her gradually distorted, eventually turning back into Kaido's appearance. Guy. More? She looked around blankly, and then she realized that she was actually attacking her allies. The real Rhett was sitting leisurely on the blood mist throne, holding his chin with one hand and a playful smile on his lips. Oh, finally awake? Rhett tilted his head, his tone frivolous. I thought you could fight a little longer. Linlin raised his head suddenly, and Napoleon's giant sword was instantly pointed at him. Conqueror's haki burst out uncontrollably. Rhett. Rhett spread his hands, his smile undiminished. Don't say that, I did help you. Help? Kaido growled, clenching his dragon claws and dripping blood. Of course. Rhett stood up, blood mist swirling around him. If I really wanted to kill you, you would be corpses now. Kaido coughed up a mouthful of blood, digging his claws into the ground, and barely propped himself up. Linlin, don't let him lead you away. Rhett tilted his head, finding it amusing. It's too late. He snapped his fingers lightly. The pupils of both men contracted at the same time. They could feel that something had taken root in their flesh and blood and could not be peeled off. You don't really think that after being soaked in fog for 4 or 5 days, with wounds all over your body. Let Rhett be honest, he. Rhett feels sorry for himself no matter what he does to you. It's just a small gift. Rhett smiled. Don't worry, as long as you behave yourself, it won't have any impact. Advertisement: if they behave themselves, they will not be the future 4 emperors. Linlin's giant sword slashed down fiercely, but the blood mist dispersed like running water, and her attack missed. Kaido growled and spit out dragon flames, but they were also swallowed by the blood mist. Save your energy. Rhett's voice came from all directions. You can't kill me now, and I have no interest in killing you. After all, you are more useful to me alive. Whitebeard held Kusagawari in his hand, his eyes deep. Gulala. Marco was puzzled. We can obviously kill them, so what if I kill you? Whitebeard chuckled. The Marines will immediately turn their guns around, the new world will be in chaos, and we will become the target of everyone's criticism. Marco was silent. He suddenly understood Rhett's plan. The 2 emperors were defeated but not dead. But Rhett has already controlled the 2 men in the dark, and they can no longer pose a threat to Rhett. Marine dare not act rashly, and the world government will also be wary. Bloody dawn, this battle is actually safer, a double win, Rhett wins twice. In the center of the battlefield, Rhett slowly walked towards Kaido and Linlin, with blood mist surging like waves behind him. Listen. His tone was relaxed, yet it carried an undeniable sense of oppression. From today on, the rules of New World must be changed. Kaido sneered. You think you can order us around? Of course not. Rhett shrugged. But you could try going against my advice, for example, joining forces with the Marines to encircle and attack me? His fingertips lightly hooked, and Kaido suddenly groaned. Linlin's face also changed suddenly. Her bulimic nerves seemed to be grasped by invisible hands, and fragments of the illusion flashed before her eyes again. Got it? Rhett smiled. You can still play as you please, but don't get in my way, or I can kill you at any time. This is a lie. The venue was set up, and there were a lot of wounds. It is no exaggeration to say that Rhett is holding their lives in his hands. Rhett can do it, but if he leaves, this effect will not be achieved. But the introduction is real. Now Rhett has no way to control the 2 people directly. Advertisement: Rhett simply didn't eat the beef, instead of leaving a lead. After that, Rhett didn't need to hurt them. As long as Rhett wanted, they would instantly enter the deep illusion. The beginning weakens you by half, to describe it vividly. Just like 3-year-old Rhett hitting Roger, you are no longer worthy of being on the same level as me. Linlin's giant sword trembled and finally fell heavily to the ground. She stared at Rhett, her voice hoarse. What do you want? Rhett turned around, the blood mist paving a path under his feet as he walked step by step into the distance. Who knows? I'm in a good mood, he said without turning his head. When the sea needs chaos and when it needs stability, this is now decided by me. I am so glorious and great, I was moved to tears. Kaido gritted his teeth, swept his dragon tail fiercely, and roared in the direction of Jin, Quinn, and Jack. Retreat. The remnants of the beast's pirates had already been completely routed. In the battles of the past few days, they had gone from being greedy at the beginning to being bloodthirsty, and then to being terrified by being killed. Although Wano Kuni's warriors began to lose their momentum, they had wives, children, and mothers behind them, and they were not something that some pirates could resist. Rhett felt that if the children were allowed to help on the city walls, the warriors would go crazy. After hearing the order, the two big bosses immediately fought desperately to break out. Jin's wings of flame burned to the limit, forcibly tearing through the blockade of the Golden Giant, picking up the unconscious Quinn, and forcing back the pursuing warriors. Jack transformed into a mammoth, retreated from the battle with Moria, and used his body to carve a bloody path. Jack did a sit-up. Kaido gave Linlin a deep look, and his dragon body soared into the air. Old woman, if you don't leave now, you'll be sucked dry by that brat. A bloody mist billowed as Rhett stood in the center of the battlefield, his black-tied sword pointed diagonally at the ground. You run pretty fast, he sneered and turned his gaze to the Big Mom pirates. Charlotte Linlin looked around, her pupils shrinking suddenly. Wherever the blood mist passed, her weak and nameless children and her ex-husband fell one after another. The weaker homies had already dissipated, low-ranking cadres were struggling and suffocating in the fog, and ordinary pirates were turned into mummies in large numbers. Mom! Help! As soon as one son stretched out his hand, he was swallowed by the blood mist and withered instantly. No, Linlin's conquerors exploded, dispersing some of the blood mist, but it was too late. She suddenly looked up and stared at Rhett. Bloody little devil, how dare you? Rhett looked at her funny-lookingly. Yo bloody little devil, Charlotte Linlin, what are you barking about? His mist was still spreading, but this time, Linlin did not go crazy. Instead, he made a move that surprised everyone. Chapter 159. Stairway to the Gods Part 3. She suddenly opened her arms and the power of the soul fruit burst out with all its strength. Thundercloud Zeus, Sun Prometheus, and even Napoleon's giant sword turned into barriers to protect Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker and other core children. Mom? Katakuri looked at her in shock. Linlin's eyes flashed with a rare determination. Go, everyone retreat. She knew very well that if the fighting continued, everyone would die here. Rhett did not pursue. He just raised his hand slowly. This time he was going to clear the field completely. The war was over. The blood mist swept across the battlefield like a wave, engulfing all the remnants of the beast's pirates and the miscellaneous soldiers of the Big Mom pirates who had no time to escape. In the mist, life force flowed into his body like a trickle and was stored inside. In the distance, Kaido had already led 3 big bosses to break out to the open sea. His body of a blue dragon circled in the sky, and he took one last look at the battlefield, his dragon eyes filled with unwillingness. Rhett, Lousy will get back at me sooner or later. If you dare to target Wano Kuni again, I guarantee you'll die. You're already jumping like this before you even get out of the fog, bro. Get off the G stage. Kaido fell from the sky. Rhett instantly grabbed Kaido's hair from mid-air. Now Rhett's beating of Kaido was like a father beating his son. For the first time, Rhett saw fear in Kaido's eyes. That was enough. Rhett threw a ground ball to Odin alley-oop. 10 peach blossom fists. The impact threw Kaido into the sea. Kaido's chest should now be a rice character, and there are 2 more marks left by Rhett in the Valley of the Gods. Linlin took the surviving core children onto the last warship and fled without looking back. The entire Wano Kuni Sea finally returned to a brief silence. This war, Rhett has a clear understanding that the main reason why the world government and the Marines are wary of him is not only his strength, but also the turbulent sea. Moreover, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin alone pose no threat at all, and the core members cannot die, as that would be no different from the death of the 2 of them. Besides, these forces are all Schrodinger's forces, and it is not certain who they are forming for. Oh, do you know how to fight? If you don't kill them after the fight has become like this. But if that happens, Marine will show up at the Red Industrialist's door tomorrow. Advertisement after all, the world government will not sit idly by if 2 future 4 emperors fall at the same time. First of all, everyone knows that the reason why Rhett dared to expand his power in that way was because he relied on his ability to cheat and the fact that the world government did not dare to mobilize troops on a large scale. Charlotte Linlin Kaido Gaba died here today, and all the pressure will be on the forces of Rhett and Newgate. You should know that in the original plot, it was the 4 emperors, the Marine, the world government, and the other small pirates who maintained the basic balance of the ocean. The death of 2 people would undoubtedly disrupt the balance. Rhett's business was booming, so why would he cause trouble for himself? In the original plot, the reason why Marine only had one G1 branch stuck in the New World was because Marine didn't want to enter the New World? Because the pirates don't allow it. Whitebeard's Summit War, part of it was Ace revealing the identity of the Pirates King's orphan. Another part of Rhett thinks that the Marines are likely to enter the New World, and they will use Whitebeard's territory as a stepping stone to gradually enter the New World. The Summit War was a failure for the Marines, but strategically it was clear that the Marines' strategy was successful. Oh, Rhett, you can do better. Just like wealth, the world government allows it to belong to everyone, but it cannot belong to just one person. Can you please stop joking about going to war with the world government and the Marines for some pirates you don't know? Rhett thinks he and 5 elders are close friends, like brothers and sisters. Didn't you see that when Rhett started his business, the 5 elders all helped him? This is strength, this is worldly wisdom. At dawn after the bloody battle, the sky was as gray as lead. White flags hang low on the streets of Wado. Rows of plain white coffins were neatly arranged in the center of the square, and a broken samurai sword was placed on each coffin. The Pirates' King's battles were so brutal that it was difficult to leave behind a complete corpse. There were no gorgeous decorations, no complicated ceremonies, only thousands of Wano Kuni people standing silently on both sides, holding simple paper lanterns in their hands. Kazuki Oden stood at the front, his body wrapped in bandages. Everyone. His voice was hoarse. I promised to take you to see the day of the founding of the country. The firelight reflected his red eyes. Behind him, the 9 red scabbards carried the coffin and walked in front, taking every step very steadily. Denjiro's right eye was covered with gauze, Kowamatsu's fishman skin was covered with burn marks, and Kinemon bit his lips tightly to prevent his tears from leaking out. Boom. You said you would teach me to be a good female warrior. The firelight reflected in Rhett's pupils. He stood at the back of the crowd and turned away. Captain, he lowered his voice, are you just going to let Kaido and Linlin go? Rhett didn't stop, blood mist silently swirling around him. Advertisement. The people's cries finally broke out, but were quickly suppressed into low sobs. Founding of a nation. I don't like seeing farewells. Rhett left without looking back. Tezulo looked at Rhett, who was about to leave, called him and asked, Captain. Revenge. Justice. Rhett scoffed. Survival is only one of them. When I arrived in Wano Kuni, I never thought I'd have such an opportunity. Daddy. The little girl placed the folded paper crane on her deceased father's chest. Black hair fluttered down. A piece of rough white paper money was thrown into the air, followed by the second piece, the third piece. Soon, the whole square was covered with snow. From now on, New World, I have the final say. Swish. When the last wisp of green smoke dissipated in the sky, Oden suddenly drew his sword and chopped off his own hair. This is Wanakuna's highest standard funeral. 9 blood-stained swords plunged into the ground simultaneously, and the red scabbards' voices ripped through the night air. Tezulo looked at Rhett's departing back. The author simply doesn't like having Rhett participate. Although they're a group of respectable warriors, I can't accept the feud. Tezulo was stunned. Revenge? Justice? To keep Wano Kuni alive? From this day forward, I, Kazuki Oden, once again declare that Wano Kuni will establish a nation when the prophecy comes true and the benefactor needs it. He raised his broken sword and pointed it toward the sky. Wano Kuni. His voice flickered in the firelight. I will never forget the blood and fire of today. They came forward one by one and poured the sake they brought on the warriors' graves. As night fell, Oden lit the first torch. I don't know who started it. On the wings of the paper crane, I love you, Dad, was written crookedly. He hurried after her. He stopped and looked at the smoke gradually dissipating in the distance. The wine seeped into the soil, mixed with the undried bloodline, and glowed a faint red in the moonlight. The dull thud of the coffin falling into the grave was like a death knell ringing in everyone's heart. A little girl who lost her father stood on tiptoe, trying to put paper money into the coffin, but she couldn't reach it. Marco squatted down silently, holding her waist and lifting her up. Founding of a nation. Tezulo, Rhett's voice was unusually calm. What do you think this war is about? Paper money fell on the pale faces of the warriors, on the clenched fists of children, and on the trembling shoulders of the old people. Chapter 160. This is my once-in-a-lifetime request. On the 7th day after the smoke of war had cleared, the Kazuki residence became unusually lively. Rhett-sama. It's the living Rhett-sama. 2 tiny figures came running down the corridor. Little Hiyori, in her pink kimono, nearly tripped over her clogs before her older sister, Hiyazumi, grabbed her. They hid behind a pillar, their 4 gleaming eyes fixed on the visiting pirates. Rhett quipped, with little Hiyazumi, little Hiwa, have I evolved from a heinous villain to a hero? Hiyori pouted, Mr. Rhett is not a big bad guy. Mr. Rhett is a joke and will ignore you. As the child spoke, his eyes kept glancing at Rhett. Oden laughed heartily as he stepped forward. Ha ha ha. A distinguished guest should be this lively. He spread his arms wide, unconcerned with the bloodline seeping from the bandage on his left shoulder. Come on, let's drink 3 jars of wine first, then we can get down to business. Rhett just looked up at Oden, and the next second he felt 2 soft little things on his legs. Rhett raised his eyebrows and looked at the 2 little balls clinging to his legs. Hiyori was trying to pick up the black-tied great sword with all her strength, her face flushed red. Hiyazumi tugged at the corner of his cape and declared in a very hockey tone, I want to be a swordsman even more powerful than Rhett-sama. Oh. Rhett squatted down, and the blood mist condensed into 2 mini blood dragons in his palms. The dragons nuzzled the girls' noses affectionately, making them giggle. Then you have to learn this first. He snapped his fingers, and the blood dragon suddenly turned into a Q version Lil Oden, with an exaggerated hairstyle, and somersaulted in the air. Wow. Hiyori clapped her hands and jumped up and down. Lord Rhett is even more formidable than in battle. Rhett chuckled. This is why Rhett likes to be with children, because their world is very small. In their eyes, defeating the two future emperors of the sea is far less powerful than gathering together somersault figures. They are really easily satisfied. This seems to be what adults call innocence. Of course. Rhett nodded seriously, but to become a hero as powerful as me, you two little heroes must continue to work hard. He suddenly reached out and poked Raquan's bun. Look at you, you're so small. How can you be a strong man and not eat well? You have to eat a big bowl of rice every day. I'll eat 5 bowls. Raquan raised his hand anxiously. What's wrong, little Rihei? You're not even as tall as 5 bowls of rice. Don't give yourself a stomachache. Rhett continued to joke. The mansion was filled with long-lost laughter. Advertisement. Sir Rhett is very good at coaxing children. He is such a gentle person. Madame Shi knelt in front of the tea table, looking at the man who was pestered to perform another magic spell. She noticed the glint in Rhett's eyes when he was said, become a hero who protects everyone. Although the 2-hour conversation was naive and sometimes even illogical, Rhett still responded to every word and tried to be the patriarch who would not spoil the fun. This was Rhett's own unique Swedish romance. Because. Rhett caught Raquan, who rushed over and lifted her onto his shoulders to sit. I've raised many children. Do you think someone will give me the title of Kindergarten Teacher King in the future? Now on stage is the Kindergarten Teacher King, Rhett. Ha 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 ha. His voice dropped. Children's dreams should be taken seriously. The steam rising from the teacup captured the warmth of the moment. That is until Raquan suddenly grabbed Rhett's earring and shouted, So, what is your dream now, Rhett-sama? The courtyard suddenly became quiet. Rhett looked at the falling sakura flowers outside the corridor and chuckled. My current dream. He gently put down the 2 children. It's more of a request than a dream.
Rhett stood up. When he looked up, the playful expression had faded. Mrs. Shi, I have a request. This is very important to me.
Madame Shi stood up and bowed slightly. Lord Rhett, you are very kind. Even though my abilities are limited, I will do my best. Rhett stood up and asked softly, can your fruit ability awaken to the point where you can travel back in time? Will you be able to reverse time in the future? Reversing time. She murmured softly, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the ancient bracelet on her wrist. I really can't do it now. Right now, I can only send people to the future. The air in the courtyard suddenly froze. Tezulo looked at his captain nervously, fearing that the captain would not be able to bear this blow. But Mrs. Shi's next words stunned everyone. Advertisement. However, if it is your request. She looked up at Rhett, a gentle ripple in her eyes. I am willing to try to awaken this power. Rhett's body shuddered imperceptibly. He raised his hand to his chest and suddenly bowed deeply. If it doesn't put your life in danger, please. His voice was hoarse. Whatever it takes, no matter how long it takes. All members of the Bloody Dawn leaned forward at the same time, following their captain's lead and bowing deeply. Please. Odin said to his wife, Ahahaha, I told you Brother Rhett is smarter than me. When we were little, Brother Roger was my captain. I feel bad for the Roger pirates. This is my request, please. He bowed deeply to his wife as he spoke. Seeing their leader bow, the 9 red scabbards followed suit and bowed deeply. Except for the 2 little ones who were confused about the situation, the yard was full of people bowing. Madame Shi looked at the group of wounded soldiers and suddenly extended her hand to help them. Her fingertips paused just before touching Rhett, then pulled back. On the day of our departure, her voice was as soft as falling sakura petals. You must have been in great pain too, right?
The blood mist suddenly surged violently. Rhett kept bowing.
Suddenly, a blood mist enveloped Rhett, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. You and my elder sister will definitely become very good friends. Rhett's voice was broken by the wind, but it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. As long as it doesn't threaten your life, I'm counting on you. Madame Shi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, a fire of determination was burning in her eyes. Her white figure seemed to blend into the moonlight. I will become stronger. You've helped us so much. I will work hard to become strong enough to bring you back to that regretful dawn. The blood mist gradually dissipated, and Rhett's figure appeared, still bowing deeply, and he shouted to Madame Toki, Madame Toki, I will always remember this kindness. A bloody mist followed her footsteps across the corridor. Beneath the 1,000-year-old sakura tree, the first new buds were breaking through the charred bark. Rhett gazed at the vibrant green. It seemed to represent a new life. Chapter 161 The world's 2 top newspapers. The new pattern of the ocean, the fall of the 2 emperors and the change of hegemony. Special issue of World Economic News, exclusively written by President Morgans. Headlines. Multiple powerful systems collapse. The twin emperors of a new era are born, Bloodmist, Rhett and Whitebeard, Newgate. The smoke cleared and the sky was stained with blood. The Battle of Wano Kuni, which lasted for several days, ended in a crushing defeat for the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates. This epic battle, hailed as the Battle for New World Supremacy, completely reshaped the landscape of maritime power. According to the intelligence reported by Newsbird, a frontline reporter who managed to survive, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, who once had the potential to become the 4 emperors, were defeated by the combined forces of Rhett and Whitebeard. Rhett and Newgate rode on Charlotte Linlin Kaido's fame to become the Emperor of the Sea. This is not what I said myself, but it is recognized by pirates around the world during this period. Kaido was severely injured by Kazuki Oden and fell into the sea. Charlotte Linlin was forced to abandon many of her children and homies and evacuate in a panic. The manipulator behind all this, Blood Mist, Rhett, plays with the two future four emperors in an almost playful manner. This is not a war, but a one-sided hunt. This is the comment of a surviving pirate who wishes to remain anonymous. The blood mist cleared and the Wano Kuni Sea returned to a brief calm, but the undercurrent of the New World was more turbulent than ever before. Meanwhile, on the World Economic News Agency's airship, Morgans was shaking his feathers excitedly. He had just received an anonymous video of a Mushi. Great. This is big news. President Morgans laughed wildly and pressed the publish button. The headline was huge and eye-catching. The Twin Emperors evolve. The countdown to revenge begins. World Economic News Agency. He is not the only newspaper publisher. Don't forget that we also have our own newspaper publisher. New Era Media. Moore's daily inaugural issue. Subvert tradition. Tear apart falsehood. Let the world witness the true king. Headlines. Moore goes. Outdated. The king of news in the new era is here. Exclusive unveiling of the true achievements of Captain Rhett in Bloody Dawn. An open letter to Morgans. Dear old-timer, Morgans. Advertisement I asterisk 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 you asterisk 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 can write, while you're still using cheesy headlines like shocking and exclusive to attract attention. A new era of media has emerged. You think giving Captain Rhett the title of Emperor of the Sea is impressive? Ridiculous. Your understanding of him is as shallow as the shallowest pond on the Fishman's Island. News of the World releases latest content. Rhett in your writing is cold-blooded, calculating, and ambitious. The real Rhett, wise, powerful, and leading the times. You can't even write about the depth of a single hair of his head, and you still deserve to be called the King of News. Blood Mist, Whitebeard, and Auntie, are they cultured? As a kind of dragon bird, you come here to start a business. Don't you believe in God every day? Let us call out Lord Rhett's name, Lord of the Fog, Lord Rhett, the Master of the Fog. Seeing Lord Rhett is like seeing our Lord. The Lord will give you courage. The Lord will bring you hope. The Lord is our unchanging spiritual sustenance, our God. Let us praise the true master of this sea, Lord Rhett, the Mist Lord. Lord Rhett, the Mist Lord is so awesome. Signed, New Era Media Leader, Moore, and his invincible team. Open black lens bracket. Why are we better than Moore goes? Close black lens bracket. The true meaning of Blood Mist Field. Your superficial reports only write about manipulating the battlefield, but you don't know that this is the Mist of Mercy. Developed by Captain Rhett to reduce innocent casualties. It is a mist of liberation that brings hope. Lord Rhett is kind and forgiving, and he is willing to give every pirate who makes a mistake a warm sleep. Let's shout, Master Rhett is so awesome, with me. The truth behind their crushing victory over Kaido and Linlin wasn't a conspiracy, but sheer force of strength. Did you write play? Wrong. Have you ever watched this battle carefully? That was the last lesson that Captain Rhett gave to the two remnants of the old times. They were just stepping stones for Lord Rhett. Not as good as Lord Rhett's. Open black lens bracket. Why are we better than Moore goes? Close black lens bracket. We dare to tell the truth. Moore goes has been coddled by the world government for years, and he's long since stopped telling the truth. What do you mean? You say you don't have it, but if you don't, you can't tell me. This is a business war. And we? See the third edition for details. 49 Baileys each, good value. Advertisement. We have more taste. Compare the titles. Morgans. Four Emperors Battle. Rivers of Blood. Anything like that can be ranked alongside Rhett Sama. S. The War of Art. How Captain Rhett painted the blueprint for a new world with blood mist. We are more professional. Is Morgan's newsbird always missing? Our code fruit is printed instantly and is absolutely fresh. Next is the interaction time. Q. Editor Moore, are you being paid to praise Rhett so much? Moore, pushing his glasses, absolutely not. I guarantee this with my gentlemanly conduct and the integrity of my entire society. Absolutely not. Big Shinji, passed by and excitedly shook Moore. Moore, Lord Tesoro has allocated funds, where to put it? Moore did a sit-up. The relief food has arrived. Hurry, 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 move it into our safe. Question. Stare. Moore wiped his sweat and said, it was given by Lord Tezulo, not Lord Rhett. I think it's very reasonable. Don't be so serious. Q. Is it true that there are only 4 people in your newspaper? Da Rongzi, suddenly entering the camera, but we're hiring. Leave your name, personality, and appearance here. Don't lie about your abilities. Leave a message, and if we find a suitable candidate, our editor-in-chief will contact you. Young author. It's true, we're hiring, long-term. While Morgans is still using old tricks to cheat sales, Moore's Daily has conquered the ocean with the truth. Subscription hotline. Just find any newsbird wearing glasses and shout, Moore is awesome. Make sure it's wearing glasses. This article was written by Moore, the user of the Mama Fruit ability. Every punctuation mark flows with the power of truth. The young author has thought of several book titles. The book will be published soon. People always say that I am unsophisticated. Are there any readers who can help me come up with a 15-character title? Pirates King Roger founded the class, starting with the third in command. Roger, the third in command, the sharp knife in the blood mist. The pirate's adventure begins when they are picked up by Roger. Chapter 162. This is family. Thank you for the fearlessness of the wolf group. Let's take a look at what the two men did after the battle. Charlotte Linlin's fleet had already sailed out of Wano Kuni. Linlin sat on the deck, her huge body trembling slightly, her eyes flashing with unquenchable rage and a rare hint of clarity. No, I was awakened by the beating. It's really better to be confused than to hurt your brain. Mom. Katakuri stepped forward, his voice low. We. Linlin's fists clenched, but she finally took a deep breath, suppressing her raging emotions. Let's go back to Toto Land. Temporarily avoid the brat's attack. Her gaze swept over the surviving core children, a rare hint of fatigue visible. Strengthen the defenses of the 10,000 nations. Don't let anyone take advantage of us again. She looked out at the distant sea, a sinister grin spreading across her face. Rhett. When I recover, I'll make you pay for this with blood. Elsewhere, Kaido, who had fallen into the sea, was rescued by his men at the risk of his life. His majestic blue dragon form was gone. He lay on the deck, his dragon scales peeling off, scars left on his chest by Odin and Rhett, and blood stained the deck red. Rhett. A pseudo-dragon is still a pseudo-dragon. Mr. Kaido, should we go to the cake next? Jack asked in a low voice, his eyes full of unwillingness. Kaido slowly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his dragon pupils. Go somewhere else. To recuperate. His voice was hoarse and low. We were careless this time. Jin was silent for a moment, then asked, do you want to unite with other forces? Kaido sneered, Union? Who can defeat Newgate and Rhett together now? He struggled to stand up and looked in the direction of Wano Kuni. He is more dangerous than we thought. He gulped down a mouthful of wine. Just wait. Wait until Lousy recovers. The New World's sky will have to change. Obviously, Kaido's words were not confident. Thinking of Rhett's ability to take his life from a distance in the mist in his body, Kaido was also unsure. The most urgent thing now was to force it out. Rhett. If you can force it out, I'll be called Guy from now on. Subdued narration. The two defeated, 4 emperors, simultaneously chose to lie dormant. They knew that under the combined threat of Rhett and Whitebeard, rash action would only lead to their own destruction. But lying dormant wasn't surrender, it was a preparation for a more powerful counterattack. Rhett. Hey, you still have our little tune inside you. Advertisement now I will sort out the pattern of the ocean again. The sea is still turbulent, but the undercurrent is quietly surging. Rouge sat in a rocking chair. Time had left no trace on her face. She was knitting a small sweater in her hands and looking out the window with a gentle look. Rouge looked up and smiled softly. What's wrong? Why are you so anxious? The double emperors, sea emperors, Mist Lord, Rhett and Whitebeard, Newgate. People are there and the sea is balanced. It's absurd. When they were young, they could come back every year, but the two little ones were too young to remember anything at that time. When they grew up, Rhett was wandering around New World again, working hard on his career. Rhett wanted to come back, but Sister Rouge said that Rhett had his own career to pursue, so he really didn't pass by Windmill Village. In Windmill Village, the afterglow of the setting sun shines through the window onto the wooden floor, dyeing the entire room a warm orange red. Who says the pirates are so stubborn? That old guy sees things more clearly than most people. Let's take over. We'll take whatever's given to us. Rhett stared at the distant horizon. Oh, and by the way, let's go to Kaido Charlotte Linlin's territory. I want 1/3 of their territory. Then there are other little pirates and so on, the 2 hegemons of the maritime region, Beast, Kaido and Auntie, Charlotte Linlin. Should be in heaven as I said before, the bigger the fist, the bigger the meal. After this battle, Rhett will have no problem taking over these forces. Her fingers trembled slightly as she gently stroked Rhett's figure on the newspaper, but her first words were, is he hurt? Makino spread the newspaper on the table. The headline read, Morgans, outdated, the king of news in the new era is here, exclusive unveiling of the true achievements of Captain Rhett in Bloody Dawn. From the photo, it doesn't look like watching Charlotte Linlin fighting Cornetto, but rather like a tyrannical king examining his subjects and the entire world. The accompanying picture shows Rhett leaning on a throne made of blood mist, with the burning ruins of Wano Kuni beneath the throne. Advertisement. The air was filled with smoke, but he just lazily propped up his chin with a playful smile on his lips. Waves lapped against the rocks on the shore. From the shadows, unnoticed, a hand quietly scooped up a floating newspaper. Beneath his black hat, a meaningful smile crossed Long's face. As expected, Mr. Rhett. Apparently. The wind's picking up. 8-year-old Ace was waving a wooden stick in the yard, imitating his uncle's fighting in the newspaper, and kept shouting, Mist God style. Demon slash. The wooden stick split the air, making a whoosh sound. In terms of basics, the foundation for children is laid by Garp. It was a rag doll embroidered with sunflowers, sent back by Rhett. Rhett wrote a letter specifically saying that it was chosen for her. Her fingers gently stroked the stitches on the doll, as if she could feel her uncle's presence in this way. Rouge's smile froze. 5 elders, I advise you to mind your own business. Morgans, that old fox, and more. He chuckled and tossed the newspaper out to sea. But it's a good thing this way, let Marine have a taste of insomnia too. When this newspaper was distributed to the world through 2 newsbirds, on the beach of an unnamed island in New World. Makino pushed the door open, clutching the latest newspaper, her face filled with unconcealed excitement. Sister Rouge, big news. In the corner of the room, and also 8 years old, sat quietly, her long golden hair draped over her shoulders, her deep blue eyes fixed on the doll in her hands without blinking. But Rhett always prepares a lot of delicious food and fun things for the two little ones every year. I feel that my writing style is not good enough. I feel that it is still a little short of the best. Is there any reader who can give me some advice? Tezulo came from behind, his golden cigar box gleaming in the sun. He handed it to Rhett. Just got word that the Whitebeard pirates are starting to shrink their sphere of influence. New World, a small island. Rhett had already left Wano Kuni, and it was Odin's job to take care of things afterwards. Rhett didn't want to be a babysitter, so he was basking in the sun on the island. And the 7 vacant positions that Rhett promised to be the first Shichibukai, but later betrayed and slapped the world government in the face. Chapter 163. This is so good. Makino was stunned, then took her hand. It didn't say it in the newspaper, but you see, Lord Rhett won. He's now the recognized Emperor of the Sea. Rouge was silent for a moment, then turned her gaze to the chattering Ace in the yard and the quiet Anne in the corner. Ace, come here. She called softly. Ace dropped his stick and ran in excitedly, beads of sweat on his forehead. What's wrong, Mom? Rouge handed him the newspaper. Take a look at this. Ace took the newspaper and his eyes lit up. It's Uncle. He poked his finger at Rhett's portrait and jumped up excitedly. Uncle defeated 2 big pirates. That's amazing. Rouge ruffled his black hair and said softly, yes, he is very powerful. But you must also remember that fighting is a very dangerous thing, and pirates is also a very dangerous profession. Ace curled his lips. But Uncle said in the letter that a man should face challenges bravely. When can I see the real Uncle? Rouge smiled helplessly and turned her gaze to the corner. Anne, come and see too. Anne slowly raised her head, her golden hair swaying gently with her movements. She hummed softly, then walked over slowly, holding the sunflower doll, her eyes excited but her face expressionless. Turtle. What a splendid, 3 no little lowly. Her eyes fell on the newspaper, lingering for a few seconds, then she reached out her small hand and gently touched Rhett's portrait. What do you mean by Ace? Humph, just a wild boy, not as good as an Yijin. There is no other way. Let's take a look at the reply Rhett received. Let's go back in time and take a peek. Rhett sat at his desk, 2 letters spread out on the table, each written in a very different style. The first letter was written on a wrinkled paper with suspicious oil stains on the edges. The handwriting was crooked and ugly. Stinky Uncle. I beat the 3 older kids in the village again today. I'm awesome, right? I didn't embarrass you? I tell you, I was 1 against 100. The description of Ace knocking down New World with a few punches and becoming the strongest in the world is omitted here. When I go out to sea, I will definitely defeat you and become the new Pirates King. Advertisement. The future Pirates King Ace PS. Garp's fist hurts so much, when will you come back and teach me some powerful moves? Once I learn them, I can beat him up too. Ah. Rhett's mouth twitched. He shook his head and picked up the second letter. The paper of this letter is smooth, the folds are meticulous, and the handwriting is beautiful and neat. Without even looking at it, you can tell it must be from your lovely niece. Uncle Rhett. Have you been happy recently? ******. Carrot. Have you been eating well recently? And is writing to you? The Sky Island apples you sent me last time were super delicious. I gave half to Ace, although he said, just so, while eating them, he actually secretly ate the core clean. Mom said the weather in New World changes a lot, sometimes cold, sometimes hot, so, Jingle, I knitted you a scarf. Because in winter, my mother prepared a scarf for Anne and the silly Ace to keep them warm. Anne also prepared one for her uncle, although I won't finish it in the end, but let Aunt Makino help. However, Aunt Makino said that this scarf will definitely keep you warm in winter. Mom said you won a lot of great fights again, although Uncle is super strong, and is still a little worried. Are you injured? Be careful when fighting, and remember to drink hot milk. Every time I fall, my mother tells me that drinking milk will make it less painful. She also tells Anne a secret. Mom said that drinking milk can help you grow taller. The stupid Ace thought that Mom only told him, so he pulled me to a place where there was no one and told me this secret. At that time, he looked like a fool and said that this was what he should do as the eldest brother. You should eat well and get enough rest. We all miss you at home. Love you and P.S. I love, Shaokui, and will always cherish it, the sunflower doll. There is also a small sunflower drawn in the lower right corner of the letter. Rhett. Hey, Ace, don't blame your uncle for being partial, and is way ahead of you. Advertisement time returns to normal, and misses his uncle too, right? Rouge asked gently. Anne didn't answer, but hugged the doll a little tighter, her tiny fingers clenching the fabric. Rouge sighed softly and hugged the 2 children in her arms. When Uncle comes back, I must have a good talk with him. He always does such dangerous things. Ace twisted in her arms. I want to be as strong as my uncle. Anne remained silent, but her eyes remained on the newspaper, as if she wanted to carve Rhett's figure into her heart. You know, although Rouge is grateful to Mr. Garp, he is still close to Rhett. In addition, Rhett killed celestial dragons without saying a word. Since they were young, the 2 little ones have listened to their mother telling stories about Uncle Rhett and Grandpa Garp. Ace is not like the original plot. He has a gentle mother, so he is not lacking in love. He thinks he is the blood of sin. They also know that their father loves them, and naturally they also know how their father died. They have a natural rejection of Marine. Grandpa Garp treats them very well. But, Rhett, Garp, go ahead and Photoshop it. The two children saved their mother from danger, and forged a powerful alliance to collect the body of their father. In addition, Rhett's style of doing things with pleasure and the constant praise of Rhett from the sea, especially in recent times, the Mist Lord. Rhett has always been the target of children's role-playing, making the two children think that Rhett is more like a hero. Makino couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Lord Rhett would be very happy if he knew you were so worried about him. Rouge shook her head, a hint of a smile on her lips. He's always a worry. Outside the window, the sea breeze blows gently, bringing with it the scent of a distant place. Rouge looked towards the sea and whispered softly, "You must come back safely." Ace broke free from her embrace, raised his fist, and shouted, "When Uncle comes back, I want to fight him." Anne remained silent, but silently folded the newspaper and put it in her small drawer, where every piece of news about Rhett was neatly stored. This is also why Rouge asked Ace to read it first, because Ace would put it away directly after reading it, and would completely ignore his stupid brother jumping up and down behind him. Because Ace has a criminal record, the Broma Jackson was quietly anchored in the clouds, its gilded hull glowing softly in the morning light. Rhett stood on the deck. "Master Rhett." A clear child's voice interrupted his memories. Chapter 164. Woof woof woof. I made some major changes to the previous one and posted the one that wasn't very well written. The time is 8:17. If the letters from an ace are correct, please refresh the page if they are not. Oro-ja came running over, holding a flower made of cloud shells in her hand. It looked very rough, but there was nothing to be done because it was obviously made by Oro-ja. "Look, this is what my dad taught me to make." She stood on tiptoe and handed the flowers to Rhett like presenting a treasure. Rhett came back to his senses, took the delicate craftwork, and gently stroked the patterns on the petals with his fingertips. Rhett was not one to spoil a good time. "Not bad, Oro-ja. Much better than that crooked little one from last time. Our Oro-ja is truly amazing." Oro-ja puffed out her chest proudly. "Dad said that my craftsmanship is good enough to be sold in Qinghai." "Oh, really? When you go to Qinghai to sell flowers, mention my name and promote it like this. If they don't like it, I will ask about your shortcomings. You see, people will definitely not be embarrassed to criticize you in person. Wait for me to come back and tell Oro-ja about your shortcomings, and you should work hard to improve." Rhett said to Oro-ja with a serious face. Oro-ja has an innocent look on her face. She has lived for so many years, but she is out of touch with the world and her heart is still that of a child. "Brother Rhett, you have to ask carefully, I will correct it." Hook. Hook. After the appointment, Rhett turned his gaze to the doctor who was walking from the laboratory. The once haggard scientist was now full of energy. Although there were still some ink stains on his glasses, the brilliance in his eyes was much brighter than before. Sky Island's shellfish technology has more potential than I imagined. The doctor pushed his glasses up, his tone filled with undisguised excitement. "Captain Rhett, would you like to see my modified defense system?" Rhett smiled. "With great pleasure, Doctor." The three of them crossed the winding cloud road and arrived at the observation tower on the edge of Sky Island. The doctor pressed the control lever, and the hidden turret slowly rose from the clouds. The dense array of wind shells glowed with a cold metallic luster in the morning light. "It feels like a war fortress, Turtle, so cool." "These blast shells have been modified," the doctor explained, pointing to the turrets. "They can fire compressed air at 3 times the speed of sound, covering the entire airspace." He pointed toward the distant clouds. "They've also deployed a heat-sensing net over there. Any intruder will trigger an alarm." Oro-ja eagerly added, "Dad also invented this." She pressed another button, and several miniature airships emerged from the clouds, their hulls emblazoned with image shells. Scout airships. They can monitor the skies over Sky Island. Rhett watched the father and daughter's tacit cooperation. Oroka gestured excitedly, and the doctor bent down from time to time to adjust the angle of the airship for her. The sun pierced the clouds, casting a warm halo on them. Advertisement. Rhett looked at the happy father and daughter, and the memories of Roger pirates from deep within his memory gradually emerged. Roger squatted on the deck, teaching Shanks how to adjust the navigation instrument, while Buggy was messing around beside him. Rhett leaned against the mast, his arms folded, a disdainful smile on his face. "Captain, if you keep pampering them, these two brats will tear the boat apart sooner or later." "Kuhahaha." Roger laughed and picked up the two little brats. "Rhett, didn't you also break my steering wheel when you were learning swordsmanship? Besides, when you were a kid practicing Kuroshio greatsword at the beach, I didn't charge you any money when I rescued you. Have you forgotten that I'm still here?" Rhett stood in the middle of the hull, his eyes scanning the assembled crew. Rhett frowned as he watched, feeling as if a knife had been stabbed in his heart. "Old Chu Nan, Nan. Now that you're here, HMPH, Enel turned his head away, but quietly listened and took note of several of Lena's favorite fruits. Since you ask so sincerely." The doctor pushed up his glasses and said, "I just need to test the new and improved imaging system." Perona was floating in the air, holding the Kumasi doll. "Mr. Moria, let's go with Orogia to collect cloud shells." The blood mist suddenly exploded in his palm, and Rhett clenched his fist violently. A feeling of returning home filled Rhett, because Rhett knew that someone in Windmill Village was waiting for him to go home. Hey. Enel's face began to turn red, reaching all the way to his ears. "Boring. I'm the only one who can. Only. Lena, the weak sailor, pinched the hem of her skirt and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Mr. Enel. Do you want to buy some fruits that Sky Island doesn't have, like? Everyone, please gather in the hall. I have something to tell you. Rhett's mouth twitched. He needed to relax. Enel, how are you going to arrange this? Their hands were intertwined without them noticing, and the two gold rings sparkled in the sunlight. Woof woof. Burp. I'm full. Advertisement Stella's cheeks flushed slightly as she tried to make amends. Sky Island's Yunbei products are very popular in Qinghai. We can take this opportunity to expand our market. Rhett thought to himself that he had been beaten to a pulp. If you dare to fight me, then fight me. Why did you move forward? Now that we are at such close range, I can eat all the food without leaking any of it. There was a click sound from the corner. Enel broke the fork in his hand. The speedboat was about to set sail, and Lena ran to Rhett breathlessly, holding a pile of sailing supplies. Lord Rhett. Oroka tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong with you? It's okay. Rhett ruffled her blonde hair, his eyes drifting off into the distance. Orogia's eyes sparkled. I can make cloud shell necklaces for everyone. Moria's shadow twisted into a heart shape on the floor. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It's so good to be young. This is for you. You're going to be an uncle. Roger pressed the compass into Rhett's hand. I hope that after I capture her, you can hand Rouge over to Garp. I'll ask him to take care of her for me. She's on Bartelila Island in South Blue. Rouge. Their mother will find a way to protect them. I'm going back to East Blue, Rhett said to the crew straight away. I've been out for a long time. It's time to go home and spend some time. He looked down at Stella beside him. Honey, didn't you say it was a good place for vacation? Let's go there together? After asking Rhett, I felt like slapping myself. I just can't learn from my bad mouth. Who else can I ask? Moria, Perona, Laboon, which one is not better than Enel? If you have the chance, take good care of my stubborn little brother for me. Tezulo played with the gold ring, his other hand resting naturally on Stella's shoulder. Stella and I are going to the Seven Water City to discuss a business deal. You can take the Oro Jackson, it seems to be quite valuable. What's wrong? You're hungry. I get it. You're worried about not having enough to eat, right? Rhett leaned over and made a funny face. Take a deep breath, relax, come on, breathe, what just happened? The mist passed to the crew. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Laboon slapped the ground with its fins to express its agreement. Rhett knew it was over, but he still had to eat. Chapter 165 Rhett. Look, this is the sea. Wow, I'm going to die. Captain Rhett. She shoved everything in her arms into Rhett's hands. This is Sky Island's custom-made timeless compass, pointing to Windmill Village. This is a nautical chart showing the East Blue Current, which I just updated last night. This is the emergency Yunbei life raft. Just press here and it will automatically inflate. Rhett looked down at the pile of items in his arms, sweating like a giant bean. Lena, I'm just going back to East Blue, not to the storm belt of New World. Her eyes widened, as if she had suddenly thought of something terrible. But, Lena stamped her feet anxiously, twisted her slender fingers together, and raised her voice by 0.1 degrees. The currents in the East Blue have been strong lately, and according to newspaper reports, a new group of Uzumaki has appeared near the red line. Although these are all normal phenomena. Her voice gradually became quieter, and finally it became a mumble. At least bring a medical kit. What if the speedboat is going to sink because it can't bear the weight? The captain is a person with special abilities, it's very dangerous. It's okay. It's okay, the captain can fly. But what if you're stranded in the vast ocean with no island? No, we need to bring a lifeboat. The speedboat is so small, we need to get a bigger one. What if Lord Red gets sick and encounters the pirates? He has no strength left, wouldn't that be very dangerous? No, no, the captain is the Emperor of the Sea, Lord Red, the Mist Lord.
Rhett watched Lena shaking her head wildly. Is there any way?
Rhett could only smile and sweat, sweating so much that he was about to become dehydrated, watching his navigator's left and right brains fighting each other, planning his route and preparing things for him. The picture gradually collapsed. My heart is warm, Rhett interrupted quietly, afraid of scaring his own navigator. And Lena, I think. Rhett hasn't finished yet. Lena's voice suddenly rose a little, and she looked at Rhett with shining eyes. Captain, you also think it is safest to let Lord Tessero unify East Blue? Rhett was shocked. What's wrong with this doll? No, let Rhett stroke it. How did the topic jump from bringing medical kits to unifying East Blue? Rhett feels like an empty nest elderly person who has to go out and make a living while returning to his hometown alone, with his children giving him countless instructions. Although Lena is indeed a child to Rhett in terms of age, what is this strange feeling of oppression? Enel, who was leaning against the mast chewing an apple, scoffed at the sight. Hey, weakling girl, are you a captain just because you're a kid on your first sea voyage? Advertisement, Mr. Enel. Lena suddenly looked up and, rarely seen outside of a voyage, gave him a stern glare. Even Captain Rhett can encounter emergencies. The air suddenly became quiet. Enel choked on the apple, which became stuck in his throat, and his face flushed crimson. Rhett is physically faded. We're all just trying to live our lives to the fullest. It was quite heartwarming. A 20-year-old daughter asked a 40-year-old man who couldn't take care of himself. A little more vivid, Rhett said to Lena. Lena, I want to go home alone. What Lena heard. Lena, look, there's a sea here. I will come up and jump and die in front of you. The Tetsulos passed by the father and daughter duo, and Rhett saluted, the corner of his mouth rising in proportion to the distance. Tetsulo was moving away, reaching its peak when he reached Tetsulo's boat. Come. A simple yet not simple huge golden ship in the sea of clouds shows the luxurious and low-key connotation. A row of black suits. As Tetsulo and Stella stepped onto the gangway, a deafening broadcast suddenly rang out across the ship. Attention everyone. 30 men in black suits suddenly knelt on one knee, pulled out roses from their pockets, and shouted in unison. Welcome, boss and his wife, to your honeymoon. May you have a long and happy marriage. May you have a baby soon. Stella's blonde hair instantly exploded into dandelions, and Tessero blurted out word by word. Who taught you? The front row bodyguards stood at attention and saluted. Report. It's the boss who arranged it. He said he had to give you two a surprise. Ha 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 ha. Rhett squatted on the dock and laughed so hard that he slapped his thigh. Surprised? Unexpected? I trained for 3 days just for this. Veins popped in Tessero's temples, and the golden floor began to warp and deform. Stella hurriedly held his arm. Calm down. Lord Rhett is actually quite thoughtful. I'm in a good mood when I get home, so I'll play with you guys. Then repeat what I said to you. The skinny young man named Aya replied, Captain Adai, it seems we don't have any. Suddenly, unnatural ripples appeared on the sea surface. Sea Daisy turned into an avatar and shouted, be gentle, don't break it into pieces, this bounty order is hard to find. Rhett crossed his legs, holding the East Blue Sailing Precautions Manual, prepared by Lena, which was as thick as the stone of historical text, exaggeration. Forehead. A tattered pirate ship stopped Rhett's boat. A big young pirate stood on the bow, with a tattered knife on his waist. Before Tessero could explode, advertisement Rhett couldn't help but say, peeved. Captain, $65, what a talent. He pulled out a crumpled reward and solemnly handed it to Rhett with both hands. Look, $65.25 Bailey. Master Rhett, I'll tell you again, please listen carefully. When you encounter a storm, use what I prepared for you. Comfortable, I'm not going to die. Adai suddenly realized it immediately and carefully searched his pockets. Wait, let me find the bounty. Tetsulo's mood suddenly improved. Oh, what a nice day today. Stop. Hand over the fresh water. Lena's words came next. Aya, do we have guns? The big guy was obviously stunned, and in a voice that he thought was very quiet but was actually very loud, he discussed with his 3 crew members. It seems that the mix is not very good, maybe we have it, but we didn't see it when it fell on the boat. Oh, the air today. Rhett. Ahahaha, I remember. Okay, let's look for it later. Rhett's eyes lit up. Oh? No, this chapter makes me feel warm inside. Then why did he say we have it? Rhett's speedboat slowly drifted on the sea. He did not rush back to the Windmill Village. He planned to sail the boat like an adventure, personally collect some of the island's special features, and finally land on his Raftel, a place called home, just like when he first set out. Adai suddenly became serious. It's 65 yuan and 25 fen. He pointed at the change seriously. This 25 cents is very important. Then he suddenly turned to Atu and asked, what does Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick mean? Lord Rhett, please don't be distracted. I just told you to be careful, did you remember it? Use the heat shell cape when encountering a storm. Feed special bait to sea kings. Rhett laughed as he recited. This girl thinks East Blue is the new world, right? But I'm not afraid of the new world either. He slowly raised his hands and trembled in his most exaggerated voice. Sir, don't shoot. For the first time, Rhett was curious about a group of pirates. Hey guys, what's your wanted list? Let me die knowingly. Chapter 166. Buggy is still recruiting in the park? Atu was full of confidence. He must be praising us for being so great. Feng Shu is Crouching Dragon. Adai suddenly puffed out his chest and said, that's right, he was praising us. Rhett nearly fell off the boat laughing. Didn't you understand? You have to be confident. Isn't this a form of confidence? He wiped the tears from his laughter and asked, so, are you still going to rob? Adai suddenly remembered something important and quickly put on a serious face. Serious? Give us half of the fresh water. He secretly glanced at Rhett's bucket. Rhett almost laughed out loud. It seems like these pirates can survive. Captain Adai's face flushed. Stop talking nonsense. We'll only take half. The crew members behind him swallowed their saliva in unison, their eyes fixed on Rhett's bucket. You can ask me for water, Rhett said, shaking the canteen maliciously, but will you take enough to last you until the next island? The pirates immediately gathered together for an emergency meeting. 5 minutes later, Adai pushed the bucket back with a sad face. No, it's not enough. I'll give it back to you, but we need a drink. Rhett looked at their cracked lips. How many days have you not eaten? 3 days. Atu whispered. Last month we robbed a pirate ship and found out the food was freshly looted from a village. We returned the food. Rhett raised an eyebrow. So you're still hungry? Adai nodded sheepishly. The villagers need food more than we do. We still have plenty of strength and won't starve to death. There are still many elderly people in the village, so, Rhett once again lamented the diversity of species in the pirates' world. Nearby islands, the bonfire crackled and the aroma of roasted wild boar filled the sea breeze. The pirates wolfed down the meat, while Adai wiped his tears while eating. His clothes were soaked with tears. Wow. It's so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious meat in my life. Eat slowly. Rhett threw another roasted rabbit over. Adai raised his head, his face covered with tears and snot. Boss, you are so good to us. You are our real boss. He turned to the other three and shouted, brothers, thank the boss quickly. Thank you, boss. The four people's voices were uneven, but the gratitude in their eyes was extremely sincere. Rhett looked at it with embarrassment for a while. The four of them were not very professional as pirates. Advertisement, okay, you can follow me and I'll arrange a job for you. C-Day's eyes lit up. Really? You even arranged a job for us? Thank you, boss. Omega, of course, they were not the crew of the Brumajackson. Rhett was the Emperor of the Sea, and it was not easy to assign a job to the four of them. Through Day's introduction, Rhett finally understood their background. The tall and thin one is called Aya. He is the brain trust on the ship, although his brain is not very fast, but at least he can come up with some ideas. Atu, who always likes to interrupt, is the brain of the ship. Although he often makes jokes, he wins by being optimistic. The taciturn Ayu is a good fisherman, but unfortunately there are fewer fish in the sea recently, and their livelihood is becoming increasingly difficult. The strongest among the four is Adai, who has amazing strength. Rhett estimates that he is slightly weaker than Monka. As for their bounty $65.25, it is a purely symbolic figure. This bounty, who asked them to hang the pirate's flag. The remaining three idiots don't even have a bounty order. Plus, the four of them are good people and good deeds, so why are they arresting you and paying you so low? You have to know that in the pirate's circle, if the bounty is low, they will be laughed at, just to make them lower the pirate flag and become bounty hunters. It's obvious that these four idiots are not real pirates at all. The branch found that issuing a few bounty orders would result in too much loss, so no one was willing to print the bounty orders. That's why Day's bounty order was wrinkled, because it was out of print. Not every wanted person with a 50 Bailey's warrant is called Laboon, Chopper. Rhett asked an unrelated question, do you like kids?
What is the most abundant thing in the sea? Orphan.
As we all know, the Pirate's King has two extreme father models. His biological father who is indifferent to his father's love, and his adoptive father who is full of father's love. I'm talking about you, Yasop. You've been staying in Fengshan Village for so long without going home. The original society has laws to protect you, but pirates is a deformed society governed by virtue. You can't escape this beating. Rhett, you're such a busybody. Why are you meddling in other people's affairs? I am not happy to see this. As a father, you should support the family, not just do it for the sake of dreams. This is the consensus of many fans. Take Senor Peak's evaluation as an example. Advertisement: he has always received mixed reviews because of his dereliction of duty when his family encountered major changes. Even though his characterization in the later period was very successful, it still cannot change the mixed reviews. To be a bit overbearing, it affected my mood. I am the Emperor of the Sea, is that enough? Rhett. I want to cosplay as the world policeman for once. I am unhappy watching this, and that is reason enough. If I want to eat the watermelon, it must grow according to Governor Rhett's mood. Watermelons that are not 5-pointed stars are not allowed to be exported to us. Back to the topic, Sidai just nodded, with a warm look on his face. If you hadn't met me, what would your future plans be? Rhett also collects children who cannot afford to eat. Those with talent are recruited into the organization, and those without talent are found to live in a place they like and collect local news. That's enough. Children who don't want to be the king of pirates are cheaper to raise. There is no shortage of kind-hearted pirate kings, and there is no shortage of powerful pirate kings, but there are not many people with some strength who are willing to take care of children. Adai puffed out his chest, his face full of longing. We are going to seek refuge with Brother Buggy, the clown. I heard he is recruiting crew members, and he provides food and accommodation. Rhett's expression suddenly became subtle. Buggy? He's doing pretty well now. Rhett was interested, but he wasn't satisfied. Even though he hadn't seen Buggy in all those years, he could still occasionally see messages from Buggy. Shanks. Shanks' bounty is 1.16 billion. In the original storyline, Shanks' bounty was 4.0489 billion. I think it had an impact because he became emperor so quickly. Buggy the Joker's bounty is 1.03 billion. Buggy's strength is completely different from the original plot, in terms of character and strength. Rhett. My credit, hey. Recruiting crew members in the park, is that all they can do? Rhett murmured calmly, Xiaoji-chan, it's been a while since I taught you a lesson. You deserve a beating. The four Dais shuddered at the same time, and a chill rushed from the soles of their feet to their foreheads. Dai asked cautiously, Boss, do you know Brother Buggy? Rhett smiled slightly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. More than just knowing each other. Let's go see them and get some gifts for my nephews. Young Buggy, you better pray that your strength satisfies me, or else you'll be in big trouble. That day Buggy recalled the days when he was drilled by Rhett on the Oro Jackson. Chapter 167. Who are you recruiting? Rhett and his group took a small boat and slowly sailed towards the island where Buggy was. From afar, the island was bustling with colorful flags fluttering. A huge banner read, Buggy Paradise Recruitment Conference, free food and accommodation, annual salary of 1 million Baileys. Odd-Eye pointed excitedly ahead. Boss. That's Big Brother Buggy's territory. Rhett narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Oh, it's quite a scene. He casually took out a mask from his pocket and put it on, and he still looked handsome and imposing when he walked into the crowd. Odd-Eye and the other three were stunned. Boss, what are you doing? Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Rhett waved his hand. Let's see what they do first. After landing on the island, everyone found that this recruitment meeting was extremely strange. It was different from the Rock's-style GU raising method. Well, ladies and gentlemen, look at the arena. The registration area is packed with all kinds of contestants. There are muscular strongmen rubbing their hands in preparation for the fight, and there are pirates with scars on their faces, smoking pipes and sneering. There were several arenas set up in the online square, but the ones taking place there were not traditional battles at all, but various bizarre challenges. The first competition. Put a crying baby to sleep. Contestants must use various methods to calm a crying baby without hurting the child. The one with the shortest time wins. Look at the next one. No more. Yes, no more. Odd-Eye scratched his head. This. Are they recruiting pirates or nannies?
Atu touched his chin, his face serious. I understand. Brother Buggy is screening the big pirates.
Rhett. Inner thought. Buggy, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Hey, there are people selling grilled fish. I can buy some to eat and have fun. Besides not ruling the world, Lao Rui is also starting to retire. He has worked hard for half his life and it's time to enjoy himself. Let's go and buy some gifts for the children. Don't push. Line up. Line up. Moki shouted at the top of his lungs, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the noisy crowd. He wiped the sweat off his face, then suddenly had an idea. He grabbed the megaphone and shouted, anyone who makes any more noise will be disqualified. They are pirates. The crowd was silent for a second, and then erupted into an even louder uproar. Why? Lousy has been waiting in line for 3 hours. I'm old buddy, Hawk. Let me sign up first. Get out of here. My son is waiting for me to earn money to support the family. Mochi was jostled so hard that his hair was half skewed. Unable to bear it any longer, he whipped out the list and pointed at them with his eyes closed. You, and you, go straight to the stage. Everyone else can report or not. Advertisement. His finger happened to poke Rhett, who was eating grilled fish. Rhett. Grilled fish hanging in midair, Odd-Eye and the other four exclaimed. The boss has been chosen. Before Rhett could react, Leaky and Kabaji lifted his arms, one on each side, and put him on the ring. Rhett, holding the grilled fish in his mouth, looked confused. Wait, I haven't said. Stop talking nonsense. Get on. Kabaji turned around and left without waiting for Rhett to refuse. His forehead was covered with sweat. Buggy, you'd better wear more clothes. Rhett steps into the ring. To be honest, this cabbage, who dared to speak to Rhett in that tone, seemed to be the 5 elders scolded by Rhett. He is no less than our invincible bandit king, and even worse. Kabaji. He angrily scolded the Sea Emperor, did not give him a chance to refute, and directly used cold violence against the Lord of Mist. The fob will mark you first, just wait for me. The host announced loudly. This lucky. Mr. Mask. Please make this baby stop crying in 3 minutes. In the cradle in the center of the ring, a chubby baby was crying loudly. There were boos from the audience. He's so handsome, totally my ideal type. Ha ha ha. Husband looking at me. You are my second husband after my husband, Mist Lord. Remember your number 02. Rhett looked down at the baby, who also looked back at him with tears in her eyes. They stared at each other for 2 seconds before the baby suddenly started crying even harder, kicking his short legs so hard that he almost hit Rhett's chin. Audience. So handsome, what an evil kid. Rhett sighed, then suddenly leaned over to the baby's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Listen, little one. With the soothing effect of mist, the baby's crying stopped abruptly, and he burped, blinking his big wet eyes. The whole audience was silent. The host's jaw dropped to the ground. What happened? Rhett stood up, flipped his hair, and listened to the wow sounds. That's the feeling. Thunderous applause followed. Odd-Eye and the other three were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. The boss is so funny even when coaxing children. Advertisement. Odd-Eye is right. Asterisk 2. Why are there only 2 people? Because a you doesn't speak. Bubble sound. Love, I. You, don't speak. Have you noticed? Super pun, I'm beat. Boss is so handsome. Odd-Eye is right. Asterisk 2 Rhett. You don't need to force praise if you don't have any words. The finals were supposed to be the ultimate showdown, but the host suddenly announced, due to time constraints, we'll just go straight to the awards ceremony. Congratulations to this. Mr. Mask for winning the championship. Rhett. Before he could react, Mochi stuffed a trophy and a bag of Baileys into his hand, then pushed him towards the exit. Congratulations, please go backstage to collect your prize. Rhett narrowed his eyes. Where's Buggy? Mochi laughed dryly, he regretted it now. This gentleman, the aura he exuded now, was completely at the ancestral level. Lord Buggy is busy with many things and will not be on the island today. Rhett sneered. Really? Then I'll go backstage and thank him personally. Kabaji broke out in a cold sweat. No need. Our boss is very busy. Rhett looked at the beast and 2 people who were much stronger than in the original plot. You know, his conquerors was always open, although he didn't use his full strength, but it was still good. The Deserter King kills you in one blow, and Rhett kills you in one blow. Does it feel the same? Rhett took off his mask and looked at the three guys. The three of them dropped their jaws to the ground, physically speaking. Missed. 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 Master. Just then, there was a commotion backstage, and Buggy's loud laughter was heard. Yaw. Rhett, fist hardened, silently took back the mask. Buggy emerged from backstage with a reckless gait, his hands on his hips, and laughed heartily. Yeah. Let me see which lucky guy won the race. Mochi and Kabaji exchanged glances with each other frantically, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads like waterfalls. The lion Leaky even started to tremble, and his fur stood up. What's wrong with you three? Buggy frowned. Are you too excited to see the captain? Ship, Captain. Mochi's voice was trembling. This champion. Chapter 168. Long time no see. Buggy-chan. He. What do you mean by he? Buggy interrupted impatiently with a wave of his hand. Yeah. Buggy suddenly straightened his back, his red nose raised high. Since you want to join this captain's pirate group, you have to follow my rules. Mochi and Kabaji frantically tugged at Buggy's cape from behind, their faces paler than death. Ricky had already covered his eyes with his paws, afraid to watch the tragedy unfold. First, Buggy said triumphantly, holding up a finger. If we encounter a slave ship, we'll kill the pirates, and he'll take care of the kids. You know what? Kids will cry. None of these idiots know how to soothe a kid. It really pisses me off. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Oh. Second, Buggy said, completely oblivious to the awkwardness in the atmosphere, his voice growing more and more excited. When the captain eats, you have to serve him tea and water. When he sleeps, you have to stand guard. Mochi was already kneeling on the ground, making the sign of the cross. Kabaji shed tears like noodles and whispered, Captain. Stop talking. You look like you were about to die. Shut up. Buggy glared at Cabbage, not really hearing what he said. He turned to Rhett and continued, Third, every month, you give 80%. No, 90% of your salary to this captain. Our goal is to find all the treasure in the world. Isn't that great? The four odd-eye guys were stunned when they heard it from behind. Aya whispered, Brother Buggy, you're so brave. Buggy became increasingly elated as he spoke, even starting to dance with his hands. Ah, do you know how powerful this captain is? Back in East Blue, I was. Mochi and Kabaji's faces turned pale. Mochi's lips trembled, and he whispered to Kabaji. Quickly stop the captain. Kabaji's legs were shaking like sieves. Don't fan yourself to catch a cold. You are the second captain, you have to think of a solution. Buggy strode up to Rhett and looked the masked newcomer up and down. Nice figure, nice temperament. Buggy stroked his chin and suddenly reached out to remove Rhett's mask. Let this captain see your true face. Mochi and Kabaji's loyalty to the captain surpassed their fear of the Mist Lord. No, captain. But it was too late. Click. The mask fell off. Buggy is frozen in time. Buggy's smile froze on his face, his pupils contracted violently, and his jaw dropped to the ground. You see, he was still standing, but in fact he had been walking for quite a while. Rhett, bro. Buggy's tongue was tied. Rhett smiled slightly. Brother Rhett with shark teeth was not scary. Advertisement, but Rhett, the elder brother with a gentle smile. He. That smile reminded Buggy of the days on the Oro Jackson when he and Shanks hung on the stern and played with piranhas. Ki-chan. Rhett's voice was eerily gentle. Long time no see. Buggy's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, the wind was twice as strong, and he turned his head mechanically. He looked to his crew for help, but I found that Mochi and Kabaji looked at each other. After confirming their eyes, both of them punched each other hard. The force and amplitude of the punches were so strong that the stomach acid of both of them spun. He was foaming at the mouth and passed out, and Li Ji was already lying on the ground unconscious. Well. Buggy's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. I mean, big brother, why didn't you tell me in advance? Ha. You see, I didn't even have time to prepare. Rhett moved his wrist slowly. Buggy. Are you giving me rules? You used to speak so fluently, but now you're stuttering. Buggy immediately stood at attention. That's not true, it's all a misunderstanding. You're my beloved big brother, how could I dare to do that, big brother, trust me. Why are you putting on airs in front of your beloved brother Rhett? Rhett teased him. It was Rhett who didn't show off, so it wasn't Buggy's fault. Buggy was about to burst into tears. Brother, I was wrong. Look how lively our recruitment meeting was. Rhett suddenly reached out and rubbed Buggy's head. This familiar gesture instantly brought Buggy back to the time on the Oro Jackson. Alright, Rhett sighed. After all these years, is this all you've got? Still looking for a nanny at the park? Buggy grumbled aggrievedly. I'm just looking for some reliable crew members. We're not very good with children, so taking care of them is really a problem. Looking at Buggy's expression, Rhett suddenly smiled. Grow up, Buggy. Have you been eating well these days? Buggy's eyes began to fill with tears, brother Rhett. Before Buggy could cry, he heard Rhett continue. However, the necessary greetings are still necessary. Buggy's face turned pale instantly. Wait a minute, Rhett. I'm a pirate with a billion bounty. Give me some face. Oh. Rhett's smile widened. That's perfect. Let's see how much the 1 billion pirates have improved. No, little Feiji is here. Advertisement Rhett took Buggy to the open space to test Buggy's quality, with a rather evil smile on his face. Hey, Buggy, Rhett suddenly said, the blood mist condensing into a small Uzumaki in his palm. Want to come play in my world? Huh? Buggy was stunned. Before he could react, the fog spread. Rhett pulled Buggy into the scroll. Buggy didn't need to be hurt. Buggy, show me. Buzz. Buggy felt his eyes go dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he was standing in a bloody wasteland. A bloody moon hung high in the sky, corpses were scattered all over the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of rust. He shuddered suddenly. Wow, what the hell is this place? Rhett's voice came from all directions, with a teasing smile. Don't be nervous, Buggy. The mist swirled, and countless blood-red warriors emerged from the ground, weapons in hand, scarlet flames dancing in their eyes. They silently surrounded Buggy, their blades entwined with the black and red color of their armaments. Buggy swallowed hard, sweat oozing from his forehead, but he quickly forced himself to straighten his chest. HMPH. What haven't I seen? It's just an illusion. Who am I trying to scare? Rhett stood beneath the blood moon, looking down at the battle below. Oh, you know this is an illusion. Rhett did not significantly affect Buggy's cognition. As the first warrior swung his sword at Buggy, Rhett simply snapped his fingers. Swish. The warrior seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. Buggy's eyes widened. Before he could comprehend the situation, Rhett's voice came lazily. Hey, don't be so anxious to chop him, I haven't said start yet. The warriors were all frozen in place as if the pause button had been pressed. Buggy was stunned for 2 seconds. Brother Rhett, are you sure I want to deal with so many warriors of unknown strength alone? Rhett chuckled. Don't worry, it's just to get you used to it. These shouldn't kill you. Rhett estimated that Buggy's current strength was about the same as Shanks's at this time, although the difference between each class of Pirate King was huge. But it is not a big problem for these blood warriors to fight Shanks. Buggy. Did I ask if they could beat me? I asked if I could beat them, assholes.
He waved his hand casually. Now, get started, let me see how you grow.
Chapter 169 Buggy. I will no longer be laughed at by the clown. Hey, Brother Rhett. Buggy's head floated in the air, dodging the warrior's attacks nimbly while shouting at the top of his lungs. Brother Rhett, you don't have the strength? These warriors can't even touch my Kakuzu, eh? The warrior's blades missed again, and pieces of Buggy's paper art's body flew through the air like a kite. He made a convex gesture with his right index and middle fingers, shaking them in a frivolous manner. See? Bro, am I so handsome? Crack. Another samurai's blade shattered under Buggy's power. Buggy took the opportunity to reassemble his body. It seems that Buggy got a little too proud of himself. How's it going? Are you impressed by my heroic performance, Brother Rhett? It's not too late for you to admit defeat. Rhett's lazy response came from the blood mist. Oh, how about this trick? The warrior's offensive suddenly became fierce. Buggy panicked, his body splitting into smaller pieces. Wah! How dare you sneak attack me? I was wrong, so wrong. After dodging, Buggy stood up again. What did I do wrong? Answer me. Split. Buggy yelled, and his body fragments, carrying the dagger, turned into a silver whirlwind. The warriors were forced to retreat repeatedly. Buggy took the opportunity to regroup and wiped his nose proudly. See? This is my new trick, Brother Rhett. Are you regretting choosing me as your opponent now? Rhett sat on the bloody throne, chin on his hand. Alright, Buggy, stop playing around. Let me see how much you've grown over the years.
Rhett could feel Buggy's demeanor change after he finished speaking.
If the Buggy just now was a young man with a sharp edge, the current Buggy is EMMM, if you want to make an analogy, the Joker in Gotham. Buggy now gives Rhett the impression of a crazy, sinister, yet elegant criminal. Rhett, like me, facing the warriors who attacked again. Buggy calmly looked up at Rhett on the throne, his expression becoming serious. Brother Rhett, you know what? I almost gave up on my dreams because Shanks was so successful, but you told me that I am very good and a genius who works hard. Brother Rhett, do you know, the day the captain passed away, I had a big fight with Shanks. I misjudged him. The captain gave the straw hat to Shanks. Shouldn't he inherit Captain Roger's wish? I was ready, but he backed down. He trampled on my resolution and my ideals. He betrayed our agreement. He is unworthy of being the next generation's king, unworthy of the title of King of Pirates. Advertisement, okay. Let's not talk about those unhappy things. Buggy stretched out his hands, then put his left hand behind his back, raised his right hand, turned his wrist, and then put it in front of his chest and bowed slightly to Rhett on the throne. Brother Rhett, please enjoy my battle, which is also my growth. Under the blood moon, Buggy's figure was in the blood-colored mist. He adjusted his white gloves gracefully, a smile tinged with madness on his lips. Warm-ups are over, time to get serious. The figures of the warriors continued to condense in the blood mist, and their number was more than double than before. They were armed with a variety of weapons, their blades adorned with the ominous black and red color of their armaments, and were slowly approaching from all directions. Broken waltz. Let me think about what Rhett said. I think about it, oh, I remember it. Buggy muttered softly, spreading the 5 fingers of his right hand in an elegant gesture as if inviting a dance partner. I invite you to dance. The first 3 warriors who rushed forward suddenly froze, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on their weapons, armor, and even the surface of their bodies. Buggy snapped his fingers lightly, and the 3 of them instantly transformed into countless crystalline red fragments, glittering in the air. Split. The ultimate symphony. Rhett was quite pleased to see Buggy now. Although he had only supplied power once to create the illusion and did not continue to maintain it, the illusion would dissipate as the power was consumed. Symphony of Split, the performance begins. Final chapter, shattered finale. As for the conflicts between the children, let them handle it themselves. He is not deaf or dumb, and he doesn't want to be the head of the family. This is the king of pirates. They can just have a fight. The warriors' weapons are disintegrating in the air. Buggy suddenly clenched the 5 fingers of his left hand. The suspended mist suddenly trembled violently and rearranged itself. The mist found its position precisely, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of tiny mist blades were formed. Buggy's main body was reassembled in the center of the battlefield, and it was smaller than the normal Buggy. But the same thing goes. Rhett, the Sea King, the man standing on top of the sea, his illusion is not something that can be broken by any cat or dog. The entire world of the Blood Prison Scroll suddenly began to shake. The Blood Moon's light suddenly grew brighter, and Rhett's voice was filled with surprise. I didn't expect you to develop your abilities to this extent. You've become quite powerful. Advertisement. Buggy's right hand drew an elegant arc. Large cracks began to appear on the bodies of the remaining warriors on the battlefield, spreading at an extremely fast rate. The pitch-black armor scales eventually disintegrated into tiny black crystals. The sword turned into mist, gleaming like stardust under the blood-red moonlight. Reorganization. They pounced on the warriors. The sound of metal clashing became a magnificent movement, and the warriors' armor was peeled off bit by bit. The entire disintegration process was eerily silent. Buggy's body disintegrated again, but this time each Buggy began to split infinitely, and soon formed tens of thousands of micro-Buggies. Buggy leans sideways and backwards, and every evasive movement is like walking on a tightrope. The clown in the original plot can now stand on this ocean with his own strength. That's more like it. Buggy walked towards the Blood Warrior with brisk steps. With every step he took, a circle of blood-colored crystal fragments would appear on the ground, and the blood pool could not get close to Buggy at all. These blades are only the size of a palm, forming a huge, constantly rotating fog blade storm in the air. They swept across the battlefield like a tide, and wherever they passed, even the space began to show fine cracks. I can't create a fog like you, but, countless Buggy's voices echoed in the air, I'm not weak at all. Break down. There was no explosion, only a subtle rustling sound. As the last warrior disintegrated into blood-red crystal dust, all the fragmented Buggies neatly returned to their original form. Buggy gently caught a falling blood crystal and examined it carefully in the moonlight. The warriors in the front row suddenly froze, and the weapons in their hands made a harsh metallic whine. The warriors' attacks came one after another, but disaster was always one step behind me. Rhett ignored him. The child wanted to show his growth. Rhett was not a big parent who would spoil the fun. Feel my concerto, crack, crack, crack. The crisp sounds of shattering came one after another. Hair-thin cracks first appeared on the blade, and these cracks spread rapidly. He took off his captain's hat and gave an exaggerated salute. Thank you for the compliment. But, he suddenly looked up, a sly look in his eyes. This show isn't over yet. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and all the split Buggies simultaneously burst into a blinding red light. The blade storm emitted a high-frequency hum, like the most exciting passage in a symphony orchestra. Chapter 170. Baby, you can start praising me. The smoke of battle cleared, the bloody scroll gradually shattered, and Buggy and Rhett returned to the real world. Buggy's elegant and crazy look disappeared in an instant. He blinked, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Brother Rhett, how about it? Am I so handsome? Buggy put his hands on his hips, looking very proud. The whole body reveals a sentence. Back, don't hesitate, you can start praising me. G super bubbly sound. Rhett looked at him in such a state that he felt a little disgusted. He reached out to rub his head but stopped himself. Not bad, Buggy. Buggy's eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed Rhett's sleeve and shouted excitedly. Why, what are you waiting for? The party's about to start. Mochi, Kabaji, Licky, stop playing dead and get ready for the party. Mochi and Kabaji, who were lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, jumped up quickly. Their movements were so swift that it seemed as if the coma had never happened. Kabaji climbed up and slid down to his knees like a super invincible King Kong. Boss Rhett, I was wrong. I really didn't know it was you. I admit that I was a little too loud just now. I hugged Rhett's thighs and cried loudly, and was about to cry and snot all over my pants. Rhett's gentle voice came. If you dare to rub even a little of your tears or snot on me, I will remove all your body parts. Buggy walked up to a Siberian titanosaur and crushed an asteroid with his bare hands. This meme is probably a bit old now. He slapped Kabaji and sent him flying. If my big brother really cared about you, you would still be crying here. Moki wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth and muttered softly. Captain, could you give us a heads up next time? We were almost scared to death. Buggy waved his hand and said, stop talking nonsense. Today is a big day, and this captain wants to celebrate. Li Ji yawned lazily, slowly got up, and walked over to the side with a piece of steak in his mouth to start chewing. The four odd-die people also excitedly brought out the wine barrels and food, and the deck soon became lively. As night falls, a bonfire burns brightly on the deck, and the aroma of barbecue mixed with the aroma of wine fills the air. Buggy held up his glass and announced loudly, "Today, I, the captain, will tell you about my legendary experience." The crew members gathered around and even Rhett leaned against the side of the boat, watching him with interest. "After I separated from Shanks, humph. I was a bounty hunter for quite a while." Buggy tilted his head back, took a sip of his wine, and wiped the corner of his mouth. "Those little pirates are nothing. I can easily take care of them with just a flick of my finger." Advertisement Mochi grumbled quietly, "Captain, you tricked me onto the ship by saying you're a lone, righteous hero who punishes the world's clown king. If I follow you, I'll have enough to eat, but we've been running around for 3 days and haven't had 6 meals. Buggy glared at him and said, "Shut up." Buggy glanced at Rhett and found that Rhett seemed not to have heard clearly and was still looking at him with a smile. Buggy now is just like Rhett was to Roger when they were little, only reporting the good news and not the bad news. It's hot that Big Brother Rhett only needs to know that he is successful. He cleared his throat and continued, "Later, I saved enough money to buy this boat, and then I met a bunch of unreliable guys like you." Kabaji raised his glass and said with a smile, "Captain, are you praising us or scolding us?" Buggy laughed heartily. "Of course I'm praising you, even though you're clumsy, you're still my crewmates." He paused, his eyes suddenly softening. "But what makes me happiest is seeing Brother Rhett again today." Rhett raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "No more little brothers." Buggy scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "I didn't recognize you then. Besides, you were wearing a mask, so who would have known it was you?" The crew members burst into laughter, and Buggy laughed too, their laughter filled with the joy of reunion after a long separation. After 3 rounds of drinks, Buggy's spirits grew. He jumped onto the table, holding his glass high. "Brothers, next, this captain will take you to the new world. We want everyone to know the name of the Buggy Pirates. Our lives can also scream, oh." The crew cheered in unison. Rhett looked at the lively scene in front of him. Buggy turned his head, a touch of emotion flashing in his eyes. "Brother Rhett, why are you alone? Do you need our help?" Rhett shook his head and smiled. "No, anywhere in the world right now, as long as he hangs up the bloody dragon head, you can contact me. Here's a Den Den Mushi." Buggy curled his lips, took the Den Den Mushi, and pretended to be disappointed. "Really, I don't need it." But he soon laughed again, "But it doesn't matter, this captain is very strong now." Rhett raised his glass and clinked it with his, "Then I'll wait and see." Advertisement: the party lasted late into the night, and the deck was littered with drunken crew members. Buggy leaned against the mast, gazing at the starry sky, and suddenly said, "Brother Rhett, I've always been very grateful to you." Buggy smiled, and although he looked like a clown, his personality was calmer than in the original story. It can be said that Buggy now looks more like a qualified captain. Upward, you can realize your ambitions. Downward, you have the strength to protect your crew. When I was little, Rhett looked sideways at him. "You can stop now. Stop calling me disgusting. Buggy, pirates are fearless and adventurous." Reaching out and ruffling his hair, she said, "You did it, didn't you?" Buggy nodded heavily, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Yes, until I become the true emperor of the sea, and then." Buggy Theater. Buggy was lying on the rocking chair. "Shaoshang, come and massage my feet." Shanks cried beside him and said, "Yes, Master Buggy." Buggy. "Yeah, ha 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 ha." When Buggy thought of this, he was so happy that he laughed so lasciviously. Rhett patted his head and said, "Oi, wake up, stop laughing, and I'll wait and see how you perform." "Brother Rhett, where are you going?" "Look at my nephews, Anne and Ace, the children of the Windmill Village captain. Do you want to join us?" "Ace? Not bad, but never mind. I'll wait until I've made a name for myself, then I'll go back and have a look." Buggy stretched and suddenly regained his playful smile. "Well, Captain, I'm going to bed. I still have to recruit crew members tomorrow." Rhett watched him skip away and shook his head, his eyes full of relief. The next morning, the sun shone on the deck. Buggy stood at the bow, facing the sea breeze and loudly announced, "Let's go, destination, New World." The crew responded energetically, "Yes, Captain." Chapter 171. Welcome home. After arranging work for Adai and the other 3, Rhett went straight to Windmill Village. Robin had written to Rhett a long time ago saying that he wanted to leave Windmill Village and go out to explore the world. Rhett agreed, so he didn't prepare any gift for Robin. Rhett stood at the harbor of Windmill Village, the sea breeze gently blowing across his cloak, carrying the familiar scent of earth and flowers. His gaze swept across the familiar streets, finally landing in front of a small house not far away. A little girl with long golden hair was quietly looking at him. And was wearing a light blue dress and still holding the sunflower doll in her arms. Her expression was calm, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. She didn't shout out loud, but just stood there, staring at Rhett without blinking. Rhett smiled and strode over. "Anne, Uncle is back." He opened his arms, expecting his little niece to jump into his arms. Because in the letters he received, the number of words in Anne's name was generally more than 4 times that of Ace's, and he had already imagined Anne as a happy little girl. While calling Uncle Rhett, she threw herself into Rhett's arms and yelled, "Uncle Rhett, I miss you so much. I love Uncle Rhett the most." "Hey hey hey. Rhett wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and prepared to turn this beautiful fantasy into reality. However, and just stood there quietly. After he came closer, she slowly reached out her hand and held his fingers. She still said nothing, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Rhett was stunned, squatting down to her eye level. Don't you recognize your uncle? I'm still very famous, isn't more delivering newspapers? He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Did old man Garp fail to protect you? What's wrong with your throat? Tell uncle. As Rhett spoke, he attached the blood mist to Anne's body, trying to transfer her vitality to help her heal her injuries. Anne shook her head, still saying nothing, but just tightened her grip on his fingers. That's not right. Your body is still very healthy, and all frequencies are normal, old man Garp. What kind of injury did you suffer? Even I can't figure it out. As he said this, he stuffed a piece of pure gold into Anne's arms without saying a word. Uncle, O_O. Then I hugged him tightly. It's okay. This piece of pure gold can fix your condition. Uncle, I will definitely heal you. Uncle will go and avenge you first. Tell me who did it. Is it the kingdom of Goa? I think they want to destroy the country. Advertisement Rhett said as he took out the black-tied great sword and walked towards the Goa kingdom. And didn't understand what was going on the whole time, but he knew he had to hold on to his uncle. And sad face English. At this time, Ace rushed over from a distance, shouting as he ran. Uncle, compete with me. I'm super strong now. He waved the wooden stick, his face full of excitement. Ace's arrival did not soothe the situation, but instead added fuel to the fire. Rhett looked from the lively Ace to the silent Anne and became even angrier. A blood mist surged around him. Garp, get out here, look at what you've done to him. Give me back the warm, cheerful, and generous Anne. As he said that, he was about to call Bug and ask Tesoro to check where Garp is now. Anne quickly ran forward and took Rhett's little finger. Rhett was furiously dialing a Den Mushi, a bloody mist billowing, as if he was about to overturn naval headquarters. At this moment, a gentle but strong hand grabbed his ear. It hurts, big sister, let go, let go. Rhett instantly went from being furious to looking aggrieved. He squatted on the ground with his hands covering his ears, like a child who had done something wrong. Rouge tapped his head gently, her tone gentle but unquestionable. Brother, Anne has never been a talkative person since she was little. She wrote to you so many times because she likes to express herself with words, not because she is a chatterbox. Rhett. Hey, Tui, I know exactly what you're up to. Rhett swallowed the meatball and looked at Ace fiercely. Little B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** there and don't run away. Oh, by the way, she winked, pulling an amulet from her apron pocket. Anne got this at the shrine last year. It's been under your pillow in your room. Rhett lifted Anne above his head, holding her in his hands and gently spinning her around. Okay. Then Uncle will accept this setting. 3 no loli is also great. Yeah. Rouge shook his head helplessly. On the contrary, you haven't been back for so many years, and you don't even know your niece's personality. He turned to Rouge and grinned. But sis, are you sure you and Makino haven't made Ace too loud? That kid is like A. Rhett blinked, bewildered. Huh? But she clearly wrote in the letter. Rhett's heart was severely hit, and he kicked Ace lightly and kept beating his legs frantically, wanting to challenge him in a duel. He suddenly noticed that the cuffs of Anne's dress were also embroidered with the same pattern, a turtle, the Admiral logo. The word, peace, is embroidered crookedly on the amulet. The stitching is so tender and cute, and the two characters are completely different. One, peace, is slightly more medium-sized, while the other, ping, is so rough that it is unreadable. One can only say that they are similar in shape. I can't beat you, but I won't run away. Do you think I'm stupid? Advertisement and stood behind him without him knowing when, and she said softly, Uncle, welcome home. He said, giving Rhett a bright smile. Rhett instantly wilted, squatting on the ground and drawing circles. She pointed to the small clothes drying in the yard. See those bibs with the marine logo embroidered on them? He always brings new ones every time he comes. Rhett curled his lips and muttered quietly, we can't let that old man Garp lead us astray. What if he keeps using his iron fist of love to make Nda withdraw? As the sunset completely sank into the sea level, the aroma of stew wafted from the cottages in the Windmill Village. Rhett took it blankly and found that Anne and Ace were secretly looking at him. As soon as their eyes met, he immediately buried his face in the sunflower doll, while Ace started to eat his meal. Rouge was serving the soup while reminding Ace to eat slowly, when she suddenly pressed Rhett's wrist lightly. She wrote so much in the letters because she loves to express herself with words. Rouge ruffled Anne's hair and smiled gently, right, Anne? Rhett finally realized what was happening, his eyes widening. Wait, so, she's always been like this. The sea breeze blew across the clothesline, causing the bib with the seagull pattern to sway gently. Rhett stared for a moment as the blood mist slowly settled. And nodded, still silent, but a sly smile flashed in his eyes. Before he could finish his words, Rouge poked Rhett's head and said, Brother, if you say anything bad about the kids again, you'll have a feast of bitter melon, the very thing you hate the most, tonight. He suddenly burst out laughing. As expected, my child is the best. Ah, this time, the meatball thrown by Ace hit him right in the mouth. Rhett's eyes widened, and before he could react, he felt the edge of his clothes being gently tugged. I've been so grateful to Mr. Garp all these years. When Ace got in trouble, he went to town to apologize. When it was sick, he traveled all night long over the mountains to find a doctor. Welcome home, brother. Rhett, go Photoshop that, Garp. Rouge looked at her brother and children who were in a mess, clasped her hands together and said softly, all right, let's eat. Her eyes swept over everyone, finally landing on Rhett's face. Brother. Rouge's voice suddenly became serious, but there was still a gentle smile in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Rouge flicked his forehead gently. Ace's mischief is hard to control, but N's personality is just like that, which actually makes me worry less. Rhett looked at the eye-catching marine logos. Rhett sat cross-legged at the dining table, watching Ace wolf down the meatballs, and quietly pushed his portion in front of him. Chapter 172 The Iron Fist of Love. Late at night, the cabin in Windmill Village finally quieted down. Ace and Anne lay in their respective beds, their eyes wide open, too excited to sleep. The reason was that his nemesis uncle dragged them to the beach at night. Little Ace thinks he can defeat his invincible uncle. Today I will show you my skills. Rhett cleared his throat and drew out the black-tied greatsword. This time, there was no blood mist wrapped around the sword like in other moves, it was just a simple slash. Look, this is your father's famous trick. He swung his sword suddenly, and the black-tied greatsword slashed with a sharp blow, neatly splitting the waves in the distance, revealing the sand on the seabed. Rhett maintained a handsome posture of sheathing the sword, looking at the two children expectantly. Two little ones circled dot operator hollow down pointing triangle circled dot operator. Wow. Rhett pressed his hands lightly. Low profile. Uncle, please teach me, please. Ace looked at him with shining eyes and hugged Rhett's left thigh directly. And walked to the other side and held Rhett's right leg tightly with both hands. Rhett threw the two little ones back to their own beds, one in each hand, and the scene just now happened. Ace turned over and said in a low voice, "Hey, and, did you see that? Uncle used that divine avoidance move, and with a swish, even the air was split. He gestured with his hands and feet and almost rolled off the bed. And held the sunflower doll and hummed softly, but his eyes were shining, and he was obviously shocked. Ace clenched his fists and vowed, tomorrow I'm going to ask my uncle to teach me. When I learn it, even Grandpa Garp won't be able to beat me. Garp. Call me Grandpa Garp now, not Old Man Garp anymore. I'm so touched. Woohoo. Garp withdraws his iron fist of love. And Momo turned over, facing away from him, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, Ace rushed into Rhett's room impatiently and kicked the door open. Uncle. Get up. You promised to teach us today. Rhett blearily opened his eyes, and before he could react, Ace grabbed his arm and dragged him outside. Hurry up. The sun is burning your butt. You little brat. Rhett rubbed his eyes and sat up helplessly. Do you know that disturbing others' sleep will make you shunned, you little brat? Fly. Ace flew out of the house, yelling at Rhett, Uncle, don't forget to teach us how to avoid the gods. Rhett. And stood quietly beside the bed, holding a sunflower doll in her arms, but her blue eyes were staring straight at Rhett, and her little hand gently pulled one of his fingers, the meaning of which was obvious. I want to learn too. Advertisement, he sighed, picked up the black-tied greatsword, and followed Ace into the yard. Rhett stretched and said lazily, all right, let's start by looking at your basics today. Ace, you go first, let me see what Old Man Garp has taught you. Ace immediately assumed a fighting stance, his stick held across his body, and threatened, come on. Rhett raised an eyebrow and casually broke off a branch. Just use this, so you don't accuse me of bullying a child. Ace objected. Who are you looking down on? I'm going to be the king of pirates. Whoosh. Ace was precise, plugging into the beach, feet flopping outside. Although N didn't say anything, there was a glimmer of anticipation in his blue eyes. His little hands tightly grasped the wooden sword, and he looked eager to try. Really? Okay, Ace, I have to find you a school. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Then let's try? Ace raised his chin proudly. Of course, I want to be the king of pirates. Ace charged forward again, undeterred, and silently took up his stance. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, coordinated their attack on Rhett. Ace was stunned for a moment, then his face flushed. Uncle B asterisk 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 D, what are you talking about? Besides honing your physical foundation, did Garp teach you anything else? Rhett asked, holding his head with two big bumps on it. Ace suddenly thought of something and swallowed the last few words back. Rhett easily blocked the attack while secretly sighing, that Old Man Garp taught me really well. And blinked, as if asking, are you okay? Although their moves were still immature, there was already a vague sense of battle rhythm in their movements, especially N, whose every swing of the sword was accompanied by power far beyond that of his peers. And nodded, gripping the wooden sword tightly with both hands, her eyes focused. She didn't attack recklessly like Ace, but instead slowly adjusted her breathing, then suddenly stepped forward, and the wooden sword slashed down with a sound of breaking wind. Because Rhett remembered that in the original plot, after Luffy went out to sea, he could do sit-ups continuously, which was a reflection of his physical fitness, but he was not taught any moves, so he might have been laying the foundation. This is why Luffy was able to become the 4 emperors in such a short time. In addition to being the child of destiny, Rhett felt that this childhood foundation was indispensable. Rhett laughed. Let's try again. Advertisement. Bang, Rhett blocked with his stick. The force in his hand increased considerably, and he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wow, that's quite strong. Quite the progress, Rhett nodded approvingly. Looks like old man Garp hasn't been slacking off. Ace pulled his head out and rubbed his forehead in dissatisfaction. After knocking down the two little ones in 2 moves, Rhett was quite satisfied with Garp's education. Ace rushed forward again, this time with noticeably smoother movements. His wooden sword drew an arc, darting directly towards Rhett's side. Rhett leaned slightly to the side, flicking his wooden stick lightly, sending Ace's sword careening off course once again. Ace immediately jumped up and said, "Hey, I wasn't serious just now." Anne silently raised 2 fingers, meaning she could take 2 hits. Ace curled his lips. Huh, body quality. What's that? Old man Garp has us being chased by wild boars every day. Ace rushed forward with his sword raised without a word. Rhett easily blocked the blow and with a flick of his wrist, tapped the stick lightly on Ace's forehead. He broke the branch in his hand into 2 and handed it to the 2 men. Let me see your chopping and blocking skills first. Let me see how your physical fitness is. Oh, you want to steal my sister's man? Rhett laughed. Then you have to meet me first? Ace Shark Teeth yelled at Rhett. Uncle B asterisk 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 D. What are you talking about? Rhett. Great, Garp. We're all being treated the same. Iron Fist of Love. Ace immediately raised his hands, a smug look on his face. I can take 3 hits without fainting. Rhett looked at the 2 little ones' serious expressions and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, don't worry. Rhett laughed and turned to look at Anne. It's your turn. Rhett couldn't help but reach out and rub her head. Not bad, much better than Ace. While Ace was not standing firmly, Rhett then lifted Ace above his head with both hands. Ace. Don't blame your uncle. I don't want to do that either, I'm heartbroken too. I have to let you experience what I went through as a child. Ace, take off. Rhett. Chapter 173. It's just okay, brother. On the slope of the mountain behind, Ace's face flushed crimson. With trembling arms, he clung to a boulder taller than himself, struggling to climb it step by step. Sweat dripped down his chin, creating small pits in the dry soil. A whole uncle, he glared at me with gritted teeth. He didn't glare at her because Rhett was sitting on the rock Ace was carrying. Looking up from below, he could only see the rock. You definitely did that on purpose. Rhett crossed his legs and munched on an apple. Come on, little Ace, this is only the first trip. He turned his head and looked at the other side. And is very stable. Yo, Ace, you are the big brother, how will you protect your sister in the future? Anne silently carried a boulder twice the size of Ace's. Her steps were slow but remarkably steady. Her blonde hair, damp with sweat, clung to her cheeks, but her gaze remained focused. Every few steps, she would catch her breath and continue forward. Hearing Rhett's words, he held the stone with one hand and gave Ace a thumbs up with the other. And gave a thumbs up. Yeah, this dealt a heavy blow to little Ace's self-esteem. Ah! Ace ran wildly holding the stone. Rhett just lay on the rock and counted. 3, 2, 1, bang. Ace finally couldn't hold on any longer, the stone hit the ground, and he sat down, gasping for breath. No, I can't. Rhett jumped off the rock and gently kicked him with his toes. You're out of breath, and you still want to climb to the top of the mountain? Yo, you're giving up already? You're the man who wants to be the king of pirates. Who gave up? Ace suddenly got up, but his legs went weak and he knelt down again. And had already reached the top of the mountain. He gently put down the boulder, then walked back silently to stand next to Ace. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes clearly said, I'll help you. Ace blushed. No need. I can do it myself. Rhett smiled at this heartwarming scene, then suddenly said something unkind. I forgot to mention, Anne only needs to move 6 times and Ace only needs 4. What? Ace almost jumped up. Why should I miss 2 trips? Rhett looked at Ace with disdain, and his face turned black when he saw it. You are so unreasonable to compare your strength with Anne. Advertisement. Rhett could see it. Although Anne was a little weak when he was just born, it might be compensation. In the past few days, Rhett could clearly feel that Anne's physical strength and power were much better than Ace's. If Ace inherited Roger's talent and a little bit of his physique, then it inherited not only his talent but also his complete physique. And is closer to Roger than Ace. Roger's talent is top-notch and his physical fitness is also extremely solid. Even someone as strong as Rhett could not convert his talent into strength before his physical fitness improved. Ace. He held his breath and continued to move the stones viciously. There are 3 more steps. He was breathing like an old bellows, and his calves were shaking so much that he could hardly stand. Suddenly, there was a dull thud, and Rhett's boot gently stepped on his stone. Wrong form, 1 more step. Damn uncle. Ace looked up with a red face, only to see Rhett holding a watermelon in one hand and eating it with a spoon. Ace thought this was a blatant mockery. Uncle B asterisk 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 D. Where did you get the watermelon? Rhett scooped the watermelon with a spoon and looked at Ace nonchalantly. I can fly. It's not easy to go back in a few seconds. Anne's situation wasn't much better. She knelt silently beside her larger rock, her blonde bangs drenched in sweat and plastered to her forehead, veins bulging on her thin arms. Anne can take a 5-minute break, Rhett said suddenly. Ace immediately protested. Why, Because she didn't use her belly to push the stone like someone else did. Rhett squatted down and poked Ace's red belly. Turtle, it's all rubbed red, and you go home and say you fell down. Which pirate's king rubbed his belly red by moving a rock? Didn't old man Garp teach you how to exert force? Anne gently tugged at Rhett's clothes and handed him a kettle. For me? Rhett was stunned for a moment. He was so touched. My family, woo. And shook his head and pointed at Ace who was lying on the ground. Rhett suddenly smashed the kettle on Ace's head. Drink. After you finish drinking, continue. There are still 4 rounds. Ace coughed from the choking, but saw that Anne had already picked up the stone again. When she turned around, her clothes on the back were completely wet, and the skin on her red shoulder blades was vaguely visible. Damn it. Ace hung the kettle gently around his neck and stood up shakily. I won't lose to Anne. One evening a month later, Rhett was sitting in the yard polishing the black-tied greatsword when he caught a glimpse of 2 little ones squatting in the corner and whispering. Advertisement, sis. Rhett suddenly looked up at Rouge, who was hanging out clothes. Those 2 weapons. You didn't give them. Rouge smiled gently. Didn't you say we should wait until they're older? She looked in the direction of the children, and I don't really understand this. Rouge pursed her lips a little embarrassedly. Knives and guns, they always seem too dangerous. Rhett was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Sister, you are the wife of the Pirate King. When I first picked you up, you didn't care about this. But I'm more of a mother. Rouge said softly. Every time I see them injured during training, Oh, sister, don't worry about it, leave it to my brother, I think they can try their weapons now. Rhett suddenly stood up. Come on. Rhett excitedly called to the 2 children, Ace, Anne, this is your father's sword and prepared gun. The 2 little ones walked over slowly. Ace poked the long sword, and then gently touched the barrel of the gun. A crow flies by. Neither cub showed the excitement Rhett had imagined. They shouldn't be jumping up and down with excitement or bursting into tears at the sight of something. Your lack of reaction is embarrassing for your Uncle Rhett. Ahem, it seems you still don't understand their value. Rhett cleared his throat and drew out his ace, a blood mist enveloping the blade. Watch out. I'm demonstrating it again, it's amazing. He swung his sword suddenly, and the blood mist turned into a sharp slash. God avoids. The slashing blow shattered the dark clouds in the sky, allowing the still somewhat gloomy sky to be dotted with stars once again. Ace tilted his head. Is it cooler than a greatsword? Can this sword's divine repel be as cool as the black-tied greatsword's divine repel? The black-tied greatsword is cooler. And nodded seriously in agreement. Rhett stumbled and nearly fell. Am I my own stumbling block? This is Shen Bai. Let me tell you, your dad used this trick back then. But the black-tied greatsword can transform into a small blood dragon. Ace gestured stubbornly. It can also turn into a cute little man and do somersaults. And nodded again, gesturing with his hands and saying, swish, paw, Ace is defeated. Ace jumped up and down. Why am I the one who got defeated? Rhett. Chapter 174 The Master of Fog. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the yard. Anne's small hands tightly grasped the hem of her skirt, staring at the delicate flintlock rifle. Suddenly, she began to shake her head wildly. She took 2 steps back and hid behind Rhett. Rhett felt that Anne's whole body was resisting. Readers, do you have any lowly head-shaking emojis, the kind that? Rhett was stunned. Anne, you don't like this gun? Ace looked at Anne, then at the flintlock rifle, and suddenly straightened his back. Then, give me that gun too. He patted his chest. I'm going to be the king of pirates. I will shoulder my father's expectations. 2 weapons are nothing. Bang. Damn it, Rhett, why are you hitting me? Ace shouted at Rhett. Rhett pinched his nose, snapped his fingers, and replied slowly, are you called Ace or Roger? Roger's expectations are just to give you direction, just live your own life. You're so young, and you're already carrying expectations. Aren't you tired? I'm not forcing you to become a certain person. Are you so stubborn? Rhett, you be asterisk 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 D. Let's duel. You hit me on the head and then did that, it's disgusting. You should be glad I picked my nose after I hit you. A hole. Rouge looked at the 2 people arguing, squatted down, and gently stroked Anne's hair. What's wrong? Tell Mom. Anne bit her lip and whispered after a long moment, I don't want to use a gun. She pointed at the black-tied greatsword at Rhett's waist. I want to learn that. Rhett kicked the little boy Ace away, then suddenly realized. I see. He squatted down and looked at Anne at eye level, but Anne, guns are also powerful, right? Your uncle. Bang. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling everyone. Ace had picked up the flintlock rifle, smoke still billowing from the muzzle, and apples fell from a distant tree. Look. How easy. Ace waved his gun proudly. It's not that hard. Anne shook her head even harder, her small hands tightly gripping Rhett's fingers. Rhett looked at him thoughtfully. No problem. Let's go to the kingdom of Goda tomorrow to buy a heavy sword. When you become a swordsman, I'll take you to the Sword Forge Island to make a new one. Let me tell you, I upgraded my sword there. Advertisement. Ace's eyes widened. Hey, that's so cunning. Shut up, brat. Ace is a famous sword, there aren't many in the world. Rhett flicked Ace's forehead. Like I said, your father used to use a sword, too. This, Ace, was his sword. He solemnly handed the sword and the armor to Ace. Carry this name well. Ace took the weapon, carried it on his back, and held Ace's hilt tightly with both hands, saying, I will. In the setting sun, two children, one staggering with a longsword taller than themselves, while the other carefully held a miniature version of the black-tied greatsword. Rouge stood at the door, a gentle glint in her eyes. Sister, Rhett walked up to her and said softly, don't worry, I will teach them well. Rouge nodded, then suddenly reached out and twisted his ear. How can you give a kid who's never touched a gun the safety? It's loaded with gunpowder, it's too dangerous. It hurts. It was an accident, sis. The morning mist has not yet dissipated. Rhett held Anne in one hand and carried the still yawning Ace in the other, and walked slowly towards the gate of the kingdom of Goa. Ace mumbled sleepily. Why are you going out so early? Rhett joked, yo, isn't it time to ask me to teach you guys some moves so early in the morning? Stop. The city gate guard held his spear horizontally and looked at them with disgust. You dare to use the main gate as a lowly person from the garbage mountain? Get out of here. Before he could finish his words, the captain of the city defense team kicked the guard 3 meters away. You be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Welcome, Lord Mistlord, to our small kingdom. The kingdom of Goa is the most beautiful country in East Blue. His Majesty the King. His voice trembled with excitement and was filled with fear. He immediately changed his words. Omali too is galloping here. It is the honor of his lifetime to meet you. I made up this king. Oddluck III is Sabo's biological father. I think the names of kings and nobles should be similar. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Do you know me? Advertisement? The captain remained kneeling, sweat pouring down his face. Lord Mistlord, the Emperor of the Seas, a renowned figure on the seas. He stole a glance at the black-tied greatsword at Rhett's waist, where a blood mist was faintly entwined. It is an honor for our small nation to have you here. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot was heard, and everyone turned around to see Ace had taken out the flintlock rifle again, with the muzzle pointing to the sky and smoking. He grinned. That's so cool, that's so cool. Every time we came here before, they drove us away, saying we were pariahs. We had no choice but to sneak into the city, humph. Captain. His face turns pale with fear, and silently let go of Rhett's hand, walked to Ace, slapped his forehead with her little hand, then pointed a finger pistol, then pointed at the ground, and finally made a forbidden gesture. Ace puts away his gun with a look of grievance. King Omali II arrived with a large group of nobles and just heard Ace's words. Every time we came here before, we were driven away by them. The fat king's face turned pale, his legs went limp, and he knelt on the ground. I didn't know it was the little princess and the little prince who had arrived. Omali's voice was trembling, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. If I had known it was the family of Lord Mist, I. The group of richly dressed nobles behind him all knelt down, some of the more timid ones even trembling. Rhett looked at them coldly, a blood mist lingering faintly around him. Get up, Rhett said calmly. I just took the kids out to do some shopping. The king stood up quickly as if he had been pardoned, but his legs were still too weak to stand. Of course. The best shops in the entire Goa kingdom are open to you. He turned around and shouted to the servants behind him, hurry up and prepare, clear out the best weapon shop. Rhett looked at the group of people fawning over him, a cold smile curling his lips. He knew how these nobles usually treated the common people, so he naturally wouldn't treat them well. Rhett's eyes fell on a blonde boy among the nobles. The boy's eyes flashed with resentment and questioning, staring at him stubbornly. Wasn't this the young Sabo? Rhett's lips curled up into a playful smile. Kid, did you just glare at me? Sabo froze and quickly lowered his head. Even if you lower your head, I'll know it's you. Rhett said slowly, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. Chapter 175 Picking up a wild Sabo in front of Sabo's parents. The scene froze instantly. Sabo's father, Oddluck III, turned pale. He suddenly rushed forward and kicked Sabo hard on the back. You be asterisk 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 D. Who allowed you to look at me like that? Sabo was kicked and fell in front of Rhett, his blonde hair covered with dust. He bit his lip, his small hands tightly grasping the dirt, and didn't say a word. My lord, spare me. Oddluck III knelt on the ground, forehead pressed to the ground, voice trembling. It's all because of this rebellious son's ignorance that he offended you. We meant no disrespect, it's really a misfortune for our family. As he spoke, he pulled out his belt from his waist and raised his hand to hit Sabo. I will teach this ignorant man a lesson for you. Snap. The chains condensed from the blood mist suddenly pulled Oddluck III away. What is this? Are you worthy of me? Is this your son? Rhett stared at Oddluck III and asked. Sir, please spare my life. I will kick him out now. This has nothing to do with my family. You can kill him or rob him as you like. Oddluck III was very happy because he thought he understood Rhett's meaning. Rhett turned to Sabo and asked, do all nobles look like dogs? Little Sabo was stunned and didn't answer. I looked at little Sabo again and thought, forget it, it's not worth it to kill his father in front of everyone. Just asking Rhett was giving him a chance. Anyone with a little bit of responsibility would have let Rhett take a look. Alas, you didn't seize it. However, it fits Rhett's stereotype of aristocrats. Rhett squatted down and looked at Sabo at eye level. What's your name, kid? Sabo raised his head, his blue eyes burning with stubbornness, as if he had made up his mind. Odlu. No, Saw. Sabo. If there's no last name, just Sabo. Very good, Sabo. Rhett looked at Sabo. Remember this look today. He stood up and a blood mist suddenly erupted. Oddluck 3 was knocked to the ground by an invisible force X2. He looked in horror at his hand that had just held the belt. It was now covered in blood mist, and the skin was drying and cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Great, grown up. There are two kinds of people I hate. Rhett's voice was as cold as ice. One is the loser who bullies kids. He glanced at the limp king. The other kind is a fool who thinks he's smart. Advertisement. The blood mist dissipated, and Oddluck the Third's hand returned to normal, but his crotch was wet. Ace suddenly popped his head out from behind Rhett. Hey, you've also been bullied by these bastards, right? Do you want to come with us? And silently handed over a handkerchief. Sabo stared blankly at the three people in front of him. The sunlight filtered through the blood mist, casting a layer of gold around them. Rhett reached out and ruffled his messy blonde hair. Come on, you can't survive here anymore. Let's go into the city. Sabo stood there in a daze, watching Rhett take Ace and Anne's hands and continue walking towards the city. After walking a few steps, Anne suddenly turned around and made a catch up gesture to him. Ace turned around and called out, Hey, blonde, do you want to help pick out weapons? Sabo looked at his father kneeling on the ground, then looked at the backs of Rhett and the other two, and suddenly took a step forward to catch up with them. Wait for me. Oddluck 3 wanted to stop it, as this was his chance to rise to prominence. As long as Oddluck. No. Sabo now still recognizes himself as his father, and he can even look forward to becoming the king. As he stood up, he was pinned to the ground by an invisible blood mist. The fear of death made him unable to move even a step. He had a premonition that if he moved another step he would die instantly. Rhett waved his hand without turning back. What the hell? Right. I hate people who pee their pants. Come on, Sabo, I can answer your questions. Walking on the streets of Gaojian, Sabo's little hands tightly grasped the corners of his clothes, and the scene of his father kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy kept replaying in his mind. The sound of the noble's exquisite leather shoes stepping on the cobblestone road on the street sounded particularly harsh at this moment. Hey, blonde. Ace suddenly nudged him with his elbow. Why are you looking so sad? Weren't you handsome just now? And silently handed over a candy. Sabo took the candy but didn't eat it. He looked up at Rhett and said, Sir. Call me uncle, Rhett corrected without turning around. Uncle Rhett. Sabo hesitated. Nobles. No, are all people really like that? Rhett stopped and the blood mist condensed into 3 mini blood dragons in his palm. The dragons nuzzled the cheeks of the 3 children affectionately. See these guys? He pointed at the cute-looking blood dragons somersaulting around him. They can turn into swords, or they can turn into toys. Ace suddenly reached out and grabbed one. It can also be turned into barbecue. Advertisement. B-bang. Idiot. That's my blood mist. Rhett slapped Ace on the head and turned to Sabo. People are the same. Your father chose to be a dog that wags its tail and begs for mercy. But he's not my father anymore, Sabo interrupted. Not since he said, kill me or cut me up as you please. At the end of the street, the setting sun stretched the shadows of the 4 people very long. Sabo suddenly quickened his pace and walked side by side with Ace. Hey, Ace. What? You just said you were picking weapons, is that true? Rhett laughed and picked up the 3 little guys. Of course it's true, now go. But Sabo, his blood-red eyes were particularly bright in the sunlight. Remember, the bud determines the head. This is very important, and secondly, strength determines the future. With strength, you can. You can live a luxurious life like these nobles, and you can also prevent others from interfering with your future. Of course, you can also enforce justice. Under this premise, your words will be taken seriously and your ideals will be realized. But, Sabo hesitated, but didn't know how to adjust his words. It's normal. After all, little Sabo is only 8 years old now, although the Pirates King's children are all precocious. You think the world is sick and that people shouldn't treat each other like this, right? Rhett asked. Sabo nodded. It's okay. You and the idiot have the same idea, but he has found the answer now. I'll ask him to send you a copy of his notebook someday. You can figure it out yourself. Rhett looked at the 3 little ones and asked, do you have a dream? What kind of person do you want to be? A man more remarkable than a noble, surpassing uncle, Ace shouted. And suddenly raised his little fist, to become the emperor of the sea. Sabo looked at the 3 people who were enjoying themselves and said with a smile, well, you can succeed. I haven't figured it out yet. It's okay. If you haven't figured it out yet, just think about it slowly. It took me more than 10 years to figure it out. You still have plenty of time. There's no need to rush. What, you want to save the world? It's time to restock the vegetables at home. Let's buy some while we're at it. And pick out a weapon, then let's go. Sabo, lead the way. Departure. X4 Chapter 176 Overbearing Co. Rui in the most luxurious weapon shop in Gao Town. The owner was following Rhett, nodding and bowing, with beads of sweat on his forehead. The Sea Emperor casually threw a black card. Rhett's domineering form. Before I traveled through time, all the domineering stories I read were, bubble sound, woman, you don't swipe my card, do you want to be punished? Shaking his head, the oily creatures belong to the world. We also have black cards now. Rhett controlled the blood mist and suspended various weapons in the air to show them to the 3 children. How about this one? Rhett pointed to a jeweled short sword. It looks a bit fancy, but it's really good quality. Alas, after all, not everyone is named Rhett and can go into a blacksmith shop and find a supremely powerful sword. Ace pouted. That's too fancy. It's the same thing I saw those people carrying at the door. Sabo touched the blade curiously, but it's sharp. And Z walked straight to the corner, her small hand grasping a plain heavy iron sword. The blade was taller than her, but she lifted it easily and drew an arc through the air. Bang! The heavy sword hit the floor, making the weapons on the shelves jingle. The boss almost fell to his knees. Young lady, you are so strong. Rhett's eyes lit up. Anne, are you sure you want this? Anne nodded, stroked the cold sword with her small hand, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Okay. Rhett snapped his fingers. Here you go. Practice with this sword first, and then get a better one once you're good at it. You two should also choose a weapon to use when going out, Rhett said to the two little ones. Why would Ace buy it? Doesn't he already have Ace and Anne? The 8-year-old brat is holding the top-level sword, Ace, and Rhett has to grab it. Now the three little ones can't even defend it, so they have to use it as training to get used to each other first. At the beginning, Sabo still maintained the proper etiquette of a noble. I don't need it anymore. I can't let my uncle spend money anymore. I will be bothered by him in the future. Sorry for the trouble, Sabo said while bowing deeply to Rhett. When Ace saw it, he was like, wow, so cool, and started to imitate it. Thanks to my uncle's guidance during this period. Bang, bang, two clear sounds. A loud one means a good start. After these two punches, the two little eyes became clear. Advertisement. What do you know, little brat? Go buy it. You like it so much that you keep glancing at the weapons rack. At most, you can just lend it to me and return it to me later. Rhett rubbed his wrist, which didn't hurt, and said nonchalantly. Ace and Sabo saw this and immediately rushed to the weapon rack. I want this one. Ace grabbed a long black knife with a red knot wrapped around the scabbard. Sabo chose a silver-white long sword with a wave pattern engraved on the handle. Is this okay? Rhett waved his hand. I want them all. He turned to look at his boss and said, get 3 more sets of protective gear. The best ones. The boss swallowed and said, sir, these add up to. A bag of Baileys slammed onto the counter, the heavy thud instantly silencing the owner. Rhett leaned closer, smiling. Is that enough? Enough. That's enough. The boss wiped his sweat. I'll wrap it up for you right away. The sun had already set as they exited the weapon shop. The 3 children excitedly displayed their new weapons. Ace and Sabo's long swords gleamed coldly in the twilight, while Anne's heavy sword was slung securely across her back. Ace also had a flintlock rifle strapped to his back. That was Anne. This has to make Rhett complain, although this flintlock rifle is very exquisite and belongs to the very exquisite ones. But it still cannot change the nature of the flintlock rifle. The Pirate's King has been ahead of the world for 800 years. No, he was already ahead of the world in the Joy Boy era. But even now, he is still using wooden sailboats and flintlock rifles. Alas. When it comes to making weapons, one person has to be mentioned, Vinsmoke. Humph, sooner or later, I will unify them all for you. Turn the screen back. Where to go next? Sabo asked, his eyes full of anticipation. Rhett touched his chin and said, let's go buy groceries, we're having hot pot tonight. Hot pot. The 3 kids said in unison. That's right, Rhett grinned. Let me show you what real hot pot is. Time passes, people are busy shopping back at the cabin in Windmill Village. The afterglow of the setting sun stained the wooden house a warm orange red. Rhett opened the door, and the 3 little ones followed him, their new weapons gleaming behind them. Sister, we're back. Rhett called into the house. We brought a new member, and he's a very good kid too. Rouge poked her head out of the kitchen, spoon still in hand. New member? Let me see, let me see. Advertisement Ace immediately jumped forward, gesturing excitedly. Mom, we met Sabo today. His dad is super bad. And rarely spoke up, her hands tugging at Rouge's apron. Use a belt, to hit Sabo. Rouge's eyes fell on Sabo, and he saw him standing at the doorway a little stiffly, with a little dust on his blonde hair. Her eyes softened instantly, and she squatted down and gently embraced Sabo in her arms. Child, but I know you don't need anyone's pity now. Welcome to this family. Sabo was stunned. The warmth of the hug overwhelmed him, his hands hanging in the air, unsure whether to return the hug. From today on, this is your home. Rouge let go of him and gently smoothed his raised collar. Are you hungry? I'll go cook. She stood up, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and hurried upstairs. We need to clean up a room quickly. Sabo, what do you like to eat? Do you like seafood? Do you want a thicker quilt or? Sabo's face flushed red, and he stammered, it's all right. Rouge, however, didn't listen to what Sabo said. Brother, have you bought a new quilt yet? Rhett was stunned. He was so focused on buying food and weapons that he forgot about this matter. Rhett could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. As soon as Rouge saw Rhett's reaction, he knew that he definitely didn't buy it. Really? This is really a worry. Rouge thought for a moment and said to Ace, Ace, can I get a few quilts for Sabo to use? Of course, no problem, Mom. I've agreed with Sabo to sleep together tonight, Ace said, then poked Sabo beside him. Mom is like this, too enthusiastic. Sabo had never felt this kind of warmth before, and he was a little overwhelmed. As night falls, the aroma of food wafts from the cottages of Windmill Village. The dining table is laden with a rich feast, and a copper pot in the center bubbling with steam, its red oil broth bubbling with tempting bubbles. Is this hot pot? Sabo widened his eyes and poked the floating meat slices curiously. Idiot. You have to eat it like this. Ace impatiently picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in the pot, and stuffed it into his mouth. He was so burned that he jumped up and down, hot 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 hot. And Momo handed over a glass of ice water. Rhett smiled and shook his head. It tastes best with the dipping sauce. Rouge carefully prepared the dipping sauce for Sabo. Want to try it? Sabo carefully picked up a piece of beef, simmered it for a few seconds, and then dipped it in the sauce. The fresh, spicy flavor instantly exploded on his tongue, and his eyes lit up. Delicious. Right. Ace, no longer caring about the heat, picked up another large chopstick and said, Uncle's hot pot is the best. Chapter 177 Strong Third Generation, also inherited. Rhett leaned back in his chair, watching the lively scene of the three little ones fighting for food, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. The blood mist quietly swept away the piece of meat. Do you think he wants to eat it himself? No, he gave part to part to Sister Rouge, and he ate the rest himself. Uncle is cheating, Ace protested, so cunning. As your uncle, this is a fair distribution, Rhett said confidently. Why, you can't take it from me. Anne suddenly raised the small bowl and looked at Rhett eagerly. Okay, I'll give you another piece. The blood mist rolled up a few more pieces of meat. Sabo looked at the extra meat in the bowl and was a little overwhelmed. I can't eat so much. Eat more to grow taller. Rouge put another fishball into his bowl. Look at Ace, he never says, I can't eat more. Ace was already busy eating and had no time to refute. No, if you don't eat quickly, there will be nothing left to eat soon. Dinner ended with laughter and joy. After clearing the dishes, Rouge brought out a few soft quilts and said, Sabo, stay with Ace tonight. I'll go to town and buy you new ones tomorrow. No need. This is good enough. Sabo waved his hands quickly. I used to. He stopped suddenly, not wanting to ruin the warm atmosphere. Rhett ruffled his blonde hair. You can say whatever you want from now on. No one here will laugh at you. In the stillness of the night, Ace and Sabo lay side by side on their makeshift futon. Moonlight streamed in through the window, drawing silver lattices on the floor. Hey, Sabo. Ace suddenly said, I'll take you to the secret base tomorrow, and also knows where it is. Sabo turned around and looked into Ace's shining eyes. Secret base? Yeah. Ace gestured excitedly. There's a swing and a lookout point. You can see the whole ocean. Outside the door, Rhett and Rouge smiled at each other and left quietly. This kid. Rouge said softly, he said he wanted to save money to go out to sea. Rhett nodded. Hey, when they go out, they'll find that almost everyone they meet knows his uncle, hey. Rouge looked at Rhett, who was lost in his own world, shook his head and left. Advertisement. Now Rhett can stay here for a while longer, there's no need to rush to sail. Now those who sail either do so for their dreams or for their lives. Rhett is no longer needed. He has achieved success and fame. Rhett has no concept of money and he has no interest in Bailey at all, hey. Rhett's crew now lives a life less like Roger's and more like Kaido and Charlotte Linland's because they own real estate. Whose good man is like Whitebeard, who can't find him after searching for a long time and is just drifting on the sea. However, although Whitebeard has a lot of influence. But most of them seem to just hang a flag and be managed by the crew members who have been separated from them. What were you talking about? Come back. In other words, before their original plot began, Rhett should have been in a state of wandering around without doing anything. Now he should be just an old Vince and an old Bird, and he has not yet unified. You are lucky to be targeted by Rhett, Lao Wen. The Rhett forces have now entered a period of development. Now who dares to disrespect Rhett when he is mentioned on the sea? Rhett is no longer at the age where he needs younger brothers to help him hold up the stage. Wherever Rhett goes, he is more effective than a wanted poster. Rhett plans to train these little ones well. If you only come back for a few months and teach them a few tricks, do you understand what you are teaching? Then I felt that I had lived up to Roger's teachings, and that was just pure hooliganism. While Rhett won't interfere with the three little ones' future growth, as a strong third generation, doesn't that mean he has no advantages at all? Then Rhett's work has been in vain. I'm planning to take the three little ones for a stroll on the ocean soon. Ace almost spit out his juice. Cultural studies? In this way, Rhett's devilish training officially began. You're used to it. Rhett clapped his hands. Now, run 10 laps around the village. If you don't finish, you won't have breakfast. Ace rubbed his eyes and protested drowsily. It's not even daybreak yet. As the first rays of morning sun filtered into Windmill Village, Rhett stood in the courtyard, clutching 3 sets of specially designed weight-bearing equipment. A blood mist slowly flowed around him, gently dragging the 3 little ones out of their beds. And silently raised his little hand to express his protest. On the beach in the afternoon, the 3 little ones were swinging their swords one by one. I don't know if you have ever had this feeling. You will feel annoyed when a child cries, but when you make your own child cry, wow, it's like the sound of nature. Every morning, villagers can see 3 small figures running around the village, followed by Rhett, who is taking a leisurely walk. And Sabo wailed. Advertisement. It can be said that Rhett is now quite experienced in training children. Rhett calmly sipped his coffee. Math exam, a subject that makes people blush. Let me give you a taste of where I've come from. The first question is what is 1 plus 1 equal to? Of course. Rhett smiled. Physical training in the morning, weapons practice in the afternoon, and cultural classes in the evening. Ace was about to complain when he suddenly realized his hands and feet had become incredibly heavy, making it difficult to even lift them. So heavy. Eat, and then move on to the next training. 11 laps. Rhett added calmly. Why do these 2 points move? Why do they move? Go make some familiar faces. So the question is, did Luffy grow up with Dragon until he was 6, or was he raised by Garp until he was 6? If he was raised by Garp, in the flashbacks, I don't see any trace of marine training on Luffy. There are different opinions on this. My current version is that Dragon raised him until he was 6 and then gave him to Garp. Now Ace is only 6 and there's no Luffy anymore. Ace immediately shut up and started running, followed by an Ensabo. A water ball landed squarely on Ace's face, snapping him out of his trance, and had already donned his training gear and was lacing up his shoes. Sabo, bewildered, stared at the weights before him. This is. At this time, I will explain why there is no Luffy. Luffy met Ace when he was 6 years old. There is no explanation before. We can only say that the guardian before was Garp. Do you understand the value of being a kindergarten teacher? In the hut at night, the 3 little ones were lying on the table, doing arithmetic problems with sad faces. Protests are useless. Rhett rubbed her head. Your uncle was self-taught. There was no one educated on your father's ship back then. I taught myself for years. 10 laps. Ace's eyes widened. 1 lap of the village is at least. Specialized training suits, 1 for each person. Rhett snapped his fingers, and Bloodmist helped them get dressed. From today on, you must wear them except when sleeping. What? Rhett raised an eyebrow. You want to be an illiterate pirate? Can't even read a nautical chart? Well, that's not the most important thing. What good kid can't even understand the word physical fitness? Wake up, little lazybones. Rhett smiled at the 3 sleepy little guys. Today's training is about to begin. Snap. Question 2. After their morning run, the 3 kids collapsed on the ground, panting like bellows, but Rhett had already prepared breakfast, aroma-filled barbecue and fresh juice. Among all the children, Rhett smiles the most during every exercise. The ones who have seen Rhett smile the most are probably Shanks and Buggy, while Enel smiles less. Chapter 178. 3 little ones sailing to the sea at dawn. A small sailboat sat quietly at anchor at the Windmill Village dock. Rhett stood at the bow, loading the last of the supplies aboard amidst the bloody mist. The 3 little ones, their weapons strapped to their backs, excitedly ran around the deck. Are you all ready? Rhett asked, turning around. Ready. Ace raised his long sword, almost hitting Sabo's head. Ace, be careful. Sabo Sharktooth shouted at Ace. Sorry, Sabo. Ace scratched his head, and silently checked his épée, making sure the straps were secure. Sabo nervously touched the long knife at his waist and said, Uncle Rhett, are we really going to catch the pirates? Of course. Rhett grinned. But don't worry, your uncle is here. You just need to be responsible. Show off in style. Ace answered immediately. No, it's about saving money. I could certainly give each of you 3 a boat, but you don't seem very willing. Ace Sabo jumped up first. Of course, we have to rely on our own strength to get the first ship. Rhett looked up and a few people's jokes appeared in his mind. Roger. Rayleigh, I burned down your house. Rayleigh, it's okay, I stole your boat. Roger. Don't you blame me, Rayleigh, so I didn't save your son. Rhett shakes out these weird ideas. Roger's first ship was the vice captain's, Luffy's was a barrel, and the turtles were all succubi. It seemed like building a ship cost nothing, but I spent an entire warship's worth of Bailey to build a sword. Huh? Am I not attractive? Advertisement? Let's review the content of Going to Sea. N, you go first. And held Rhett's little finger and said, if there's danger, call Uncle Rhett. New. If you can't fight, run away. Very good, Ace. In the original plot, Ace is, and it may not sound good to say it, but the old and battle-damaged Whitebeard can no longer intimidate the sea, otherwise why would they target Whitebeard? I would boldly guess that the real reason is that they want to enter the New World, stepping on Whitebeard's corpse to enter the New World. Marine wants to use Whitebeard's example as a stepping stone to gain a foothold in the New World. Because there is a very fatal problem. When Marine searched for the child in a high-profile manner, they would rather kill the child by mistake than let him go. Now you come up with this and say, oh, the child was killed by mistake back then. This is the truth. Isn't that pure stupidity? The bullet accurately knocked Buzz's hat off. The moment it landed, Ace's long knife had already stabbed the opponent's ribs, but... Rhett nodded with satisfaction. Good judgment. This guy just robbed the fishing village yesterday. He should still be in town now. Blackbeard leaked the news that Ace was Roger's son. This was just the first premise and just a fuse. Why not choose Charlotte Linlin or Kaido? Because these people are either powerful enough or have fewer illnesses. Go ahead. Rhett nudged the 3 little ones. Remember the tactics. The first stop is naturally Shieldstown. Moreover, the Whitebeard pirates were established with Whitebeard as the bond. Whitebeard's territory was intimidated by the pirates because of his reputation. If Whitebeard fell, all these would collapse instantly. If Kaido fell, there was Jin, and if Charlotte Linlin fell, there was Katakuri. Too slow. Baz grinned and blocked with his machete, but suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. But if the person standing behind him is Rhett, the Emperor of the Sea, you must know that if Rhett is standing behind him, it means not only Rhett, but also all members of Roger's group. The world government will do everything possible to prove that what Ace said is false and that Ace is not Roger's son. Uncle Tom was fine when Roger was still alive, but the reckoning began after his death. Now Rhett is no worse than Roger, and even more powerful. Even if Ace shouts, "Roger is my dad," all over the street now. Now, Rhett said, crouching on the roof, according to the plan. Rhett thought for a moment and said, I think it's okay to expose it. It's just that it will make Uncle Garp feel bad for it. Advertisement Anne was the first to charge out. Her petite frame contrasted sharply with the massive heavy sword, but each step made the ground tremble slightly. Before Baz could react, the heavy sword swept towards him with a whistling sound. Whitebeard fell. To be honest, the original story's Marco was not even close to the strength of the Emperor's vice president. In this book, I gave him a conquerors. He suffered from appearing too early. It would be a shame not to give him a conquerors. The difference is too big. The claim that they killed Roger's son to shock the sea is totally unfounded in my opinion. The blood mist spread quietly and soon locked onto its target, a burly man who was drunkenly boasting that he had killed a Marine vice admiral. If the battle-damaged Whitebeard is standing behind him, then the world government will desperately try to prove that Ace is really Roger's son. Bang! Sabo had come around behind him at some point, and the tip of his silver-white sword gently pressed against his neck. "Don't move, or I'll kill you." His voice was very soft. Ace stood on tiptoe and pointed at a portrait of a flabby-faced pirate. "This one looks super weak." Compared to Lin and Kaido, Whitebeard is not a regular pirate group, and there is no heavy garrison of troops on the island ruled by Whitebeard. The Fishman Island flies Whitebeard's flag and is Whitebeard's territory, but no members of Whitebeard are seen, which means that he did not send troops to garrison there, but relied on his own reputation. Very good. Don't be moralistic when fighting. Throw sand, hit the bottom, poke eyes, and only the winner deserves to bark. Rhett. That's right, I taught you that. Even if we haven't eaten pork, we've seen pigs run. Do you really think I'm hanging out with Big Brother Spencer for nothing? He's also an excellent marksman. Sabo grumbled quietly, how do you know he's weak? Ace pulled Rhett close to his ear and asked cautiously, Uncle, shouldn't we let anyone know that we are the children of the Pirate King? I've read in the storybooks that this is an important identity that cannot be revealed. At the bounty wall in the harbor tavern, Rhett pointed to several wanted posters and said, look here. Those with bounties under 400,000 are generally for small-time scouts who have just come out to sea. They're perfect for training. The barrel Buzz had hastily lifted was smashed to pieces, sending sawdust flying everywhere. He stumbled back, his drunken stupor now fading. Where did this little girl come from? In the open space outside the harbor tavern, the drunken giant, Scarhead, Buzz, standing with one foot on a beer barrel, boasted to his men, Lousy almost killed the Marine Vice Admiral back then. His thick arms were covered with scars. See? These are from the battle. What a delicate child. Here, Ace jumped down from the right roof. He held the N in the air and completed a beautiful turn shot in the air. After the shot, he put the N back on his back and took out the long knife that Rhett bought him. Bang. Chapter 179. Don't worry, let's take a look. Damn little devils. Buzz roared and tried to struggle, but found that his shadow suddenly became incomplete. N's heavy sword had been placed between his legs without him knowing. If it moved forward an inch, he would lose his qualification to be a man forever. Rhett. Why are you all looking at me? Did I teach you that? I really don't know. Go back and beat up Ace Sabo and ask him what's going on. I suggest you behave yourself. And said expressionlessly, his heavy sword motionless. Baz's men finally reacted and rushed forward, brandishing their weapons. Boss. Rhett. Guys, your boss is being held at knife point. Are you afraid he might be alive? Ace grinned, holding the long knife to Buzz's neck with his right hand and pointing the flintlock rifle in his left hand at the pirates rushing in front. One more step forward, and your boss's head will be in another place. Okay, now that's 3. Sabo moved quickly, his silver-white sword drawing a graceful arc in the sunlight. His swordsmanship is not as powerful and heavy as N's, nor as open and close as Ace's, but it carries the elegance and precision unique to aristocratic swordsmanship. Every sword strike is just right to pick up the enemy's weapon. The blade left tiny wounds on the enemy's wrists and ankles, making them unable to move but not fatal. However, the tendons in their hands and feet were broken, so of course they couldn't move. Bang! Another pirate's was knocked away by N's heavy sword and directly embedded into the wooden wall of the tavern. Pirate's San became Pirate's Shan. The 3 little ones were beaten so cruelly, of course it was Rhett's intention. Rhett first took them to see the slaughtered fishing village, the village after the fire, and the corpses that could not be distinguished after the fire. Each scene brought a great shock to the 3 little ones. The first is that these people are almost all dead, and the second is that the strength of the pirates below is simply not enough for the 3 little ones who have trained for 3 or 4 months to handle. Advertisement. Rhett squatted down to review the results. Ace, your marksmanship is good, but, he pointed at the long sword in Ace's hand. Did you not have time to turn the blade back during the fight? Were you trying to cut your own arm by pointing it inward? It was only a moment, but I saw it. Shish, look again, there might be a surprise. Well done. Rhett ruffled her blonde hair and tossed Bailey to the 3 little ones. Here's your trophy. Sabo finally couldn't help laughing, but Ace rushed over and grabbed his neck. Don't laugh, didn't you almost get hit by a bottle just now? Ace saw Rhett noticed and immediately blushed. I was using this as a tactic to scare him. Rhett said to the three children calmly, this moment is very important. Before you eat justice, first consider whether you can make it out alive. In this world, survival is the most important thing. Only help others if you have the ability, and don't cause trouble if you don't. The evening breeze blew the smell of burning food over the corners of their clothes. On the street below, the pirates were laughing as they threw the last bag of food onto the cart. The white-haired village chief stepped forward tremblingly, tears in his cloudy eyes. Thank you very much, sir. As for why Ace always thought that he was of evil blood, this could not be blamed on Dayton. She was just a small bandit, and her knowledge could not explain why everyone hated Roger so much. The soldiers immediately dispersed, some helped to lift the wounded, and some sorted out the scattered goods. She was just an ordinary bandit who pinned the Marine Vice Admiral to the ground and beat him so hard that he dared not fight back. In the distance, the townspeople who had rushed over after hearing the news stared at the scene in amazement. Someone whispered, those three kids actually beat Buzz? Sabo leaned over the clock tower railing, his eyes sparkling slightly. Uncle Rhett, these Marines, are they pretty good? Hurry up. The scarred pirate's captain kicked open the door of the grocery store. Take away all the valuables. Colorless fog filled the town, hanging the dying villagers. If they could receive treatment, they would most likely survive. The three kids wanted to go down to help, but were stopped by Rhett. The three little ones watched their uncle take action and did not clamor to go down. Instead, they thought about what their uncle said. Advertisement on the sea. What Rhett had to do was to establish some correct values in them and let them have the most basic judgment of good and evil. It can be said that the three little ones did not grow up astray in the original plot, and Dayton and his group of bandits put in a lot of effort. The three little ones have always lived in the Windmill Village or among the nobles. They have never seen the cruelty of the sea. The major raised his hand to signal the soldiers to form line, his cloak of justice standing out against the setting sun. Attention everyone, protect the civilians. This is our duty. The major helped the village chief, who was about to kneel, to his feet and turned to the soldiers, ordering them to help the villagers clean up this mess. Rhett chose this place for a reason. He had checked this major before and found that he was the same kind of person as Major Mouse. When Rhett slowly came over, the battle was over. Buzz was tied up like a dumpling by his own belt, and his men were piled on top of him like a pyramid. The one on top was still moaning softly. Mom, I want to go home. As the setting sun dyed an unknown town in East Blue Blood Red, civilians were being slaughtered in the village. Rhett and the three little ones arrived too late, and most of them had been killed. Rhett and the three little ones stood quietly on the top of the bell tower. Amid the townspeople's cries, the sound of orderly footsteps suddenly rang out in the distance. A group of Marine soldiers marched forward, led by a major with a saber at his waist and his cloak rustling. I'll take you to see the dark side of Marine, and then I'll go home. I can't keep Sister Rouge waiting anxiously. Rhett waved his hand nonchalantly. The major stepped on the fallen pirate's flag and declared righteously, we are East Blue Branch 29. The pirates have been expelled by our righteous Marines. You are safe. What tactics? It's just that you're not proficient enough in converting two weapons, Ace. Anne silently put away the heavy sword, took out a bag of Bailey's from Baz and handed it to Rhett, his eyes shining. Gunshots rang out, and the pirates panicked and retreated, leaving behind some of their belongings. Under the setting sun, Rhett, wearing a mask, led his three companions, who had returned with their three treasures, towards the Marine branch. Ace walked, rehearsing his previous movements. Sabo carefully corrected his knife grip, and encountered the Baileys in his purse, a slight smile on his face. It's the Marine. A wrinkled old man stumbled out of the crowd. Marine, save us. Uncle Rhett, where are we going next? Rhett's lips curled up into a meaningful smile, and he simply raised a finger to his lips. Chapter 180. Come on, you all have the qualifications to be a king. Mei Young, Rhett and the others had been waiting for a long time. The major finally returned as expected. The tranquility that had just been restored in the town was suddenly broken by the sound of footsteps. Did the Marine team come back, or did they come prepared? The major kicked open the oak door of the tavern, causing dust to fall from the doorframe. We've received a tip-off. The major's voice was particularly harsh in the silent night. There are accomplices of the pirates hiding here. I've been ordered to come back and investigate this matter thoroughly. The old village chief came over in a hurry. Sir, this is impossible. We are all honest people in this town. Didn't you just drive away the pirates? HMPH. Get out of here, old man. The major pushed the old man aside. Search every house. Don't leave out any corner. The soldiers rushed into the houses like wolves and tigers. The sounds of breaking pottery pots, women screaming, and children crying were mixed together. A soldier dragged out the bag of food they had just put in the cellar. He had put it in with his own hands an hour or two ago. An hour or two later, he took it out again, but there was only half an extra bag in his hand. Did he put it in the cellar to give birth? Satire. What is this? The major narrowed his eyes. Your Excellency. The village chief rushed over and hugged the major's boots. These were hidden by the villagers when the pirates came. It really isn't. Hiding stolen goods is a serious crime. The major kicked the old man away and unsheathed his sword with a clang. Confiscate all. The gold buttons on the Marine's uniform gleamed in the torchlight, but reflected a cold luster in the three little eyes. Ace's finger was firmly on the trigger of the flintlock rifle, and he was fixed on the Marine major. And Sabo were ready to rush out and kill the beast. Rhett's blood mist spread silently, shrouding the three children in shadow. His deep voice was especially clear in the night. Look carefully, this is the real world, it's not black and white. That's why I want to tell you that only those with power can decide their own future. Entrusting your future to pirates or marines is foolish. Incompetent kindness is a very foolish thing to do. Ace looked at Rhett. Uncle Rhett, can you go kill them now? Advertisement. If Rhett said one word, yes, Rhett and the three little ones fell far behind them, watching the marine soldiers marching in a loose formation towards the shore, none of the solemn look they had a few hours ago. Rhett's palm pressed down on his shoulder, the force heavy as 1,000 pounds. Look carefully, this is the deal behind some so-called justice. His voice was so calm, the pirates' evil deeds are condemned by everyone, and then he blamed your father for starting the great pirate era. You are called the blood of evil, and these people who are cloaked in the cloak of justice. It's just a foolish dream, after all, Lori was waiting for him. Why did he go through so much trouble? It was just for this one thing. Sabo's scabbard clashed against the rocks. The voice changed from a whisper to a roar. I told you to shut up, bastards. The major walked to the shore, as if consciously looking for something. At this time, a voice was heard and a figure slowly emerged from behind the reef. The three little ones had never experienced this before, but they could feel Uncle Rhett's breathing was terrifyingly steady, as if the scene before them was already commonplace. Click, behind the reef, several marines were sharing rum with the pirates, arm in arm. A young soldier drunkenly boasted, today, that old woman was trying to hide her jewelry. Lousy just ripped her off with the butt of his rifle. Rhett just stared at the three little ones. The three little ones listened to the pirates and marines' foul language, saying how many people they had killed today, how miserable their deaths were, and their funny images before begging for mercy. And held the sword tightly in his hand and stared at the people in the distance. Rhett shook his head, stopping him. We're only halfway through, wait a minute. Wow, you're just in time, and you've got a good harvest too. Captain Scar stepped out of the shadows, a cigar dangling from his lips, the sparks flickering in the night. He casually tossed out a bulging purse, as usual. I don't want what you confiscated. I'll take it and we'll split it 50-50. Word after word entered the ears of the three little ones. Rhett looked at the three kids staring at him. Why are you looking at me? Look at them. The answer is on my face. This bullet will hit the colonel's head without hesitation. Advertisement. This had a huge impact on the worldview of the three little ones. You have to know that the three of them lived near Windmill Village, which was Garp's hometown, the weakest East Blue, and one of the few peaceful places on the ocean. Break out of your cocoon, three little ones. The major really left with a full harvest. This time, Rhett and the three little ones followed him. With Rhett's strength, they wanted to discover Rhett and his group. Shut up. B asterisk 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 D. Shut up. B asterisk 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 D. A burst of sparks suddenly erupted from a distant bonfire. The major laughed heartily and tossed a bag of jewels to the pirates. Remember to grab more gems next time. Lousy needs some help to get promoted. Ha ha ha. The pirates burst into laughter. Captain Scar slapped his thigh and said, that old man just hit himself on the knife. It's normal for some people to die now. Don't be so greedy, old man. Don't even think about getting another penny from us. He suddenly tightened his purse strings. Nearly half the civilians in this town are dead. It's going to be very difficult for the higher-ups to investigate. Rhett feels that because of this kind of thinking, almost every time traveler has the ambition of conquerors, wanting to be a king. To put it bluntly, it means living a free life. If you want to live a free life, you naturally cannot be inferior to others. Add to that the separation of the sea between the islands and the monopoly of knowledge, and you ask a group of unenlightened people to pursue equality for all. They can't even say it, they have no idea. People cannot imagine things beyond their cognition. They say conqueror's hockey is 1 in 1,000. In this deformed society, Rhett feels that he is 800 years ahead of the world, maybe even more. Because Rhett believes that everyone is equal, the children who adore him and have been raised by him for such a long time must have been influenced by his thinking. Because you're not strong enough. Rhett's cloak fluttered in the sea breeze, casting a shadow over the three children. Rushing out now will only leave a few more corpses in this town. What good will that do? Oh, you've finally gotten rid of your passion, haven't you? He crouched down, his bloodshot eyes gazing directly into each pair of angry eyes. Remember this feeling of powerlessness. Remember the anger of this moment. Ace suddenly struggled violently, his voice hoarse. Why are you stopping us? Those bastards? It's a pity that the Pirates' King is such a deformed society. This kind of thinking is precious because they pursue the supremacy of celestial dragons and the inviolability of celestial dragons. His golden hair was ruffled by the sea breeze, covering his scarlet eyes. The elegant demeanor cultivated by aristocratic etiquette and his passionate heart were tightly stretched around him. Coupled with his own weakness, it wasn't just him, the other two branches were the same. A surge of conquerors' force emanated from Andy's body, followed by Ace and Sabo. The three conquerors rushed directly towards the marine pirates, knocking down a large number of them, but there were still a few people like the major and the pirates' captain who barely managed to not faint, so Rhett said that they rushed down with 3 corpses. The major took the purse and expertly opened it with his fingertips. The Bailey's gold shone coldly in the moonlight, reflecting the twisted smile on his lips. The quality is good this time. But Rhett's fantasy world. Ha ha ha, no problem. We still have more opportunities to cooperate. Chapter 181. Do you think you can struggle to lock the blood? As we all know, when you first awaken conquerors, you will usually faint because you don't have enough physical strength. But it's also quite good. You can force out the 3 little conquerors with just a single impact. Rhett originally thought that if this didn't work, he would take them to see the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons were such rare treasures that they were destined to help them awaken conquerors. Rhett, I have a handful of 3 flowered eggs. If you don't have enough energy, tell me. Can't I just give it to you? The blood mist rushed towards the 3 little ones, causing them to open their eyes that were about to close. This was also an artificial sit-up. Go. 3 little ones, hunt, field expansion. Rhett summons Ace and activates Ace's effect. When there are characters from the Rhett family on the field, you can special summon 2 other members of the Rhett family to the field. I chose to summon Sabo, and special summoned in attack position, and then the one that hadn't finished yet. I activate the effect of character leader. When Rhett is the character leader, I can add a Blood Mist Descent card from the deck to my hand. I will use this one, my card, my soul, Blood Mist Descends. The effect of this card is that all Rhett family members' attack and defense strength increase by 2,000 points at the same time. They cannot be destroyed by monster effects, cannot be destroyed by battle, cannot be selected as targets of spell cards or trap cards, and each turn, they reduce the opponent's HP by 1,000 points and restore 1,000 points of their own HP. Thick fog rolled in like a tide, instantly engulfing the entire rocky beach. The pirates and marines, who had been boisterous just a moment before, suddenly fell silent. What's going on? Form your ranks, form your ranks, the major shouted sharply, his hand already on his saber. Report to the commander, there is something in the fog, in the fog. A marine soldier's voice was trembling. Rhett. Wow, you even know how to report it, call out. Advertisement. A black shadow flashed through the fog, as fast as lightning. Ah! The one-eyed pirate's screams abruptly ended, leaving a hairline of blood on his throat. When the body fell to the ground, An's figure had already disappeared into the mist, his heavy sword unstained by blood. Enemy attack. Form. The major shouted, but the fog distorted his voice, and the marine soldiers panicked and formed a circle back to back. Bang! Gunfire rang out from the fog, the bullet piercing a pirate's knee with pinpoint accuracy. Ace's figure flashed through the mist, and the pirate's head flew up, a cold smile on his lips. The second one. Rhett. It's just carelessness. Why does he throw his head around for no reason? Oh my. Sabo remained silent. His silver-white longsword thrust out from the mist like a lion majesty, a flash of light flashing past. The 2 marines barely managed to block it, but their swords broke with a clang. They didn't even see who had done it before they fell into a baby's sleep. Damn it. It's someone with special abilities, Captain Scar roared, wielding his machete, but it only dispersed the mist. Get out. Let's have a fair fight. Bang. An's heavy sword struck his spine from behind, the sound of bone cracking clearly audible. Captain Scar fell to his knees, vomiting blood. Before he could turn around, Ace had already stepped on his back, with the flintlock pressed against the back of his head. Did he beg for mercy when you killed those villagers? The major finally broke down. He swung his saber wildly, slashing at the surrounding fog. Come out, you despicable. Swish. Sabo's blade stopped just before his Adam's apple, the cold touch freezing the major in place. The mist parted slightly, revealing the figures of 3 children. An's heavy sword at the neck of one of the pirates, Ace's rifle pointed between another's eyebrows, and Sabo's knife pressed steadily against the major's throat. You're pirates, right? The major's pupils narrowed sharply as he saw the figure in the fog clearly. Just little devils. I can give you all the treasure, and we can even work together. There's no need to fight to the death here, right? No, Sabo's voice was soft, but it made the major feel as if he was sinking into an icy cave. We're sending you to hell. When the fog cleared, only bodies lay scattered across the rocky beach. Rhett stood nearby, and the 3 little ones walked back to him, not a drop of blood on their bodies. Good coordination. Rhett ruffled An's hair, and was responsible for the surprise attack and suppression. Ace was responsible for the long-range containment, and Sabo was responsible for the precise harvest. He paused, a smile curling his lips. But next time, remember to leave someone alive for questioning. I also want to know where they put the money. This is all our income. Advertisement. Ace pouted and said, they're all scum anyway. Shouldn't we return the money to the villagers? Of course, we should return the villagers we robbed. Those who can't be found are ours, right? And it doesn't matter if you don't return them, because you helped them get revenge. Just think of them as hiring you. It's up to me. Sabo looked down at his sword and whispered, did they really deserve to wear that uniform? Rhett didn't answer, but looked out at the gradually widening sky in the distance. It's almost dawn, time to go back. In the morning mist, 4 figures quietly departed, as if they had never appeared. Only the sea breeze whimpered, sweeping away the last trace of blood. Rhett took the 3 little ones back to the cottage in Windmill Village as fast as he could. He had to hurry because Sister Luju had made many calls. They had originally agreed to be out for a few days, but it had been almost a week. Sister Rouge had been waiting anxiously. It was not that she did not trust Rhett, but as a parent, what parent would not worry about their children? Sister Rouge had been standing at the door looking out. When she saw 4 figures appear at the end of the path, she immediately hurried to meet them.
Why are you back so late? Rouge squatted down and carefully checked each child. Are you hurt? Are you hungry?
Ace immediately jumped up and held up a bulging cloth bag. Look, Mom. We made a lot of money. He deliberately shook the bag to make it jingle. Sabo smiled shyly. We also helped the villagers drive away the bad pirates. And Momo took out an exquisite shell wind chime from her bosom and shook it gently. This is for your mother. We picked it out in the town on our way back. Oh, it's so beautiful. Rouge took the wind chime in surprise, then poked Rhett's forehead in mock anger. You're playing with the kids so late. Rhett raised his hands in surrender. My bad, my bad. I was just taking the 3 kids to see the magnificent ocean. He winked at the 3 little ones. They did great, though. At the dinner table, Ace was gesticulating excitedly as he recounted his wonderful adventure. That pirate captain was such an idiot, and knocked him down with just one sword. Sabo and I went up and took care of him in no time. He gestured exaggeratedly, not mentioning the bloody battle at all. Sabo sipped the hot milk and added a few words from time to time. The grilled fish in town is especially delicious. His eyes sparkled as he described the food. It was as if he was sharing his most delicious grilled fish, without mentioning the crying villagers, the dilapidated houses and the hellish scene on Earth. Anne ate her bread quietly, nodding occasionally. When Rouge looked over, she would raise her fist in a victory sign. Rhett and the 3 little ones are the kind of kids who only report good news and not bad news. Well, that's the same principle. Rouge just needs to know that they're excellent. Chapter 182 Garp. I robbed your house after dinner. Rhett leaned against the doorframe, watching Sister Rouge clearing the dishes, feeling a little awkward. He coughed lightly and said, Sister Rouge, I have something I want to discuss with you. Rouge didn't even look up, continuing to wipe the dishes, turning her face away. Rhett was sucking his teeth, still angry at himself. He said he would come back in a week, but ended up taking a month. Rhett poked Sister Rouge's arm pitifully and said, Sister, I was wrong. I admit that I was a little unpunctual. I won't dare to do it again next time. Then Rhett poked her again. What's the matter? If you want to take the kids out for another crazy trip, I won't agree. This time you were gone for a month, and I was so worried that I couldn't sleep. Rhett touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. This time is different. I wanted to ask, do you want to go on a trip with us? Rouge paused, turned around, and looked at him suspiciously. Travel? Yeah. Rhett's eyes lit up. There was a chance. He knew that his sister Rouge was never a quiet person. Don't look at her gentleness on weekdays. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that if Sister Rouge was a stable person, how could she possibly fall in love with the terminally ill pirate's king? Roger. She knew that Roger would not live long and she would be in a lot of danger after Roger's death, but she still chose love. Humph. Roger is such a piece of shit. And how could Rhett ask to watch the battle when he went to pick her up? To sum up, how could someone who was attracted to Roger be willing to live in a small village forever? That's why Rhett invited me before. Rhett's strength can be said that as long as Rhett doesn't go to Mariajoy, kills all celestial dragons openly, and then sends hundreds of thousands of newspapers to announce it to the world. Rhett walked sideways across the entire ocean, which is why Rhett used the word travel instead of adventure, because there was no risk. The 3 little ones are training well now. I plan to take them out to see the world and practice the basics of swordsmanship. The first stop is Koshiro at Ishin Dojo in Shimotsuki Village. He will teach the children the basics of rapier swordsmanship. Haven't you always wanted to go out and see the world? This is a perfect opportunity for us to go on a journey together. Rhett. That's right, a sword like Ace is already a small rapier. Rhett recognizes the level of skill that can be taught to become someone like Zoro. Don't forget, Rhett has a good learning ability. I can definitely learn systematic training just by watching him for a while. Aren't Shanks also weapons of this kind? The swordsmanship was taught by Roger Rayleigh, who was his assistant. Besides, divine avoidance isn't a universal skill, so there's no harm in combining the strengths of various schools. Advertisement Rouge's eyes flickered slightly, as if some memory had been brought back to her. She put down the plate and whispered, Mr. Koshiro? Oh, by the way, sister, please bring the pure gold. You didn't want to bring it before, and I didn't say anything to you, but now you must bring it. You don't want to see the children grow up and then you become an old woman, do you? Whispering, gradually mumbling, I don't want to have wrinkles on my face when I see Captain Roger again. That's right. Rhett snapped his fingers. He's quite capable, and his swordsmanship is quite good. Letting Ace and Sabo fight shouldn't be a big problem. Rouge was silent for a moment, her gaze fixed on the 3 little ones playing in the living room. Ace and Sabo were practicing their fighting moves from the day before, while sat quietly nearby, polishing his heavy sword. Her eyes softened, but she quickly shook her head. No, I'd like to go, but... But what? Rhett demanded. Rouge sighed and whispered, I'm worried about Ace and the others, if they're recognized. Rhett smiled. They were indeed mother and son. Even though Ace seemed carefree now, he was also very perceptive when it came to major issues. Rhett smiled and said, You don't have to worry about that at all. Don't worry, I won't embarrass old man Garp. With your current strength and influence, I have very good relationships with the world government and the 5 elders. They will defend me. Rouge looked up at Rhett, a hint of hesitation and struggle in her eyes. Rhett continued, Besides, don't you want to see them grow up with your own eyes? They will eventually reach the sea. Shimotsuki Village is also very beautiful. You will definitely like it. There are many islands beyond Shimotsuki Village. At this moment, Ace suddenly rushed over from the living room and hugged Rouge's legs. Mom, Let's go together. Uncle Rhett said there's a huge training ground there, and there are a lot of great people. Sabo followed, his eyes sparkling. I heard Mr. Koshiro's swordsmanship is amazing. I want to learn. And didn't say anything, but she didn't care. She believed that no one could compare to her uncle in the use of the greatsword. Rouge looked at the children, finally unable to hold back her serious expression, and burst out laughing. You guys. I really can't do anything about you. She ruffled Ace's hair, looked up at Rhett and said, okay, I'll go with you. But, she raised a finger, don't disappear again this time. You must report to me every day that you're safe. Advertisement Rhett grinned and gave an exaggerated salute. As you command, Captain Rouge. The three little ones cheered, and Ace excitedly jumped onto the sofa. Great, Mommy is going on an adventure with us. Sabo clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. I must make Mr. Koshiro recognize my swordsmanship. And gently tugged at the corner of Rouge's clothes and whispered, I will protect Mom. Rouge felt warm in her heart. She squatted down and hugged the three children into her arms. Okay, then let's go together. Rhett stood aside, watching this scene, his smile widening. He looked out the window at the night sky and murmured, Captain Roger, do you see? Our family is doing well now. HMPH. When we meet in the near future, I promise to give you a beating, you irresponsible B*************** D Captain, HMPH. The three little ones were also busy during the sailing days. Rhett used this time to continue their basic training. On the deck, Ace and Sabo were sweating profusely as they practiced their sword swings, and was adjusting his breathing and secretly trying to integrate Conqueror's power into his sword moves. Bang! An's eyes became clear. Xiao Anon, before your physical fitness reaches a certain level, integrating into the Conqueror's team is self-harming. And you still want to sneak away? No, Dama. Anne looked at Rhett pitifully. Rhett, oh my god, what an eye-opener. When you're physically fit, I'll teach you Conqueror's coil. It's impossible now. Your body is still developing. Even I, your uncle, didn't learn it until I was around 16. I could already be called a super genius. Rouge sat at the bow, watching the children's efforts, and whispered to Rhett, they're making rapid progress. Rhett turned around and smiled. Talent is one thing, but more important is their character. Learning with peers will be more motivated. If we have the means, we must give our children the best. Rouge nodded. You're always so thoughtful. Chapter 183 Stealing the House? The setting sun dyed the sea golden, and Rhett stood on the deck and stretched. Speaking of this ship, it is still the telephone bug, which was sent by Boss Tai. Of course, a big ship is needed to go out. The ship is also equipped with zombies. The zombies look quite normal, like normal people, but they don't speak. The three children were sitting around the mast, counting the spoils captured from the Marines and pirates. Ace was tossing Baileys, Sabo was carefully cleaning his newly acquired dagger, and was playing with an exquisite compass. Uncle Rhett. Ace suddenly jumped up. When are we going to meet the next group of pirates? Rhett. Almost done. Let's finish today's workout first. It's no wonder that the three little ones are so anxious. When the pirates are around, Rhett doesn't do anything at all. Rhett can understand this situation. Children all want their parents to know that they have become independent adults. He narrowed his eyes and looked off into the distance. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. On the horizon, a three-masted sailing ship with a skull and crossbones flag was breaking through the waves. Rhett and the three little ones looked at Rouge together, their eyes full of expectation. Rouge shook his head helplessly and said softly. Attention everyone. Rouge deliberately drew out his tone, grab them all. Oh. Yes. Captain Rouge, X4. The three of them immediately entered combat mode. Ace deftly loaded his flintlock rifle. Sabo checked the scabbard's straps, and then silently removed his heavy sword from his back. Sister Rouge covered her face and ran into the kitchen. After a while, Sister Rouge poked her head out and asked, Kids, how long will this time be? Dinner will be ready in 20 minutes. Ace gave a thumbs up confidently. When the two ships were 100 meters apart, a loud voice came from the other side. Listen up, merchant ship ahead. We are the Iron Bucket pirates. Hand us over. Nagging. Ace raised his hand and fired a shot. Snap. The loudspeaker in the other captain's hand was blasted to pieces. Wood chips flew everywhere. The pirate's captain was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. Kid, you're looking for death. But before he could finish his words, Sabo's grappling hook had already been thrown out, and the iron hook had firmly bitten the railing of the enemy ship. He took advantage of the momentum to jump, his golden hair flying in the wind, and the moment the silver-white long sword was unsheathed. And, Sabo growled. Bang! An's heavy sword slammed hard on the side of the ship, creating a crack and sending wood chips flying. Advertisement her petite body was in stark contrast to the exaggerated giant sword, but her movements were smooth and fluid. She leapt forward with the help of the recoil and swept the sword across. The three pirates who had just rushed up were knocked away before they could even scream, and fell into the sea with a plop plop. Damn you little devils! The pirates roared and rushed forward. Ace grinned, slung his flintlock rifle over his back, grabbed the rope with both hands, kicked off, and swung towards the enemy ship's mainmast. Bang! He pulled out his rifle with one hand in midair and shot through the hat of a pirate who was trying to sneak up on Sabo, frightening him so much that he fell to the ground. Thanks, Sabo, without turning back, thrust his long sword, accurately blocking the two incoming scimitars. With a flick of his wrist, a clang sounded, and sparks flew as the blades clashed. He spun around, slamming the back of his sword into the wrist of one of the pirates, who screamed and his weapon fell from his grasp. Anne's heavy sword was like a steel wall, and every swing brought a dull sound of breaking wind. A pirate's twice her size rushed towards her with a sneer, but she dodged to the side. With a crack, two of the guy's ribs were broken on the spot and he knelt on the ground retching. Monster. The pirates began to panic. Stop fighting. We surrender. We three little heroes will never dare to do this again. My pants. My pants? Rhett couldn't help but laugh out loud, blood mist swirling around his fingertips, ready to save the situation at any time, but it seemed that there was no need at all. These unlucky pirates probably never dreamed that they would be beaten to the point of doubting their lives by three little brats whose average height was not even as high as their stomachs. The pirates knelt on the deck, their faces bruised and swollen, some clutching their ribs, some holding up their pants, and others huddled up with their heads in their hands. It looks good, uncle. I'm very pleased, but we still have to look at the pirate's flag. Return it. You must return it. The captain immediately turned and shouted to his men, quick, move all the treasure out. Now I want to ask you if you want to be the single female lead? You can leave a message here. Ace squatted in front of him and asked with a smile, what's wrong? The three little ones immediately left the pirates and ran to the side of the ship. The pirates froze collectively, their eyes wandering, but they breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that it was wine. There is a secret door on the third floor of the cabin. It seems that there is no one there, but their money is very valuable. I will take you to the marine base to exchange money. So he answered and with a smile. Oh, Sabo raised an eyebrow and tapped his shoulder lightly with his silver-white sword. What about the things you stole earlier? Rhett has left the stage of striving for a career and starting a business. He has become successful and powerful, but he is not a normal person without a wife. It is unacceptable to be without a wife. Duo Lai Meng voiceover, bounty order booklet. The three little ones' expressions changed instantly. Advertisement, young author, has a single female lead, it's confirmed, with a huge lead of more than 670 votes, and the reasons given by readers have also convinced me. Rhett finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Of course, the main purpose was to show up. After all, he would be gone for a long time. If Marine couldn't find him after such a long time, he would probably go crazy with worry. Rhett's blood mist surged, covering the entire pirate's ship, completely isolating the pirate's ship from the sea, preventing the shouting from being too loud and affecting Sister Rouge's cooking. That's a scepter. Sabo's aristocratic upbringing made him blurt out, wait, I've seen this pattern before. He turned around and rummaged through the bag he was carrying. If you become pirates in the future, exchanging money won't be so smooth. I saw the wine hidden under your boat when I was raiding it just now, and said expressionlessly. Some readers have advised me not to have feelings for a woman. Let me explain here that I think it is unreasonable given Rhett's personality. He is so considerate to his family, but so frivolous in feelings. I feel it is inappropriate. East Blue Slave Trading Group, their captain, a burly man with a face full of flesh and a barrel tattoo on his chest, knelt furiously, his forehead pounding against the deck. Have mercy, my little heroes. We were wrong. We were truly wrong. Rhett smiled and touched the heads of the three little ones. What's wrong with the pirate's flag? Under the skull is. A toilet brush. Wait. The slave captain screamed, backing away. We can negotiate. I know a lot of. Ace's bullet accurately shattered his kneecap. There's more? The captain was dumbfounded. Because Rhett didn't go to the Marine branch to exchange money before. Marine was slacking off. It's only been a short while since he left. He encountered several groups of slave traders. Rhett, had to follow the order of the Lord of Mist to inspect the sea. We were wrong. We shouldn't have robbed. The captain said with a sad face. We will definitely change our ways in the future. The pirates scrambled towards the cabin, and soon dragged out several large boxes, which they opened with a clang. The cabin was filled with glittering golden baileys, jewels, and antiques. And tilted his head and slammed his heavy sword into the ground. Anything else? Outside Rhett's blood mist barrier, the sea remained calm, but within it, it became a living hell, of course, only for the slave traders. And asked Rhett, Uncle, where are the people? So, little devils, don't leave any of them alive. Bang. 6TM Chapter 184 There is a political commissar on the opposite side who does not lie. As the sun set, Rhett and his three children set foot on the island known as Silver Shell Island. The tangerine afterglow cast a shadow over the pristine white sands, and the waves gently lapped against the shore. It should have been a scene of tranquil beauty. Instead of the bustling town, an eerie silence enveloped the island. This island is so quiet. Ace was the first to jump off the boat, holding a sack in his hand. As expected, there was tofu pudding in it. Sabo followed closely behind, adjusting his hat. He keenly sensed something was amiss. The fisherman should be back by now, so why is there no one at the dock? And followed silently at the end, her small hands tightly gripping the heavy sword that was almost as tall as her. Yeah, it's a trick, that's what the novels say. Rhett waved his hand nonchalantly. It seems my reputation has gotten to me before anyone else. Thump 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 thump, thump thump, thump thump. Anne, what are you doing? Rhett looked at Anne curiously. Uncle, I'm doing the dubbing. I heard the Den Den Mushi broadcast before, and the scenes where Uncle appeared were all accompanied by this music. It was very oppressive, handsome and evil. and remembers it. And looked at Rhett very seriously, then confirmed what it was and nodded. Just then, there was a rustling sound in the distant bushes, and several little heads flashed by. Ace, with his sharp eyes, immediately pointed over there and shouted. Someone. Stop. Sabo reacted extremely quickly and rushed over, but only caught an empty bush. Rhett reached out and stopped Ace and Anne from chasing after him. Don't chase us. Let's go straight to the town. We're here to claim the reward. It's fine if we go in openly. The four of them walked along the sandy path towards the island, with the coconut trees on both sides casting long shadows. As they went deeper, more and more windows were slammed shut as they passed, and occasionally they could hear muffled screams from inside the house. They seem afraid of us. Ace scratched his head in confusion and turned to Rhett. Uncle, have you been here before? Rhett rubbed his chin. No, I'm not even hearing the name of this island. Besides, I'm a very kind person, okay. Sabo suddenly stopped and pointed to the distance. Look over there. This really has something to do with Rhett. Who told him not to wear a mask this time? The original intention was to let Marine see Rhett and make sure he didn't look too much like him. Secondly, it was to let Garp know that your family is gone. There's nothing we can do about how popular he is. Sengoku, Crane, and 5 elders can't see Rhett for a long time, and they lose their appetite and even can't sleep for whole nights because they miss him. Sengoku. Nonsense, they dropped an atomic bomb, and you're not afraid. This atomic bomb can even spread all over the ocean. Everyone on alert, evacuate civilians, quickly. Advertisement on the streets, Marine soldiers hurriedly evacuated the villagers. Women and children were quickly taken away, while the men picked up farm tools and sticks and stood behind the Marines, looking ready to die. Mom, who is that, Mist Lord? A little girl asked, pulling at her mother's clothes. Shush. Don't make any sound. The mother's face turned pale and she covered the child's mouth tightly. Rhett. Marine, it's all your fault. Sabo narrowed his eyes, noticing the villagers peeking from behind their windows. They seem scared of us. And silently gripped his heavy sword tightly and looked around vigilantly. Rhett rubbed his chin, clapping his left hand over his right. A light bulb went on in his head. Oh, they don't think I'm here to massacre the whole village, do they? Before he could finish his words, a roar suddenly came from the front. Stop, Mist Lord, Rhett, you will never do evil again. Rhett looked at this group of Marines. I thought I would be resisted, but it's too much for you to throw a pot at me as soon as we meet. Do you want to die, Marine? How dare you settle accounts with me? The Molly Branch chief and a group of Marines blocked the road, swords drawn and rifles pointed at Rhett and his group. The soldiers in the front row were shaking, but they gritted their teeth and refused to retreat. Stop pretending, Molly shouted. You kidnapped 3 children and even threatened their sister. Today, we will never let you hurt anyone again. Kidnapping children? Rhett was stunned and turned to look at the 3 little ones. Oh, the children's sister? Rouge covered her mouth, obviously a little shy. Ace, Sabo, and Enchi all tilted their heads, their faces blank. Sabo muttered quietly, Uncle, when did you kidnap us? Rhett held his forehead with his hand. This is a huge misunderstanding. Everyone, attention, pirates are coming, protect the villagers. Advertisement. You are a bunch of heartless human traffickers. How dare you kidnap innocent children? Rhett. Seeing Rhett, frozen, the major became more certain of his judgment and said in agony, damn it, they didn't even let such a young child go. Even if it costs me my life today, I will save them, even if you are the Mist Lord. I will live up to the justice I bear. B****************. D. I haven't said anything yet, what are you guys doing? Rhett finally reacted, his mouth twitching. Wait, Marine, are you mistaken? Stop talking nonsense. The major roared. I've seen through your true colors. These 3 children must have been coerced by you. And then you used this as a pretext to force the children's older sister to get on board. Tui, I despise you. Ace couldn't help it and pointed at his nose. Hey, do we look like we've been kidnapped? Sabo held his forehead and said, it does seem a bit like him. After all, the 3 of them were young, and Uncle Rhett was the Mist Lord. It was no exaggeration to say that he had long been notorious in the Marines, and looked like a suspicious element no matter how he looked at him. The Molly Branch chief shouted to Sabo and the others, don't be afraid, children. I'm here. We're late and have caused you trouble. We have just contacted the headquarters. When we heard it was the Mist Lord, Vice Admiral Garp came to support us personally. Even if we die trying to delay the Fog Lord this time, our children can proudly say that their father died saving them. Their father is a hero. We know why we shed our blood. For the lights of the thousands of families behind us. Don't be afraid, kids, Vice Admiral Garp will save you. Brothers, charge ahead, for justice. Those Marines who were trembling at first were no longer afraid when they looked at Rhett. The look in his eyes was one of being ready to die and willing to sacrifice himself for justice. Rhett. There's a political commissar across the way, no kidding. Oh. Rhett suddenly reacted and looked at the branch major. Wasn't that what he said? Young author. I am confused, dear readers. I am not sure about Judge Vinsmoke's attitude. When Sanji was a child, because of his ordinary physique, the judge was not satisfied with him and even locked him in a dungeon to let him fend for himself. If I can still judge him correctly, then he can be a villain, just like Sabo's father. But later, when Sanji was 8 years old, he broke with his family and gave up the surname Vinsmoke. Sanji hated this surname very much. With his father's acquiescence and the help of his sister, he came to East Blue. He came to his senses again at Big Mom and was whitewashed. So what kind of person is the judge? What do you think of him? Readers, I am stuck at not being able to create characters. Chapter 185 I am still better, Phantom World. The blood mist rolled up and enveloped the entire town. Major Molly and Rhett were engulfed in a fantasy world. The surrounding scenery distorted and shifted, and the boundary between reality and illusion became blurred. Major Molly's face was pale, but he stood straight, holding his saber tightly. Mist Lord, you can kill me or chop me up as you please. But don't try to get any information out of me. Rhett stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly sighed. Are you an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army? Molly's pupils shrank, and his fingers trembled slightly. What are you talking about? I don't know what you are talking about. Rhett held his forehead. Isn't your reaction too obvious? Molly. In a sense, the people in Pirates King are also simple and cute. It's easy to guess. One of them is the extreme hero and the idiot, T-Penguin, who died at the hands of the villagers after sacrificing himself for justice. Rhett rubbed his temple speechlessly. So, it's now fashionable in your Revolutionary Army to pretend to be the head of the Marine branch and incite the Marines to their deaths? We're not going to die. We're the last line of defense for the villagers in this town. Major Molly finally lost his patience and anxiously retorted to Rhett, then realized, wait, you're also a comrade. Rhett. Molly took a step forward excitedly. I knew it. You've heard of our spiritual leader's ideology, haven't you? Mr. Long always mentions his excellent teacher in every speech. He lowered his voice, his eyes blazing. Here's a copy of Selected Works of Mao Zedong, as a gift. I hope you like it. Rhett. The expression on Rhett's face froze. A few years ago, Long said that he wanted Rhett to name his quotations notebook. Rhett didn't think twice and just named it, Selected Works of Mao Zedong. Just one sentence. Report to the chairman, I am eating Zhangsheng. Oh no, I became a spiritual leader? Seeing that he remained silent, Molly became even more certain of his guess and said excitedly, as expected, Mr. Long said, true revolutionaries may not reveal their identities. You must be an important comrade lurking in the Marine. Rhett. No, I'm just passing through. Molly, however, completely ignored him, clenching his fists. No wonder you have 3 children. Are you training the next generation of the Revolutionary Army? As expected of the Lord of the Mist, you have foresight. Rhett. Why is this misunderstanding getting more and more outrageous? Outside the blood mist, Marine and the villagers were still on high alert, while the 3 little ones were huddled together whispering. Ace. Why hasn't Uncle come out yet? Is there a fight going on? Sabo pushed his hat up, thoughtfully saying, no, given Uncle Rhett's personality, if he really wanted to take action, he wouldn't waste time talking to him alone. Advertisement and silently raised his heavy sword. Split the fog and save my uncle. I am the great sword that cuts through the darkness, huh? Ace looked at Sabo and said, let's buy her a video Den Mushi from the News of the World. Produced by Moore. It's called a movie, isn't it a bit strange? At this moment, the blood mist suddenly dissipated. Rhett and Major Moray walked out one after another, and the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Major Molly took a deep breath, suddenly turned around and shouted to the Marines, everyone, listen up, stand down, this is a misunderstanding. Marines. Villagers. 3 little ones. Major Molly wiped the sweat off his face and explained, this, Mr. Mist Lord, is actually here to deliver a bounty. The Marines were collectively silent, their eyes filled with the expression, Major, are you being threatened? Molly chuckled dryly, then suddenly caught sight of the slave trader being dragged by an idea struck him. Look, that's the infamous Iron Hook slave trading gang. Mr. Mist Lord is here to help us capture them. The Marines were skeptical, but the slave trader's bounty was indeed real. Rhett sighed and patted Molly on the shoulder. Major, you have a bright future. Molly stood in awe. Strive for the revolutionary cause all your life. Rhett. Forget it, let him be. The blood mist completely dissipated. Major Molly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, coughed twice with forced composure, and shouted to the Marines. What are you all standing there for? Take down tofu pudding. Prepare Bailey according to the reward. The Marines looked at each other in bewilderment, but orders were orders, so they had no choice but to step forward and take the bag of tofu pudding. One of the soldiers muttered quietly, could it be that the Major is being controlled by the Mist Lord? Molly's ears twitched, and he immediately glared at him. What nonsense, how can a righteous Marine doubt his own superiors? The soldier shrank his neck and dared not say another word. Rhett didn't bother explaining and simply pulled out a stack of bounty notices and tossed them to Molly. Here, this is their bounty certificate. It's 3 million Baileys in total. Please sell the bill quickly, we're in a hurry. Molly took the reward notice and pretended to flip through it, but in fact he secretly glanced at Rhett and said in a low voice, Comrade, don't worry, I will arrange it as soon as possible and will never delay your revolutionary cause. Rhett. The 3 little ones stood aside and witnessed the whole strange conversation. Advertisement Ace poked Sabo's arm and whispered, Sabo, when did Uncle become a revolutionary comrade? Sabo pushed his hat up, thoughtfully. Maybe. Uncle's identity as the Mist Lord is too scary, so Marine made up a reason to convince himself? And nodded silently. Yeah, that makes sense. Soon, Marine soldiers came over carrying a heavy cloth bag filled with Baileys. Major Mari personally handed the bag to Rhett and shook his hand solemnly. Thank you for your contribution to the cause of justice. Rhett's mouth twitched. You're welcome. Rhett took the cloth bag filled with Baileys, weighed it casually, and after confirming the amount was correct, he waved to the 3 children and said, let's go, kids. Ace glanced at the marine branch with a hint of unfulfilled desire. Uncle, why don't we give old man Garp a beating before we leave? Sabo held his shoulder and said helplessly, stop it. If Vice Admiral Garp really catches up with us, we won't be able to have dinner tonight. Rhett's mouth curled up slightly, and blood-colored mist seeped out from under his feet, silently enveloping the entire ship. Hold on tight, let's run. Swish. A blood mist filled the air, and the luxury ship quietly left the port as if its existence had been wiped out. The next second after they left, a huge wave suddenly exploded on the sea. Rhett. Stop right there. Garp's roar caused the seagulls to scatter. He dropped from the sky on moonwalk and slammed onto the dock with a loud bang. The ground instantly cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. Major Molly was so shocked that he sat down on the ground and stammered, Vice Admiral Garp, how could you? Garp grabbed him by the collar, glared at him and asked, where's that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** left. Garp turned around and saw only the vast sea fog. Where was the shadow of Rhett in the boat? Damn it. Give me back my children. You be asterisk 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 d Rhett. He was so angry that he stamped his feet, and a big hole was stepped on the wooden board of the dock with a crack. And at this time, the boat, shrouded in blood mist, was passing by Garp's warship. Rhett. Man, Garp, I'm still better. Chapter 186. Try the Three Little Ones. Library. After sailing for several days, everyone arrived at their first stop, Ishin Dojo in Shimotsuki Village. The boat quietly entered the harbor of Shimotsuki Village. Rhett cleared the fog and stretched. Here we are, little ones. The three little ones immediately crowded to the side of the boat and looked at the strange island curiously. Ace's eyes lit up. Is this where the Ishin Dojo is? It looks so ordinary. Sabo adjusted his hat and carefully observed the layout of the village. It's quiet and peaceful, a perfect place for spiritual practice. And Momo put his heavy sword on his back and whispered, swordsman, a lot. Indeed, even standing at the harbor, one could faintly hear the clashing of wooden swords and the shouts of children coming from the distant dojo. Rouge straightened her dress and looked at Rhett with a smile. So, this Mr. Koshiro is really as powerful as you say? Rhett grinned. You'll find out in a moment. In front of the Ishin Dojo, Rhett knocked gently on the door. Excuse me, is Mr. Koshiro here? The door creaked open, and a relatively young man with round-framed glasses and a gentle face walked out. He glanced at Rhett and his group, and paused slightly when he saw the three little ones. Koshiro. I'm Koshiro. Who are you? Rhett smiled and bowed. I've long heard of you, Mr. Koshiro. I'm Rhett, and these little kids are my nephews and nieces. I heard you're so skilled in swordsmanship, so I brought them here to learn from you. We'll be interrupting them for a month, so please correct any irregularities in their swordplay. Koshiro pushed his glasses up, his smile unwavering. Mr. Rhett, you're too kind. Of course, I'll accept every child who comes to learn. If they're corrected, a month should be enough. It's not that Rhett is conceited. There are few people on the sea who don't know him. Being able to maintain this calmness proves that Koshiro's strength is at least good. Rhett believes that Koshiro in the original plot is a hidden strength. When he doesn't want to cut, he can't even cut paper. When he was in Wano Kuni, the meaning of this sentence was raised to a higher level, so Rhett was willing to believe in his hidden strength. It was Rhett who didn't ask Koshiro to spar with him. He has been retired for so many years, and you have nothing better to do than come to his house and tell him. Come on, I don't believe you're strong, let's fight, isn't that pure and stupid? The two were just chatting when Ace couldn't wait to jump out and said, fight, I'll do it. Sabo quickly grabbed him and said, be polite, idiot. And Z silently drew his heavy sword, slammed it into the ground with a dong sound, and said with a firm look, please teach me. Advertisement. Sabo quickly grabbed him and said, and why are you doing this? Sabo said as he quickly bowed towards Koshiro, sir, please forgive me if I have offended you. Sabo knew that they were here to study, so they naturally had a study-oriented attitude. Koshiro's gaze lingered on his heavy sword for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his glasses. Interesting. Rhett added. Although these three little guys are young, they have a good foundation, and they are all very talented. Koshiro pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, in that case, why don't you let me see their strength? He stepped aside to make way for the door and gestured for invitation. There's a practice area in the backyard of the dojo, please follow me. In the dojo's backyard, dozens of apprentices were practicing basic sword techniques. Seeing Koshiro and the stranger enter, they all looked around curiously. Koshiro clapped his hands. Everyone, we have a guest today, so practice is suspended. The apprentices immediately lined up and looked at the three little creatures curiously. One of them, a little black-haired girl, tilted her head and asked, Master, who are they? Inner. At this time, Zoro hadn't lost his way and become Koshiro's disciple yet. In the future, Zoro will always live in the shadow of his three senior brothers whom he has never met. Zoro, go and find them, follow in their footsteps, Koshiro replied gently, I'm a friend who came to exchange swordsmanship. He turned to Rhett and said, Mr. Rhett, how about letting my students compete with your children? Rhett shrugged. That's fine with me. Ace couldn't hold back any longer and jumped on the stage first. Who goes first? Kuina snorted and stepped forward, wooden sword in hand. I'll do it. Rhett said, Kuina, they will be learning swordsmanship from Mr. Koshiro in the future. As the saying goes, those who are more accomplished will be given priority. Consider them based on their strength, such as the eldest sister or the second sister. Sabo grumbled. Why are they the eldest and second senior sisters? Kuina nodded to Rhett. I'm fine. I'm also very strong. Stop looking down on me. If I take this one out, you'll explode, bro. Ace, carrying a wooden sword, stood in the middle of the field, grinning at Kuina. Little girl, don't cry later. Kuina frowned, holding the wooden sword across his chest. HMPH, arrogant fellow. Koshiro clapped his hands softly. The sparring begins. Swish. Advertisement. Kuina took the lead. Her wooden sword drew a sharp arc, and went straight to Ace's wrist. Her movements were clean and neat, obviously she had been trained rigorously. Rhett can see from this that Koshiro's teaching is very rigorous and formal, and there is real substance to it. Ace blocked hastily, and with a crack, the wooden swords collided, causing his arm to go numb. So fast, Ace was shocked and quickly jumped back to create some distance. Kuina didn't give Ace a chance to breathe, her footsteps light as she rained down wooden swords. Ace frantically tried to block them, but was forced back repeatedly. Ace is going to lose. Sabo whispered, and nodded silently. Yeah, the swordsmanship is far behind. Rhett smiled and said, don't be impatient, just keep reading. Sure enough, Ace suddenly grinned, dodged the attack with a sudden side flip, and swept the wooden sword across. This move was completely unpredictable. Kuina raised her sword to block, but the force of the two wooden swords colliding was far beyond Kuina's imagination, and she almost lost her balance. Ace seized the opportunity and raised his wooden sword. Bang! The tip of the sword stopped just inches from Kuina's throat. There was silence on the sidelines. Kuina's eyes widened and his lips trembled. This is not fair. I lost. But Kuina held his wooden sword tightly. It was not a sword fight at all, but a simple crushing of physical fitness. Ace proudly retracted his wooden sword. Winning is winning. Koshiro pushed up his glasses. Kuina, the winner is decided. Ace walked to his friends with a cocky look on his face, waiting for praise. He waited and waited, but his two friends never praised him. Ace looked at them. Hey, I just won, shouldn't you guys say something? Rhett picked his nose nonchalantly and said, oh, I see an idiot sweeping wildly with a wooden stick. My swordsmanship seemed alright before, but it looks so stupid after taking this test. Sabo also rubbed his head. Sorry, Ace, I really can't praise you enough. I would praise you for any victory you won with swordsmanship. This made Ace's little heart pierce with two arrows, one on the left and one on the right. Ace's powerful brick flew. Bang! Anne's words were the last straw that broke the camel's back for Ace. You bastards. Advertisement Chapter 187 Kuina Generation 111. Kuina bit her lip unwillingly and suddenly bowed deeply to Sabo. Please come and fight me. Sabo was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Me? Cute Rhett patted him on the shoulder. Go ahead, don't embarrass yourself. Ace won because of his physical advantage. Although the fight was fast, Kuina was able to withstand the blow, so Ace must have lost. Rhett just watched Kuina fight. In fact, the little girl is not weak in this age, however, he did not expect Ace to be stronger than the average child. If he were to fight in, wouldn't Kuina explode? No, Kuina should be more determined after hitting the hit. Sabo took a deep breath, picked up his wooden sword, and stepped onto the stage. He first gave Kuina a standard noble salute. Thank you for your guidance. Sabo stood with his sword in hand. The wooden sword seemed exceptionally light in his hand. Koshiro's squinting eyes deepened a bit, like he was frowning. Don't ask Rhett how he discovered it, it was just a feeling. Squinting eyes and such, in other comics, they were all boss-like existences. Start. Kuina attacked first, stabbing Sabo in the chest with her wooden sword. Sabo blocked with his sword, but the moment the blades touched, he frowned. Kuina's force was heavier than he expected, and it made his wrist numb. There is no way around it. Among the three little ones, Sabo has the worst physical fitness and is more technical. He is also the least compatible with Rhett's swordsmanship. There's something wrong with your posture, Kuina said coldly, turning the sword and going straight for Sabo's side. Sabo retreated hastily, barely avoiding the blow, but his steps were already messy, each step faster than the last. He habitually wanted to hold the sword with both hands. Kuina's voice came quickly. Why didn't you just swing it with one hand? Then he rushed forward. What's wrong? Weren't you very confident just now? Kuina pressed forward step by step, and the wooden sword drew sharp arcs, forcing Sabo to retreat again and again. On the sidelines, Ace stomped his feet. Sabo, don't be a coward. And silently shook his head. Sabo's swordsmanship was restrained. Rhett crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Koshiro. The dojo master was watching the battle intently, his eyes narrowed slightly behind his glasses. There was no other way around it. Although Rhett was a top swordsman, it didn't prove that he knew everything about swords. The reason why Ace and An were stronger was because their physical fitness could support Rhett's habit of using a greatsword, even though Rhett had deliberately avoided these moves earlier. But this is not something that can be completely avoided deliberately. The three little ones admire their uncle very much, which leads to the fact that their swordsmanship is more or less influenced by Rhett. Advertisement Ace and Anne can handle it, but Sabo can't, which is why Rhett has to lead the whole family out. If Sabo keeps following him, it may not be as good as the original plot, because following Rhett is a wrong path with visible success. Raise your wrist another 3 inches. Koshiro suddenly spoke, his voice soft but clear enough for Sabo to hear. The wooden sword is very light. Don't be afraid. Don't think of it as a sword. Think of it as a stick or a wooden pipe. A wooden pipe can withstand the blow of an iron sword. Sabo froze, instinctively adjusting his stance as instructed. As Kuina's next strike came, he flipped his wrist, and the wooden sword met it at a subtle angle. Bang! The two swords collided, and Sabo leaned sideways, even using the force to push back, taking a half step back and creating a certain distance. What? Kuina's eyes widened. A flash of enlightenment flashed in Sabo's eyes, and his sword's momentum suddenly changed. He no longer took direct attacks or blocked them, but instead focused on dodging and counter-attacking. That's more like it. Koshiro smiled. Kuina gritted his teeth and his attack became more ferocious, but Sabo's defense was no longer in shambles. However, he still found an opportunity to dodge sideways and counterattack. Although he was still at a disadvantage, he was able to stabilize his position. Sabo. Is he stealing your knowledge? Ace asked in surprise. Kuina took the initiative and stabbed Anne's throat with the wooden sword, and did not dodge and raised the heavy sword from bottom to top. Kuina stood there, holding her red wrist, her eyes slightly red. I lost again? Snap. The reason why Koshiro accepted the three little ones was that they were indeed very talented, and secondly, Rhett had always been polite to him, which had greatly improved him. The most important reason was that Rhett was the Emperor of the Sea, so who would dare to refuse him? And tilted his head. My uncle taught me. Sometimes the old saying is true. One hero needs 3 helpers. Rhett knew that Sabo had some shadows of his own heavy sword. He was talking about correcting Sabo with more standardized movements. Kuina lowered her head and said nothing, but her clenched fists trembled slightly. The battle became increasingly stalemate, with sweat oozing from Kuina's forehead and Sabo's breathing becoming heavier. Finally, in a moment of crossing, Sabo's wooden sword suddenly changed direction and struck Kuina's wrist with the spine of the sword. Then he bowed deeply to Koshiro. Rhett grinned. Go ahead, Anne. Just remember to hold back. Ahem, this kid is a bit too strong. His somewhat clumsy swordsmanship is not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. At this time, Rouge came over and patted Rhett. Okay, stop laughing. You know my brother is very powerful. Advertisement Kuina's wooden sword fell to the ground. Kuina stared blankly at the half-broken wooden sword in his hand, then looked at Anna's petite figure who hadn't even moved an inch, and his worldview seemed to be shocked. Mr. Koshiro, I am the parent of these children. This is the children's tuition and compensation for the inconvenience. I hope you can accept it. Rhett chuckled. No, he's just finding his rhythm. Man, that really hit the nail on the head. Koshiro told Sabo not to imagine that he had something other than a sword in his hand. He told Sabo that the weapon in his hand was very fragile. As long as he did not think that the sword in his hand was indestructible, his body would naturally be more alert. When the battle came, the first thing to do was to dodge instead of fighting back. Snap. Koshiro himself knew that as the teacher of the 3 little ones, he was not worthy of Rhett paying him respects, and naturally, Rhett's family members were not allowed to salute him either. He couldn't bear it. Rhett didn't bow. Koshiro dodged and didn't accept Rouge's greeting. The pirate's king should be respected wherever he goes. After all, this is a world where the strong are respected. Sabo quickly sheathed his wooden sword and bowed deeply. Thank you. If it weren't for Mr. Koshiro's guidance, I wouldn't have won at all. Start. Koshiro pushed up his glasses. This little girl. Would you like to spar too? What kind of swordsmanship is this? Koshiro smiled and waved his hand, looking harmless. Not at all. I'm honored to teach such a gifted child. I'll take Bailey. Everyone, just stay here and I'll arrange rooms for you. Kuina looked up, her eyes scanning Ace's extraordinary strength and Sabo's improvisation, finally landing on the quiet Anne. Where's she? Kuina took a deep breath and picked up the wooden sword. Please advise me. Anne nodded and walked onto the stage, dragging her heavy sword, which was almost as tall as her. The wooden sword looked out of place in her hands, but her grip was as steady as a rock. Anne blinked and silently raised his heavy sword. Rhett's face is almost facing the sky. Koshiro walked over and gently patted Kuina's shoulder. Winning and losing are normal. The important thing is to learn from them. The wooden sword broke with a sound. Rhett interjected, Kuina, right? Your swordsmanship is already excellent, but these 2 guys. He pointed at Ace and Sabo. They've been tormented by me since they were young, so they're just thick-skinned. There was silence on the sidelines, with a bag of Baileys in hand. Chapter 188. Meet up, Brother Rhett, for Wainan who loves brown sugar steamed eggs. Thank you very much. The Imperial Court has issued disaster relief grain I. This is where we store the whetstones we use in our daily lives, Kuina introduced to everyone. Rhett looked at the steps, and then looked at them more closely. There are 3 gadgets in King of Pirates. The Supreme Slippers, the Supreme Straw Hat, the Supreme Staircase. These 3 things are the 3 most precious treasures of King Pirates. Thank you for your help, little Kuina. As he said this, he patted the little girl's head, A layer of blood mist covered Kuina's whole body and then disappeared. Such a sunny and lovely little girl was killed by the stairs. Pirates Wang Jishang, Lao Ti and Di San must be very upset. After settling everyone down, within the past few days, Tessuro received a call from Den Den Mushi. Tezulo touched his forehead and said, "Captain, where are you now?" "We're at East Blue." "What's up, Boss Tai?" Rhett replied nonchalantly, eating fruit and watching the four little ones. "What's up? Did you miss me, Captain?" Tai's face was filled with rage. "Captain, you better hide well. Garp is searching the ocean for you now. We almost had our auction house in Sabadi destroyed by Garp, along with some munitions and other items. Luckily, Garp was just venting his anger, and we only sustained some damage." Rhett nodded. "Indeed?" Tezulo shouted at the red bug. "Are you listening carefully? B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I found the North Blue Germa Kingdom you asked me to investigate. Rhett Chongcheng shook his head nonchalantly. I know. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. The author will first stack armor. All the plots below are based on unofficial history and my personal speculation about the Pirate King. There are only slight clues. I have done some secondary creation, but I guarantee that the logic is reasonable. It's just that there is no strong official support. Since it's so early, I will be bolder. Anyway, I will definitely write faster than Oda draws. The following story, at least I have read it, has not been written by others. You can't find a comparable one to scold me, it's no different from my original creation. Just as the Taiza insect transformed into its normal form, a bunch of small red hairs suddenly appeared. Moshi, can you hear me, Rhett? Moshi, Beckman hasn't fed it for too long, maybe it's starved to death. A hole captain, how could this Den Mushi starve to death if I feed it every day? Can you please use your brain? Why is there no sound from the other side? Otherwise, feed him a little more. Rhett perked up. Little red-haired Shanks called him for the first time in years. What's wrong, little Shanks? What are you looking for your handsome brother Rhett for? Were you captured by Marine? I'm looking for help. Shanks scoffed, peeved, little Shanks, so that's what the captain was called when he was little. Shut up, you bastards. Shanks bared his shark teeth and turned to shout at the air beside him. Ahem, brother Rhett, where are you now? Let's meet. I have something I need to tell you in person. Advertisement, where are you guys now? I'm in East Blue, Shimotsuki Village, come over. Shanks inquired, that's great. Are we also in East Blue, Shimotsuki Village? Beckman, did you know? I know, Captain. Brother Rhett, see you in a few days, the little ones are leaving. Stupid Captain, remember to hang up the phone. Sorry. Goodbye then, brother Rhett. The Den Mushi hung up. Rhett thought about it and realized that he hadn't heard of any major events during this period of time. Oh, forget it, things will work out when the time comes. Library. A few days later, at the port of Shimotsuki Village, the Red Hair Pirates' red force slowly approached the shore. Shanks stood at the bow, his red coat rustling in the sea breeze, and he adjusted his straw hat. Captain, that's Shimotsuki Village. Beckman squinted into the distance, cigarette in his mouth. It looks quite peaceful. And looked at Shanks silently, without saying anything, but there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Ace was stunned for a moment, then clenched his fists. Do you know my dad? Uda happily took the candy. Thank you. Rhett nodded at Koshiro. Excuse me, Mr. Koshiro. And stood silently behind Rhett, tugging at the corner of his clothes with her little hands. He felt that this man was paying close attention to them, and the emotions in his eyes were very complicated, which made him a little flustered. Rhett was sitting with his legs crossed, basking in the sun. The three little ones and Kuina were practicing swordsmanship in the distance. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and several familiar auras appeared within the Bloodmist's range of perception. And silently handed her a candy. Here, replenish your energy, come on. Rhett patted him on the back. Well, keep quiet. Rhett went over to him and they hugged each other tightly. Shanks lowered his voice and asked, Captain Roger's child? At this moment, Uda popped her head out from behind Shanks, blinking her big eyes. Shanks, who are they? Rouge came up and said, Hello, I've heard my husband talk about you before. Your name is Shanks, right? My name is Rouge, and I'm the mother of these three little ones. Would you like some tea or snacks? I have some freshly made cookies. Koshiro said to Rhett, Mr. Rhett, they said they're your friends and are here to see you. I will take my leave now. Advertisement Ace's eyes lit up. Can you sing? It's okay, Anne. If you can't find your uncle when you're out at sea, you can always go find Shanks. Anne and Ace, the one wearing the hat is Sabo. Shanks put away his joking expression, walked forward, and bowed respectfully to Rouge. Sister Rouge, thank you for your care since it's our first meeting. Before he finished speaking, the door of the dojo was pushed open, and a red-haired man wearing a straw hat followed Koshiro in. It was Shanks. Behind him were Beckman, Lucky Lou, Yasop and other crew members, as well as a lively little girl, Uda. Sabo smiled and said, That must be amazing. Sabo stood aside and politely took off his hat. Hello, Mr. Shanks. His eyes immediately locked onto Ace and his pupils shrank slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Shanks stood up and patted Anne's head. You three are great. It is known that Uda is 2 years older than Luffy, and Ace is 3 years older than Luffy. However, since Ace was born a year apart, He is 4 years older than Luffy and 1 year older than Sabo, which means he is 2 years older than Uda. Shanks squatted down, looked at Ace at eye level, and said with a smile. You are Ace, right? You are very energetic. Hey, what a rare visitor. Rhett sat up lazily. Hey, little devils, we have a guest. That's really the captain's style. Ace looked at Shanks curiously. Are you the red-haired Shanks? I heard you're very strong. Uda greeted sweetly. Hello. Rhett. Shanks grinned, opening his arms. Long time no see. Shanks jumped off the boat and said, let's go and meet brother Rhett, the man I always told you about. Shanks nodded, a look of nostalgia in his eyes. Of course, he is the captain I respect the most. After separating, Shanks turned to the 3 little ones, squatted down and looked them in the eye. You must be Ace and Sabo, right? I'm Shanks, your uncle. Well, what should they call me in there? Just call me Big Brother. Uda nodded proudly. Of course, I'm going to be the world's #1 singer. Ace stopped swinging his sword and wiped his sweat. Who is it? Rouge smiled softly. Shanks, he's a very handsome guy. Shanks smiled and introduced. This is Uda, our musician. Uda, this is Uncle Rhett, Aunt Rouge, and Ace, Sabo, and Anne. Chapter 189. Walk with me. Rhett watched the children interacting and said to Shanks, let's go to the dojo first. Sister Rouge has prepared some refreshments. Let me tell you, Sister Rouge's cooking skills are impeccable. Shanks nodded. Okay, I'm a little hungry too, Shanks. After everyone sat down, Shanks got straight to the point. Brother Rhett, I came here this time to discuss something with you. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? Shanks's expression turned serious. Regarding the new era, after I finish that, I plan to stay in East Blue for a while and look for some young people with potential. Also, he glanced at Ace and Anne. Captain Rogers will needs to be inherited by someone. Rhett chuckled. You want Ace and the others to follow you? Then just keep your mind to it. I'll take care of Ace myself. Besides, you're the red-haired Shanks. Who would I go to without giving you some respect? Shanks shook his head. No, they're your family, as well as my family, but I hope they can have the opportunity to see the wider world. Bang! Rhett's fist hit Shanks' head hard, making a crisp sound. What do you mean by yours and mine? How come you've grown so independent that you don't recognize me as your big brother? You don't consider me family anymore, right? The Red Hair Pirates crew members instantly went berserk. Beckman's gun, Lucky Lou's drumstick, and Usopp's sniper rifle were all aimed at Rhett. Even Uda glared at him angrily. Don't shoot, Shanks. Rhett raised an eyebrow, a playful smile playing on his lips. Wow, pretty quick on the uptake, huh? Kind of interesting. Boom. A terrifying wave of Conqueror's hockey surged out like a tsunami, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. The Red Hair Pirates crew gritted their teeth, sweat dripping from their foreheads, but their weapons remained motionless, locked firmly on Rhett. Shanks covered his head and laughed out loud. It hurts, it hurts. Brother Rhett, your beating skills are still the same as before. It hurts so much. Rhett took back hockey and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, these guys are quite resolute. You found a very good crew. Beckman slowly lowered his gun, nearly dropping his cigarette. This Conqueror's is even worse than the captain's. I almost thought I was going to die. Beckman Lucky Lou wiped his sweat and said, I almost lost my chicken leg. Lucky Lou advertisement Usopp wiped the cold sweat from his face and said with a wry smile, as expected of the captain's big brother. Usopp Shanks rubbed the place where he was hit, and approached Rhett with a smile. Brother, my friends are pretty good, right? Rhett glanced at him. Not bad. Better than a crybaby like you. No, little Shanks, don't be like our captain. Be more reliable than me. Shanks. The crew members are trying to suppress their laughter. Rouge came over with some refreshments and said with a gentle smile, everyone, don't just stand there. Let's eat something first. Rhett watched the scene, leaning back lazily in his chair. So, Shanks, what was this thing you were talking about? Beckman's pupils shrank slightly. He keenly noticed that the breath of this Mist Lord showed an extremely subtle fluctuation when he heard the 3 words, 5 elders. Little Uda was immediately attracted by the snacks, her eyes sparkling. It smells so good. Rhett crossed his legs, tapping his fingers on the table. So, what do those white masks from CP0 want from you? They're not going to give you the Best Pirates Award, are they? Try to jump over me, Ace. Shanks covered his head with a bruise and looked at Rhett aggrievedly. Brother, I'm just worried. Shanks's expression gradually became serious, and he lowered his voice. Brother, CP0 asked me, I want you to accompany me to Mariajoy. Of course, I was the one who brought the Valley of the Gods back to you back then. The Valley of the Gods is either filled with celestial dragons or slaves. It's hard not to guess since you're lying in such an exquisite treasure chest. Interesting. Rhett slowly stood up, blood mist spreading silently under his feet. Since when have the 5 elders been able to order my brother around? And what about decrees? Where's my respect? Ace. Turned to look at Rhett. What's even stranger, Shanks lowered his voice, is that they say it's the will of the 5 elders. This is my meticulous analysis. I'll share it with you. Shanks was courageous enough when he went back to Mariajoy on his own, but it wasn't about courage. It was just that he had Rhett supporting his family, and he had someone to rely on since he was a child. However, in the original story, he didn't have such a big backer as Rhett. First of all, Rayleigh and Jabba had retired at that time, and to be honest, their strength wasn't very strong either. But Rhett was different. Rhett was very strong. In the original story, I think he had no other choice, so he went alone. Ace came up to Shanks, looking excited. Shanks, your crew is so strong. Was that hockey just now? Can you teach me? Advertisement, of course, let's go. Rouge left with the little ones. He silently shrank his neck. His strength belonged to his future self, but his brain belonged to his present self. He heard the bang sound just now clearly. Rhett narrowed his eyes, but he didn't ask what the time was, knowing Shanks wouldn't say, oh. This was actually told to me by CP0. I wanted to see what tricks they were up to, but when I thought about Mariajoy being old guys like Rhett, I felt unsure, so I wanted Rhett to go and hold the line for me. Sabo also pushed his hat up curiously. That feeling of oppression, we don't know how to release it on our own, and Rhett-san doesn't teach us. Rhett narrowed his eyes. Oh, interesting. So your celestial dragon identity has been blown? Shanks was visibly taken aback. He hadn't expected Rhett to be so direct. Brother Rhett, it turns out you knew this a long time ago. Big Uda. Bang. Respect your elders, do you understand? What does an old guy mean? I'm not some remnant from the old days. I'm in my 40s and 50s, the age to work hard. What do you little brat know? Rhett Sharkteeth yelled at Shanks. When do we leave? Rhett interrupted. That's great, I want to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Shanks rubbed Ace's head and said, want to learn? I won't teach you because your physical fitness isn't up to par yet. Defeat your uncle first. Rhett gave him a thumbs up, as if to say, snap. Little boy, your name is Uda, right? Shanks wants to talk to Rhett about something, so let's go bake cookies together. Uda looked at the kind older sister in front of her, and her eyes lit up. Is it okay? Can I go too? Shanks was stunned for a moment, then smiled even brighter. Thank you, Shaoin. Shanks looked up at Rhett. Brother, you. Shanks's expression grew unusually serious. They mentioned my origins, and how they wanted to return, what's mine, and, most importantly, maintain the balance of the ocean until that time arrives. The teacup in Rhett's hand suddenly cracked, and tea dripped down the edge of the table. And silently handed Shanks a handkerchief. Wipe the sweat. Chapter 190 I can't stop scolding you. Usopp Beckman blew out a puff of smoke and said, Captain, we'll go with you. It's too risky for you two to go. While we're not very strong, we can still help you clear out some of the miscellaneous soldiers. Lackey Lou took a bite of a chicken leg and said vaguely, that's right, how can you go to a place like Mariajoy alone? Usopp wiped his sniper rifle and grinned. I haven't even shot a celestial dragon's head yet. Shanks shook his head, his smile still bright, but his eyes were particularly firm. No, you have to stay this time. Why? The crew shouted in unison. Shanks stood up and patted Beckman on the shoulder. Because you have more important tasks. His gaze turned to the distance, where Rouge was busy in the kitchen with the children, and laughter could be heard faintly. Protect them. I can't guarantee your safety. Beckman was silent for a moment, then finally sighed, I understand. Lucky Lou scratched his head and said, Tisk, there's really nothing I can do about you. Usopp sheathed his gun and shrugged. Fine, you're the captain after all. Rhett watched this scene. His lips curled up slightly. Don't worry, with me here, no one can touch a hair on your captain's head. Well, boys, it's time for the party, Shanks called out to the crew. Shanks keenly noticed that Rhett's attitude toward Usopp had become noticeably colder since the conversation. Whenever Usopp tried to talk, Rhett either ignored him or gave him a look that bordered on contempt. At the dinner, Usopp tried to liven up the atmosphere. Speaking of which, my son Usopp should have grown up into a big boy. That kid must be. Bang. Rhett suddenly slammed his wineglass on the table, a blood-red mist looming around him. Your son? You still have a son? The entire restaurant fell silent. Shanks frowned. Brother? Advertisement. Usopp smiled awkwardly. Yes, he was only 2 years old when I left the village. He should be a brave little boy now. Brave? Rhett sneered, interrupting him. How can a father who doesn't even dare to go home talk about his son's bravery? Usopp's expression changed. I was pursuing my dream, the pirate's flag was calling me. Bullshit. Rhett stood up abruptly, his mouth spitting poison. Using dreams as an excuse to abandon responsibility, you're even more disgusting than those slave traders. At least they're openly admitting their scum. He knew that Rhett was a man who valued his family very much. Not what? Rhett laughed sarcastically. Can you say you've ever been home since you went to sea? Have you ever seen your son? Do you know how tall he is? What he likes to eat? What he's afraid of? He leaned closer to Usopp and said word by word. Little Shanks. Rhett's eyes were icy cold. Do you know why I hate people like that? A blood mist blade slashed towards Shanks. He couldn't teach Shanks' crew a lesson, but he could teach Shanks a lesson. You're an accomplice too, Rhett interrupted, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Shanks. Pirate's dreams? Ha, a coward who doesn't even have the courage to go home. You think you have the right to dream? Even our captain knew that before he died, he entrusted his family to me. Shanks knew that his elder brother Rhett could predict the future. He must have seen something, which was why he hated his partner so much. Have you ever seen a child who longs for his father to come back and see his mother? He even hopes that his father can bring back a cure for his mother. Shanks's face turned pale instantly. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The atmosphere of the entire banquet froze to a freezing point. Rhett looked at him coldly. Now you ask, you're his captain, knowing he has a child, why didn't you let him find a chance to go back and check on him? You got a very good sniper, but you caused a child to lose his father, a wife to lose her husband, and a wife to die without ever seeing her husband, all just to pursue your ridiculous dreams. You can't even think of that. What kind of crew are you going to recruit, Shanks? As a captain, you've destroyed a family. He turned to Rhett and bowed deeply. Brother, I'm sorry. I'm truly unworthy of being captain. I suppose you're very proud, aren't you? Rhett continued sarcastically. Think your son will become a great sea warrior. What a pity, even if he does become a sea warrior. Usopp was speechless. Shanks took a deep breath, walked over to Usopp, and helped him up. Usopp, we'll set off for Zailuobu village tomorrow. Advertisement. Usopp's head shot up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Captain, but as for Mariajoy, I can go back alone. FK Mariajoy. Shanks cursed, a rare outburst. He unsheathed his knife and chopped off the bloody blade. His eyes under the straw hat were as firm as steel. Family is more important than anything else. Shanks was stunned. Usopp? But that's him. Shanks quickly stood between the two of them. Brother, Usopp. He. Shanks took a deep breath and said, Brother, did you see something? Shanks looked up, tears welling in his eyes. He said, don't forget the most important people for the sake of your dreams. Rhett gave Usopp a mocking look and ignored him. Usopp asked Rhett, is this true? Banchina is sick? I've seen the child who waited for his father on the beach every day, and the wife who defended her husband on his hospital bed, leaving their families behind for dreams. Rhett sneered, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. What a high-sounding excuse. Usopp clenched his fists. I'm not. The salty sea breeze blew between them. Rhett was silent for a moment, looking at Shanks with a rare serious expression. You know he has a son, right? What does that have to do with you, FKU? Rhett was really annoyed and really wanted to teach them a lesson. Rhett's expression finally relaxed a little, and he sighed. Little Shanks, do you remember what Captain Roger said to us when he got off the ship? He pointed at Usopp and said, I'm fed up with seeing people like him, irresponsible wimps. If he wasn't a member of your crew, I'd start beating him. But then again, I want to beat you right now. I've seen the town called Kaya, Rhett said in a very steady voice. In the moonlight, Shanks saw an emotion swirling in Rhett's eyes that he had never seen before. It wasn't the look of a sea king, but rather a more personal resentment towards something. Usopp trembled all over and suddenly fell to his knees. Banchina, is she seriously ill? Brother, Shanks looked at Rhett. Chapter 191. Sincerity is the ultimate skill. What the hell are you doing? Rhett suddenly exploded, slamming his fist on the table next to him, instantly crumbling it into dust. You're running around with someone else's husband and father, and you think you're AF G romantic? Rouge rushed over and saw this scene and quickly stepped forward to grab Rhett. What's wrong? What happened? Rhett took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. It's okay, Sister Rouge. It's just, some people are not fit to be fathers. Usopp suddenly rushed to Rhett and knelt down. Please, tell me about Banchina and Usopp. I'm willing to give my life in exchange for their safety. Rhett looked at him coldly. Are you worried now? It's too late, your wife has already. Brother, Rouge suddenly interrupted him sternly, stop joking around. She walked over to Usopp and gently helped him up. Don't worry, your wife is still alive. Rhett told me about your wife. Rhett was just worried, but her condition is really serious. I believe my brother has spoken out. I have a way to deal with it, right, brother? Rouge looked at Rhett with a pleading look in her eyes. Usopp burst into tears and kowtowed to Rhett repeatedly. Please, all the mistakes are my fault. I am willing to repay you with everything. Please save my wife. I've failed in my duties as captain. Brother Rhett, please help me. Shanks said as he was about to kneel down to Rhett. It didn't matter that Shanks knelt down. All his crew members were about to kneel down to Rhett. Rhett's blood mist directly dragged up everyone except Usopp, preventing them from kneeling successfully. Usopp kneeled. He deserved it. He needed help from me, and I could handle it. But Shanks didn't need it. After all, Rhett was Shanks' older brother. When the younger brother made a mistake, the older brother could only help clean up the mess. Rhett sighed. Okay. Shanks patted Usopp's shoulder. Let's go together. He turned to the crew. Change the plan and go to Zailuobu village first. Beckman picked up the cigarette from the ground and relit it. This should have been done long ago. I failed in my duty as the first officer. Lucky Lou wiped his hands and said, I'll go prepare the boat. At this moment, Ace suddenly rushed in from outside. I want to go too. Sabo and Anne followed closely behind. Rouge frowned. Ace, this isn't a place to play. Advertisement, I know. Ace clenched his fists, but Usopp doesn't have a father. I understand that feeling best. I'm going to tell him that he can be strong even without a father. Shanks and Rhett were both shocked. Ace's words are gentler than Rhett's, but more damaging. Sincerity is indeed the killer move. Rhett's words of nagging and complaining for a whole chapter are not as good as Ace's words. Rhett is just a wimp. Rhett was silent for a long time, then finally sighed and said, up to you. He walked up to Shanks and ruffled his red hair. Remember this lesson, little Shanks. The pirate's flag is nothing compared to the smiles of your family. Shanks nodded heavily, a determined glint in his eyes. I understand, brother. The next morning, Usopp stood at the bow of the boat. He finally returned to this familiar yet unfamiliar island. Usopp's legs suddenly felt as heavy as lead. Beckman patted his shoulder. Go. Usopp's throat tightened. What should I say? Just say, I'm home. Ace suddenly interrupted, his hands in his pockets, his eyes determined. My dad. Even though we've never met, Mom says that's the first thing he says every time he comes home. Sabo added. And then hugged them tight. Usopp looked at the small house that looked a little shabby in the whole village. He had never felt this way before when he was sailing on the sea. But after being pointed out by Rhett, he was overwhelmed by the guilt when he walked on the strange yet familiar path. Usopp stood outside the door. Just as he was about to knock, Usopp's voice came from inside the room. Mom, are you telling me what kind of person my dad is? Little Usopp. The room was silent for a moment, and Usopp's heartbeat almost stopped. He heard his wife's weak cough, followed by a heartbreakingly gentle reply. Your father is a very gentle man. Advertisement. Usopp shuddered, his forehead resting on the door. He's an accurate shot, but he never hurts innocent people. He loves to tell tall tales, and always makes Mom laugh. Usopp excitedly asked, really? Is it as exciting as my story? Banshina chuckled softly, it's much more reliable than your boasting. Although our Usopp is also very capable and a real man. Mom remembers him saying he would bring down the stars from the sky for me, and the next day he actually made a star-shaped wind chime. Outside the door, Usopp bit his fist tightly, tears blurring his vision. He remembered the wind chime. It was made of bullet shells and fishing line, very crude. Then, why hasn't he come back yet? Usopp's voice suddenly dropped. Usopp's heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly. He heard his wife take a deep breath. Because the wind at sea, sometimes it can blind people. Your father must have been blown too far away by the wind, but he was a formidable sea warrior, the pride of our family. You must become a brave man like him. Now the little Usopp can't understand what the wind is blowing away. If he can hear the bravest sea warrior, he will become the pride of the whole family. Then I want to be the bravest sea warrior on the sea, just like my father. Our Usopp is the most powerful. Usopp couldn't bear it any longer and rushed in. Who are you? Usopp jumped up, picked up the slingshot and aimed it at Usopp. Don't be afraid, Mom, I'll chase him away. Usopp ignored the stones falling on him, but knelt beside his wife's bed, looking at the once energetic woman who was now so thin, and a sob came out of his throat. Banshina smiled, stroking his face with her skinny fingers. Look. The wind has died down. Usopp, take a good look. He's Daddy. Daddy's back. Usopp stood there stunned, then grinned widely. I knew it, Dad must be the most powerful pirates in the world. Usopp hugged his wife and child in his arms, expressing his guilt towards mother and child. Suddenly, he remembered that Rhett was still outside the door. He rushed out of the door and knelt down to beg Rhett again. This time, Rhett did not let him kneel down. The reason was simple. Usopp was looking at his father. I'll be there, your wife. I'll go back to sleep, he said as he walked into the house and looked at Usopp's mother. Oh, her vitality was almost exhausted. She was sick from overwork. Her body resistance was basically gone, but it was a small problem for Rhett. Chapter 192. You can always trust Rhett. Little Usopp is not an ordinary child. His mother has been seriously ill for many years, which made Usopp, who was still a child, sensible at an early age. Usopp's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold before him that he couldn't comprehend. The strange older brother looked at his mother and frowned, then waved his hand gently, and the red mist enveloped his mother. If the picture just now is difficult to understand, the next scene was simply a miracle for little Usopp. His mother's pale face turned rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her originally rapid breathing gradually stabilized. Mom. Usopp rushed to the bedside, holding his mother's hand tightly. How are you feeling? Banshina sat up in surprise and touched her chest. This is amazing. She looked up at the door, only to find that the older brother had turned and left. Wait. Usopp quickly chased after Rhett and stopped him in the yard. Big brother, what's your name? You're so awesome. Rhett didn't stop walking, but just waved his hand casually. Rhett, take good care of your mother. I'm just doing what someone asked me to do. His figure quickly disappeared on the path. Rhett. Cool? Baby. Usopp stood there, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He ran back inside and excitedly called out to Usopp. Dad. Do you know that big brother named Rhett? He's amazing. Like a god. Usopp stroked his son's afro, his voice choking. That's not my older brother, Usopp. He's Rhett, the Mist Lord, the captain's older brother, and our family's benefactor. Banshina held Usopp in her arms and whispered, remember this day, Usopp. No matter what happens in the future, remember to be grateful. Yeah. Usopp nodded vigorously, suddenly thinking of something. Dad, can you tell me about Big Brother Rhett's deeds, and your adventures? Usopp looked at his son's expectant eyes and for the first time felt incredibly grateful that he had chosen to go home. He picked up Usopp and said, okay, but Dad's story may not be as exaggerated as you say. I don't believe it, Usopp chuckled. Dad is the most powerful sea warrior. The whole day passed in this warm and cozy way. The next day, the 5 little ones got together. The 5 little ones sat under a large tree, sunlight filtering through the leaves onto them. Anne, wearing a miniature red cloak and wielding a heavy sword expressionlessly, was recounting Rhett's deeds. Uncle Rhett just did that. Anne suddenly stood up, gripping the hilt of her sword with both hands, imitating Rhett's fighting style. Bang! She swung the sword with all her might, the wind stirring up fallen leaves. He defeated his enemy. Thump, 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 thump. Wow! Usopp and Uda exclaimed at the same time, their eyes widening. Advertisement and tilted his head, and seeing the two people's admiring eyes, his expression froze for a moment, and then he waved his hand in a very human way. Uda and Usopp also gave face. Wow! Anne's face turned red, although she had no expression on her face. She waved again. Brush. Wow. X2. Brush. Wow. X2. Swish, swish, swish. Wow 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 wow. X2 Usopp jumped up excitedly. That's awesome. Sisterin, can Mr. Rhett really cure all diseases with blood mist? And nodded seriously. Yes. Uncle said that as long as they're not completely dead, they can be saved. Wow. Usopp's mouth opened wide enough to fit an orange. So, can he defeat the Sea Kings? Sabo interjected, it's more than just the Sea Kings. Uncle Rhett doesn't even care about the Marine Admiral. Ace added proudly, last time, a pirate with a 300 million bounty came looking for trouble, and my uncle scared him off with just one look. Uda held her face in her hands. That's amazing, even better than Shanks? The five little ones suddenly fell silent. Anne thought for a moment, then said solemnly, Shanks will get hit on the head by his uncle. She imitated Rhett's movements. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* and Sabo burst into laughter. Usopp suddenly fell silent and asked quietly, "So, will Mr. Rhett accept an apprentice?" The 4 children looked at him in unison, and shook his head. Uncle said he only teaches his family. Usopp lowered his head in disappointment, but quickly raised it again, a determined glint in his eyes. Dad said Uncle Rhett was our family's benefactor. So I'm going to become super powerful. Become the bravest sea warrior and protect Uncle Rhett. Ace patted his shoulder and said, "You have great ambition. But first," he pointed at him with a wicked smile, "you have to defeat him first." And silently raised his heavy sword and tilted his head to look at Usopp. "Want to try?" Advertisement. Usopp looked at the sword that was bigger than him and swallowed. Maybe next time. Rhett and Shanks stood side by side, watching the children playing on the beach. "Brother," Shanks said suddenly, "thank you for giving Usopp this opportunity." Rhett snorted softly, "Don't be so sentimental. I'm only doing this for the sake of the child. After all, children are innocent." He pointed at Usopp, who was being trained by an and was sweating profusely. "Ouch, that looks painful. I didn't expect that Mayanin, who looks quiet, could be so ruthless when he trains people. Ouch, that hurts just looking at it. Young author, don't these training moves look familiar to you?" Shanks smiled, then suddenly said seriously, "About Joy. We'll leave tomorrow." Rhett interrupted him, "Today. Let them play for a while longer. We're not here, so it's safest for the children to go to Shimotsuki Village. It's still too dangerous here. Besides, let Usopp take good care of them. We don't know when we will return this time to take the children back to Shimotsuki Village." Shanks laughed out loud. "Brother Rhett is so considerate, ha 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 ha." Bang. "Stupid little Shanks, who's calling you thin?" The children on the beach looked up at the sound, and Usopp waved his arms vigorously. "Dad, Mr. Rhett, look at my new moves." Usopp came out of the house. "Be careful, don't get hurt." Banchina stood at the door, looking much better. "Everyone, lunch is ready." Shanks looked at the 5 little ones rushing into the house and suddenly asked, "Brother, you really look like Whitebeard Newgate." Rhett was silent for a moment, his bloodshot eyes gazing into the distance. "It's because you've lost something that you realize how precious family is. Haven't you experienced that, too?" He didn't continue. "Let's go," Rhett said, turning suddenly. "Let's eat. Tomorrow, it's time to get down to business. Those old bastards at Joy are waiting for us to visit them. We're on good terms, so maybe we can even get dinner." Shanks grinned. "This time I'll show them that I'm not someone to be trifled with." Bang. "Ouch. Don't be so proud. If I hadn't been with you this time, you would have been forced to recognize me as your father." Chapter 193. Being a dog requires a dog's awareness. The next day, Rhett asked Shanks, "How are we going to get there? They'll think you're celestial dragons, so we'll have to take a boat." Shanks scratched his head. "Looks like we need to go to Sabaody first, and then they'll send someone to pick us up." "Little Shanks, if there's no cards and we still need to go on our own, then let's go and take a look." Sabaody land. A jet-black warship silently docked in the misty harbor. Dozens of CP0 members stood silently on the deck. Putting aside the fact that they were just dogs, what was the point of following this van? Wasn't it classy? The leading CP0 bowed slightly, his posture respectfully yet tinged with condescending arrogance. "Master Shanks, I'm here on the orders of the 5 elders to take you to Joy." He deliberately emphasized the 3 words, 5 elders, as if it were the most honorable title in the world. Okay, Rhett takes back what he just said about being classy. Bringing a dog that likes to take advantage of others will only lower his own class. Shanks casually pressed his straw hat. "Let's go." He smiled heartlessly. With his big brother by his side, there was only one word, comfort. Before CP0 finished speaking, his eyes swept over the figure beside the red-haired man. It was a man in a blood-red cloak, casually chewing an apple. CP0, who had just bowed to Shanks, instantly straightened his back, his right hand unconsciously resting on the sword at his waist, and his voice suddenly rose. No outsiders are allowed on board. This is the exclusive route of the world government, please leave immediately. With a crisp crack, the apple core hit the mask precisely. The man slowly raised his head, his scarlet eyes lighting up in the shadows. CP0's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw it all clearly, the iconic long hair and crimson eyes, the renowned black-tied greatsword quietly placed beside him, and the aura that made New World tremble. A bloody mist spread from the ship, quickly enveloping the entire Sabadi archipelago. Trees, buildings, and even the sunlight were stained crimson. The islanders gazed in horror at this sudden and bizarre phenomenon. Outside the window, a faint blood-red mist could be seen creeping across the distant horizon. Kizaru sat by the window, legs crossed, sipping his tea leisurely. Yeah, this is terrifying. The blood mist is almost reaching Marineford. Return? Rhett scoffed. Do you think they value your bloodline? Little Shanks, they value your talent and your future position and influence on the ocean. Otherwise, why would Doflamingo beg them to return even though no one would let him? You didn't even know you were a celestial dragon, yet they specifically asked you to return? Advertisement. The remaining dozens of CP0s froze in place, their bodies trembling uncontrollably under their white uniforms. Rhett stood at the bow, a blood mist swirling around him. Shanks walked over to him and whispered, "Brother, there's no need to be so dramatic, right?" Shanks watched his elder brother assert himself, smiled, and stepped onto the gangway. "Brother, you're being too violent. It's really not Rhett's fault. I can't let this fog run in a straight line, right? You be asterisk 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 D." Sengoku slammed his fist on the desk, sending papers flying everywhere. "Rhett, you lunatic. Does he really think naval headquarters is just a decoration? You have to know that Sabadi is not far from Marineford. Judging from the speed at which Rhett's blood mist spreads, it is not as thick as a large area of fog. It is a thin mist, but it also has a trend of spreading towards Marineford. Although it is just a trend, it is enough to slap him in the face." Maybe he was used to it, it had become a smooth little combo. Even though he had already reacted, his arrogance had already blurted out. "How dare a low-class pirate like you?" Mr. Tanaka had just sent off the nobles who had come to make the purchase. Seeing the blood mist filling the entire Sabadi land, he bowed deeply in its direction. "Welcome, Captain, to Sabadi land. It's a shame I didn't get to speak with you up close. I look forward to your next visit." Swish. Sengoku was furious. "What do you mean you want to go to war with our marines? This is something that happened a long time ago." Rhett spread his hands. Rhett felt guilty. Rhett was pretending. Enough of the nonsense. Rhett stepped onto the deck. "Let's sail. Maybe if we get there early we can even get lunch. After talking about Sabadi, we have to taste Marineford. Of course, there are those who fear and those who welcome. I won't mention Brother Rayleigh and Sister Shaki. Don't forget that there is also a Red Company in Sabadi." In Sengoku's office, a teacup exploded against the wall with a bang, and the scalding tea slowly flowed down the word, "Justice." Shanks nodded seriously and suddenly laughed. "But brother, isn't the range of your blood mist a little too large? I'm sure Mariajoy is already scared, right?" Advertisement Akainu stood aside with a gloomy face, his lava fist crackling. "Marshal, please give the order. I will go and take down that arrogant B asterisk 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 D." Rhett slowly sheathed his blade, narrowing his eyes. Conqueror's release oppressed the dozens of CP0s. 5 elders don't dare speak too loudly in my presence. Shanks stroked his chin. "But they just want me to return to my celestial dragon's identity." The voice was filled with endless threats. "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of giving the orders? Celestial dragons. Don't come here, Daddy." As the warship slowly left the port, Rhett was not idle either. "Didn't the great man teach us? Strategically, you must despise the enemy, but tactically, you must take them seriously. If those old men really want to do something to you, this little preparation won't be enough." A bloody knife flashed, and the CP0's head flew high, with fear in his eyes under the mask. Rhett waved his hand nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. I'm setting up the scene and it won't waste any energy. Even if the old man comes out in person in my blood mist, we'll still be invincible. If we can fight, we fight. If we can't, we run. It doesn't matter." "Master. Master Wu." The CP0 on the left side felt his knees go weak and he almost fell to the ground. "Your humble eyesight is poor. Please. Please both sirs get on board." His voice was filled with fear, completely different from his previous arrogance. A celestial dragon's wearing a bubble hood was still yelling. "How dare pirates? What did you say? Rhett, take me away quickly, take me away." The next second he was knocked unconscious by the guards and carried away. "We should despise the enemy strategically and take him seriously tactically. Close the door quickly. It's the blood mist of the Mist Lord." The auctioneer screamed and pushed the crowd. The celestial dragon's guards in the VIP seats immediately carried their master and rushed to the underground secret room. As soon as the fog completely covered Sabadi's reaction was greater than Rhett had imagined. Sabadi had experienced the last fog that killed many celestial dragons. On this day, Sabadi remembered the fear of being dominated by Rhett. Only then did they see the true face of the person before them. He turned and looked Shanks straight in the eye. Remember, no matter what they say, don't agree to anything. If that old monster Yim shows up, hide behind me immediately. Chapter 194. One word, extravagance. Thanks to Wainan who loves brown sugar steamed eggs for adding more. Thank you brother, you saved me from starving to death. I can now add some sausage to my instant noodles. This is an extra chapter. There will be another chapter after I finish coding. I still remember many years ago when Rhett came to Marineford and fought a draw with the 3 young admirals. That was the last and only time the 3 admirals worked together to make Rhett suffer. Rhett's riot at Marineford really destroyed half of it. Oh, you mentioned Golden Lion. I'm not familiar with who Golden Lion is. Isn't Golden Lion a prisoner in jail now? Oh, no, he doesn't even have the chance to be a prisoner. Maybe even eating is a problem for him. We came together, but I left alone, so it made sense for Rhett to make a scene at Marineford alone. When Sengoku was about to dispatch troops to capture Rhett, he happened to meet the 3 admirals returning to the headquarters to report on their work. Except for Garp who was still hanging around East Blue, he now had a strong army. The golden Den Mushi beside me rang. It was easy to guess who was calling. 5 elders emergency call. Sengoku grabbed the Den Mushi, but before he could say anything, the 5 elders' cold voice came from the other side. Sengoku, don't act rashly. What? Sengoku's forehead veins bulged. Are we just going to let him go to Sabaody? This is an order. The Den Mushi's voice was unquestionable. Ignore the blood mist, and do not conflict with the Mist Master. Akainu stood up suddenly. You must be joking, this is clearly Sakazuki. Sengoku snapped, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the Den Mushi. Yes, sir. As soon as the Den Mushi hung up, Akainu shouted, how can justice compromise with pirates? Kizaru looked out the window thoughtfully. It seems they take this meeting very seriously. Sengoku wearily took off his glasses. Pass the order. All warships must not approach Sabaody. Monitor the blood mist, but do not take any action. Akainu's fists clenched until they made a creaking sound. He finally turned away angrily. Marshal, the pirates of New World have been quite turbulent recently. I'm going to New World. Mariajoy, Red Harbor. When the warship shrouded in blood mist docked, 2 teams of CP-0 lined up neatly. One team was composed of CP-0 members dressed in gorgeous clothes, all of whom were senior members wearing masks with golden patterns, and their postures were respectful and almost humble. Advertisement leading the group was a woman wearing a golden mask, who saluted gracefully. Welcome, my lords, to Mariajoy. The world government's hospitality is truly unique. However, I don't like people boarding my ship without my permission. Oh, Rhett sneered, so, you're just being more attentive? It must be said that Mariajoy's service attitude is second to none in the entire ocean. The waiter turned pale and didn't dare to answer. He clapped his hands, and dozens of golden figures rushed onto the warship like lightning. Before the CP-0s who had greeted them could react, they were pierced through the heart by their colleagues' blades. Rhett glanced at Shanks. This kid probably just didn't react. The golden masked woman gracefully led the 2 through the crystal corridor. Rhett, hands in his pockets, a blood mist trailing behind him. Shanks looked around curiously, his red hair swaying gently under his straw hat. He was clearly the person involved, but he looked more like a tourist. Shanks had already taken off his coat and jumped into the pool. Wow, bro, the water is just the right temperature. Yes, it will be ready for you right away. She clapped her hands, and a team of waiters in fancy clothes came over, pushing a food cart. This is air-flown deep-sea king salmon, freshly caught this morning. Rhett scoffed. How does it compare to my blood mist? The woman answered fluently, of course, I can't compare to the power of the Lord of Mist. The Lord of Mist is also the most powerful being in the entire world. Shanks was about to reach out when the glistening fruit was already at his lips. He gave an awkward smile, but still took it and ate it himself. Thanks, but I'll do it myself. But CP-0, who had just killed someone, did not get off the boat. The blood mist surged. He was a hunter in the last second, and became the prey in the next second. The mist melted several people into blood, and screams resounded throughout the deck. Your Excellency, we apologize for being intrusive. Please follow me. The female CP-0 smiled slightly, gracefully leaning aside without a trace of anger, and gestured, please. The 5 elders have specifically instructed that we welcome you both and apologize for any previous unpleasantness. Rhett shook his head. Mist drifted over the hot springs. After confirming it wasn't seawater, he stepped into the pool. The warm water enveloped him, truly relaxing. He leaned against the edge, watching the waiters bustling around, delivering ice juices and exquisite snacks. Some of our ungrateful subordinates offended you, sir. We are deeply sorry. Advertisement, but Shanks didn't respond. Rhett scoffed, blood mist swirling beneath his feet. What? Those old bastards don't dare to see us. Shanks frowned, but said nothing. The woman immediately changed her tone, her voice filled with just the right amount of flattery. Master Mist, Master Shanks, thank you for your hard journey. The blonde waiter shuddered noticeably. He hadn't expected Rhett to be so disrespectful to the god, and speak so shockingly. No, today's meal is specially prepared for you 2 adults. Master Shanks, a blonde waiter knelt by the pool. These are cloudberries, a specialty of Cloudberry Island. Please enjoy them. Shanks patted his eldest brother on the shoulder. Don't scare me. He turned to the waiter and said, go get some wine. The best. Rhett narrowed his eyes at the scene and suddenly said, "Is this how you usually serve celestial dragons?" Rhett raised an eyebrow, blood mist swirling under his feet. "Oh? You're not kicking me out this time?" "That's right," he nodded. "Lead the way." Rhett discovered that the place they were led to was devoid of any celestial dragons, much less bloody entertainment like slave competitions. Even the serving beauties behaved appropriately, maintaining a proper distance. There was no sign of slave service at all. All the waiters were well dressed and calm, and one sommelier even proudly introduced himself as having worked in a kingdom in West Blue. "This is the Sanctuary Hot Springs," the woman said, pointing to a pool of misty water. "It uses mineral springs from the deepest part of the Red Line. They can heal all wounds." This startled the CP0 for a moment, but he quickly recovered. "The 5 elders said that you two have come a long way and deserve to rest and relax first." "Master Mist, you're joking." Mariajoy welcomes Master Mist and Master Red-Haired. The leading CP0 bowed deeply, and Rhett nodded. Rhett watched the execution with cold eyes. On the dining cart, crystal-clear fish fillets were arranged in the shape of a blooming flower, alongside rare fruits from the New World. Rhett casually picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, the delicious flavor blooming on his tongue. Rhett's mouth curled up in a sarcastic tone. Chapter 195. "I'm free, so I draw some celestial dragons for fun." "Interesting," Rhett said, swirling his glass, his bloodshot eyes narrowing slightly. "Is this for me?" The golden-masked CP0 bowed slightly. "The 5 elders said that true nobility doesn't need to trample on others to demonstrate their nobility." "Interesting. It's refreshing to hear celestial dragons say that," Rhett said, lying on a soft cloud bed. "It's true, these people just know how to enjoy themselves. No wonder everyone curses celestial dragons, yet everyone wishes they could be one." Shanks swirled his glass. "Perhaps to prove that they aren't all brutal?" "Hey," Rhett sneered, "a tiger that hides its fangs is more dangerous. I want to go out for a walk." Rhett suddenly stood up from the cloud bed, blood mist billowing behind him like a cloak. The golden-masked CP0 immediately stepped forward and said, "Master Mist Lord, your rest area has been." "Why?" Rhett's crimson eyes narrowed. "Is there anywhere in Mariajoy that I can't go?" The air froze instantly. Shanks silently put down his glass, his hand already on the hilt of Griffin's sword. CP0's Adam's apple rolled. "Of course not, it's just." Rhett walked straight to the door. It is no exaggeration to say that Mariajoy, Rhett knows the door, because Rhett has been warmly invited into most of the doors here, and Rhett was stuffed with a lot of things that day. After passing through several gorgeous corridors, a sharp curse suddenly came from the distance. "Hey, lowly slave. Crawl faster." A celestial dragon wearing a fishbowl hood, Zambalong Rikuo steel plate saint, was riding on the back of a scarred slave, lashing him with a whip. "I'm going to the hot springs. Why is the area blocked?" When he saw Rhett and his group, his fat face under the fish tank suddenly turned red. "You CP0 dogs. How dare you bring outsiders?" His eyes fell on Rhett and he was suddenly stunned. "Which family of celestial dragons are you from? How come I have never seen them before?" Rhett looked at the fool with interest, then turned to the CP0s and smiled. "So it's sealed. It took a lot of effort, huh?" Seeing no one paying any attention to him, Zambalong Richwan steel plate saint was so angry that he was shaking all over. "What a big mouth. You say monopoly is monopoly. I am a saint." Swish. Advertisement. The blood mist instantly wrapped around Zambalong Rikuo steel plate saint's neck and hung him in the air. "Have you ever left Mariajoy and seen the outside world, you idiot? Who wants to breathe the same air as those untouchables? Oh, so you've never been out? I thought I was pretty famous, and you don't recognize me? Looks like you deserve a beating." As expected, when you come to Mariajoy, you must try one item: draw celestial dragons. Ruishwen. Highly recommended. The effect is only slightly worse than killing celestial dragons. Rhett was just looking for trouble, and it was clear that the celestial dragons didn't disappoint him, and their IQ was still worrying. Shanks quickly followed and lowered his voice. "Brother, are you deliberately provoking them?" "As for why I wasn't beaten to death by him, that's certainly not a good thing. I was a guest, so I had to pay attention to etiquette. Rhett is such a polite person." Rhett tidied himself up, straightened his clothes, and felt refreshed. CP0's Adam's apple rolled. Yes, sir, please follow me." The blood whip lashed hard on his fat face, instantly tearing his skin and flesh. The close CP0 of the Japanese steel plate saint has just been killed by Rhett. The long whip formed by the blood mist made a few crisp, crackling sounds, and the CP0 guards beside the Rikuan Gangbanshung didn't even have time to scream before they were whipped into several bloody pieces. Shanks laughed. "Brother, you are going to PS them off to death. You dare." Zambalong Nikashi steel plate saint struggled in the air, the fish tank hood shattering with a snap. "My great-great-great-great-uncle is Zambalong V Nisujiro saint." "The first whip, I just want to whip you," Rhett said slowly, blood mist swirling under his feet. Snap. "Lord Mist, Lord Shanks, and the 5 elders are ready to meet, please." "What?" Rhett's eyes flashed. "You're not welcome. When I first came here, I asked why we weren't going now, and you told me you had to apologize. I just finished drawing a celestial dragon, and they're free? You're not going to apologize?" Advertisement. The whip lashed across his back, instantly tearing his luxurious robes apart, revealing the white flesh beneath. The fish, caught ashore on a Japanese steel plate, twisted wildly in midair. Tell them, Rhett interrupted, to wait until tomorrow. Today. He gestured towards the dessert cart that had just arrived. We have to try this first. Rhett didn't even glance at him. He turned to the golden masked CP0 and said, now, take me to see the 5 elders. A blood mist condensed into a blood-red long sword in his palm. If they dare to play tricks again, they'll be the next to be slashed. Rhett stretched lazily. Why rush? Let them wait a little longer. After all, he looked meaningfully at the towering tower of power in the distance. The best show always has to come to the end. The sun-boiled steel-plate saint was spinning so fast that sparks were flying. He was hanging in the air, covered in blood, and could only groan faintly. Rhett waved his hand, and the blood mist slammed him to the ground. At this moment, a CP0 came from a distance and said something to the woman. The second whip, and you who has been beaten so many times, how can you call him uncle? You are uneducated. Snap, 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 snap. Do you know who I am? Celestial dragons have a clear rule that attacks on each other are not allowed. I'm going to sue Wu Laoxing for you. The Riku steel plate saint spun in the air. Go away. Rhett looked down at him. Tell your uncle, the martial god of finance. The blood mist condensed in the air into a sinister smile. Just say, Mist Lord, Rhett, and say hello to him. Snap, snap, snap. Ah, Rikushi steel plate saint howled like a pig being slaughtered. I'm going to have my uncle kill your entire family. Snap. As you wish. The woman bowed deeply and retreated. And now, spin it, little top. The Japanese steel plate saint was thrown out and slid, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. These 3 lashes, Rhett swung the bloody whip, have no other meaning than the first one. I just want to whip you. The woman's mask almost cracked. But, 3 consecutive lashes, 1 on each arm, 1 on each thigh, and 1 on each buttocks, caused the Hikari steel plate saint's screams to change in pitch, like a castrated rooster. The CP0s in golden masks stood in place, and no one knew their expressions behind the masks, but no one dared to step forward to stop them. First of all, Rhett had no intention of taking his life with every whip, and secondly, they were not the personal CP0s of the Japanese steel plate saint. Chapter 196. Just like home Mariojoy, the halls of power, they're not as comfortable as Rhett. The 5 elders sat around the round table, the atmosphere so solemn that it seemed as if water could drip out. Rhett. Oh, right, you guys are dripping water every day, you water asterisk 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 asterisk. The author covered Rhett's mouth and said, brother, my dear brother, stop talking. If you say it, you will be thrown into the small dark room. In the video sent back by the monitoring Den Mushi, the Hikari steel plate saint cosplays as Polar Holy Shield, in a defensive style, and the rotating picture is still playing in a loop. The 5 elders gathered, a crystal ball showing Rhett whipping the Nikushi steel plate saint. The financial martial god Nasujiro's fists clenched as he watched the blood mist whip the celestial dragons to shreds. How dare he humiliate my nephew like this? Nasu Shoulangsheng's beard curled up in anger. How dare he humiliate my nephew like this? The martial god Satan pushed up his glasses. Rhett avoided vital points with every whip. This wasn't so much a punishment as it was a performance. Who are you performing for? Saint Vokuli sneered, for us. Peter Saint flipped through the documents. Isn't it obvious? If we give him a warning, he won't be Rhett if he behaves obediently. Enough. Mashung slammed the table and stood up. What's the point of discussing this now? The key is how to deal with it tomorrow. Nasujiro Sei's face darkened. I propose to mobilize the Knights of God. You should have remained calm, not acted impulsively. Saint Satan looked up sharply. Starting a fight in Mariojoy. Do you know how far his blood mist can cover? It spread from Sabaody to the Holy Land. He was very considerate by not letting the mist spread into the Holy Land. It only took a moment for the blood mist to cover the Holy Land. The hall fell silent. The image in the crystal ball was frozen on Rhett's arrogant declaration, I'll go tomorrow. Have you notified Lord Yim? Peter Saint asked in a low voice. Saint Vokuli shook his head. The Lord said, wait a little longer. Waiting for what? Waiting for him to smoke all the celestial dragons in Mariojoy? Nasushiro roared. Saint Satan suddenly laughed. Actually, this may not be a bad thing. The other 4 looked at him in unison. Advertisement. Think about it. Saint Satan's lenses flashed a cold light. A loser like Saint Nishikawa's steel plate, what else can he do besides causing trouble? Now that he's been taught a lesson by Rhett, it's actually saved us a lot of trouble and given your family a large share of the heavenly gold. Seconding motion X4, or worse, Peter Saint's face was grim. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido. Even the Revolutionary Army. He walked straight to the sofa area in the center and patted the shoulder of the scientific defense god Satan Saint. Brother, move aside and make some room for me. I think you were kind. A cold light flashed in Satan Saint's eyes, but he still gave up his seat silently. Another silence passed. Finally, Saint Wochuli sighed and said, then. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Strengthen the security of the Holy Land tonight. He glared at Rhett fiercely. Peter, are your eyes okay? Why are you looking at me? Can't you just order a fruit plate for yourself? Nasujiro say. Because of Rhett? Rhett sat down among the 5 elders, legs crossed. Don't worry about me, I'm here to keep you company. He snapped his fingers, giving you the whole seat. You have no tact at all. This is a terrible work environment for us brothers. The environmental warrior god, Saint Vokuli, forced a smile. How did you two sleep last night? Was the environment comfortable? Mawson pondered. You mean, the remnants of Roger pirates? It's okay, Rhett said, crossing his legs. Just the hot springs and the bath towels. Remember to arrange that next time. He snapped his fingers. By the way, bring the fruit plate. How tactless of you to ask. Huh? Shanks scratched his ear. What background? The god of law and war, Pit Saint, coughed lightly. You are a descendant of the Fergland family. During the Valley of the Gods incident, you were, taken away by this Rhett. The corner of Peter Saint's mouth twitched, but he still signaled the waiter to bring the exquisite fruit platter. Rhett casually grabbed a cloudberry and popped it into his mouth. Sweeter than yesterday's. Shanks suppressed his laughter and casually sat down on the chair opposite. Hello, gentlemen. The hall instantly tensed. Just then, Shanks burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, calm down, gentlemen. He stood up, twirling his straw hat between his fingers. Even if I really am a celestial dragon, so what? The scientific defense god of war, Satan, pushed his glasses up and got straight to the point. Shanks, the reason I invited you here this time is because of your background. Advertisement, more importantly, Saint Satan continued. The more brazen Rhett is, the more confident he is. What we should really worry about is what's behind him. The door slowly opened, and Rhett walked in first, his blood-red cloak billowing behind him. He looked around, his gaze landing on the 5 elders, and suddenly grinned. Wow, you all look well, my good friends. Did you miss me? Hey, old Sartan, your beard is very stylish. Is it a new one? As for Nesujiro-sensei's nephew, Satan-sensei glanced at his colleagues. Send him to the infirmary and use the best medicine. Remember, he added meaningfully, keep his mouth shut. The next day, Rhett was late as scheduled. Vokuli Saint nodded. That's right, because of Rhett. With Shanks as a bond, our relationship with Rhett will be further eased. Rhett, Nesujiro-sei finally couldn't help it. Watch your words. Nesujiro-sei nodded, appearing nonchalant. Wow, Shanks opened his mouth exaggeratedly and turned to look at Rhett. Brother, am I really that good? The sofa is U-shaped, and Shanks's seat is near the center. This way, Rhett sits in the main seat, facing Shanks. Rhett, who was popping grapes into his mouth, rolled his eyes. They're nothing but a bunch of idiots who'll be reincarnated. The servants hurriedly brought the fruit, and Nasu Sholengsheng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Satan Saint. The latest style of God's F*********** G beard. The 5 elders froze in silence. Mars Saint, the god of agriculture, could not help but slam his fist on the table. You are celestial dragons. Descendants of the Creator. Peter said. You can return to the Holy Land. With your strength and reputation, coupled with the privileges of the celestial dragons, you can join the Knights of God, become the most honored person in the world, and even rule the sea with ease. The 5 elders didn't wait for a response, but Rhett didn't care. What? Rhett's eyes flashed with blood. Want to fight? We need to change our attitude towards Shanks, continued Vokulishung. What should we do next? Nasu Sholengsheng's face suddenly became calm, as if he was not the one who was hysterical just now. Shanks blinked. Oh, so? Chapter 197 Scold me? Don't give me face? Swearing, old man? Rhett said, I'm Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido. We're the 2 best leaders. Are you going to start a war with us? The 5 elders' eyes relaxed. Rhett, Shabi, let me tell you, of course Whitebeard and I share the same head. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido and I share the same brain, ha 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 ha. Once again, I praise the greatness of the river god. As soon as Rhett finished speaking, the tense expressions of the 5 elders visibly relaxed for a moment. The scientific defense god of war, Saint Satan, softened his tone. Rhett, you're kidding. Don't you want to be the sole emperor of the ocean? Don't you think a quarter of the ocean is too much? Really? Rhett lazily leaned on the sofa, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. Satan Saint continued, you raised Shanks, so he's close to you. Shanks's identity as a celestial dragon cannot be erased. With Shanks restored as a celestial dragon, and with Shanks as a bond, the sea will be more peaceful. You'll be able to wait for your destined one to appear, won't you? Then he looked at Shanks and said, what do you think? Shanks heard it and suddenly looked up from where he was still eating fruit. Rhett looked at Satan Saint indifferently. Shanks was still too young to be led by the nose by this old man. The world government has ruled the world for 800 years. Not to mention Luffy, it only took Roger 2 years to find the world's text. If you say that the world government is illiterate, Rhett will not agree. Wow, so confident, Rhett joked. The god of law and war, Pit Saint, snorted coldly. Since its establishment, the world government has ruled the ocean. Shanks paused. Rhett's blood mist suddenly surged, and the black-tied greatsword tore through the air, slashing down towards Saint Satan. Saint Satan pushed up his glasses and said, Chief Feigeland is currently carrying out important duties with the Knights of God and is temporarily unavailable. What rocks can do, I can do too. Rhett grinned, and the blood mist suddenly shrank, condensing into countless hair-thin blood needles that pierced Saint Satan from all directions. Saint Satan slammed his staff into the ground, and a black barrier rose up. The blood needles collided with the barrier, emitting a dense metallic clang. Advertisement, all right. Shanks interrupted suddenly, his eyes sharp as a knife beneath his straw hat. I'm not interested in claiming kinship. But you. He glanced around at the 5 elders. If that's all, Brother Rhett, let's go. Nesujiro-sei snorted coldly, arrogant. Do you think you and Rhett can fight the entire world government? Shanks was silent for a moment, his eyes scanning the 5 elders before finally settling on Rhett, who shrugged with a, whatever, expression. Satan Saint said in a deep voice, Shanks, you were once a member of Roger's crew. You should understand what the sea needs. Instead of letting those lunatics mess up the world, why not lead a new order? Rhett stretched lazily, blood mist swirling around him. He grinned. Why? Can't bear to see us go. How about, treat us to another meal? Cooperation. Shanks raised an eyebrow. Cooperation on what? Another point I have here is that Marshal Akainu didn't send troops to attack Wano Kuni because he didn't know the strength of the troops there, and because they were in such a state of chaos. I don't believe that there wasn't someone to put pressure on them. Rhett stood up, a blood mist rising. He patted Shanks on the shoulder and said, Let's go, buddy. I'm tired of hearing these old guys' nonsense. Shanks knew that as long as Big Brother Rhett was there, the sea would not be in turmoil. He and Big Brother Rhett could suppress the entire sea. That's quite a statement, bro. Your mother, is she playing dirty tricks on Lousy? The lenses of Saint Satan's glasses exploded instantly. He hastily raised his scepter to block, but was forced to kneel on one knee by the huge force, and the floor collapsed. You can actually hurt me? There was a hint of disbelief in Satan Sheng's voice. His suit was torn by the sword energy, and a wound of neither deep nor shallow appeared on his skin. Scientific defense god of war Satan. Shanks, don't you want to know the truth about the Figaran family? Your bloodline, your mission? The air in the hall froze instantly, and the servants held their breath. Seeing this, the god of law and war, St. Peter, quickly tried to smooth things over. You two have misunderstood. We are not seeking confrontation, but rather cooperation. In the original story, Shanks went to find the 5 elders. There are 3 theories. One is to protect Luffy, one is Blackbeard, and one is that Kaido, Charlotte and Linlin joined forces to shake up the entire ocean. I personally prefer the third theory. Shanks is the one who seeks balance in the ocean. Even if Shanks is strong, with his red hair pirates, it is impossible to suppress the crumbling ocean. He said he was negotiating with the 5 elders. Advertisement. Rhett's eyes flashed with blood, but his smile became even brighter. Old man, you try it? Leading order. Shanks chuckled, but I'm not interested. Mission. Shanks chuckled, fingertips gently playing with the brim of his straw hat. My mission is on the sea, with my companions, not at the round table of Mariojoy. Rhett's black-tied greatsword collided with Satan's scepter, sending out dazzling sparks. The strange runes on Satan's scepter lit up with a dark purple light, forcibly withstanding Rhett's attack. Oh, Rhett raised an eyebrow. More important than welcoming your own bloodline? You're crazy, Rhett, aren't you afraid they'll die? Don't give me that. Rhett suddenly sat up straight, his crimson eyes staring directly at the 5 elders. Didn't they say Shanks was from some Fergland family? Where are his people? Are they dead? Shanks stood up straight away. Shanks stood up, his eyes sharp and intimidating beneath his straw hat. He looked at the 5 elders and spoke in a calm tone that carried undeniable power. Dear elders, if this is all we have to discuss today, then Brother Rhett and I will take our leave. The agricultural god of war, Mars Saint, slammed the table and stood up. How dare you, you. The 5 elders looked at each other in confusion. Saint Satan took a deep breath. Shanks, I didn't want to resort to this last resort. What if? We were willing to release all the remnants of Roger pirates that we've captured and imprisoned. You have to understand that not every crew member has the strength of Rayleigh Jabba. Rhett scoffed. None of our business. Do you think we're good people? If everyone dies, no one will pay the heavenly gold. I won't tell you who's worried. That's enough. Shanks interrupted him, his tone cold. I came here today just to give you a favor. But since you only want to use my identity, this conversation ends here. The environmental martial god, Saint Vokuli, explained, the Knights of God answer directly to Lord I Am. Lord I Am, those of you who have read the world text should know that mission priorities. Shanks refused so directly, in large part because of Rhett. Yes, Rhett gave Shanks confidence. The environmental warrior god, Saint Vokuli, took over the conversation. The balance of the ocean must be maintained. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin are expanding their power. If this continues, the entire ocean will be plunged into endless war. Chapter 198 Dirty Heart. Roar. Gyuki's roar set off a wave of sound, and the poisonous needle on the tail of the Satan Saint pierced Rhett's throat from a strange angle. Rhett ducked, the venom grazing the blood mist with a corrosive hiss. Venomous old thing, huh? He grinned. The blood mist suddenly condensed into chains, wrapping around Gyuki's forelimbs. The black-tied greatsword slashed across, forcing the Satan Saint to retreat dozens of meters and crash through a wall. Amidst the smoke and dust, Nesujiro Shang roared, "Stop them!" However, the blood mist had already blocked the exit. Rhett's voice echoed through the fog, "If anyone moves, Lousy will have the celestial dragons hold a collective funeral tonight. Send Yimu out and see if I can kill them all. The blood mist has enveloped the entire Mariojoy. Use blood." Rhett sneered. Lousy is the ancestor of playing with blood. The blood mist suddenly shrank into a giant palm, slamming the 5 elders that Nisujiro Shungyu was about to attack into the ground. The entire Hall of Power fell into silence. Shanks stood at the edge of the battle circle, his hand on Griffin's hilt, but he didn't unsheath it yet. He was waiting for a signal. Peter Saint forced a smile. Times are changing, and we must adapt. Your strength has proven your worth. Rather than both sides suffering, it's better for both sides to gain what they need. Then he gestured to Rhett to have some tea. Guardians. Where are the guards? Quickly, clear this damn fog. A male celestial dragon screamed hysterically, but all he heard in response was the screams rising and falling from the bloody fog. No, my hands, my face, save me, father, save, Saint Vokuli signaled his attendants to adjust the projection screen on the Den Den Mushi. The chains were removed, and the former members of the Roger Pirates were led to a spacious room. They looked a little tired, but otherwise fine. iDragon looked up at the camera with a familiar smile. Rhett, these old guys have bad intentions, leave us alone. Bring me some good wine after I die. A blood mist enveloped the entire Mariajoy, and the shouts and curses of celestial dragons came from all directions. At first, they were arrogant scoldings, but soon turned into shrill wails. You lowly pariah. Do you know who I am? I order you to stop immediately. My skin. A sharp female voice suddenly stopped, replaced by the sizzling sound of flesh being corroded. As for the current Pirates King, it is unknown whether he arrested these people to curb Rhett or to prepare for Shanks' return. At the beginning, the 5 elders did want to use this group of people to threaten Shanks and Rhett. Advertisement after all, they are not the celestial dragons in Celestial Dragons. The shouting and cursing outside gradually subsided. Everyone must have gone home to sleep. His blood mist suddenly erupted, transforming into a massive wave that crashed towards the 5 elders. Lousy hates being threatened. I will kneel before their graves and repent, carrying the heads of countless celestial dragons. Rhett looked at these people. Shortly after Roger's death, the 5 elders arrested some of Roger's crew members. This was probably not in the original plot, or it was not drawn due to plot limitations. Rhett said, how could that old guy Shanks return to celestial dragons peacefully, since these were the cubs he raised? Rhett laughed out loud. Interesting, did you forget? Calm down, Mr. Rhett, it was all a misunderstanding before. We captured these crew members shortly after Roger's death. At that time, Mr. Rhett was at the peak of his career. We didn't threaten you for this, did we? We captured Roger's crew members, and you also killed our people in front of me. The misunderstanding should be cleared up now. Rhett guessed it was probably someone with abilities similar to the door fruit or the barrier fruit that isolated it. So what were the rest? And Rhett could guarantee that the news of Rhett killing celestial dragons today would never get out. If it didn't, then Rhett didn't do it. I believe it's appropriate to use some trash to clear up our genuine misunderstandings. We can get Shanks to agree to return to celestial dragons without making any public announcement. This is our biggest concession. It won't do you any harm. We can also assure you that we will never touch anyone again. There are celestial dragons in Celestial Dragons. Rhett took a sip of tea. It tasted good and he took another sip. I don't want to die. I am a descendant of the Creator. I can give you money, Bailey, devil fruit, anything. Please. The begging for mercy turned into a desperate scream, and then it was completely silent. Saint Satan seized the opportunity, swept his staff across, forced Rhett back several steps, and sneered, finally remembered? It's okay, you won't die. I'll pick you up for a drink later. Advertisement, old man. Rhett licked the bloodline at the corner of his mouth, smiling grimly. You think you can threaten me like this? Rhett picked up the teacup, but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, he gently swirled the tea in the cup, his blood-red eyes staring at Peter Sheng through the steaming heat. Is it because the benefits are not enough? Hey, we're good friends. When did you 5 elders become so easy to talk to? Rhett said this because it was a thick fog that covered the entire Mariajoy, but the celestial dragons were all morons, and the aura of those slightly stronger ones that I felt on the first day on the island had basically disappeared. Rhett sat down casually and had a drink. It seemed as if the previous knockback of the 5 elders had never happened at all, if one ignored the surrounding ruins and the howling celestial dragons outside. Rhett's expression wasn't as ferocious as before. 5 elders remained calm, as if he had expected this. He called the waiter to a new table and personally filled a cup of tea for Rhett. I heard you like this. Rhett's movements paused slightly, and the surging blood mist slowed down slightly. Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Rhett. What we don't lack is celestial dragons. We are very interested in excellent celestial dragons. Aren't celestial dragons very noble? Rhett scoffed. That sounds good, but are you missing something? He put down his teacup, his eyes suddenly sharp. Where are my people? It's not a threat, it's a deal. The environmental warrior god Vorchuli finally interrupted. He raised his hand and signaled his attendant to push over a projected Den Den Mushi. The screen showed several figures imprisoned by seastone chains. They were the former members of the Roger Pirates group. Brother Rhett, he said suddenly, his voice cutting through the roar of battle, don't forget, they still have hostages. Damn Rhett. World government will not let you go. I will tear you into pieces. Cough cough cough. The cursing was quickly interrupted by violent coughing, and the sound of blood mist pouring into the throat was clearly audible. Shanks' pupils suddenly contracted. It's okay. Chapter 199 is so hard to write, please write less next time. But Rhett didn't buy it. The 5 elders changed their attitude instantly and watched Rhett kill the celestial dragons. Or maybe this group of people were there for Rhett to kill. Just like Rhett guessed before, the 5 elders didn't regard these idiots as celestial dragons at all. As for the emperor, he sent the princess for marriage, and as for the 5 elders, they sent the stupid celestial dragons. It's very reasonable. But now that you put it that way, it doesn't seem to make much sense. As for whether the original plot released the character, Rhett guessed that he did, because Shanks has a tattoo on his right arm. Once you get a tattoo, you are controlled by Yim. You can teleport whenever you want. Your fate is in the hands of Yim. Then why not do a favor and release these people to ease the relationship with Shanks? This way it would make sense for Shanks to bet his right hand on the future. He wouldn't really think that the King of the Sea can bite off the arms of the future 4 emperors, right? As for those rumors online about Roger having a partnership with the world government and not arresting his crew, that's all nonsense. I don't believe it. A request made with a dead person can't possibly be that useful. Only profitable agreements will be followed by 2 people. This is easy to understand. Here's a side story I've heard. When Oda submitted the story, he felt it wasn't tragic enough, so he gave Shanks a broken arm to add to the sense of mission. Shanks was silent for a moment, then looked up at the 5 elders with a meaningful smile on his face. Okay, since you're so enthusiastic, I'll return to the celestial dragons, but I don't want my identity to be known to outsiders. It's best that things don't develop in the worst direction. 5 elders felt as if they had seen this scene before. Now he remembered that Rhett seemed to have had the same attitude when he agreed to Shichibukai. He glared at Rhett fiercely. Look at the soldiers you brought with you. But a glint of triumph flashed in the eyes of the 5 elders, and Saint Satan immediately stood up, his tone gentle but unyielding. Very good, Shanks, your choice is wise. Next, we will take you deep into the Holy Land to receive the gift of God, a power that only the most noble celestial dragons can obtain. Rhett was lazily leaning on the sofa. Hearing this, he suddenly sneered. God's gift? Why does it sound like putting a dog leash around your neck? No, little Shanks. The 5 elders' expressions changed slightly, and Nasasholangsheng said in a deep voice, Mr. Rhett, please be careful with your words. This is the tradition of the Figaran family. Now that Shanks has returned, he must naturally accept the family's gift. It is a gift of supreme power. Otherwise, how could we safely stand above all living beings? Gift? Rhett scoffed, blood mist swirling slightly. Do you think I'm stupid? You're just trying to trick me. It seems you really don't consider me a friend. Satan Sheng's tone remained calm. Mr. Rhett, we are just following the procedures. Since Shanks wants to return to the family, we must naturally follow the family process. Shanks' power will be stronger, which will also benefit you. Rhett stood up, a blood mist suddenly spreading, and the temperature in the entire hall plummeted. He stared at the 5 elders and spoke word by word. Stop the bullshit. The gift of God you're talking about, isn't it some old B******************* DM tattooing Shanks so he can teleport to the Holy Land or crush him to death at any time? This time you hid the celestial dragons. What can you do to me next time I come? You can lock them up for a day, but I don't believe you can keep them for a year. He suddenly raised his hand, and the blood mist turned into a giant palm, smashing the table in front of the 5 elders into dust. I'm making this clear today. Shanks can be called a celestial dragon, but if you dare to lay a finger on him, I will turn Mariajoy into a sea of blood. Advertisement Saint Satan's face was gloomy, and he slammed his scepter on the ground. Rhett, this is the rule of celestial dragons. Even you have no right to interfere. That's different from Shichibukai. When Rhett was killing the celestial dragons, he said it was inappropriate because he was the only one and he could execute it accurately. Besides, Shichibukai were pirates, so no one would say anything. Even if we don't compare our lives to Rhett's, he is still very good at scheming. If a big pirate like Rhett becomes a member of the Alliance, what about the big pirates in the future? Will they all be willing to target the member states and kill and burn people to be recruited? It can be said that since Rhett came to Mariajoy, not only Shanks returned to celestial dragons. It was a political game between Rhett and the 5 elders, and the outcome? Both sides were very satisfied. Shanks also laughed, and put his hand on the hilt of Griffin's knife. Old men, you are calculating too loudly. But what about Rhett from the 5 elders' perspective? But the allied states are countries, not to mention Rhett, the Emperor of the Sea. Even if Rhett defected again, it would not be a matter of Rhett's words. No matter how accurate this machine is, it is impossible for Rhett to defect this morning and be fully executed in the afternoon. Even someone as strong as Rhett cannot do it. Take the recent example, why opinion leaders on the internet cannot speak carelessly, because every word you say is analyzed by others. I will be the emperor of your new world and I will rule the world in my paradise. Even if you are ambitious, I still have the upper hand over you. It's not that I can't beat you, but because the sea is too chaotic. We still have a trump card, and you also know that we have a trump card. Rhett looked at Shanks, who shrugged. It's just a title, no big deal. After years of hard work, you become the emperor of the sea. Your own minions are the celestial dragons. We've even given you membership in the Alliance, making you as respected as we are. You've achieved success. What more could you ask for? Even though Roger's rotten apple ruined our relationship, it didn't affect the fact that we're good brothers. When Rhett agreed to become a Shichibukai, he was at most the deputy of the Pirate King, and he was the one who fed the whole family. But now it is different. Rhett is the Emperor of the Sea. Some people here may think that the five elders are stupid. Isn't this just giving away benefits? They didn't learn their lesson during the Shichibukai days, which was too stupid and stupid. This is not the case. This is the most appropriate result after careful consideration. Let me explain it to you. It can be said that the weight of a soldier saying to you, "Oh, I have decided to join you," is different from that of an emperor who controls all nations saying, "I want to join you." We know from Rhett's perspective that it is impossible for Rhett to be turned against the government. The credit book can be detrimental, just like how Rhett treats the people of Sky Island. When Rhett gets used to this comfortable life, they will naturally restore their rule. Of course, this is the ideal situation. Advertisement: there are all kinds of strange fruits, and the lifespan of the giants is even longer. However, the Pirates King clearly marked that there is only one fruit that can make people immortal. During the operation of the awakened Op fruit, they believed that Rhett's lifespan was extended because of the blood mist. After all, Rhett can only hold this fruit for 40 to 50 years, which is far less than that of the giants. Anyway, we won't die. Your strength will become weaker and weaker with time. I can be your good friend for decades. No one can resist time. What else do you want to pursue? The five elders' pupils shrank, and Saint Vocally subconsciously took a half step back. How did you know? Oh my goodness, in addition to the original 2,000 words per chapter, I explained nearly 8,000 words. I hope my explanation can make everyone understand. Reading these chapters really requires some thinking. What is the most difficult thing to write about is playing games with others. Next time I have to write less of this type, but I can't not write it. This paves the way for Rhett's powerful and refreshing entry into the original plot later. And what Rhett can get, Shanks' button is mutual. Although Rhett despises celestial dragons, you have to admit that the world government is the most powerful violent organization. When Rhett did not reveal his relationship with Whitebeard Charlotte Linlin Kaido. I guessed it. Rhett grinned, his eyes bloodshot. Did you think I would just watch you turn my little brother into a puppet? Some might say, you're the pirate's faith. Can faith really bring you money? Wouldn't that mean you're losing talent? Rhett did lose some pirates, but becoming a member nation also allowed it to attract strong individuals like Fujidora, who were much more useful when defending the city. This brings us back to my earlier explanation of the five elders competing with Rhett for longevity. I have a more detailed explanation in chapter 112, Rhett's ambition. At this time, the people captured by Roger Pirates Group cannot be mentioned even once. The more they're mentioned, the more rampant they become, and the less Rhett acts, and the more initiative is in his hands. Finally, Peter Saint slowly spoke. We can take a step back. Shanks does not have to accept the gift of God. You must acknowledge your status as an allied nation, and you do not need to pay the heavenly gold. Rhett. Brother, I need you. You have to help me develop my power, otherwise I can't beat Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Rules? Rhett laughed. Lousy's rules are the rules. Rhett. Don't say that, I really can. Five elders, all for peace. The world government must be supporting Rhett to fight against them. Oh my, what's infernal affairs? Do you remember the story about Marine and pirates colluding with each other? The five elders were silent, and the air was frozen to the extreme. Chapter 200 The reunion of old people. The blood mist dissipated, and in Geoise's Hall of Power, the atmosphere between the five elders, Rhett, and Shanks strangely relaxed. The waiters cautiously set out the refreshments, as if the previous fight was just an illusion. It's a pleasure working with you. Peter raised his teacup with a politician's smile on his face. Rhett grinned, his blood-red eyes gleaming with amusement. It's a pleasure working with you, gentlemen. He tilted his head back and drank his tea in one gulp, slamming the bottom of the cup against the table. Now, shall we release him? Saint Satan nodded slightly and tapped the ground with his scepter. Rhett and Shanks walked side by side. The five elders' attendants led the way, their steps hurried, as if they were afraid the evil spirit behind them would change its mind. There was nothing they could do about it. No one's partner would be in a good mood if they were captured. We'll have some fun at the table, but wait and see what I can do to you off the table. Brother, Shanks lowered his voice, they agreed so readily. Of course, Rhett sneered. A bunch of old foxes. They're backing down on the surface, but secretly plotting how to slowly tie Lousy down with the shackles of alliance. He patted Shanks' shoulder, but it doesn't matter. They're playing their own game, and Lousy has his own methods. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything, Shanks nodded. The door to the White Room slowly opened. The previously boisterous group of Roger's former colleagues fell silent. iDragon, Max, Jackson Bana. These men who had conquered the Grand Line alongside Roger were now collectively silent. iDragon stared at the ground, his fists clenched until white. Max even took a half step back, as if he couldn't face the newcomers. What? Rhett raised an eyebrow. I haven't seen you for a few years, you can't even drink anymore. iDragon raised his head suddenly, his eyes red. Rhett. We should have committed suicide. These bastards used us as bargaining chips to threaten you and Shanks. Shut up, Rhett interrupted. The blood mist suddenly condensed into a palm and slapped the back of Yanlong's head. Lousy fought hard to get you out, just to listen to your discouraging words? Longyun smiled bitterly and stepped forward, but we are a burden to you. If we had known that the world government would use us as a scapegoat, after Roger's death, we should have. That's bullshit. Rhett grabbed Longyun by the collar. Listen, old men, you're Roger's crewmates, Lousy's companions. Any of you would have done the same thing if you were standing here today. He let go and grinned. Besides, it's just killing a few celestial dragons. Lousy has done it plenty. Shanks raised the bottle of wine he had taken out from somewhere at the right time and said, "Have a drink." The atmosphere in the room suddenly relaxed. Max, that was his real name, suddenly burst into laughter, snatched the bottle and took a swig. Damn it, I got taught a lesson by the younger generation. Dragon wiped his face and punched Rhett hard. Let's go, let's drink. Lousy wants to hear how you made the 5 elders so angry. Advertisement, this isn't the place to chat. Let's go to my place and hang out. Rhett turned to the waiter and said, "Tell 5 elders to contact Tesoro. I'm very busy." Cool. Huh. Let's skip the unnecessary voyage and return to Sky Island. Why not go to Shimotsuki Village? Rhett is the third wheel now. Everyone's eyes are focused on her. Then let's go. Library. Huh. For a moment, the coated ship passed through the White Sea and slowly landed at Sky Island's Cloud Harbor. When the former members of the Roger Pirates group set foot on this cloud-covered land, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. The towering golden bell sparkled in the sun, and buildings made of cloud shells were arranged in an orderly manner. In the distance, huge vines meandered upwards, connecting to the higher-level Sky Island. Rhett. Dragon's eyes widened. Rhett, you're doing pretty well now. Rhett grinned, the blood mist condensing into a miniature sky shark in his palm, swimming around the group. It's alright, after all, we're the Mist Lord now, so we have to show off, so. Shanks added with a smile, Big Brother's Sky Island is a place that even the 5 elders would be jealous of. At this moment, a cheer came from a distance. Master Rhett is back. Orogia, Perona, and Laboon rushed over like a gust of wind and threw themselves directly into Rhett's arms. Rhett smiled brightly, the little ones are so cute. Etc. Laboon. Rhett panicked. Laboon, take control. Laboon. It's too late, I thought it was a speed bump. Laboon. Fly, Rhett. Of course Rhett could have dodged it and looked at Laboon's visible joy. Laboon might have fallen down, but he was just spoiling his own children. Bang. Advertisement. Rhett caught the 3 little ones firmly, and Laboon seemed to react. Wow. It's okay, Laboon. Nothing happened, just be careful next time. Laboon nodded, took out a small dried fish from the small cloth bag and stuffed it into Rhett's mouth. Rhett smiled and touched the 3 little heads. Ha 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 ha, you can't touch it, Zero. Oh. Behind the 3 little ones, Tezulo, Enel, Moria and others also appeared one after another with relaxed smiles on their faces. Welcome home, Captain. Tezulo snapped his fingers, and gold rose from the ground, transforming into a magnificent banquet table. Just in time, the Sky Island special brew just arrived. Hey, Max whistled. Isn't this the reliable little guy on Roger's ship? He's become a big shot now? Rhett raised an eyebrow. Same here. You've changed so much, but you're still so bold. Everyone laughed. The banquet soon began. Sky Island's delicacies, including roasted fish from Yunbei, exotic fruits served on golden plates, and specially crafted sparkling wine, amazed Roger's former subordinates. While munching on a roasted fish, Dragon asked vaguely, Rhett, how big is your territory? Rhett leaned lazily against the golden chair, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. Not too much, not too little, just enough. Enel snorted coldly. Mortal, this is just a corner of the kingdom of God. God? Jackson Bana laughed. You brag better than Rayleigh did back then? Moria's shadow twisted into a strange shape on the floor. Shish. Perona, floating in midair, holding a smaller Kumasi doll, complained. Lord Moria, your ship is almost growing mushrooms. The atmosphere of the banquet became more and more lively. Ahahaha, I didn't expect that we old guys could still get together. Suddenly, Rhett stood up, and a blood mist swirled behind him into the shape of a throne. He raised his glass high, and his scarlet eyes swept over everyone. Chapter 201 Legal Allied States. The doctor is going to show us something good today. He snapped his fingers. In an instant, the entire Sky Island lit up with dazzling light. A cloud-shell lighthouse, a golden waterway, defensive turrets hidden in the clouds. The entirety of Rhett's power was laid bare in the night. Most shockingly, the blood mist coalesced in the sky into a vast nautical chart, clearly marking every territory in the New World. How is it? Rhett grinned. Is it good enough to be your new home? Yanlong stared blankly for a long while, then suddenly slammed the bottle on the table. Damn it. Is Rhett really the Emperor of the Sea, now? Shanks laughed. Big Brother always is. Max wiped his eyes and muttered, if Captain Roger saw. Rhett said to the crowd. Old guys, come now. I will arrange jobs for you. Work hard for me and follow me. Many of my places are unmanned. If you want to continue sailing, just stay in my territory and maintain our family business. The atmosphere at the banquet froze for a second, and then broke out into even louder laughter and booing. Ha 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 ha, brat, now you've learned how to exploit the elderly, huh? Yanlong laughed and slammed the table, splashing wine everywhere. Alright? Lousy has nowhere to go anyway, so I might as well follow you. Max took a sip of his drink, wiped the foam from his beard, and grinned. Rhett, you're really calculating. We old guys aren't White Hits employees, so how are we going to calculate our wages? Salaries. Rhett raised an eyebrow in feigned surprise. The blood mist condensed into a glittering golden check in his palm, and he slammed it on the table. You want money, right? Tesoro. Give them each 100 million Baileys in pocket money? The corner of Tezulo's mouth twitched. Yes, Captain. I have no concept of money, ha 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 ha. Rhett grinned. Everyone burst into laughter again. Tezulo also stood up and said with a smile, my dear seniors, the captain is really short of manpower. His territory is even larger than Whitebeard's, no one can handle it. Sky Island, Charlotte Linland's former Golden City, and the underworld alone are busy enough, not to mention the New World's fortresses and some Sky Islands. Tisk, Red boy, are you going to be the second Rocks? Jackson Bonnet touched his chin and looked at him with squinted eyes. Advertisement Red shrugged. Rocks is bullshit. Lousy wants to create a new era, besides, money can't buy his happiness. Bang. Rhett's gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on the distant night sky. The blood mist silently surged, as if responding to something. Wait, wait. Perona floated in the air, hands on her hips, saying, you uncles, don't just drink. Lord Rhett's business is very particular, you have to follow the rules. Tezulo snapped his fingers, and the golden flagon automatically poured wine for everyone. So, is it settled? Former members of the Roger Pirates, welcome back to our group. As a junior, I'm sincerely delighted. Third, there's plenty of wine to drink after work, Rhett laughed. In the banquet hall, wine glasses clinked and laughter shook the sky. He is the future of the ocean. Why did the five elders compromise? Because they finally realized the cost of standing up to Lord Rhett was far greater than hypocritical compromise. Just look at the reactions of those so-called emperors of the sea. Whitebeard didn't express his stance, Kaido didn't express his stance, not even Big Mom. And what about our Lord of the Mist? He sat lazily on Sky Island's throne, disdaining even the crown. Mist Lord Rhett. The dawn of a new era. The world government finally recognizes true justice. Member State. Number. This is the choice of our times. Written by Moore, Special Correspondent for World Economic News. He makes Mariajoy tremble. I agree. Yanlong slammed the table. Lousy has been annoyed with those CP0s for a long time. Moria suddenly stood up, his shadow twisting into a giant bat shape on the ground. Shish. If we're going to do this, let's do it big. I propose transforming the thriller bark into a ghost fleet, specifically to deal with world government ships. Rhett. I'm touched. I have to say it, even though it's unnecessary, but my deputy is so thoughtful. One day, even One Piece will become a footnote beneath his throne. During these days when everyone was having a lively party. Advertisement and at the highest point of Sky Island, the golden bell rang silently, as if announcing. Tezulo stood up and slammed his golden scepter. Then, from today on. Shanks watched this scene, a trace of nostalgia flashing in his eyes, and whispered, brother, if Captain Roger saw this, he would probably laugh happily. Welcome to the Empire of Mist. While the remnants of the old era were still using the labels, pirates, and marine, to divide their factions, Mist Lord Rhett had already stood on a higher dimension. He was not a puppet of the member states, but the creator of a new order that the world government was forced to recognize. Finally, please allow me to write this prophecy in my trembling handwriting. Rules? Yanlong was stunned. Ha ha ha. I like this rule. Max snatched the wine glass from Rhett's hand and said, I've been coveting the wine in your hand for a long time. Dear readers, please allow me, Moore, to write for you, with trembling hands, this report destined to go down in history. While those corrupt nobles were still scheming for power, a true king, with his unparalleled wisdom and courage, had already brought the world government down from its pride. Moore's conclusion. What's the third one? Max poked his head in. Some people are happy, and naturally some people are unhappy. It's so hard to guess. Red bean paste according to reliable sources. Note. From an unnamed CP0 member, the five elders meeting room was brightly lit for 3 consecutive days. Saint Satan's scepter shattered 7 marble tables. Why? Why 7? Because they discovered. Hey, you're quite arrogant. Enel folded his arms and sneered, but there was a hint of recognition in his eyes. Of course there are rules. Red grinned. First, no one can bully our family. Second, live happily. Third, Lord Red doesn't need the title of Shichibukai. He doesn't need the empty title of Dual Emperor. He uses the most elegant way to tell the world. The rules are written by the strong. While Marine is still struggling with the legalization of pirates, Lord Mist has become the first allied nation of the pirates. Don't be sad, little brat. Rhett looked at the distant sea of clouds, his lips curled up slightly. As for him, who knows what the future holds? Lord Wu said. He loves peace and does not want to see people suffering. His ability is limited, and he hopes that you will encourage each other. The grand blueprint for the future should be written by you. Chapter 202 People's sorrows and joys are not the same. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the Marshal's office, the air was so condensed that water could almost drip out of it. The air was so condensed that it could almost form fog. Sengoku. Kuzan, get out, Rhett. Hee. It's also in the same vein, mainly because I think this sentence is really appropriate. Bang, Zephyr smashed Sengoku's desk with one punch, causing the entire building to shake. His eyes were red, and veins bulged in his neck. Sengoku, what the hell are the five elders thinking? The world government bowed to a pirate and granted him membership. Sengoku sat in his chair, his face sullen as steel, the papers in his hands crushed. Zephyr, calm down. Calm down. Zephyr roared. How many of my students have died fighting for justice? My family was murdered by the pirates? And now you're telling me we're going to make peace with that Mist Lord, Rhett, the biggest pirate leader? Vice Admiral Crane gently set down his teacup. His voice was calm yet carried undeniable authority. Zephyr, the world government's decision is not something we can change. Rhett is not like other pirates. He laughed at herself as she spoke. One day she would actually defend the pirates, and an emperor of the sea at that. Huh, change? Zephyr sneered. I think you've been tamed by the 5 elders long ago. Garp rarely ate senbei. He leaned against the window. That guy at least won't make a big mess of the ocean. He's better than those filthy shichibukai. Even you say that? Zephyr turned abruptly, glaring at Garp. But I've always been against the shichibukai. The Emperor of the Sea becoming an ally is a joke. Garp just sighed. Zephyr, anger won't solve the problem. Sengoku stood up, resting his hands on the table. His voice was deep and powerful. Listen, Zephyr. Just because Rhett becomes a member doesn't mean the Marines will give up on hunting him. This is just a temporary tactic. The Marines need time. Time? Zephyr chuckled sarcastically. Time will only make that monster stronger? Advertisement Rhett. That's classy. Vice Admiral Crane slowly stood up, walked over to Zephyr, and gently pressed his shoulder. Zephyr, we understand the threat posed by Rhett better than you do. But for now, we need to be patient. Zephyr shook her hand off and turned towards the door. Patience? You two can't understand, can you? Once this door is opened, their first choice will not be the Marines, but the pirates. If they can't survive, they will simply surrender to the Marines and become allies or shichibukai, making our sacrifice a joke. Turn around and leave. Zephyr, Sengoku snapped, don't do anything stupid. Zephyr stopped and said without turning back, Sengoku, what are your principles? Justice that reigns supreme, or justice that compromises? Zephyr gradually calmed down. I'm sorry, Sengoku. Too many of my students have died while upholding justice. This has a greater impact on me than the shichibukai. Fortunately, it was Rhett. If it were anyone else, I would have beaten you. There was dead silence in the office. Finally, Zephyr pushed the door open and walked out, leaving behind only a cold remark. My training camp students are going out for internships. Garp, you come with me. Sengoku sat back down heavily in his chair, took off his glasses and rubbed his brows. Sorry. Garp walked to the window, watching Zephyr leave, chewing his senbei heartlessly. Aw, I'm still so popular. Sengoku, please don't assign me any more missions. I'm going on a trip. Vice Admiral he picked up his teacup again, a trace of worry in his eyes. If Zephyr acts on his own, it will only make the situation more chaotic. Sengoku was silent for a moment, then suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Damn 5 elders, they don't even know they're playing with fire. Sengoku took a deep breath, calming himself. That's Zephyr, no. Sengoku took a deep breath, his gaze growing firmer. Increased surveillance of the new world, especially Rhett's movements. Also, he looked at Crane, contact CP0. I need to know the world government's true intentions. Crane nodded. I'll arrange it. Garp suddenly grinned. Do you want me to go visit Rhett? He's taken my kids away and it's driving me crazy. I just demolished a few houses last time and you called them back. Sengoku glared at him. Don't make trouble, Garp laughed, but there was a barely perceptible heaviness in his laughter. Advertisement outside the window, dark clouds gathered, as if foreshadowing that a bigger storm was coming. Sky Island is cloudless. Sky Island, the Golden City. Rhett was lazily lying on a recliner made of cloud shells, holding a newspaper in his hand. Blood mist swirled around his fingertips, shattering the marine news in the newspaper. Tisk, that old Sengoku must be so d his beard is sticking up. He grinned, tossing the scraps of paper into the air. That's a brilliant move by the 5 elders. Lousy got a free membership, and the Marines have to accept it with a pinch of salt. Guess I have to make a statement, hee. Shanks sat nearby, covering his smiling eyes. Brother, that's a mean trick. I'm afraid even the recruits at Marine training camp are scolding you. Let them curse, Rhett shrugged. They can't beat me anyway. At this moment, Tezulo and Stella came over. Tezulo was unusually embarrassed, twirling the gold ring on his finger, hesitant to speak. Rhett raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Does the Golden Emperor also have moments of embarrassment? Tezulo took a deep breath, suddenly grabbed Stella's hand, and stuttered. Ship, Captain, Stella and I, we. Stella smiled gently and gently stroked her slightly bulging belly. Lord Rhett, we are going to have a baby. Pa. Rhett dropped his glass. The blood mist solidified instantly, and the entire Sky Island seemed to have pressed the pause button. Rhett immediately stood up. Wait, how long has it been? It's been almost 6 months, Tezulo scratched his head, a rare innocent smile on his face. It was when you returned home, Captain, and we went to the 7 Waters. Rhett stood up suddenly, grabbed Tezulo's shoulders, and knocked his head against his. Good boy. You kept it a secret, why didn't you tell me right away? Tezulo was dizzy. Captain, be gentle, we want to tell you in person. What do you mean by light? Rhett laughed and released his hand. The blood mist instantly condensed into a giant cradle. Lousy is going to be the child's godfather. Does West Blue call this thing Godfather? Chapter 203. Calm down, both of you. Shanks came over and poked the cradle curiously. Brother, can your blood mist do this? Nonsense, Rhett said, snapping his fingers triumphantly. The blood mist transformed into a pile of baby toys. I'm the Lord of Mist. What's a bunch of baby stuff to me? Where else would I put my greatsword? Oroja ran over when she heard the sound, holding her newly made Yunbei wind chime in her hand. Sister Stella, there's a baby. We knew it a long time ago. I'm going to be a big sister. Moria's shadow emerged from the floor and twisted into a heart shape. S's. Perona floated in the air. Lord Moria, your ship is spooky and will scare the baby. Mariah retorted, what? Your room is pink, isn't it? How could it possibly scare the baby? Enel snorted coldly. Mortal, this god has already said that I can give him thunderclouds as toys. Tezulo was at a loss for words. Everyone, the baby hasn't been born yet. Rhett, however, had already waved his hand. Pass the word, Sky Island is having a 3-day holiday. All the casinos in Golden City are offering free drinks. Lousy is having a party. A blood mist rose into the sky and exploded into a huge, congratulations, in the clouds. Stella covered her mouth and chuckled. Lord Rhett, you are exaggerating. Exaggeration. Rhett grinned. That's just the beginning. When the little one is born, Lousy will have every island in New World fly flags in celebration. Lena suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. Brother, how about we prepare a gift for the child? Rhett rubbed his chin. That makes sense. Tezulo, what do you want? An expansion of the Golden City? Or do you want me to get the little guy a devil fruit? No, I need to go check out Maria Joy again. Tezulo held Stella's hand tightly and shook his head. Captain, it's enough for you to be the child's godfather. The blood mist suddenly stopped for a moment. Rhett froze in place, his crimson eyes widening slightly. After a long pause, he rubbed his nose with his hand, his voice unusually soft. Stinky boy. You actually know how to talk at a time like this. Advertisement. The blood mist spread silently, gently enveloping everyone. In the distance, the golden bell rang automatically, and the wind from Sky Island carried the fragrance of the clouds, spreading this joy far away. Shanks, what are your plans for the future? Rhett asked Shanks. Keep sailing. After a while, maybe we can find an island to rest for a while. Shanks touched his head. Brother Rhett, what are your plans for the future? Rhett wanted to laugh when he thought about what he would do next. Rhett became a member country, and the world government sent some devil fruit and Bailey's treasures, etc., and everyone was willing to support the fancy sedan, so Rhett naturally had to express his position. What? Guess what? I have a bad relationship with the two tyrants, so Rhett must confirm that our relationship is bad. Although Wano Kuni Rhett has killed many, it is not clear enough. This time Rhett wants to go see how Koala has grown up and what he is doing now. Rhett counted, once in God Valley, once in Cake Island, once in Wano Kuni, and once in the new Onigashima Hihihi. Kaido. Rhett, Kaido's strict godfather. Enel has to be there, Tessero has to take care of his wife, Moria, Think about it, Laboon, Perona and Lena seem to be missing a deputy captain and a ship doctor. Rhett kept thinking, wondering if there was anything he hadn't thought of. Although he was raised by Roger, he had one more thing than Roger, his brain. Roger is also thoughtful and relies more on feeling other people's emotions. Rhett is carefree, but likes to think carefully because Rhett knows that even if he doesn't care, it will not affect himself or his family. At first, he really listened to Tezuro's idea and rest assured to take care of the baby on Sky Island, but Rhett realized that there was no decent doctor on Sky Island, and it was difficult for doctors to treat themselves. Looking at Stella's expression, Rhett knew that she was also confused. This was not a good thing. A bad mood was not conducive to taking care of the baby. Rhett's first reaction was that the Drum Kingdom on Drum Island was a holy place for medicine. The Drum Kingdom was still thriving at that time. I didn't find out when Wobble became king, but I did find out that Shillik had been treating his people for 30 years. Before that idiot Wobble drove away the doctor, Waipal's father was still working diligently to protect the country. In addition to being a medical sanctuary, it also has a very powerful physician, Dr. Kuleya. Advertisement. As for why Rhett thought of this, please watch the VCR. It was early morning on Sky Island, and sunlight filtered through the clouds onto the Golden City Palace. Rhett sat on the throne, legs crossed, blood mist swirling around his fingertips, his face serious and thoughtful. Tezulo and Stella sat across from each other, nervously flipping through a pregnancy guide. Tezulo frowned. The book says pregnant women can't eat raw or cold food. Was the fruit yesterday too cold? Stella touched her belly, worried. Mr. Rhett, do you think? Will the baby feel that Sky Island is too high? Will the air pressure affect it? Rhett. Moria was trying to hold back his laughter until his face turned red. After being glared at by Rhett, he quickly pretended to study his own shadow. You too. Rhett held his forehead. Stella, you're perfectly healthy. Tezulo, if you keep getting so stressed out, you'll go crazy before the baby's even born. Tezulo scratched his head. But Captain, I've looked up a lot of information, and they all say the next 4 months are the most critical. What if? Then a Q version of Tezuro and a Q version of Stella flowed out of the Q version of Rhett's head. Tezulo. Lord Rhett, do you think we should wear light-colored clothes? The book says that light-colored clothes will not give people a sense of oppression. Rhett didn't want to look at Tezulo and turned his head away. Stella. Lord Rhett, please use the blood mist to check if the baby is healthy and has good vitality. Rhett smiled gently at her. Don't worry. I've replenished a lot of vitality. It's stored in your body. If anything happens, it will protect the baby immediately. Q tie, Q die. Lord Rhett, Lord Rhett, Lord Rhett. Stop. Rhett slammed his hand on the table, but suddenly thought of something and gently touched it. His voice dropped 8 degrees. The blood mist instantly condensed into a large hand and covered Tessero's mouth. Lousy now announces that you two are on compulsory leave. Then you will come aboard with me. The entire banquet hall fell silent in an instant, and everyone looked at him. Moria, still stuffed with meat, asked incoherently, Captain, what's the decision? Rhett grinned, and the blood mist behind him condensed into a huge nautical chart. We set off tomorrow, to the Drum Kingdom. Chapter 204 Sign it, or updated at this time. I am used to it. The Drum Kingdom? Tessero was stunned. That holy land of medicine? But it's nothing like it used to be. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? The captain is so steady. That's right. Rhett stood up. Since I'm going to be a father, I need to see the best doctor. This will save you two from being crazy all the time. If you don't go crazy, I'll go crazy first. Stella blushed. Lord Rhett, we are not that exaggerated. Tezulo's eyes lit up. Captain, are you talking about Dr. Kulea? Of course. Rhett snapped his fingers. She's a legendary doctor who's lived for over 100 years. I think she's delivered more babies than you've eaten. Perona floated in the air. Go to the hospital for a physical examination. Moria's shadow emerged from the floor, twisting into a question mark. Shish. Perona pouted. Stupid Moria, you're just trying to trick me into getting a shot. Everyone laughed. Perona floated over, holding the Kumasi doll. So what should we prepare? Baby supplies. Nutritious meals for pregnant women. No thanks. Rhett waved his hand. Drum Kingdom has everything. We'll just book the place. Enel snorted coldly. Mortal, do you need me to use thunderclouds to clear the way? Then you'll be the vanguard. Rhett presented Haki, the Sea Emperor. It's just a small island. Take it. Tezulo's eyes were red with emotion. Captain. Stop. Rhett grabbed his face. Stop being cheesy and pack your bags. We're leaving early tomorrow morning. The next morning, the Bruma Jackson set sail again after nearly a year of silence. Stella stood on the deck, gazing at the sea of clouds and gently caressing her abdomen. Tezulo stood beside her, as nervous as a recruit on his first sea voyage. Rhett leaned against the side of the boat, and the blood mist floated a cup of hot milk in front of Stella. Drink some, it will calm your nerves. Stella took the milk and smiled slightly. Thank you, Master Rhett. Advertisement. Rhett waved his hand. Why thank me? When we get to the Drum Kingdom, I'll have Kuleha give you a thorough checkup. That'll save Tessero from being suspicious all the time. Tezulo scratched his head. Captain, I'm just worried. Don't worry about it. Rhett rolled his eyes. Back then, when you were injured in Sabadi and bleeding all over the floor, weren't you still alive and kicking? Stella. Tezulo. Rhett. Well, using another example is a bit inappropriate. The Bruma Jackson sailed for a while, and arrived in the waters near Magnetic Drum Island. However, before it could reach the shore, several marine warships blocked its way. Ship ahead. Stop immediately. The Marine Branch Commander shouted from the bow, megaphone in hand. This is Marine G3's jurisdiction. Please identify yourself. Rhett lazily leaned against the bow, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. Tisk, Tai, is our ship so unknown? Did they forget about us disappearing for a year? Enel snorted coldly. Captain, do you need me to chop them down? No rush. Rhett waved his hand, his scarlet eyes narrowed slightly. Just as the blood mist gathered in Rhett's palm, Marine's reaction made him stunned. Salute. The Marines on all the warships stood at attention and gave a standard military salute to the USS Broma Jackson. The commander wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a loud voice, Lord Mist Lord, please forgive our offense. G3 branch will escort you all the way to the Drum Kingdom. Rhett. Enel's golden stick almost fell into the sea. Huh? Tezulo's mouth twitched. Captain, have you forgotten that you're now the king of the Allied Nations? And if I'm not surprised, you should be the largest Allied nation, right? Who's better off having Allied nations scattered here and there? Oh yeah. Rhett slapped his forehead, and the blood mist dissipated. It seems Lousy is the king now too. The marine warships immediately adjusted their formation, with 2 leading the way, 3 flanking, and the remaining vessels following at a distance to provide vigilance. The commander even considerately contacted the Drum Kingdom via Den Mushi. Please prepare the highest level of hospitality. Lord Rhett, the Mist Lord of the world government, is about to visit. Advertisement. Perona, floating in the air, hugged the Kumasi doll and complained. Isn't this too exaggerated? Moria's shadow twisted on the floor, forming a question mark. Shish. Rhett grinned. It seems the 5 elders gave us the proper notice this time. Under the escort of marine warships, the Bruma Jackson slowly sailed into the port of the Drum Kingdom. On the shore, King Wapple of the Drum Kingdom, led by a group of ministers and doctors, lined up to greet them. The king was dressed in gorgeous clothes, with a smile on his face, but there was a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. He was tyrannical, but he was not stupid. Welcome, Lord Mist Lord, to the Kingdom of Drum. King Wapple shouted, and his ministers bowed in unison. Your presence brings honor to our kingdom. Rhett stood at the bow, blood mist swirling behind him. His scarlet eyes swept over the crowd, and he replied with a grin, Oh, you're welcome, I'm a guest too. It is a great honor for us to have Lord Rhett come to our small country. I have prepared a welcoming banquet for everyone. Please follow me. Library. Huh. Rhett lazily sat on the throne. Yes, the blood mist had moved the king's throne directly under his butt, with his legs crossed. Old Wall, I heard the doctor here is pretty good. Waldo wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, yes, our country has the best medical team in the world, especially Dr. Kulea. Very well, Rhett interrupted, the blood mist suddenly condensing into a contract in his palm. Sign it. The hall suddenly became quiet. Wobble took the contract tremblingly, and his face turned pale after just one look. This is submission. Rhett grinned, revealing his white teeth. From this day forward, the Drum Kingdom is under the protection of the Mist Lord. You remain your king, fair enough, right? The ministers were in an uproar. An elderly medical officer couldn't help but stand up and said, Lord Rhett, our country is a member of the world government. I'm afraid. Bang. The blood mist transformed into a giant palm, slamming the medical officer into the wall. Rhett tilted his head and asked, Old man, are you using the world government to pressure me? Wobble slumped to his knees and said, Sign, let's sign. This is the helplessness of the weak, and this is why Rhett has climbed to his current position in the world of pirates where the strong prey on the weak. Some people may say, why don't you change the original plot and develop the Magnetic Drum Kingdom? Although the Magnetic Drum Kingdom is known as the Holy Land of Medicine, as long as Rhett wants, Rhett can easily create dozens of medical holy places. Coming here is just for convenience. Chapter 205 Golden Toilet Tesoro. As for that third-rate doctor, who knows when he will get a terminal illness? Rhett naturally can't wait for him. If he can meet him, he will see him. If he doesn't, it means he is unlucky. Dr. Kulea lives up here. Tesoro looked up at the towering castle and looked at Stella with some concern. This mountain road is too steep. How about I carry you up? What if? Rhett stared at Tezulo and said, Boss Tai, if you say one more word, I'll make you fly. Rhett watched the young couple go from relaxed to visibly nervous, and then to Terzolo fading in fear. The most important thing is that Tesoro Wangjin turned into a chair. Red blood mist formed a guardrail around her, and Moria's shadow dragged the chair into the sky. He was accompanied by Rhett, Tesoro, Enel, and Moria, 4 of the top Emperor-class and Vice-Emperor-class soldiers in the sea. This lineup alone can make Stella fall, and all 4 of them can commit suicide. Stella smiled and shook her head. No, everyone takes good care of me and doesn't let me leave. I'm not tired at all. Dear, don't be too stressed. Rhett returned to his position, hands in his pockets, lazily walking in front. The blood mist condensed into a winding red carpet behind him, leading straight to the top of the mountain. The fog directly enveloped everyone, and the wind and snow could not get in. Perona floated in the air, holding the Kumasi doll tightly in her arms, muttering, can drive. Kuleha really get used to living in such a cold place? Moria replied, Shush. An old woman who's over 100 years old must have some quirks. Shut up, Moria. Rhett, without even turning around, swung out a cloud of blood mist, accurately covering his mouth. When you meet someone later, be respectful. We're here for a physical examination, and so are you, Enel. Enel. No buddy, I didn't say anything. Lena looked at Enel seriously, then nodded and said nothing. Enel. The way you nodded, were you serious? A small movement can cause so much damage. After leaving the palace, Rhett and his companions headed straight for Kuleha's residence, a small wooden cabin built on a towering mountain. The surrounding area was covered in thick snow, and the cold wind howled, yet a sense of tranquility permeated the place. Sister Kuleha. Are you home? Rhett called out with a smile from outside the door. The door creaked open, and a tall, stern-looking woman appeared. Her silver hair was tied into a ponytail, a cigarette dangling from her lips, and a bottle of plum wine in her hand. She squinted at Rhett. Kid, who's your sister? I've never seen you before. Advertisement Rhett didn't mind her coldness at all, instead smiling even brighter. Oh, I'm so familiar with Sister Kuleha's name. As he spoke, he magically produced a sealed jar of aged plum wine and a large jar of pickled plums from the blood mist. I heard you like these, so I prepared these as a special gift. Kuleha's gaze lingered on the wine jar and plum jar for a second, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. HMPH, you do know how to cater to their tastes. She stepped aside to make way. Come in, but don't expect a discount. Enel. I at #%. Kuleha took the black card and smiled, a rare smile. You're quite sensible, kid. She suddenly leaned closer to Rhett and lowered her voice. Do you really think I'm a naive girl? What's the matter? Stella nodded and rubbed her abdomen nervously. Yes, Dr. Kuleha. Crack. Rhett slashed Enel's head with a knife, then turned to Kuleha with a bright smile. No problem. I'll leave Laboon in your care. Rhett winked proudly. Sister is truly an expert. I didn't expect that she's not only a skilled doctor, but also beautiful and kind. Deal. Kuleha suddenly interrupted, grabbing the wine case. But there's one condition. She gestured towards Laboon. I want to study that little thing, so keep it. Rhett chuckled and said, just a small favor. Kuleha stood up, walked in front of her, and paused slightly. What are you doing? Get out of this room. What are you looking at? Kuleha snorted. However, pregnant women need to maintain their emotional stability. Excessive tension can actually affect the fetus. She looked at Tesoro, especially you, young man. If you keep acting this way, you'll go crazy before the baby is born. If you dare to behave like this again, get out of my castle. After a while, she came out and returned to her lazy drinking state. She took a sip of her wine and said calmly, "The fetus is healthy and incredibly vigorous." She glanced at Rhett. "It looks like someone has done something." Rhett laughed heartily and pulled out a black card. "Swipe. This card lets you withdraw 500 million in Baileys from all my properties. Plus, I'll give you a year's supply of plum wine and pickled plums." Rhett immediately pulled out a case of premium plum wine, the bottle still frosted with frost. "Sister, this is Sky Island's special brew, refrigerated for 50 years in cloud shells." He deliberately dragged out his words, while Blood Mist lovingly patted Kuleha's shoulders. "Besides, your castle is so lonely. Let Tessero sing you a little song to cheer you up. Tessero can even fix you a golden toilet." Inside, a fire roared, and the air was filled with the faint aroma of herbs and plum wine. Kuleha casually poured a glass of wine, took a sip, and her eyes lit up. "Not bad, a West Blue specialty, aged at least 20 years. Before Moria could answer, Kuleha turned his gaze to Stella, and everyone's expression instantly changed to one of admiration. Kuleha narrowed her eyes and blew out a puff of smoke. "Kid, this isn't some postpartum care center." She waved the black card in her hand. "With this little money, you want me to be a nanny?" Advertisement. The door was closed. Kuleha walked back to the table, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote down a list. "Follow this regimen, once a day, don't be lazy." She paused, then added, "Cost 100 million burleys." Kuleha put down her wine glass. "Slippery-tongued boy, do you also want to know the secret of my longevity? You have to force me to do it." Everyone also reacted and walked out slowly. Perona poked Moria. "Lady Moria, is Lord Rhett already this old?" Bang. "Stella, don't be stressed, Enel. You mortal, you're looking for death." Kuleha asked, "You want to see a doctor?" Tezulo scratched his head awkwardly. "Yes, doctor." "Of course." Rhett turned around and waved to Tessero and Stella. "Sister, Kuleha's medical skills are priceless." Tezulo nodded frantically. "Sister, I can do anything." Bang. Rhett scratched his head. "I want Tezulo and Stella to stay in your castle temporarily until the baby is born. My dear sister, I owe you a favor. Is that okay with you?" Laboon looked at Kuleha and raised his fins. "Woo, hello, please take care of me." Everyone, including Laboon and Perona, looked as if they had seen a ghost. Puff. Perona, who was drinking water, sprayed Moria in the face. Looking at Kuleha, who is a grandmother, and then looking at Rhett, who calls her sister. Chapter 206. Rhett. You are here on the deck of the Bruma Jackson. Rhett lazily leaned against the side, fingers clutching a brand new nautical chart. On it, a single red dot labeled New Ghost Island stood out. Did Rhett understand it? Of course, it was Rhett who planned Roger's life or death race. With Lena as the navigator, why did Rhett still look at it? Because he was leaning on the boat, looking at the map. More handsome, wrapped in quilt. "Captain, do you really not want me to go with you?" Tezulo stood aside, frowning. "Kaido. Stop rambling." Rhett waved his hand without even looking up. "Your only mission now is to accompany Stella and take good care of her pregnancy. If you dare let her lose a single hair." The blood mist suddenly condensed into a giant hand, squeezing Tessero's head. "I will melt you into a golden milk bottle. Now you just stay by her side and take good care of her. If anyone is blind, I will retaliate severely." Rhett knew that the Pirates' King had a man who regretted his life. With the previous experience as a lesson, Rhett would never let such a thing happen. That's right, the one Rhett was talking about was the Doflamingo family cadre wearing baby clothes, Senor Peak. This is also the character Rhett thinks Oda created better. Except for being absent when his family was in trouble, he is many levels higher than Usopp. "What Usopp? Don't even get involved." Perona floated in the air, holding the Kumasi doll and laughing. "Master Tesoro seems like a stay-at-home husband now." S's. Tezulo's forehead bulged with veins. "You. All right." Rhett snapped his fingers, and the blood mist dissipated. "Enel, Moria, get ready to go." "Huh? Captain, have you seen my nautical map? I remember I put it here." Lena's voice came from a distance. Rhett disappeared in a flash and reappeared in an instant. "I just saw it. It's at the helm." "No way, Hey. Really, thank you, Captain." Lena stood at the helm, her voice no longer soft and weak but deliberately suppressed. "Zombies, listen to my orders, let our Bruma Jackson be great again." "Roar. Keep your voice down, you bastards. If you scare Sister Rouge, I'll tear you apart," Lena said in a low voice to the zombies. Enel snorted coldly and tapped his shoulder with the golden stick. "Captain, have you finally remembered the use of this god?" Rhett grinned. "Of course, this time I'll have to rely on your thunderclouds to lead the way." He turned to look at Stella, who was sunbathing on the deck. "Sister-in-law, are there any local specialties you'd like to eat? I'll bring them to you from Ghost Island." Stella shook her head gently. "I'm glad Lord Rhett returned safely." She gently stroked her belly. "We'll wait for everyone to come back and tell stories about their adventures." The blood mist suddenly solidified for a moment. This group of people who can make pirates tremble, except for Rhett, are a little embarrassed. Advertisement. Rhett. I still don't know enough, yeah. The Bruma Jackson slowly entered the harbor of New Ghost Island, a bloody mist swirling around the ship, forming a crimson barrier. Rhett stood at the bow, his crimson eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the eerie island, a giant skull perched atop a cliff. Tisk. Kaido's taste is still so shady. The beast's pirates, living in a cave seems quite reasonable. Rhett curled his lips. Enel, if a fight breaks out later, chop that stupid skull's head off first. Enel snorted coldly and tapped his shoulder with the golden stick. Captain, I've long disliked that rotten island. Just watch it. However, when they actually set foot on the land of New Onigashima, the expected battle did not happen. Rhett said that it would be better to have a fight. Wow! A deafening cry suddenly came from the skull. Then there was a loud boom, as the skull's crown was shattered by the force of the force. Kaido's massive body stumbled out, clutching a huge wine gourd, his dragon horns drooping askew, his face flushed and covered in tears and snot. Rhett, it's you, Kaido howled, lunging straight at Rhett. Rhett smiled slightly. Interesting. Let's get straight to the point. Come on, fight. Rhett also rushed towards Kaido, and the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Jack lowers his head and counts on his fingers. Moria. Hiss. Kaido, you must be drunk. The blood mist suddenly exploded, and Rhett kicked Kaido directly and sent him flying into the distant mountain wall. Rhett. The black-tied great sword pierced in like this, just like that. Rhett even simply attached the armament hockey. Kaido hugged Rhett, and the huge impact force directly knocked Rhett into the ground. Rhett was stunned and didn't react. Kaido was kicked to the ground, but he still held the wine gourd and sobbed. You don't understand. Woo. Lousy wants to kill you in this life. But you are getting stronger and stronger. Lousy can't beat you. Boom, bang. Rhett. Enel. Advertisement. Enel. Are you G drunk? Rhett vanished from the mist and kicked Kaido in the face, sending him 3 meters away. Lousy is alive and well, and you're crying your heart out. Enel, hit him. Rhett. Rhett laughed. People really do laugh when they are extremely speechless. Rhett. Quinn. Pretending to examine the robotic arm. He turned to leave, but Kaido suddenly climbed out from the cliff and stumbled after him. Rhett, heartbroken, don't go, I haven't killed you yet. In addition to the armament hockey conquerors, the black-tied greatsword also has corrosive mist attached to it, which I haven't used yet. Rhett. Kaido cried like a 300-pound child, patting Rhett's back as he cried. Lousy, when I think. Woo. You will be killed by someone in the future. Lousy doesn't have the ability to kill you with his own hands, how sad. Roll. Jin. Silently looks away, puff. Kaido, Rhett struggled to push him away, but Kaido hugged her tighter, tears streaming down his face. Kaido suddenly raised his head and looked at Rhett with tears in his eyes. Rhett, how about you let Lousy beat you to death once? Just once, Lousy, promise to be gentle. Wow wow wow. Rhett. Lousy is so sad. Rhett rubbed his temple and turned to look at Jin, Quinn, and Jack. Is your boss always like this? Rhett. Boom. The entire Onigashima island shook. Kaido's body was embedded in the rocks, but he was still sobbing. Woo. Rhett. You have such a cruel heart. Rhett. You know Rhett. Those who know Rhett know it all, and those who don't know it don't know it. Moria. Hiss. What's going on? Chapter 207 I am the first generation, my father is the second generation. A piercing bolt of lightning struck Kaido, his entire body smoking, however, he still stubbornly stretched out his hand. Rhett. Lousy. Next time, I will definitely beat you to death. Rhett sighed. He came here to cause trouble. Kaido's behavior made it difficult for Rhett to deal with it. Kaido's heart-wrenching cry came from the pit. Rhett, you must be beaten to death alive by Lousy. Rhett. Enel, Captain, you have so many enemies. Moria's sweat dropped. Rhett rubbed his temple. What the hell is this? Rhett watched Kaido stand up and walk towards Rhett. The cross-shaped wound on his chest was so eye-catching. Kaido's face was filled with sincerity as he asked Rhett, Lousy considers you his lifelong rival. You must also consider Lousy your faithful opponent, right? Rhett looked at Kaido's face, which was filled with anticipation, and his eyelids fluttered wildly. He turned his head slightly and glanced at the 3 big signs behind Kaido. Rhett. Better not to watch it. Jin was nodding frantically, clasping his hands together and moving them up and down, his eyes full of, please. Rhett. What talking Tom? Quinn knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Rhett several times, silently mouthing. Please, go along with him, please. Jack. Jack simply buried his face in his hands and pretended he didn't exist. Rhett. What kind of life do these people usually live? Kaido was still staring at him. Rhett, say something. Rhett took a deep breath and rubbed his temple. Yes, a fateful rival. Wow. Kaido instantly burst into tears and hugged Rhett so hard that he almost strangled her to death. I know it, I know you think the same. Rhett's face was pressed against the scar on Kaido's chest. He struggled muffledly. Let go. Kaido was completely moved, crying and patting Rhett on the back. Lousy's life was worth it. With an opponent like you, Lousy will die without regrets. The blood mist surged, and Rhett reappeared behind Kaido, just a small clone. Enel. Silently takes 2 steps back. Moria. Ha, ha, ha. Kaido is so enthusiastic. Takes out his video Den Mushi and secretly records the video. Advertisement Quinn breathed a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. I'm saved. Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered to Jack, Go get a few more barrels of wine before he gets drunk and loses his mind. 10 minutes later, Kaido finally let go of Rhett, wiped his tears, and said with satisfaction. Rhett, Lousy is happy today. Come, drink. Don't leave until you are drunk. Rhett deadpanned. I refuse. Kaido's expression instantly fell. Why? Rhett. Because I don't want to be in the same room with a drunk idiot. Kaido. 3 major signs. Collective breath holding. The air froze for a second. Then, wow, Rhett, you despise me. We're destined to be rivals. Kaido burst into tears again, rolling on the ground, his dragon tail slapping the ground loudly. Lousy is dead. Even his old enemy looks down on Lousy. Rhett. Enel. Captain, why not just kill him with a sword? Moria. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Record a little longer, record a little longer. Quinn covered his face in despair. It's over, I have to listen to him crying all night tonight. Just as Kaido was still rolling on the ground crying, a childish but powerful voice suddenly came from a distance. I am Kaido too, Lord of the Mist. Rhett, my destined rival, fight me. Koa. Everyone turned to see a little girl, barely taller than Kaido's knees, staggering towards them, dragging a mace taller than she was. She wore a miniature dragonhorn helmet and had exaggerated face paint, looking like a miniature Kaido. Rhett. Enel. Moria. Esses. Kaido's crying stopped abruptly. He raised his head, snot still hanging on his face. Son? Yamato. I laughed. Yamato ignored his father and pointed his mace at Rhett, shouting with great force. I'm going to be the strongest creature, Rhett. Let's duel. Rhett squatted down and looked at Yamato at eye level. How old are you, kid? Advertisement. I only know that Yamato is older than Ace, but I don't know by how much. I found out it's the year 1496 on the Sea Circle calendar. Does anyone know? 8-year-old Yamato saw the legendary king of cooking, and Odin was 20 years ago. That doesn't add up. Ah, it's the beginning of the year 1508 on the Sea Circle calendar. Even if she's 12 and has older hands, I'll change it. If I don't know, just treat it this way, it doesn't affect anything. Yamato puffed out his chest proudly, 12 years old. Rhett. He turned to look at Kaido. What do you usually teach your children? Kaido wiped his face and suddenly became proud. How about it, Lousy's child, since childhood? Shut up. Rhett interrupted, looking at Yamato again. Little guy, your dad is drunk, take him back to bed. Yamato shook his head stubbornly. No, I will defeat you. I am Kaido too. Rhett, my lifelong enemy. Come fight me. Rhett. What kind of logic is this? Kaido was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Son, you're doing great. Yamato continued. Dad said you're the one he wants to defeat the most. If I defeat you, I'll be Kaido, and Dad will be Kaido too. Rhett. It's change, but it also seems the same, especially the part about the outburst of filial piety. Moria's video Den Den Mushi focused on the scene. Ha, ha, ha. This has to be worth selling to more. How much is it? Ha, ha, ha. Rhett sighed and rubbed Yamato's head. Listen, kid. Don't touch my head. Yamato suddenly raised his mace, thundering 8 trigrams. Bang. The mace hit Rhett's hand without even leaving a red mark. There was silence at the scene. Yamato blinked and slammed it again, thundering 8 trigrams. Rhett. He flicked his finger lightly, and the mace flew out and stuck into the rock wall in the distance. Yamato froze, looking at his empty hands and then at Rhett. Then, wow. She began to wail. My mace. Kaido immediately rushed over and hugged his daughter. Don't cry, son. Daddy will help you get revenge. The father and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Rhett is a bad guy. Rhett. Enel. Is that right? Aren't you seeking revenge? Why don't you fight? If you don't, wouldn't my trip be in vain? Chapter 208. I hit Rhett. Let him go? The scene fell into chaos for a while. Kaido hugged Yamato and cried like a child weighing about 400 pounds, with Yamato weighing 70 to 80 pounds, and the other weighing 300 pounds. Yamato sobbed aggrievely because his mace was bounced away. Rhett stood aside, speechless, while Enel and Moria looked up at the sky and the ground respectively, pretending they didn't exist. Shouldn't they have fought for 3 days and 3 nights and then won? Finally, Jin couldn't bear it anymore. Ahem. He cleared his throat and stepped forward. Lord Rhett, since you're here, why don't you have a meal first? Rhett raised an eyebrow. Oh, you beasts pirates are still in the mood for a feast? Jin remained calm. Since Lord Kaido is so rarely happy, why not? Just go along with him. Now that you're here and Lord Kaido is acting like this again, there's nothing we can do to resist. Rhett. But it's really interesting, Kong Kong. He looked at Kaido and Yamato who were still crying, then looked at Jin who looked expectant, and finally sighed. Okay, since we're here anyway. Thus, a strange banquet began, inside the banquet hall. Kaido was forced to sit in the main seat by Jin, drunkenly hugging the barrel, sobbing from time to time. Rhett. Lousy will definitely beat you to death. Rhett sat across from him, munching on a piece of barbecue with an expressionless face, completely ignoring his nagging. Yamato sat next to Kaido with red eyes, but his attention was soon attracted by the meat in Rhett's hand. Rhett noticed her gaze and deliberately shook the meat in his hand. Want to eat? Yamato swallowed hard and turned his head away stubbornly. HMPH, I don't want charity from my enemies. Rhett. Oh, never mind. Then he pretended to stuff the meat into his mouth. Yamato. Her stomach growled at the perfect moment. Rhett smiled and handed the meat over. Here, Kaido too. Yamato hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't resist the temptation and grabbed it and gobbled it up. Delicious. Advertisement. Kaido was so moved by this that tears welled up in his eyes. Son. You actually accepted food from the enemy. Lousy. Lousy is so relieved. We're just temporarily forbearing. Rhett. This father is really outrageous. Just then, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open and several young people walked in. They were quite young. Rhett. Thanks to me. You're welcome. I heard that, Mist Lord, Rhett has arrived. The leading young man grinned, revealing his fangs. I am Foz F, leader of the Flying Six. Rhett glanced around and found that the group of people were indeed familiar faces, just much younger than he remembered. Foz F, in the original story, is already 38 years old. Although this age is not considered old, he is the oldest among the Flying Six. Rhett. Yo, little thing. Black Maria is still a young girl, wearing a kimono, holding a pipe in her hand, looking at him with a smile. I have heard a lot about you, Rhett-sama. In the original plot, Black Maria is over 8 meters tall and 29 years old. Sasaki is 3.2 meters tall, and he is also a veteran. He didn't speak. Runti and Peggy Wan were still little children. One hugged her arms tightly, and the other hid timidly behind her sister. Rhett took a look at these two little guys. They were here so early. Oh, they didn't seem to be Flying Six yet. That was fine. After all, they are too young. The sister is 22 years old in the original plot and the brother is only 20 years old. Rhett. Peeved. Little brat, Rhett. Except for Drake, how come this group has gathered so early? Jin explained, Master Kaido has been recruiting new members lately and they have potential. Rhett nodded, without saying anything, but simply took another piece of meat and handed it to Peggy Wan, who was looking at it eagerly. Here, kid. Peggy Wan was stunned for a moment, whispered, thank you, and then Runti snatched it away. Idiot, you can't eat the enemy's food. Rhett. These two siblings have been like this since they were young. But how can I beat you, this group of old, young, and inexperienced people? The banquet was halfway through. Kaido finally fell down drunk, his head hitting the table, snoring loudly. After eating and drinking, Yamato began to feel sleepy. His little head nods up and down, and finally he falls asleep on Kaido's arms. Rhett watched this scene and suddenly found it a little funny. He stood up and said to Jin, all right, we've eaten and watched the show. Prepare a room. I want to spar with Kaido tomorrow. Advertisement. Boom, the morning tranquility was shattered by a loud bang. The wall of Rhett's guest room collapsed completely. Kaido, eyes red, rushed in, mace wrapped in a violent conqueror's haki, smashing into the bed. Rhett. Get up. How dare you stay on my ghost island? Wait until I wake up. The bed was instantly reduced to dust, but good morning, Kaido. Rhett's voice came from the rafters. He was sitting on the beam with his legs crossed, holding a cup of hot tea. Sober? Rhett. In terms of elegance, it's just very simple. Kaido's face turned pale and blue, and his dragon beard was shaking with anger. Lousy, forget what happened last night. Rhett took a slow sip of his tea. Forget what? You hugged me and cried? Or your daughter calling me your nemesis? Rhett. Kaido form. You are my lifelong enemy. Shut up, Kaido's conqueror's roar exploded, shaking the entire castle. Lousy will definitely kill you today. Rhett sighed and gently placed the cup on the beam. Okay, I'd like to stretch my legs. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody mist instantly filled the room. Kaido leapt back, sweeping his mace across, dispersing the incoming mist. Don't try that. Bang. The Kuroshio greatsword and Hachisai clashed fiercely, the shockwave completely shattering the remaining walls. The two fought all the way from the castle to the cliff edge, causing the ground to crack and the mountains to collapse wherever they passed. Woo la la la. Now that's the way it should be. Kaido laughed wildly, his entire body covered in dragon scales. Let me show you Lousy's true strength. Rhett nonchalantly hit him. You've used all your strength several times. Kaido blushed. You deserve to die. Meanwhile, in the other rooms, Yamato was awakened by the explosion and sat up, rubbing his eyes. What happened? Jin picked her up and said, hurry up, Lord Kaido and Rhett are fighting. What? Yamato suddenly woke up and waved his fist excitedly. I want to see it. Quinn ran and yelled, what the hell are you looking at? Those two monsters are fighting. If you get close, you're courting death. However, Yamato had already broken free from Jin's hand and ran towards the battlefield. Come on, Dad. You can't become Kaido before I do. Chapter 209 The Sea Emperor Who Makes the Ocean Tremble. At the edge of the cliff, two figures crossed each other like lightning. Rhett didn't bully him with the scroll, nor did he hide in the fog. This time it was a real physical confrontation. Sparks from the collision between the Kuroshio greatsword and Hachisai exploded in the air, and the pure physical duel made the entire Onigashima tremble. That's more like it. Kaido dodged the sweeping sword and swung his mace upwards. Let Lousy see how tough you are. You look down on Lousy, don't you? B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* his left leg whipping out like a whip, too slow. Bang! The calf, covered in armament hockey, collided with dragon scales with a dull thud. Kaido used the momentum to spin his body, swinging his mace with a whistling sound, striking Rhett's temple. Rhett didn't retreat but advanced, blocking accurately with the hilt of his sword and driving his right knee hard into Kaido's abdomen. Ah! Kaido groaned, but grinned fiercely. He suddenly grabbed Rhett's collar with his left hand and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Dust rose up, but Rhett supported himself with one hand the moment he touched the ground, and his legs wrapped around Kaido's neck like scissors. The two of them switched between offense and defense very quickly. In terms of physical skills alone, the two could really fight each other. Although Rhett was definitely more skilled in physical skills, Kaido relied on his physical fitness and fought hard. It was difficult for the two of them to score points. The two rolled and smashed the rock wall. Kaido slammed the ground with his tail to break the car, and threw Rhett into the air with his backhand. Dragon falling. Kaido leapt into the air and smashed down with the mace with tremendous force. Rhett twisted his body in midair, holding his black-tied sword horizontally. Dang! With a deafening clang of metal clashing, Rhett was crushed to the ground. Just before impact, he suddenly sheathed his sword and rolled sideways, his mace embedding deeply into the rock. Flaw! Rhett's elbow hit Kaido hard on the back of the neck. Kaido, without even turning, lashed out with the dragon's tail like a steel whip. Rhett dodged, his sword slicing past the dragon's tail, sending up a trail of sparks. They both leapt back and then charged forward simultaneously. Bang! 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 Kaido raised his arm to block, and then thrust forward with his right knee, but Rhett met his attack with a knee. The sparks from the collision of their shin bones made Yamato, who was watching from a distance, grimace. Come on, Dad! Yamato waved his little fist, his eyes fixed on the battlefield, hit him in the jaw. Kaido suddenly changed his tactics, feinting a punch but actually sweeping with his dragon's tail. Rhett seemed to have anticipated this, dodging with a backflip, landing with the tip of his sword to gain momentum, and lunging like an arrow. Swish! The sword blade slashed across Kaido's chest, leaving white marks on the dragon scales. Haven't you eaten yet? Kaido grabbed the sword with a snarl in his hand and aimed his right fist at Rhett's throat. Boom! Advertisement after another fistfight, both men slid back more than 10 meters, and the sword naturally returned to Rhett's hand. In this way, the sun rises and sets, and then rises and sets again. In human terms, 6.5 days had passed. Kaido's breathing has become slightly disordered. The same Rhett's forehead was and his clothes were slightly dirty, but their eyes were equally fiery. That's awesome. Kaido laughed wildly, tearing his tattered shirt into pieces. Keep going. Rhett made a sword flower. As you wish. Boom. Kaido's huge blue dragon body circled into the air, he opened his bloody mouth, and a heart-pounding white light condensed in his throat. It's over. Rhett. Kaido's roar shook the entire new Onigashima Island. Hot breath. Rhett. You were the first to use your fruit ability, don't accuse me of bullying the younger one. The devastating dragon flames poured down, instantly transforming the entire battlefield into a sea of fire. The rocks vaporized in the high temperature, and the ground melted into boiling magma. Yamato stood in the distance, his little hands unconsciously clutching the corners of his clothes. A lazy voice penetrated the fire curtain and reached everyone's ears clearly. Kaido. Rhett is my lifelong enemy, I won't let him go next time. Yamato's pupils suddenly contracted. In the center of the seething sea of fire, a slender figure stretched slowly, blood mist swirling around him. The flames had no choice but to move no closer. Yamato. Wow, I say. Rhett yawned. Could you two stop being so synchronized in your expressions? The words came to his lips but he swallowed them back. Just then, Yamato's eyes widened and her mouth opened unconsciously. She watched the blood dragons shuttle through the flames, and the blood mist covered the entire battlefield. Dad, why don't you add some water? Rhett casually spat out these words, and the blood mist behind him suddenly boiled. 9 ferocious blood dragons emerged from the mist, each one vivid and lifelike, with dancing whiskers and flying scales and claws. At this moment, Rhett, who walked safely in the flames and blood mist, was the emperor who truly made the sea tremble. Advertisement, Mist God style. Open heaven. Dad, you're so handsome. She looked at the flames that devoured everything, and she knew that her dad was the most powerful, but suddenly she felt empty in her heart. Dad. She muttered softly, burn. Kaido's dragon whiskers trembled violently. You. Mist God style. 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Kaido. Rhett is the emperor of the sea, ruling the entire ocean. Pirates are all terrified of him. I fought him for days and nights, but in the end, I lost to Rhett by a single move. However, Rhett was also seriously injured. So beautiful. The little girl took a step forward unconsciously. Ah. What a hassle. In an instant, the scarlet sword light pierced through the flames, and was actually split down the middle. The mist blade continued to cleave the cloudy sky into a sunny one. The flames split to the sides like a receding tide, forming a vacuum corridor in front of Rhett. Yamato. Wow. Mist Lord, officially lands on Ghost Island. Kaido's dragon pupils shrank violently. He watched with his own eyes as the dragon breath he exhaled was completely devoured by those blood dragons. Those damned mist creatures actually misted his flames as nourishment. That's it. Rhett tilted his head. Kaido, you haven't made much progress. The blood mist wrapped around his sword suddenly swelled up. Of course, Kaido couldn't discredit Rhett's strength. If you lose to a noob, wouldn't you look like a noob too? A hole. Kaido certainly couldn't stand it when he saw his son's admiring eyes. Rhett, carrying the black-tied greatsword, slowly emerged from the sea of fire. The blood mist lingering around the blade still lingered, illuminating the setting sun with an eerie glow. The hem of his coat fluttered in the heat, yet not a single scorch mark remained. Yamato thought of the man who always had a lazy look on his face, and the barbecue he casually handed over. Rhett took care of several children. It can be said that Rhett is very friendly to children. Can you stand his natural affinity? Kaido looked at the rice in front of him, then pointed at Rhett. Fighting Rhett, do I have to let him win? They hovered over the burning battlefield, using Kaido's dragon breath flames as a stage backdrop, swimming and tumbling in the sea of fire. This brings us to Kaido. Yamato has always been the strong man in front of Rhett, and his dad lost narrowly. If Rhett doesn't take action for too long, no one will forget how he became the Emperor of the Sea. A calm voice pierced through the curtain of fire. Besides, Rhett does not give Yamato the impression of being an unforgivable villain. On the contrary, Rhett is also a strong man in Yamato's heart. Chapter 210 Kaido. Incompetent father. Ulalala, Kaido roared, his dragon body twisting wildly in the air. Lousy is going to tear you apart, you pretentious B******************. D. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Rhett simply raised his finger slightly. 9 blood dragons suddenly flew towards Kaido and wrapped around his body. Kaido didn't even have time to react. Kaido wanted to completely transform into a beast, but even turning into a blue dragon made them wrap around him even closer. Rhett. Rhett, Kaido's strict godfather. Save your energy. Rhett sauntered forward, each step a step in the void, the blood mist automatically condensing into steps beneath his feet. I am the Lord of the Mist, the undisputed Emperor of the Sea. Yamato was completely stunned. She tilted her head back, watching the man strolling through the blood mist and flames. His every movement was graceful and composed, yet it left her father, known as the strongest creature, helpless. This, Yamato muttered to himself. Kaido was so angry when he heard this that his dragon whiskers were shaking. Bullshit, lousy is. Hush. Rhett suddenly appeared in front of the dragon head and said softly, if you get in my way, I'll kill you. This simple action made Kaido's whole body stiffen. He felt a cold mist entering his body through his nasal cavity, instantly freezing his vocal cords. He held the sword in his right hand and his left hand behind his back. 9 blood dragons raised their heads at the same time and roared silently. Mist god style. 1,000 needles. The blood mist suddenly transformed into thousands of fine needles, piercing Kaido like a rainstorm. The dragon scales collided with the needles, sending out dense sparks. Kaido twisted his body in pain, but could not utter a single sound. Mist god style. Dragon wandering. Rhett's figure suddenly blurred, and the next moment, he appeared in 9 different locations simultaneously. Each afterimage performed a different sword move, attacking Kaido from all directions. Mist god flow. Open heaven. The black-tied sword suddenly expanded to 100 meters in length, slashing down with devastating force. Wherever the sword passed, a vacuum zone formed. Boom, when the smoke cleared, Kaido had transformed back into human form, kneeling on one knee, covered in blood, and Rhett's sword tip was lightly touching his forehead. Of course, Jin, Quinn, Jack and the others held back and were just about to join the battle. Just as he was about to rush to the battlefield, a golden lightning suddenly struck in front of him. A 100-meter-tall blue lightning giant and a dark shadow general rose from the ground and stood steadily between the battlefield and Quinn. Who allowed you to disturb our captain's fight? You are not worthy. Enel sat on the giant's shoulders and looked down at everyone. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone from the beast's pirates, it's best to just watch the show. Advertisement. Of course, Jin and his men would not sit still and wait for death. Amulet. Fire Dragon King, Brachiosaurus attack, be like a mammoth. The 5 of them collided, and no one had the ability to quickly resolve the battle, but Enel and Moria achieved their goal. As long as they did not interfere with the battle, the 5 of them could fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Give up? Rhett asked. Kaido stared at the man in front of him, then suddenly grinned. Give up? There's no such word in Lousy's dictionary. He suddenly jumped up, and his dragon claws went straight to Rhett's heart, however. Snap. Rhett simply snapped his fingers. Kaido's movements froze instantly. His pupils contracted violently as he realized his entire body was saturated with blood mist, and every muscle was paralyzed. You. Kaido squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. What did you do? Nothing. Rhett sheathed his sword. You'll be useful later. I'm just reminding you of my fear. Rhett. Did you forget the little fun? Wano Kuni. Don't bully daddy. A small figure suddenly broke through the blood mist and rushed towards Rhett with a mace in hand. Moria and Enel didn't stop him this time and let Yamato pass. Although there were tears in the eyes of the little guy Yamato, there was a stubborn light shining in his eyes. Rhett. You were so frightened, your legs were shaking, yet you resolutely attacked the world's strongest, to protect your father. Little one, I recognize your resolve. Rhett raised his left hand without looking back, and the blood mist gently supported Yamato, holding her in midair. Yamato swung the mace in the air, but its shortness was a fatal flaw, and he couldn't poke anything. You're brave, kid. Rhett finally turned around. But courage alone isn't enough. I'm much stronger than you think. He waved his hand lightly, and Yamato was thrown more than 10 meters away, rolling on the ground for several times before stopping.
Rhett. Then I'm going to start being a villain, hee hee hee.
Ouch. Yamato gritted his teeth and climbed up, picked up the fallen mace and rushed over again. Let go of Dad. I am Kaido too. Advertisement this time. Rhett waved his hand, and a blood-red mist gathered. Whoosh, bang, Yamato flew out and fell heavily in front of Kaido. Son, don't come over here. Kaido's eyes were bloodshot, but he couldn't move. You are not his match now. Run and avenge your father. Son, run. Yamato's face was scraped and her knees were bleeding, but she stood up again, her trembling legs straight. I won't give up. She raised her mace and struck a clumsy fighting stance. Come on, my lifelong enemy. Rhett raised an eyebrow, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. He sheathed his black-tied greatsword and crouched down to meet Yamato's gaze. Why are you fighting so hard? Because. Yamato gasped. He's my dad, Kaido. I can only lie on the ground and look at Yamato. Rhett. Are you there, Cosprey, the incompetent father? As expected, Yamato, who wasn't abused, is still a good kid. So touching. Hey, I was just pretending. Rhett was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, okay, I'll give you a chance. Yamato wiped the blood off his face and said, I will never surrender to the enemy. I am Kaido too. The next second, Yamato's voice changed immediately. Tell me about it. The camera zoomed out, and the mist blade condensed from Rhett's blood mist was only 0.01 centimeter away from Kaido's neck. Rhett. Xiaohei, you don't want your father to meet with any misfortune, do you? He stood up, and the blood mist condensed into a small bell in his palm. Kaido duo. One day in the future, if you think you can surpass me in strength, challenge me. I will accept the battle with you. If you defeat me, I will acknowledge that you are Kaido. Right now, you are at most Kaido duo. If you lose, you have to yell at me, Grandpa, I really can't beat you, but you're awesome. Rhett. Hee hee ha 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 ha. Yamato took the bell and clenched it tightly in his hand. It's a deal. My lifelong enemy, I will defeat you. But, Rhett gave Kaido a meaningful look. During this time, if your father dares to do anything out of line. He snapped his fingers, and Kaido suddenly twitched violently, with a mist of blood seeping out from between his dragon scales. Dad. Yamato hugged Kaido in panic. Don't worry, he won't die. Rhett turned and walked towards the sea. Just remind him to keep his promise. Blood mist formed a red carpet beneath his feet, and 9 blood dragons circled around him, guarding him on both sides. Halfway through, Rhett suddenly turned around. That's right, kid. Chapter 211 Judge is inflated. Yamato raised his head. Remember the pain of today. Rhett's voice drifted on the wind. Strong people all start by taking beatings. Kaido finally broke free and hugged his daughter. You be asterisk 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 D. But when he looked in the direction Rhett left, besides anger, there was a hint of complicated emotions in his eyes. Yamato gripped the bell tightly, his face full of determination. Dad, I will definitely beat him. Kaido rubbed his daughter's head and rarely refuted. Then become Kaido. From now on you have to call me daddy. Bang. What are you doing? You be asterisk 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 D dad. Kaido looked at Yamato with disdain. Son, you will always be just a son. Kaido rubbed his wrist. He felt that the force he used just now was not right. He did not use enough strength. He should be more careful next time. Don't forget, we still have a battlefield. Moria and Enel saw that their captain had finished the battle, so of course they tried their best to leave the battlefield. There was no point in continuing to fight. Boom, 5 terrifying forces collided once again in midair, erupting with a deafening roar. The energy shockwave instantly vaporized rocks within a kilometer radius, and the sea surface was ripped apart by waves tens of meters high. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Interesting. Moria's shadow general brandished his giant sword and engaged in a fierce battle with Jin's Fire Dragon King. Although he retreated a little, he still managed to block it. Is this all the beast's pirate signage can do? Enel's Thunder God giant raised his hand and a blinding flash of lightning flashed. 200 million volts. Thunder God's wrath. Quinn's robotic arm spun wildly. Impact, maximum power. 5 figures appeared and disappeared in the smoke and dust of the explosion. The aftermath of the battle caused the entire Onigashima island to tremble again. However, in this chaos, a huge figure suddenly flew backwards. Bang! Jack crashed into the distant mountain wall like a cannonball, breaking one of the mammoth's tusks. Advertisement. He was still too young. He struggled to get up, but was blown away again by Moria's shadow tentacles. There was nothing he could do since Jack was the youngest. One less person would mean less pressure for the two of them. Master Jack. Several ordinary crew members of the beast's pirates shouted and rushed over. Enel snorted disdainfully. Trash. It is also a tribute to the legendary, beating king. There is no way the legend relies on the king of ships. From his debut till now, he has been beaten by cats and dogs, beaten by Marine, beaten by the Elephant Master, beaten by Ashura Doji, and now beaten by the Duke of Inuarashi. He is nicknamed, Beating King. It is said to be a 10 billion bounty and 900 million ivory. Moreover, Rhett discovered that Jack was not only beaten all the way, but there was also a very embarrassing thing about Jack the Drow, that is, he had not used any named moves in the plot so far. None of them had a name. The most familiar ones were, pull the boat over, and shaking his nose. Poor Jack, let me light a candle for you and let's go back to the battlefield. Jin's flaming wings flapped violently, his eyes blazing with anger. Get out of here. What? Moria's shadow mage suddenly rose from the ground, grinning sinisterly. They can't even defeat 2 against 3. Is this the level of the beast's pirates? Quinn's mechanical eyes spun wildly, and he suddenly turned his gun towards Enel. Go to hell. Sizzle. Golden lightning and green energy beams collided in midair, causing a violent explosion. Amidst the smoke and dust, Enel suddenly appeared behind Quinn. Too slow. Bang. The golden rod struck Quinn hard on the back of his head, sending him plummeting into the ground. His mechanical body intact, Quinn yelled at Enel, damn. You thought I'd fall in the same place twice? Enel looked at the smoke coming out of Quinn's head and said, I think you might. Seeing this, Jin suddenly turned his flaming sword and aimed it at Enel's throat. Flame Emperor. Clang. Moria's shadow sword blocked the blow in time, and the 2 forces clashed. Enel took the opportunity to distance himself, and the thunder drum hummed. 30 million volts Thunder Beast. Lightning transformed into a giant wolf that pounced on Jin, forcing him to retreat, in that split second. Have you 2 had enough fun? Rhett's voice was quiet, but it reached everyone clearly. He had already stood in the center of the battlefield, the black-tied greatsword lazily slung over his shoulder. Advertisement Kaido was standing not far away, and everyone saw him touch Yamato's head first. Then, bang, Yamato was hit on the head with a hammer. Have you had enough fun? Rhett glanced at the group. We should go. Enel curled his lips and put away Thor, while Moria reluctantly took back Shadow. The 2 stood behind Rhett, one on the left and one on the right, guarding their king. Rhett's next stop is to conquer Windsmoke Judge. It's not that Rhett doesn't want to go earlier, but because he is like the damn Morgans, his base is mobile. The ships of the Germa Kingdom are a group of giant snails that can travel on the sea and do everything. The fact that the Germa Kingdom can survive as a killer country until now has a lot to do with this snail. In this world of chaotic magnetic fields, finding the Germa Kingdom is incredibly difficult. Zo's movement direction isn't something that can be controlled manually, though you can find the pattern if you can. However, the movement of the Germa Kingdom is controlled manually, and AI can never control humans. So what if it was difficult? He was still found by the great Emperor of Mist. Fortunately, Judge Windsmoke had the idea of making the Kingdom of Jamal great again. He was destined to die in North Blue. Rhett. Morganus, stop standing there grinning. If I catch you, you'll be in big trouble. Coo. Phew. Some time passed. In the chill wind of North Blue, the massive snail castle of Germa 66 slowly shifted. Inside the castle's highest floor council chamber, Judge Windsmoke stood before a massive map of North Blue, clad in a black combat uniform, his cape rustling behind him. Listen up, my children. The judge slammed his staff against the ground, his metal boots clanging against the floor. West Blue will be our next target. The cyborg prince stood straight, staring at his father expressionlessly. IG. Judge suddenly shouted. Here, the red-haired elf's son took a step forward. You are in charge of the Eastern Offensive. Capture Cheese Island within a week. As you command, father. Niji. The blue-haired second son straightened his back and said, Here. You lead your troops to encircle them from the west and cut off their supply lines. Clear. The judge's eyes swept over his third son, Yangzi, and eldest daughter, Reiju. His eyes instantly turned cold. Don't be like that loser and bring shame to our family. Niji patted his chest and said, We won't be like that loser. Chapter 212. Tisk 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 little dish. Excellent. The judge slammed his scepter down on the table. Germa 66 will soon regain its former glory. This country is just the beginning. North Blue. One day, the entire Grand Line will be under our rule. Judge looked at his children, and had to admit that Judge's skills were indeed strong among those in North Blue. Moreover, they could run around freely without encountering any opponents who could defeat them, which made Judge feel that the big pirates were nothing special. He was full of confidence in his future and in the future restoration of the Windsmoke family. In human terms, it's Windsmoke Judge, he's inflated. His eyes flashed with madness, and the power unit of his battlesuit hummed. Those who laugh at the loss of our land, those fools who look down on the power of science. Soon they will be on their knees begging for mercy. Outside the window, dozens of snail battleships were gathering, and clone soldiers were lined up in neat formations. Judge opened his arms, as if to embrace the entire world. Remember, you are the princes of the army of evil, use your strength to make the whole world tremble. Yes, father, 3 voices sounded at the same time. Report. A clone trooper rushed in a panic, an unidentified ship has been spotted in the sea ahead. Judge frowned. Who dares to stand in the way of Germa 66? The soldier swallowed hard. The ship, the sails have the symbol of the Lord of the Mist. The entire meeting room fell silent. The judge's expression changed, and then a sinister smile appeared on his face. Judge narrowed his eyes, a screen brought to his eyes, and looked at the unique black sailing ship in the distance. Is that the Bruma Jackson? A sneer curled up the corner of his mouth. Interesting, the legendary Mist Lord actually came to my door in person. IG, who was standing beside him, crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, Father, are we going to annihilate them? No rush. Judge rubbed his chin. Let's see what this Emperor of the Sea is capable of first. Rhett. It's been a while since anyone wanted to test my skills, which is interesting. Niji scoffed. The Emperor is nothing but a bunch of pirates. Our clone army is the strongest. Meanwhile, on the Bruma Jackson. Advertisement, Captain, we've spotted the Germa 66 fleet ahead. Lena lowered her telescope. It looks like they're not going to give way. It's been a while since we've encountered pirates who wouldn't give way to us. Rhett lazily leaned against the side of the boat. That old fellow, Judge, has been acting very arrogantly in West Blue lately. Enel snorted coldly. Captain, do you need me to chop them down? No rush. Rhett yawned. Just play with them for a bit. We're here to conquer. Don't make it sound like we're robbing them. Negotiations between two nations should be civilized and magnanimous. Moria rubbed her hands together excitedly. Shish. Looks like the captain doesn't want to take action anymore. This is getting interesting. As the two ships approached, Judge called out over the loudspeaker. This is the territory of the Kingdom of Germa, please identify yourself. Rhett picked his ears. A bolt of lightning struck the front of the snail accurately, forcing it to stop. Judge's face darkened. Rhett, don't think you can act so arrogantly in front of Germa just because you're called a Mist Lord. IG suddenly leapt up, his flaming shoes emitting a stream of hot air. Father, let me teach them a lesson. What the hell? Rhett raised an eyebrow. Lao Mo and Xiao Ai, take care of him and show him how deep the waters of New World are. Judge looked at the children and suddenly realized, where's Reiju? It doesn't matter. You two are enough. Go and teach them a lesson, kids. At this time, Reiju hurried over and said, Father, I'm here. I'm going back to the house to get the poison I prepared. You are worthy of being my good boy. Judge laughed proudly. Reiju, Niji and IG came up, Rhett said. Judge is still too young. Reiju, Niji, and IG quickly rushed towards the Bruma Jackson, and the battle was about to begin. Advertisement Reiju took the lead, leaping lightly into the air and waving her hands, sending purple venom raining down on the deck. Try my new recipe, she sneered. However, before the venom could land, a black shadow barrier instantly unfolded, swallowing up the venom. Enel hovered in midair, scratching his ears with a look of disdain on his face. You dare flaunt a mere toxin in front of me? How much do you despise me, little brat? Seeing this, Niji flashed and turned into a blue lightning bolt and rushed towards Enel. Your lightning is nothing but a toy in front of me, he roared, and the electricity in his hand condensed into a sharp blade, slashing towards Enel. Enel raised the corner of his mouth slightly and let the electric current pass through his body, but he was unharmed. There was no way he could do anything about the huge gap in strength. Mortal, you know nothing about the power of God. I am the God who controls thunder and lightning. He raised his hand and waved it. A thicker bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Niji into the sea. IG aimed at Moria, and flames burst out from his arms, forming a huge fireball that hit the opponent. Burn to ashes, he said with a sinister grin. Moria was unhurried. The shadow squirmed beneath his feet and instantly transformed into a giant hand that crushed the fireball. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Flame? There are more terrifying things hidden in my shadow. Little guy, hiss, hiss, hiss. He clasped his hands together, and countless shadow bats flew out from the darkness and surrounded IG. Seeing his two brothers in trouble, Reiju gritted his teeth and rushed towards Moria, trying to turn the situation around with close combat. However, before her fist could make contact, Moria's shadow wrapped around her limbs like a living thing. Little girl, your poison has no effect on me, Moria said with a sinister smile. The shadow gradually tightened, and Reiju's face turned pale. The judge witnessed this from the snail battleship, his face livid. How is it possible that my children were suppressed by such power? He gripped the staff tightly, electricity leaping from the tip of the spear, and entered the battlefield. At the same time, Rhett's voice came over. Lao Mo, Xiao Ai, stop playing around and give this old man a good beating. I won't feel better unless I give this B********** DA beating for experimenting on his own child. Judge roared, his suit's thrusters erupting with a piercing roar. His weapon, a spear, had been technologically modified to possess the properties of electricity, allowing it to carry a charge when striking. Like a cannonball, he charged towards the Bruma Jackson. His spear, swirling with high-voltage electricity, stabbed Rhett on the deck. You're just pirates, don't be so arrogant. Rhett. A scientific researcher came up with an electric baton. Wow, what a loser. Chapter 213 Come, let me be your light. However, before the tip of his spear touched Rhett, a golden lightning flashed suddenly. Enel's figure instantly blocked in front of Rhett, holding the tip of Judge's spear with one hand, allowing the electric current to rage without any harm. Old man, your electricity isn't even enough to tickle me. Enel tilted his head and gave a sarcastic smile. If your son can't do it, then neither can you. Judge's pupils shrank, and before he could react, Enel's other hand was already on his chest. God's judgment. Thunder punishment. Boom. A lightning column with a diameter of several meters fell from the sky, directly blasting Judge into the sea and stirring up huge waves. The sea water was boiling, lightning was flashing, and Judge's combat suit was emitting black smoke under the ultra-high voltage current. His body was twitching uncontrollably as he barely floated to the surface. It was obvious that this combat suit was not very mature. It was smoking when it was hit. It was really new. Father. Reiju struggled to offer support, but was held tightly by Moria's shadow. Hush, hush, hush. Don't worry, little girl. Your opponent is me. Moria smirked, controlling his shadow to slam Reiju onto the deck. Then he stepped on her back. The technology you Germa are so proud of is nothing but toys in the face of true power. Elsewhere, Niji had just climbed back to the battleship from the sea, soaking wet and in a state of disarray. He glared at Enel with gritted teeth and roared, "A hole. Don't underestimate the power of Germa." He suddenly activated the maximum speed of his combat suit, turned into a blue afterimage and rushed towards Enel, with electricity condensing on the tip of his fist, trying to win with an ultra-high-speed surprise attack. However, Enel didn't even look at him, but just raised a finger lazily. Electricity. Bang! Niji's fist stopped abruptly an inch away from Enel's nose. His body was completely paralyzed by Enel's lightning and he could not move. No matter how fast you are, you can't outperform the perception of God. Enel sneered and punched Niji in the abdomen. Discharge thunderstorm. Puff! Advertisement. Niji spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the deck of the snail battleship, creating a big hole. All the little ones left the stage. Now 2 ghosts are opening the door. You still have a senior, his scientific name is Kurozumi the Great Snake, who is still lying underground and sleeping soundly. It's just that Judge's style is not enough, and he hasn't reached the level of his predecessors. Speaking of the level, they still have predecessors worth pursuing, such as Sangui Kaimangai-san. It seems that Kurozumi's snake has no chance. Hush, hush, hush. The old fellow is quite imposing. Moria sneered, and his shadow surged like a tide, instantly transforming into several giant pythons that coiled around the judge. The judge snorted coldly, and swept his spear across, sending a burst of electricity that tore the shadow python apart. However, the next second, Enel's figure appeared behind him like a ghost, and the golden scepter gently touched the back of his neck. Mortal, your speed is too slow. What? Judge's pupils suddenly shrank, and his combat suit instantly overloaded. He spun around and stabbed. However, Enel had already transformed into an element, and the electric current penetrated the air, leaving him unharmed. Thunder welcome. God's judgment. Boom! A pillar of lightning that pierced the sky and penetrated the earth fell from the sky. Judge was hit head-on, sparks flying from his combat suit, and he slammed heavily into the deck, causing the snail battleship to shake violently. Father. Reiju struggled to get up, but was pinned down by the shadow. Niji had just climbed out of the sea when Moria stepped on his head. Judge struggled to stand up, his battle suit already largely torn and the electrical currents distorted. He gritted his teeth and looked up, only to see Rhett still sitting on the blood mist throne, unmoving, his chin resting on one hand, watching everything with great interest. Damn it. Judge was furious and slammed the button on his wrist. All soldiers, listen up. Destroy the enemy. In an instant, the muzzles of all the snail battleships turned towards the Bruma Jackson, energy accumulated and dazzling light flashed. Oh, you have a backup plan? Rhett finally raised his eyebrows, but still lazily, shall I? Lao Mo, don't let them disturb me from basking in the sun. Understood, Captain. Enel grinned and raised his hands high, 10,000 thunders, heavenly punishment. Advertisement rumble. Countless thunderclouds gathered in an instant, and thousands of thunders poured down like a rainstorm. Germa's fleet exploded one after another in the lightning, and flames shot into the sky. Moria opened his arms and laughed wildly, shadow box hell cage. Countless shadows rose from the sea, transforming into a giant cage that trapped Judge, Vinsmoke, and the other 2 siblings. Judge attacked the shadow wall frantically, but to no avail. Clone soldiers came like a tide, carrying out the Judge's orders with mechanical precision, and rushed towards Enel and Moria one after another. Rhett. I have to admit, it was quite spectacular to see a large group of people rushing towards me. Shish. It's never ending. Moria laughed sinisterly, waved his hands, and the shadows turned into countless black blades, instantly cutting dozens of clone soldiers in half. Enel was suspended in the air, and with a flick of his finger, golden lightning rained down, each bolt of lightning accurately piercing the chest of a soldier. 10. Enel counted lazily. Judge stood in the shadow prison, unable to move, but his eyes still shone with arrogance. See, Rhett. This is the Germa army. Endless, absolutely obedient, fearless of death. No matter how strong you are, you will eventually be overwhelmed. Do you think you can fight against an entire country with just a few of you? Rhett leaned back on the throne, resting his chin on one hand, and said with a half smile, keep going. This is exactly the effect Rhett wanted. Very good, he is very proud of his skills. In fact, a long time ago, Rhett had been wavering about Judge and didn't know how to win him over. Because Judge didn't act like a good person, but was whitewashed by Auntie. Rhett thought he was a good person. Until Rhett had a flash of inspiration, Murong Fu, a man who would do anything to restore his country. In summary, for the sake of restoring his country, everything else can be abandoned. The attitude and method of dealing with Judge became clear instantly. Destroy him, make him lose hope, make him crazy, make him evil, and then give him a little hope. To create a hero, give him a tragic past, and then give him a little light. To create a villain is to extinguish his hope. What Rhett has to do is to pinch off your hope with his own hands, and then give you a little hope, Chapter 214. Doubt it, Shatter. Enel yawned and waved the golden scepter casually. 30 million volt Thunderbird. The dazzling lightning transformed into a giant bird flapping its wings and instantly pierced through dozens of clone soldiers. Their bodies exploded under the high-voltage current, and charred debris scattered all over the ground. Moria smirked, his hands spread wide, and the shadows beneath his feet moved like living creatures. Shadowhorn spear. Piercing. Pitch-black shadow spears shot up from the ground, instantly skewering an entire row of clone soldiers, blood splattering and staining the deck red. The judge's smile froze. Keep going. Rhett ordered calmly, he just liked the hardest one. The massacre did not stop. Enel walked among the clone soldiers, and lightning flashed with every step. The soldiers couldn't even get close to him, and turned into charcoal with screams. 50 million volt Thunderdragon. A huge Thunderdragon roared past, and an entire team evaporated in an instant. The proud warriors were like flowers in the water or the moon in the mirror in front of absolute power. There was nothing they could do. The top combat force of Germa 66 was just a bunch of little brats. What could they do? There was nothing they could do. Moria's shadow transformed into countless sharp blades, weaving through the crowd, each flash bringing up a rain of blood. Shish. 100, 200, 500. The number of clone soldiers decreased rapidly, the deck was filled with broken limbs and arms, and the smell of burnt and blood was everywhere. Judge's breathing became more and more rapid, and his fingers dug deep into the deck. No. Impossible. My army, my masterpiece. As countless soldiers fell, hesitation finally appeared in the judge's eyes. Advertisement judge struggled to raise his head, his eyes still filled with resentment. What do you know? Germa's technology is the most advanced in North Blue? Are you anxious? Rhett chuckled. Am I wrong? Look at your masterpiece. He pointed casually, where Enel was crushing the remains of a clone trooper in the distance. You're not even cannon fodder. What are you in front of a truly powerful person? Judge's pupils contracted violently, and his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a word to refute. Top? Rhett scoffed, not even bothering to look at him. He casually raised his hand and gestured to Moria in the distance. Old Moria, dismantle that flagship. The massacre continues. Look at your clone troopers. Rhett pointed at the charred corpses on the ground, puppets that can't even scream. And look at your masterpiece. Rhett finally stood up, blood mist swirling beneath him. He walked to the front of the shadow cage, looked down at the judge, and said in a cold voice. No. No. Stop. He lunged at the shadow wall, punching the shadow cage frantically. They're my hard work, they're my dreams. Do you know the real difference between you and Vegapunk? Rhett added. He creates the future, while you can only produce a bunch of outdated toys, toys that can be destroyed at any time. With you like this, you will never be able to revive the Germa kingdom, you will never be able to surpass Vegapunk, and you will always be a clown who is laughed at by others and immersed in your own world of self-deception. Judge, your so-called kingdom of science is only this much? Why? Why are you still standing? He roared hysterically. They're my most perfect technology. They're the cornerstone of Germa's rule over North Blue. Rhett. Great, time to go. Judge gritted his teeth. That's because. Revitalize? Rhett's smile suddenly vanished. You can't even defeat a random pirate group in the New World with such despicable tactics, and yet you still dream of ruling the Grand Line. He stood up and stepped on Judge's hand. Let me tell you a secret, Kaido's beasts pirates. Any one of them could wipe out your snail fleet in a real fight, and I can destroy the beasts pirates. Judge collapsed to the ground, the light in his eyes completely extinguished. His lips moved, but he could not utter a single word. All his arrogance and ambition were crushed in that moment. S's. Judge, you are so pathetic. Rhett's voice was light, but it pierced his heart like a knife. Advertisement, what do you mean? Rhett finally glanced at him, his eyes as if he were looking at an ant. Your technology can't even withstand a single blow from Enel. Your army can't even cut through Moria's shadow. And you call yourself, top-notch, ridiculous weakling. Your technology can't even harm Enel. Rhett sneered. Do you know why? Because you're too weak, so weak that you can't even reach the threshold of strong. He leaned over and whispered in Judge's ear, you're just a coward. Hiding in the lab and fantasizing. Rhett straightened up with satisfaction and turned to the throne. Now, we can discuss the ownership of Germa. His voice drifted on the sea breeze. Of course, you can also choose to die with your ridiculous dignity. Rhett saw that I could make you burn, and that would be embarrassing for me. How could I be the light in your heart if you didn't break down? The judge's face turned pale instantly. You shut up. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. You and that genius scientist used to work together, didn't you? Too bad he was taken away by the world government, and you. He deliberately dragged out his tone, can only hide in North Blue, experimenting on your own children and making a bunch of crappy toys for your own amusement. The more I talk about it, the prouder I am. Judge's breathing became more and more rapid. Judge seemed to have found hope suddenly. Judge stared blankly at the devastated fleet, and for the first time began to doubt his lifelong pursuit. The judge trembled all over, the madness in his eyes gradually giving way to fear. Everything he was proud of was being crushed before his eyes. Judge trembled. You know nothing. This is to revitalize the Vinsmoke family. Rhett remained indifferent, simply raising his hand slightly. Your perfect technology is nothing but a ridiculous toy in my eyes. Impossible. Judge's eyes were bloodshot. My technology. The judge's pupils suddenly shrank. You. Why? Because you are stronger than Vegapunk? Rhett interrupted him with a sarcastic tone, his poisonous mouth still exerting steady force. You can ask your predecessors, 5 elders, Usopp, and Bear, none of them could not break the defense. Rhett slowly walked in front of the judge, with blood mist flowing under his feet, but he didn't even bother to look at him, just staring at the sea in the distance casually. Chapter 215 Your world is too small. Judge's eyes were bloodshot. He raised his head suddenly and roared hysterically. You haven't experienced it at all. What right do you have to deny me? His voice was hoarse, like a cornered beast. I tried so hard. I gave up everything. Dignity, humanity, even my child. Why? Why is it still not enough? His nails dug deep into the deck, his knuckles turning white, as if he wanted to vent all his lifelong resentment. Rhett looked at him quietly, blood mist swirling around him, and a meaningful smile slowly rose at the corner of his mouth. Because your world is too small. Judge's roar stopped abruptly, and he looked up in a daze. Rhett slowly approached, and the blood mist spread, wrapping around Judge's body, seeping into his skin, his nerves, and his brain. Join me, and I'll show you the real world. Rhett's voice was low and seductive. You'll find that your so-called pursuits are as simple as eating and drinking water. The judge's pupils suddenly contracted, and the blood mist twisted and shifted in his vision. Judge's vision was completely shrouded in scarlet blood mist, and his consciousness fluctuated between illusion and reality. He surrendered to Rhett and gained Rhett's support. Everyone had to give face to Mist Lord Rhett, and his power was initially unstoppable. He saw himself standing in the towering throne room. Although he was a vassal of the Lord of Mist, he saw the kings of the North Blue nations prostrating themselves at his feet. They pressed their foreheads to the ground, trembling as they presented their credentials. Their voices were humble and fearful. Your Majesty Vinsmoke, please accept our submission. He saw the world government's envoy standing bowed, holding a gold-embossed document in both hands. Judge, the 5 elders wish to appoint you as the highest advisor to the Science Corps. Vegapunk, he has been dismissed. Ha ha ha, let them go. Do they think they can touch Lord Rhett? He saw his laboratory, expanded tenfold in size. Countless scientists in white robes stood in awe on either side. On his lab table sat a newly completed sample of the perfect bloodline factor, gleaming and flawless. Rhett. Get caught up in it, Judge. Father. Judge turned around and saw Reiju, Ig, Niji, Yuji, and even Sanji kneeling on one knee. Their eyes were no longer filled with cold obedience, but with genuine admiration. Their combat suits were more advanced, and their energy fluctuations were heart-pounding. Their strength was stronger than that of Enel and Moria he had seen. Rhett. Of course, my aura is stronger than Moria and Enel's. Advertisement. Your dream has come true. His wife took his arm and said with a smile, we have finally become what you wanted us to be. Our dream has come true. Judge's fingertips trembled. He looked down at his hands, no longer wrinkled with defeat, but filled with strength. He squeezed them gently, and electricity pulsed through his palms, stronger and more perfect than before. That's enough, but it's definitely not enough for me, not enough. Rhett's voice suddenly came from behind. Judge turned around and saw the man sitting on a higher throne in the blood mist, one hand supporting his cheek, looking at him with a half smile. This is just the beginning. The scene changed again. He stood atop the red line, the endless Germa fleet behind him, obscuring the sky. The clone soldiers raised their arms and shouted, Long live the judge. The sound was deafening. He walked into the World Summit in Mariajoy, and the kings of his member states, who looked down on him, gave up their seats with grim expressions. But he just sneered, his eyes filled with pride and pride. On the lab screen, Vegapunk's face appeared on the communicator, his eyes filled with shock. How? How did you break through the limitations of your bloodline? You must have had Rhett's support, otherwise you wouldn't be able to surpass me. The judge laughed. This is the world I want. He waved his hand violently, and the map of North Blue unfolded before him. Every time his fingertips touched a place, new territory was dyed with the Germa symbol. Here, here, and here. All of this is Germa's territory. His voice boomed, full of authority. From this day forward, North Blue has only one master. The subordinates responded loudly, their eyes full of enthusiasm. Judge felt like he had spent a year in this place. During this year of fantasy, Judge experienced a taste he had never experienced before. He stood at the highest point of the Germa Palace, overlooking the entire kingdom. The crowds on the streets erupted in thunderous cheers upon seeing him emerge. Shouts of, Long live His Majesty Vinsmoke, echoed one after another. The nobles who had once mocked him for the loss of his lands now knelt humbly at his feet. Your Majesty, this is the list of tributes paid by the various nations of North Blue this year. The Minister of Finance respectfully presented a scroll of gilded documents. The judge casually unfolded it, and the figures listed on it made his pupils shrink slightly. This wealth was enough to rebuild 10 Germa kingdoms. This had been his lifelong pursuit, and now it was easily, even simply, achieved. At the dinner, Judge looked at his family gathered around the table. Reiju was chatting quietly with his mother, occasionally letting out a pleasant laugh. Niji and Yuji were arguing over the latest fighting techniques. Even Sanji, whom he had once considered a failure, was dressed in a well-dressed suit and politely poured drinks for everyone. Advertisement. Honey, try this. His wife brought a delicate pastry to his lips. Judge opened his mouth subconsciously, and the sweet taste blossomed on his tongue. How many years had it been since he had experienced this ordinary happiness? Not enough. Judge muttered to himself, but this time his tone was no longer hysterical, but full of ambitious joy. His fingertips traced the night sky, as if measuring the boundaries of the world. North blue. Grand line. Red line. The whole world will be. Vinsmokes. Snap. The illusion was shattered. 1 second he was in power, and the next second he was imprisoned with his destroyed and shattered country. This feeling was driving him crazy, but, when he turned to look at Rhett was standing behind him, blood mist swirling around him, a smile on his lips. His eyes were complicated as he looked at the man who destroyed everything for him and could give him everything. Now, do you understand? Rhett said softly, your ambitions are too small. The real world is far greater than you imagine. Judge's breathing quickened, his heart pounding. Everything in the illusion was too real, the feeling of being in control, the pleasure of being odd. He wants it. He wanted it so much. The shadow prison gradually dissipated, and Judge's consciousness returned to reality completely this time. Because Rhett could affect the emotions of others in the illusion, he still knelt on the deck, but the madness in his eyes had become something else. Eager. Absolute desire. He slowly raised his head and looked at Rhett, his voice hoarse but firm. What should I do? Rhett knew he had acquired another useful chess piece. Chapter 216 please. Lord Rhett didn't say anything, just lowered his head slightly and looked down at him, blood mist swirling around his fingertips, and a playful light flashed in his scarlet pupils. The judge's breathing hitched for a moment, he suddenly understood. His knees slammed heavily onto the deck, making a dull thud. Judge rested his forehead against the bloodstained deck, his voice hoarse and trembling. Judge Vinsmoke and the Vinsmoke family pledge their loyalty to you. These words seemed to drain all his strength, yet also like the removal of a lifetime of shackles. His fingers dug deep into the cracks in the deck, his knuckles turning white, not in resistance, but to suppress the almost twisted excitement surging in his heart. Rhett finally smiled. He slowly raised his hand, and a blood mist wrapped around the judge's neck, eventually turning into a scarlet rune, branded on the judge's collarbone. A wise choice. The rune glowed a dark red, and Judge trembled as he felt an unprecedented surge of power flooding into his body. His old injuries healed, and his body was filled with vitality again. This is. Judge looked at his palm in shock, a small gift. Rhett turned and walked towards the throne, blood mist forming a red carpet at his feet. Compared to the power within the illusion, this is just superficial. But if you can prove your worth. He tilted his head, his lips curled up, I will let you touch those dreams with your own hands. Judge's pupils contracted, and the images from the fantasy world flashed through his mind again. North Blue surrender, Vegapunk's shock, the world government's servility, and even a happy life. The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably, eventually turning into an almost insane smile. Yes, Lord Rhett, no, as you command, my lord. Rhett, you're welcome. These life forces belong to the clones. Also, if there were only benefits, I wouldn't be called Rhett. On the deck, Shadow freed Reiju and the others from their coma. They struggled to their feet and saw their father kneeling on the ground, their eyes filled with disbelief. Advertisement, father, sir, Reiju's voice trembled. Judge slowly stood up and turned to look at his children. His eyes had changed, no longer violent, no longer paranoid, only a cold, almost mechanical fanaticism, a determination to achieve his goal even at the cost of his life. I can endure darkness if I never come into contact with the light. From this day forward, Germa 66 will pledge allegiance to Lord Rhett, the Lord of the Mist. His voice was unwavering. This is an order. Rhett leaned back in his throne, watching the scene with satisfaction. The sea breeze carried the smell of gunpowder across the deck, and Rhett's eyes suddenly fixed on the distance. A simple small boat was desperately trying to get away from the battlefield. Rhett. Yo, little Sanji. Rhett glanced at Reiju, then at Vinsmoke Judge. Sanji shuddered when he caught Rhett's eye, his eyes a mixture of fear and relief. But when he was completely sure that Rhett had locked onto him, there was more fear in his eyes. That monster is looking over here. Sanji's voice trembled, and he paddled even faster. The boat bobbed on the waves, as if it would capsize at any moment, but he didn't dare stop. He had witnessed firsthand how that man had destroyed everything in Germa, and how he had brought his father to his knees in submission. He saw Rhett descend upon the demon god, instantly dismantling his once powerful, bullying brother, Judge's boasted war nation. If it weren't for Reiju, he would still be in the underground dungeon. Powerful, tyrannical, and invincible was what little Sanji felt most directly. Damn it. Sanji gritted his teeth and rowed harder. The boat flew away like a frightened seabird. Judge followed Rhett's gaze, his pupils suddenly constricting. The son he had deemed a failure was now fleeing this nightmare without a backward glance. He should have been furious that he had actually escaped, but a warm image of a family dinner in his fantasy suddenly flashed through his mind. His most incompetent son, cooking for his mother, the two of them smiling so happily. Lord R.T. Judge suddenly kowtowed heavily, his forehead hitting the deck with a dull thud. Please allow that wretch to leave. His voice was hoarse beyond belief. He is worthless now. He has long been out of our Vinsmoke family. Killing him would only dirty your hands. Reiju and the others looked at their father in shock. This was the first time they heard the judge plead for Sanji, although the words were still cruel. Rhett didn't answer immediately. He stared at the boat moving further and further away and suddenly chuckled. Advertisement Chez Rui. Hey, I didn't intend to pursue you, but if you say so, hey. He waved his hand nonchalantly, a blood mist swirling around his fingertips. I hate chickening out, but now that you've spoken. His crimson eyes slanted at the judge. You must remember this, Mercy, but only this once. I'm the king, and you're barely even a subject. Show me your worth. Anyone can be king. I think you understand. Judge's back tensed, his Adam's apple rolling, yes. In the distance, Sanji's boat finally became a tiny dot on the horizon. The boy looked back and saw that the Germa fleet was shrouded in blood mist, like a silhouette from a nightmare. Vinsmoke. No, he ripped off the collar of his shirt, which bore the family crest, and let it drift into the sea. From this day on, I am simply Sanji. The sea breeze dried the moisture from the corners of his eyes, taking away the last trace of his attachment to his family. But the figure sitting on the blood mist throne was etched deep in his memory like a brand. Fear. As well as, a kind of inexplicable, twisted gratitude. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Bruma Jackson, Rhett withdrew his gaze and turned toward the throne. Judge slowly stood up, the enthusiasm in his eyes still not subsiding. He turned to Rhett, his voice low but with a bit of urgency, like offering a treasure. Lord Rhett, please allow me to demonstrate to you the greatest power Germa has. He waved his hand, and several clone soldiers immediately brought in a metal box. As the lid opened, several sets of combat uniforms of various styles shone with a cold luster in the sunlight. This is a combat uniform tailored for my children. Judge's fingertips slid across one of the dark blue armor sets. Niji's electric blue has a built-in high-voltage current device. Combined with his speed, it can penetrate the armor of a warship in an instant. He pointed to another fiery red suit of armor. Ichi's spark red. The flamethrower is powerful enough to melt steel, and the propulsion system on the soles of his boots makes his aerial maneuverability far superior to moonwalk. Reiju's pink battlesuit was carefully brought out. Judge's voice held a rare hint of warmth. Reiju's toxic powder not only protects against any toxins, but also concentrates absorbed venom and sprays it out. Of course, that might not be worth mentioning to someone like you. Finally, his fingers stopped on Yangji's dark green armor. The winch green robotic arm can generate 50 tons of gripping force. Combined with the telescopic mechanism, it can easily tear through the seastone net. The corner of Judge's mouth twitched. As for the equipment of the failed product, it has been destroyed. Chapter 217. The little guy is more human. Red propped up his chin, listening with a half smile. The blood mist lingered around his fingertips, occasionally brushing against the combat uniforms, making a subtle, sizzling sound. Interesting little toy. He suddenly reached out and pressed Judge's shoulder. But do you know why I'm more interested in your bloodline factor? Judge's body suddenly stiffened. Because. His Adam's apple rolled, and cold sweat trickled down his temples. The deliberately concealed human experiments, the brutal manipulation of his children's genes, and the tragic deaths of countless clones flashed wildly through his mind. Rhett leaned close to his ear and whispered as softly as Lion Majesty. If you keep telling half the truth and hiding the other half during your next report. Blood mist suddenly wrapped around Judge's throat. I'll stuff you into the incubator and let you experience the process of perfect transformation, firsthand. Judge's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He opened his mouth, but only a wheezing sound came out. Now, Rhett released his hand and leaned back lazily on the throne. Go prepare a complete lab report. Including how you turned your own son into a failure. The sea breeze, carrying the scent of blood, blew across the deck. Judge knelt on the ground, looking at his trembling hands. Hands that had once created armies, reformed children, and even dreamed of conquering North Blue. Now, they honestly reflected a truth. He was never in control. It just changes from one tool to another sharper tool. Regarding the discussion of bloodline factors, Rhett had different opinions in his previous life. Now it is confirmed that Germa is using bloodline factors to clone warriors. In the words we usually use, it should be genetic modification, but Rhett thinks it is unreliable. First of all, we say that artificial devil fruit is due to bloodline factor research, so he has no way to control it freely. Oh, it may also be because Guy's technology is not good enough. But the sword of Spandam seems to be called the elephant sword. The dog guns of Crocodile's men who ate the dog fruit. You tell me they're genetically modified. It depends on whether Rhett bleeds or not, and you're done. Before they ate the fruit, they didn't even have meat. Judge stood before Rhett. Master Rhett, do you have any assignment for me? I need to prove my worth. I want to be of service to you. Rhett's fingers tapped lightly on the throne's armrests, a bloody mist swirling around him, as if brewing something. The judge lowered his head, the cold sweat on his forehead still wet, and the pressure on his shoulders made him dare not relax even a little. Judge, I heard your skills are pretty high, right? I can research anything the adults need. Advertisement. Suddenly, Rhett spoke. Show me your worth. I want you to build 2 things. Judge's ears pricked up immediately, a glint of scientific geek concentration flashing in his eyes. He was already racing through designs for various cutting-edge weapons. Energy cannons? Upgraded combat suits? Or? First, Rhett held up a finger, a fully functional, protective crib. Don't worry about my weapon. It's absolutely bloodless. Blood? A baby crib? Judge's expression froze instantly. Baby crib. His voice was trembling, as if he suspected he had heard wrongly, but he spoke again without giving up. Yes, a crib, Rhett repeated lazily. It has to be bulletproof, fireproof, and lightning-proof. It should also rock automatically and play lullabies. Oh, and a constant temperature system. It's best to have a self-defense system. Even if I drop it in the desert or the ocean, the baby inside must remain safe and comfortable. The corner of Judge's mouth twitched. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he only managed a dry, "Yes, Lord Rhett." Enel couldn't help but burst out laughing, while Moria's shoulders were shaking with laughter. Shush. A new topic for scientists? Judge's face flushed crimson, but Rhett completely ignored his embarrassment and slowly pulled out a long knife from the blood mist, a replica of Ace. Second, he tossed the knife to the judge. Make a scabbard based on this. It needs to be able to quickly switch between gun, cannon, and sword forms. The switching speed should not exceed 0.5 seconds. Judge frantically caught the knife, finally breathing a sigh of relief. This was familiar territory. He immediately got into the zone, his fingers stroking the blade, his mind already calculating the feasibility of the mechanical structure. No problem, Lord Rhett. Germa's technology can definitely make it happen. His tone finally regained some of its former confidence. Rhett nodded, and several technicians in white robes walked out of the blood mist and stood respectfully behind Judge. These people are at your disposal, Rhett said calmly. Give me as much time as you need. Judge straightened his back and agreed solemnly, but the next second, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, so who is the crib for? Advertisement. Rhett glanced at him, and the blood mist suddenly condensed into a small, vague outline of a baby in his palm, then dissipated in an instant. You guess? Judge. He decided not to ask any more questions. I'll do it right away. I can deliver the finished stroller in a week, but the weapon will take me a little longer. Please forgive me, sir. Rhett nodded. Go ahead. It doesn't matter if the weapons take a little longer, but the crib must be of the highest quality. Judge turned and left, his back even revealing a sense of tragedy, as if a mad scientist determined to conquer the world was suddenly sent to develop maternal and child products. Well, not as if, but exactly. Moria laughed so hard she slapped her thigh. Hey, 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 hey. Pay more attention to the stroller. This is very important. Enel scratched his ear and said with a look of disgust, boring, but he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Rhett leaned against the throne, the blood mist obscuring the depth of his eyes. Okay, enough laughing, let's get back to work. He waved his hand lazily and pointed at Reiju. Then I'll arrange accommodations for everyone. The little guy has no sense at all. Why did Rhett choose Reiju? Because compared to those people, this little girl is more human. Judge, holding the replica of Ace, and a bunch of crib design drawings, stood at the door of the laboratory, falling into deep self-doubt. Okay, sir, please follow me. Although the little girl appeared to be very calm, there was still fear in her eyes. Rhett nodded. Good, just knowing the fear is good. While waiting for Judge to complete his mission in the Germa Kingdom, Rhett and his group temporarily lived in the side hall of the Germa Kingdom. As for why it was a side hall, this requires asking Lao Mo and Xiao Ai. Rhett told them not to destroy any laboratories because they would be their family's property in the future. Then they started to build the living area, so now they can only live in the side hall. Chapter 218. What color is the bald man's hair? Reiju held the tea carefully, her fingers trembling slightly. She was wearing a simple maid-like outfit, a casual request from Zayate, who said it was pleasing to the eye. She tiptoed to Shiede's side and placed the teacup on the table, afraid to make a sound. Lord Rhett, your tea. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Rhett was leaning against the window, looking at the ocean, not turning his head. Is it sugared? I added. How much did you add? Reiju was stunned, sweat oozing from his forehead. Two pieces. Rhett turned suddenly, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. Wrong, it's 3. Huh? Reiju panicked. I'll go change right away. Hey, I was kidding. Rhett suddenly laughed. I don't like sweet drinks at all. Reiju froze in place, but the expression on his face was indifferent. Moria, standing by, slammed her hands on the table in laughter. Shish. Enel rolled his eyes. Boring. The next morning, Reiju was assigned to sort out the bookshelf for Excite. Arrange them by color, Rhett directed, crossing his legs. Is it by the color of the spine? No, judging by the hair color of the protagonist on the cover, I think this is more reliable. Reiju. That's unreliable. Okay. She was holding a copy of North Bluefish Alice, and looking at the bald fish on the cover, she fell into deep thought. Master Rhett, this man has no hair. Rhett ate the prepared pastry and said, then just draw it for him. Why are you asking me such a simple thing? What color do you want, Master Rhett? You like it? This one thing made Reiju think for the whole day, and Rhett did not disturb her. Let her think about it. Children should think divergently because they have unlimited creativity. Advertisement. On the third day, Zayate asked Reiju to read the newspaper to him. Skip all the political news and just read the pet section. If there's any funny little activity, give me 2 paragraphs. The puppy championship finals will be held next week. Be more expressive. Reiju steeled herself and, reciting an epic poem, said, this year's poodle, Marshmallow, displayed an astonishing, fluffiness. Read it to me again, please. The fluffiness. Shows amazing. This year's poodle, Marshmallow. Ha 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 ha. Which good person reads the newspaper backwards like this? I'm dying of laughter. My stomach hurts. Rhett laughed at Reiju nonstop, then patted Reiju's shoulder. When it comes to reading the newspaper backwards, I'd call you the best, ha 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 ha. Gradually, Reiju discovered that This Lord of the Mist was not as scary as he had imagined. Although his requests were strange, he was never truly angry. His blood mist looked ferocious, but he never hurt her. Even when she accidentally knocked over the teacup, Excite just waved his hand and the blood mist caught the falling porcelain. Be careful not to burn yourself, you're clumsy. He said this, but there was no blame in his tone. One night, Reiju sat alone in the garden, lost in thought. In the moonlight, her fingertips gently brushed against a wildflower, something she had never seen in Germa's cold laboratory. Like, Rhett's voice suddenly came from behind, making Reiju almost jump. Our Lord Rhett, starting tomorrow, you'll be responsible for taking care of this garden. Excite interrupted her, and a cup of hot milk rolled up in a blood mist and pressed it into her hand. If a plant dies, I'll put Judge in the flower pot as fertilizer. Reiju held the warm cup in her hand and suddenly burst out laughing.
Yes, Lord Rhett. This time, her voice didn't tremble.
Reiju took a sip of the milk, the sweetness melting on her tongue. This kind of life seems pretty good, that's all. Reiju carefully selected the most gorgeous red rose, but Rhett rejected it. It's too vulgar, change it. She bit her lip and picked another white lily. No, it's too white. Rhett waved his hand. Change it. The third time, she plucked a wild daisy in a fit of anger. Unexpectedly, Rhett took it and put it in her ear. Isn't this nice? Advertisement. Reiju's face flushed red. On the sixth day, when Rhett once again asked her to go to the study to get a book that didn't exist. Rhett-sama. Reiju suddenly clutched the hem of her skirt. Although her voice was still low, it was clearly filled with a hint of grievance. Are you kidding me? As soon as she said this, she was startled and quickly covered her mouth. The whole room suddenly became quiet. Well, they were the only ones in the room. However, puff. Rhett smiled. It wasn't a cold, sarcastic laugh, but a genuinely happy one. He reached out and ruffled Reiju's hair, as casually as if he were teasing a frantic cat. Are you finally angry? His voice was unusually gentle. I thought you were going to be a wooden man for the rest of your life. Oh my, oh my, oh my, if you don't get angry anymore, I feel like my level of anger has dropped. I'm going to go talk to the 5 elders about life and ideals again. Reiju looked up blankly, meeting Rhett's scarlet eyes. There was no murderous intent in them, but rather a hint of relief. Keep going. Rhett withdrew his hand and lazily slouched back on the couch. Now, go get me a storybook. A real one this time. Reiju blinked, and suddenly felt something burning in her chest. It was something she thought had been transformed long ago. Mood. She turned and ran towards the study, her steps much lighter than usual. Moria smacked her lips. Shush. Don't you too? Or perhaps it's just that everyone on our ship has a special affinity for children. Rhett stared at Reiju's back, blood mist flowing through his fingertips. I prefer people to tools, he whispered. Rhett suddenly remembered something, and Enel, if you're looking at me with that damn hard net, I'll let you fly. If you're worried about this kid, just come over and look openly. A flash of blue lightning appeared in Rhett's room. Enel patted his head and said, I don't hate this kid. Oh, Captain, she was the one who released the yellow kid when we first arrived. I heard it through my hardnet. There's still hope for human nature, and it's something I can do. I have the time, and it's my own business. Outside the window, the setting sun stained Germa's steel castle in a warm golden hue. Inside the lab, Judge gazed at the cartoon duck. Decorative pattern he had unconsciously drawn on the blueprint, sinking deeper into self-doubt. What the hell am I doing? Chapter 219. This thing only has 0 times and countless times. On the last day of the week, Judge stood in the middle of the lab, his meticulously crafted masterpiece behind him. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with the enthusiasm of a scientist. His expression had changed from initial resistance to extreme pride. Even a bit of showing off. Rhett feels that this thing should be similar to wearing women's clothes, only 0 times and countless times. If you wear women's clothes for the first time and look in the mirror and think, hey, not bad, then it's over, you are Schrodinger's brother. Lord Rhett. Look, he flung aside the dust sheet, revealing a silver-white crib with a streamlined design. The crib's appearance looked ordinary at first glance, but Rhett certainly didn't think so. Follow the camera and turn your head to the left. Judge's mouth stretched from ear to ear. He pressed the controller on his wrist, and 4 suspension devices immediately extended from the bottom of the crib, steadily lifting it half a meter off the ground. First, the basics, Judge explained enthusiastically, like a salesman. Bulletproof, fireproof, and lightning-proof. Made of North Blue specialty alloy, it can instantly recover even from a direct hit. He snapped his fingers, and a translucent energy shield immediately unfolded from the top of the crib with a hissing sound. The constant temperature system uses a modified version of Vegapunk's early research into climate regulation technology. While it won't reach the combat effectiveness of a combat suit, as it requires bloodline modification, it can withstand extreme cold in the desert, deep sea pressure. None of that is a problem. In short, this is one of my greatest recent inventions. Rhett raised an eyebrow, and the blood mist slowly flowed around the throne, as if he was very interested in the judge's hard work. The judge became increasingly excited as he spoke, even forgetting his initial resistance. He demonstrated with great enthusiasm, and the self-defense counterattack system you requested. He slammed another button, and 2 rows of miniature missile launchers suddenly popped out from either side of the crib. The teddy bear's eyes lit up red, and it said in a sweet, mechanical voice, threat detected, about to be cleared. Moria. Shish. Enel. I suddenly want to chop it down and try it. Rhett raised his hand to stop the eager Thor and signaled Judge to continue. The judge took a deep breath, and the smile on his face gradually perverted. But, this is not all. He pressed the last red button, Transformation Battle Mode. The entire crib suddenly emitted a mechanical roar, the bedboard flipped over, and the brackets were reorganized. In just 3 seconds, a 3-meter-tall mini Gundam stood in the center of the laboratory, with the logo of the Bloody Pirates, a dragon head, printed on its chest. Advertisement, ha 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 ha. Judge pointed at his battle. This is a true masterpiece. Not only can it be used as a crib, but also as a chariot, and can even transform into a combat robot. The energy system is powered by electricity, and its endurance is comparable to that of a warship. It's also equipped with Vinsmoke's highest artificial intelligence. The Gundam turned its head towards Rhett, its mechanical eyes flashed twice, and it said in a cute electronic voice, "Good night, baby." The laboratory fell into an eerie silence. Rhett. Moria. S's. Moria came over and patted Judge on the shoulder. Shish. Lena looked at Lord Rhett and whispered, "Lord Rhett, symphony is not suitable for good children." How the hell did I go from conquering North Blue to painting a crib? The judge nodded frantically. No problem. What color would you like? Pink, blue, or? Reiju silently covered his ears. Yes, Lord Rhett. Judge stood at attention, his face full of anticipation. But, Rhett's lip curled suddenly. I quite like the rest. I quite like it. It's guaranteed to be reliable, don't worry. Rhett waved his hand, and a blood mist wrapped around a cup of hot tea floated in front of the judge. Thank you for your hard work. If you need funds, go to Tezulo and apply for them yourself. There's no limit on the amount, but I want results. I'll work with you. Please write the code for me. Judge looked at the baby crib Gundam he had built with his own hands and suddenly fell into deep thought. Judge was completely oblivious to the atmosphere and was still immersed in his own narcissism. I even added a lullaby function to it. He pressed the play button, and deafening heavy metal rock music immediately came from the Gundam speakers. Sleep, sleep, my dear baby. But when he caught a glimpse of the rare look of satisfaction in Rhett's eyes, he inexplicably straightened his back. Rhett rubbed his temple, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. Judge. Rhett turned around, the blood mist swirling around his fingertips. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on Germa's harbor as the blood mist slowly set sail. Reiju stood at the dock, her fingers unconsciously twirling the hem of her skirt as she gazed at the slender figure on the deck. Advertisement, Lord Rhett. Her voice was so soft that it was almost carried away by the sea breeze. The deck suddenly fell silent. Moria winked, Enel pretended to watch the clouds, and even the judge stopped painting to listen. Uncle. Reiju looked up blankly. Reiju opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. This tightness in her chest was unfamiliar. In Germa, she had never been allowed to feel such an emotion as reluctance to leave. In scientific research, it doesn't matter who you work for, at least this boss is quite generous. She lowered her head and stared at the tip of her shoes. Can I go with you? It can be done in one night, he promised. But, Rhett said, a bloody mist rolled up his face, we need a new paint job. I want a crib, Rhett said slowly. Delete this music. The next day, counting the days, it was already 3 months since he had been out, and it was time to go back. With an emperor and 4 vice-emperors protecting the child, they were capable and naturally would not allow any mistakes to occur.
Judge's eyes lit up instantly. Judge held the teacup and suddenly felt.
Vinsmoke Judge stepped aside. He could still distinguish between the big and small kings. He turned to Vinsmoke Judge and bowed slightly. Mr. Judge, please install a recording function. We will record this lullaby ourselves. Outside the window, the sun was setting, tinting the steel castle of Germa with a warm golden hue. In the laboratory, Judge hummed a little tune as he began painting the Gundam. Gold, the same as the Golden Emperor. Rhett lazily leaned back on his throne. Also, the lullaby has been replaced with a symphony. Rhett chuckled, and the blood mist transformed into a large hand, gently ruffling Reiju's pink hair. Call me uncle. Is Mr. Rhett reliable like this? Wouldn't it be cooler with some glitter? Judge. Yes. The judge's smile froze on his face. But. Chapter 223, 2:1, Death. That's right. Rhett retracted the blood mist and leaned lazily against the side of the ship. You stay here. Reiju's shoulders slumped, and her eyes reddened, but before she could remain depressed for long, Rhett added. Live happily every day. That's an order. His scarlet eyes looked especially gentle in the sunset. I'll have the judge build you a real garden, full of daisies. You should tell me what you like, little girl. Judge. Reiju blinked, then burst out laughing. She nodded vigorously. Yeah. Rhett squatted down and pulled the little kid's face. If you want to laugh, then laugh out loud. Your smile has no emotion at all. Reiju just let Rhett pull her little face like that. G lost. Susu. The blood mist gradually receded, and Reiju stood there until the ship disappeared on the horizon. She touched her ear. A small wild daisy pinned there, the one Rhett had given her before she left. Miss. The clone soldier approached respectfully. The judge asks you. Tell him I want the vacant lot on the east side. Reiju turned, her skirt swirling gracefully. Also, from now on, I want strawberry cake every afternoon for tea. Miss, this. He will agree. Her voice no longer trembled, and she walked briskly towards the castle. The setting sun stretched her shadow very long, as if nothing had changed, yet it seemed as if everything had changed. Rhett. What? You mean an order that can't be disobeyed? Judge changed his mind. Was it a voluntary change of heart, or was it just to please Rhett? Who knows? As long as the result is good, that's good enough. The Bruma Jackson slowly sailed into the port of the Drum Kingdom, swaggering and without any concealment. Rhett wanted to let everyone know that he, the Lord of the Fog, was on this island. I based this on the fact that Shillik saved the country for 30 years, which means Wapple was already king. This has been modified above. The Scarlet Pirate's flag on the sail was particularly eye-catching in the wind and snow, and the blood-red dragon eyes of the figurehead swept coldly across the entire sea. The port fell into silence in an instant. The once bustling dock seemed to have been silenced. The fishermen froze in place, and no one even noticed that their fish baskets had overturned. Several pirate ships that were about to dock suddenly turned around. A new sailor pointed at the sails in horror. Captain, that is. Shut up. The captain slapped him on the back of the head, his voice low. If you want to die, don't drag Lousy down. Turn around now. Advertisement on the second floor of a distant tavern. An old pirate wearing an eye patch spat out his beer. What the hell? Why is the Mist Lord back again? He grabbed his companion and said, quick, lower the pirate flag on our ship. Hang a fishing net. Say we're fishermen. The snow in the harbor was pushed aside by the ship, making a creaking sound. When the anchor chain sank to the bottom of the sea, the whole island seemed to tremble. Rhett stood at the bow, his blood mist cloak rustling in the cold wind. He lazily glanced at the scattered pirates and scoffed. Tisk, has Tessero lost his mind? They say pregnancy makes women stupid for 3 years, but how could someone like Tessero, who accompanied the birth, be so stupid, throwing everyone onto the island? Moria asked Rhett. Captain Hiss. Do you want to? And made a gesture of wiping his neck. Rhett shook his head. I'll do it. The Conqueror's voice echoed across the island. I don't care what you're up to. All pirates with bounties on their heads, get off this island immediately, or die. I'll give you 5 minutes. Rhett's voice echoed across Drum Island like a Shinigami's declaration. The Conqueror's hockey surged across the harbor like a wave, shaking the very air. Rhett stood at the bow and waited for 5 minutes, but some people still didn't run away. They were testing Rhett's bottom line. They were betting that Rhett wouldn't care about them, the minions. Rhett stood at the castle gate, looking at the warm scene before him. Captain, I will keep an eye on this. Enel said to Rhett, don't forget how he once ruled Sky Island. 3 seconds. Rhett held up 3 fingers, blood mist swirling behind him. 3. A bloody mist suddenly rose up, engulfing the pirates still on the island like a huge wave. There were no screams, no struggles, only a creepy, sizzling sound. He turned and looked towards the castle, his scarlet eyes narrowing slightly. Let's go and see how our boss Tai is doing lately. Enel, I'm asking you to seal off this entire island for the next period of time. Pirates are now prohibited from entering this island. The blood mist swept everyone up into the air and headed straight for the Kuleha hut on the top of the mountain. Okay, Captain, just leave it to me, Enel nodded. A pirate captain with a skull tattoo saw that they were still far away from the port. His legs gave way and he knelt on the ground. Master Fog, we will. No, just keep an eye on the pirates. Rhett waved his hand. Just a bunch of scum. Copy that, Captain. Boys, weigh the anchor and we'll adjust our position. 2. Rhett watched this farce, shook his head, and commented in 2 words, idiot. Advertisement. The last finger bends down. Run. Go calculate how much the villagers' businesses have lost, and I'll pay them back twice as much. And you better keep your tail between your legs, or I'll kill you. The pirates who didn't have time to escape froze in place, their pupils constricted and cold sweat soaking their backs. The docks erupted in chaos. Pirates hoping for a lucky break threw down their weapons and armor, while some, displeased with the pirates blocking their way, even started a riot. A silent war erupted at the harbor. There are some people who are really blind. Oh, sorry. Rhett waved his hands insincerely, and the blood mist gently lifted up the old lady and stuffed a gold bar into her pocket to calm her down. It can only be said that the effect was remarkable. 3 seconds later, the blood mist dissipated. Roar, X. Wapple and his ministers lined up to greet him, trembling with fear. They saw this man, and when he arrived on the island, the pirates disappeared. Welcome again, Lord Mist Lord. Rhett retracted the blood mist with satisfaction, turned to the stunned Moria and shrugged. Look, isn't it quiet now? 1. They dared not to be greedy, but they dared to be greedy for the money of the Mist Lord. Rhett made him live a life worse than death, and he was willing to risk his life for a few thousand or tens of thousands of Baileys. The dock was completely deserted, not even a trace of bloodline remained. Only a few pirates' hats lay alone in the snow, quickly covered by fresh flakes. Roar, X. Everyone, do what you need to do. I'm just here to accompany you during the birth. Rhett said and ignored them. Moria's mouth twitched. Shish. Indeed, the entire harbor was completely silent. The fishermen huddled together, trembling, and one elderly fishmonger fainted. Didn't you eat? Rhett bent another finger. A blood mist began to spread, crawling across the docks, melting the snow in its path, revealing charred earth. Lena, please park our boat in the most conspicuous place. Chapter 221. Sakura Flower appears. Tezuro, wearing an apron, was carefully carrying a bowl of steaming hot soup, muttering, Dear, this is the new medicinal food prepared by Dr. Kuleha. I warmed it up, and it's just the right temperature. Stella sat in a chair by the fireplace, a blanket covering her legs. Laboon lay at her feet, wearing a special seastone bracelet on his little fin, and was rubbing his head gently against her knees. Laboon, you don't need to wear the seastone handcuffs, can't you control your strength well? Laboon shook his head frantically. Woo, Laboon is going to be a big brother. I'm not taking it off until a little brother or sister is born. Lord Rhett. Stella looked up and saw Rhett, her eyes lit up and she wanted to get up. Laboon dodged and stuffed his head into Stella's hands, using it as a crutch. Don't move, don't move. Rhett rushed over, the blood mist instantly condensing into a cushion behind her. You are a key protected person now. What do you want to eat? Tezulo put down the bowl of soup in a hurry. Captain, you came back so quickly. Nonsense. Rhett slapped him on the back, the force so light it felt like a tickle. My niece is about to be born, how could I not come back? Besides, even if I just covered this place with fog, you should have noticed we were back. That's just us coming back. If someone with bad intentions came to the island, you wouldn't have noticed, right? I know, Captain, you came back, and didn't you say the pirates left? Stella came to Tessero's rescue and said, No, Captain. Look around this castle. Beneath the heavy snow lies a thick layer of gold. Tessero can turn this place into a sea of gold in an instant. Rhett nodded. That was more than enough. Kuleha came out of the back room, a cigarette in her mouth. When she saw Rhett, she raised an eyebrow. Hey, kid, you still remember to come back? Rhett immediately pulled out a pile of gifts from the blood mist like a magic trick. Sister, this is Sky Island's specialty Yunbei pillow. This is the latest massage chair from Golden City, and this is... Don't try to be ridiculous, Kuleha interrupted, taking the bottle of plum wine. The pregnant woman is in good condition and much more reliable than you. Judging by the way you're all making such a fuss right now, I seriously doubt you guys will spoil the child. Rhett chuckled and turned to look at Stella's belly. Has the little one been well behaved recently? Has he not been making any noise? Stella gently stroked her abdomen. You are very good, but you kicked me last night. Advertisement, by the way, Captain, that Wapple is unfit to be king. I've never seen a king who drives out the very foundation of his country in such a foolish country, foolish villagers, foolishly loyal ministers, and maggots who are content with the status quo. Tezulo looked up at the moon. This country is rotten to the core. Captain, Captain, a soldier said tremblingly, in front is. Shirulik panted, holding onto the doorframe. His suit was slushy and his face bruised. He glanced back at the hesitant pursuers in the distance and grinned. Why are these guys so cowardly today? Why would I do something like this? Are you still scared now? Don't worry, it's okay. What? Tezulo and Rhett jumped up at the same time, one reached for a stethoscope, and the other had already started scanning with blood mist. It feels so familiar, Captain. Tessero watched the captain's figure gradually disappear. He knew that once things were related to his family, the captain at this time could support everything for him. Because if Enel comes, Rhett said confidently, what if the firewood catches fire? We don't need lightning-struck wood. Shut up. The captain gritted his teeth. Keep chasing, but don't get close to the castle. After saying that, he turned and ran in the opposite direction of the castle, deliberately shouting, Come and chase me, you useless bunch of trash. Lord Rhett, Tezulo's voice came from behind him. Rhett's voice was unusually serious. What are you afraid of? Kuleha is here, Moria Enel is here, and I'm here. He paused. Besides, this little guy inherited the best genes from Stella and you. He's definitely going to be a little bully in the future. Kuleha gently grasped her wrist. You two idiots. Fetal movement is perfectly normal. If you keep making a fuss, get out of the castle. Rhett looked at Tezuro with interest. What's wrong? Why hasn't Boss Tai rested yet? Bang. Captain, how about we retreat? A young guard said tremblingly. I heard that the Mist Lord got angry yesterday and melted the snow in the harbor. Tezulo leaned against the doorframe, the moonlight shining on him. I can't sleep. He hesitated. Actually, I'm a little scared. Advertisement. B************* D Captain. What are you doing? If you can't explain it clearly, don't blame me for taking action. Bang, bang, bang. In the dead of night, Rhett stood alone on the castle terrace. Bang, bang. A man's heavy breathing could be heard outside the door, accompanied by the sound of staggering footsteps in the snow. As night fell, the castle was bustling with activity. Lena and Perona were setting up the baby's room, while Enel was watching from the sea. Their captain had said, pirates are forbidden to enter, so this island must be a pirate-free zone. Behind them, a group of Drum Kingdom soldiers, spears raised, pursued them relentlessly. The leading captain's face was pale, and he kept looking up at the castle on the top of the mountain, the blood-red pirate's flag fluttering in the morning light. The pursuers looked at each other, no one daring to move forward. The leading guard wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, this madman is running towards that lord's residence to kill us. Hylaluk, Kuleha's voice came from the second floor. What trouble have you gotten yourself into? Suck. Shirulik covered his bleeding arm and ran through the snow, his footsteps deep and shallow. His red nose was frozen purple, but he still grinned. Ha ha ha. You idiots. You still want to catch me. I didn't let me save me. Why are you arresting me? As the first rays of morning sun shone into the castle, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. Okay, time to go back to bed. Rhett stretched and walked back to the castle. Moria. Moria was sent to chop wood. The zombies put wood on Moria and Moria chopped it with the shadow axe. The wood instantly broke into 4 pieces. Bang. Ahaha. Kuleha. Shirulik scratched his head. I just accidentally cured a few villagers, and it had a side effect of giving me stomach upset. Waipal's gone crazy again. He changed the subject. But don't come out, I'm leaving now. Laboon. Woo, that's right, Rhett picked his nose nonchalantly. You just need to protect Stella now. I know this king, and it takes heart medicine to heal a disease of the heart. And this is not your problem to worry about. Chapter 222 My medicine can make whales talk, boom. A blood mist suddenly fell from the sky, blasting a deep trench in the snow and forcibly separating the pursuers. Shirulik braked suddenly and was almost injured again. Whoa, what the hell? Hey, doctor, Rhett said lazily, it's quite lively so early in the morning. Is this morning exercise?
A lazy voice came from above. Shilik looked up and saw a black-haired man sitting on a throne made of blood mist, looking down at him condescendingly.
Who are you? Shirulik scratched his head. Are you Dr. Doriel's new patient? Rhett. Am I really that unknown? The castle gate banged open, and Kuleha emerged, cigarette in hand. Fool, this is Rhett, the Mist Lord. The Lord of the Mist. Hylaluk's eyes lit up. The great pirates of the Great Sea Emperor? He suddenly leaned close to Rhett. Brother, you don't look well. Would you like some of my panacea? Rhett looked at the suspicious green liquid handed to him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. No thanks. The soldiers in the distance had already knelt on the ground. Master Wu, we are only following orders. Rhett glanced at them. Get lost. Rhett waved his hand nonchalantly. Interesting, come on in. Rhett likes this person very much. He is one of the very successful characters created by Oda. At that time, Rhett was still a little lousy. He made Rhett cry. The hateful Hylaluk made her cry. When does a person die? When a bullet hits the heart, or when contracting an incurable disease? Neither. When he is forgotten by the world. Hylaluk. Rhett. Dr. Hylaluk, woo. In the castle hall, Shilik looked around like an excited child. His suit was really impressive, and the Sakura skull emblem on his chest gleamed in the firelight. Everyone, please allow me to introduce myself. He stood in front of the fireplace, gesticulating excitedly. I'm Dr. Shilaluk, and my dream is to save this country with my medical skills. Advertisement Kuleha rolled her eyes but quietly handed him a roll of bandages. See this symbol? Shilik pointed at the Sakura skull on his chest, his eyes sparkling. This is the symbol of the miracle Sakura flower. One day, I'm going to have the entire Drum Kingdom covered in Sakura flowers. As we all know, birds of a feather flock together. Perona and Laboon also think that someone who can be friends with such a skilled doctor like Kuriha, and is also a doctor, must be very powerful. Perona floated in the air, staring at Shilaluk with sparkling eyes. Wow, a friend of Dr. Kuleha's, he must be a very good doctor, right? Laboon even went straight to Shiruluk's feet, and his little fin pulled at his trouser legs. Woo, the doctor is amazing. Shiruluk was a little embarrassed by the two little guys' enthusiasm and scratched his head. Ha ha ha. Actually, I'm still a long way from here, but... He suddenly squatted down and pulled out 2 small bottles from his tattered white coat. Would you like some special medicine to boost your immunity? I developed it myself. The bottle was filled with pink liquid that sparkled with suspicious bubbles in the firelight. Perona and Laboon looked at each other and stretched out their little hands, fins at the same time. Yes. Wait. Kuleha snatched the potion, veins popping out of her forehead. Hylaluk, are you trying to trick a child with a drug you don't know what it's supposed to be? It's not a laxative, Shirulik argued unconvincingly, saying proudly that there seemed to be a sun shining behind him. I added strawberry flavor this time, and I've tried it before. It tastes like strawberry and it has no effect at all. Ahahaha. Little Perona and little Laboon covered their eyes with their little hands, fins at the same time. They felt that Shilik was so dazzling and confident at this moment. Enel complained. What's he talking about? Taking medicine? It's not working. Why is he so proud? Shilik, who had a dazzling light behind him just a second ago, instantly fell to the ground. I want to, too. I'm trying too hard, a-hole. Lena looked at the unreliable Shirulik and smiled gently at him. Shirulik looked at Lena with tears in his eyes. Thank you for your encouragement, I will work hard. I believe that when the Sakura flowers bloom all over this country, people's illnesses will be healed, and this country will be cured and rejuvenated. Lena smiled politely with a bit of embarrassment, then quickly passed by Shirulik, first grabbed Perona floating in the air and brought her behind Rhett, then turned back and saw Shirulik staring at her. Advertisement He smiled awkwardly but politely at Shirulik, then came back, picked up the dazed Laboon, and retreated to Rhett's side.
Shilik lost its color and shattered into pieces, but it regained its color in an instant.
Hey, is that a little whale? Rhett bared his signature shark teeth, a blood mist exploding behind him in exaggerated waves. Hey, is your quack's reflexes a complete circuit around Grand Line? Laboon's been jumping around for ages before you noticed? Shilik wasn't frightened at all. Instead, he rushed towards Laboon with shining eyes. A whale on land. A medical miracle, but he was slapped in the face by Laboon One Tail, and his whole body was pressed against the wall in a big letter shape. Woo, pervert go away, Laboon hid behind Lena's skirt angrily. Ha 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 ha. Rhett laughed, slapping his knee. Serves you right? Who told you to touch Laboon? Kuleha walked over, cigarette in hand, and grabbed Shirulik by the back of the collar. Idiot, that's a whale that ate a devil fruit. She shook her hand in disgust. Now, explain it to me. Suddenly, a bunch of suspicious mushrooms fell out of Shiruluk's pocket. What's with these poisonous mushrooms? Shirulik broke out in a cold sweat. Ahahaha, this is a new development, that. Bang. Kuleha smashed a bottle against his head. Going to the back hills to pick poisonous mushrooms again? It took me 3 days to save you last time? Rhett looked at Hylaluk's medicine box with a skull and soccer flowers. But, his blood mist suddenly rolled up Hylaluk's medicine box. I am very interested in your universal pill. The medicine box was opened, and colorful pills rolled out, emitting a strange smell. Laboon came closer and sniffed curiously, then suddenly sneezed. Achoo! This is. Everyone. Laboon. What a terrible smell. Shilik jumped up in surprise. It worked. My medicine can make whales talk. Laboon. I'll always talk, okay. Chapter 223 Chopper, I didn't lie to you, there really is a whale. Everyone accompanied Stella as she waited for her delivery. As the date of her birth drew near, a blizzard ravaged the Drum Kingdom, blanketing it in heavy snow. Previously, it had been light snow, but perhaps the date had finally arrived. The blizzard blanketed the entire Drum Kingdom. Rhett stood atop the castle, his hands in his pockets, a bloody mist swirling around him. He looked up at the weather, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly. Tisk, this awful weather. Don't get frozen. A bloody mist suddenly rose, like a massive barrier, enveloping the entire castle. Snowflakes melted the instant they came into contact with the mist, replaced by warm, moist air. The snow surrounding the castle gradually melted, revealing long-lost meadows. Even a few wildflowers stubbornly peeked out. Life force was being used, not being used. Then control the fog to move the clouds away from the castle. The sun shines on the castle, there is a heavy snowstorm outside, and the environment in the fog is warm and humid. Moria squatted on the roof, watching the scene and smacking his lips. Ha, ha, ha. Captain, can this fog of yours actually be used as a greenhouse? What else? Rhett glanced at him lazily. After all, I'm your captain. I'm both capable and handsome. Moria. He can even boast, you are worthy of me, captain. Kuleha, cigarette in hand, pushed open the castle gate and nodded with satisfaction. Great, finally, I don't have to walk on the snow every day. Rhett, can you fix this environment for me? I love it. P.S. Kuleha is older than Brooke, so there's really no problem calling him Rhett. Sister, of course no problem. Rhett waved his hand, releasing more concentrated, higher quality mist. Isn't it normal for Lobia to change the weather? It can only be described as simple. Looks like I have one more secret to my eternal youth. She turned around and waved to Stella behind her. Girl, come out and get some sun, it's good for the fetus. Stella held her waist and walked out slowly. Tezulo followed nervously beside her, holding a blanket in his hand, ready to cover her at any time. Laboon followed at her feet, the seastone bracelet still on his fin, carefully serving as her living armrest. Tezuro, Laboon, I'm fine. Stella smiled helplessly. Dr. Kuleha said that moving around more will help with childbirth. Tezulo scratched his hair and laughed dryly. I know, it's just. Rhett jumped down from the roof, and the blood mist gently supported him, allowing him to land steadily. You ask why Rhett is dragged down when he can fly? Baby, it looks more handsome this way. He walked over and patted Tezulo on the shoulder. Okay, Boss Tai, if you keep getting so nervous, Stella won't collapse from exhaustion, but you'll scare yourself to death first. Advertisement Tezulo. Unable to refute, while Rhett was lecturing Tezuro, he covered the entire ground with a transparent mist that could support Stella in an instant without affecting her ability to see the flowers and plants. Tezulo. Not much better than me, the two-faced captain. Hey, everyone, look, Perona was floating in the air, pointing excitedly in the distance. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw Shilik walking towards them, treading deeply and shallowly on the melting snow, followed by a small blue-nosed reindeer. Kuleha. Look what I found in the forest, Tony Chopper, it's a reindeer. Shilik waved his arms, his smile so bright that it seemed to dispel all the gloom. Huh. Saruk looked at the green castle, which was full of vitality. Kureha was about to say something about lion majesty when he saw Saruk running back with Chopper in his arms. After exiting the fog, he looked out at the raging storm. What had he confirmed? He put on a big smile again. Kureha. Look, I found this in the forest, Tony Chopper, it's a reindeer. When passing through the fog again, Siruluk's smile disappeared. The hallucination must be an illusion. When Saruk decided to run out of the fog for the third time carrying Chopper, Dr. Kuleha finally couldn't bear it anymore. Hylaluk, come in, what are you doing here? Then he rushed forward and punched twice, which made the little Chopper stand at attention. Chopper. How scary. The little reindeer timidly hid behind the EMMM of Shilaluk, with only a pair of big round eyes, a small head and a small body exposed behind its face, or rather its head. Enel complained. It didn't block anything at all, idiot. Little Chopper seemed to have just realized something and also lay down. Advertisement. That's Chopper. Hirulik, with 2 large bumps on his head, resurrected to full health. stood up with a somersault. He picked up the little reindeer and held it in front of everyone. I found it in the forest. It ate the human fruit and is now my assistant. It looked at everyone curiously. There was a small band-aid on its nose and a bandage on one corner of its nose, which made it look pitiful and cute. Rhett looks at the bandaged corner of little Chopper and says, "This thing can be healed even if it's broken. Who dares to say the Pirate's King's medicine isn't powerful?" Chopper was suddenly lifted up, and he was shaking with fear. His little hooves were waving in panic. "Woo! Dr. Shillick, put me down." Laboon's eyes lit up and he immediately leaned over. "Wow, a talking reindeer." Chopper was stunned when he saw Laboon. A talking whale? The two little animals stared at each other, and the scene was very funny for a while. Cyrulic laughed and said, "See, Chopper, I didn't lie to you. I really saw a talking whale. You are not an anomaly." So, Rhett squatted down and poked Chopper's blue nose. If he touched it now, he wouldn't have the chance to do it later because Rhett remembered that in the subsequent plots, Chopper's blue nose would slowly fade away. He wondered if it would be like this in real life. "Did you become like this because you ate the devil fruit?" Chopper nodded nervously, his voice as tinny as a mosquito. "Well, everyone dislikes me, saying I'm a monster." Rhett raised an eyebrow, and the blood mist suddenly condensed into the shape of a mini reindeer in his palm, then turned into a whale, a puppy, a kitten, and finally a Sakura flower. "Monster?" he scoffed. "Then wouldn't I be a giant monster?" Chopper stared at him blankly, his eyes gradually lighting up. Hylaluk laughed and hugged Chopper. "See, I told you you weren't a monster. This is the most powerful pirate on the sea, and he thinks you're super cool." Tears welled up in Chopper's eyes, and his little hooves tightly grasped the corner of Shillick's clothes. "Really?" Rhett walked up and touched Chopper's head. "Of course. I have a good friend who's a talking skeleton. Brooke. Yo ho ho ho. Even though I'm not here right now." Chapter 224 Brother Laboon. As night falls, the castle becomes bustling with activity. The addition of Shillick and Chopper made the atmosphere even more cheerful. Stella sat by the fireplace, watching them playfully with a smile, her palm gently caressing her bulging belly. Tezulo squatted beside her and carefully massaged her calves. "Are you tired? Do you want to rest first?" Stella shook her head and whispered, "Days like this are very happy." Rhett leaned against the window, blood mist flowing through his fingertips, his eyes sweeping over everyone in the room. The laughing Shillick, the shy and slightly reserved Chopper, the excited Perona and Laboon, the helpless Kuleya, the nervous Tessero. "Hello, Tezulo." He suddenly spoke. Tezulo looked up. Rhett raised his lips, his crimson eyes reflecting the firelight. "Are you ready to be a father?" Tezulo was stunned for a moment, then smiled brightly, "Of course." Outside the window, the wind and snow are still blowing, but inside the castle it is warm as spring. Hey, I kid you, it is also warm as spring outside the castle. Ever since Chopper arrived at the castle, Laboon has been particularly close to the blue-nosed reindeer. Perhaps it's the empathy of being different, or perhaps it's Laboon's natural tendency to be gentle and protective. "Brother Laboon." Chopper stood timidly in front of Laboon, rubbing his lil hooves nervously, his eyes moist and looking like poached eggs, as if he would cry at any moment. "Rhett. Once again, I admire the greatness of the Pirate's King." Laboon tilted his head and gently patted Chopper's head with his fin. "Woo? What's wrong?" Chopper lowered his head, his voice as husky as a mosquito's. "Have I caused any trouble for everyone? Dr. Kuleya says my medicine always fails, and Dr. Shillaluk's medicine is too strange. Am I really useless?" Laboon blinked, then suddenly opened his arms and hugged Chopper into his arms. No." Laboon patted Chopper's back gently with its fin, as if to comfort him. Then, it suddenly remembered something, let go of Chopper, and ran towards the kitchen. A few seconds later, it came back with a piece of meat between its fins and placed it in front of Chopper. "Woo, eat." Chopper stared at the meat blankly. What is this?" Advertisement. Laboon puffed out his chest proudly. "Woo, this is the special barbecue Buggy taught me. I flew out the first time I tried it, but it's delicious." Chopper took a cautious bite and his eyes lit up instantly. "Delicious." Laboon nodded in satisfaction, pointed at himself with his fin, then at Chopper. "Woo, from now on, you are my little brother." Chopper froze. "Little brother?" Laboon grinned. "Woo, yeah, big brother Laboon has your back, we're family." Chopper is about to cry again. Laboon panicked when he saw Chopper's tearful face, waving his fins in the air helplessly. "Woo, why are you crying?" It was so anxious that it turned around twice, and suddenly an idea flashed in its mind. It remembered the way Rhett usually coaxed Perona, giving candy. So it rushed out, dived into the kitchen, and came back with a big jar of honey on its two fins, which it placed in front of Chopper. Chopper quickly stood in front of Laboon, his little hooves spread out. "Dr. Kukurea. I accidentally upset Laboon. Don't hit him." Laboon dragged Chopper along as he ran wildly. The little whale's tail swung so fast that Chopper's hooves were lifted off the ground, and the whole reindeer floated behind him like a kite. Chopper panicked. "Brother Laboon. Where are we going?" Chopper's steps suddenly stopped, his ears drooped, and he subconsciously shrank behind Laboon. "Brother Laboon. Let's go back." "Woo. Don't cry. Eat something sweet." Recently, little Laboon has been looking at little Chopper and he feels that his little brother doesn't seem to be very confident. What's the reason? Snap. When Laboon and Chopper stepped into the town, the originally bustling streets suddenly became quiet. The owner of the hat shop was a wrinkled old man. When he saw Chopper and Laboon, he immediately slammed the door shut and locked it from the inside. Get out! Monsters, don't mess with us. Suddenly a light bulb popped up in Laboon's little head. So, that night, in the pile of herbs, Big Brother Laboon and his little brother Chopper spent their first, warm time of brothers working together and being so tired that they fell down. Brooke was very confident, Shanks was very confident, Buggy was very confident, Captain Roger was very confident, and I was very confident. They all had one thing in common, that is, they all had their own hats. Then they ran back to their rooms, put on their small backpacks, and rushed out with Chopper. Laboon breathed a sigh of relief and wagged his tail happily, but then... Advertisement Laboon and Chopper. The honey was sweet, and Chopper's eyes lit up again. Woo, oi see. The tail accidentally swept the pile of firewood next to the fireplace, and the firewood fell down with a clatter, almost hitting Kuleha, who was dozing off. Rhett. Chopper burst into laughter and opened his mouth obediently. Ah. Laboon imagined several people, Laboon, holding head in frustration. Kuleha jolted awake and banged the bottle on Laboon's head. Smelly boy, be quiet. The children hid behind their parents in fear. Some drunkards even smashed bottles and pointed at them and shouted. Laboon didn't move, because confident people wear hats. Chopper sniffed, looking at the honey jar in front of him that was taller than him, tears still hanging on his face. This is too much. Tears welled up in Chopper's eyes. I'm sorry, let's go, Laboon. The vendors stared with wide eyes, and the goods in their hands fell to the ground with a clatter. But it didn't move. It just patted Chopper's head with its fin. Woo, don't be afraid. Big Brother is here. Big Brother said he would buy you a hat, and he will definitely buy you a hat. Laboon felt Chopper trembling. It looked down at its younger brother, then looked up at the humans whose faces were filled with fear, a hint of anger flashing in its eyes. Laboon tilted his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly dipped the tip of his fin in some honey and carefully passed it to Chopper's mouth. Woo, ah. Monsters. Blue-nosed reindeers and walking whales, Laboon, firm. Woo, go buy a hat. It stared at the closed door, slowly raised its fins, and took off its seastone bracelet. Then, it pulled Chopper and continued walking towards the hat shop. Kuleha raised an eyebrow at the two little guys, then suddenly grinned. Okay, then you two will be responsible for sorting out all the herbs in the castle tonight.